Curse Breaker Enchanted by Melinda Kusira. Part 2. Haunted. Haunted by the ghost of the dead child, Sarn searches for clues to the boy's death against the orders of his superiors. The mystery only pulls Sarn deeper into trouble, exposing him and his young son, who's determined to help him, to supernatural dangers not even magic can thwart. A soul is a terrible thing to lose, but Sarn's shields don't work against creatures that don't have a body. His first crack at investigating magical problems might very well be his last, and his son's too. Chapter 20. Orange-robed men stalked through the enchanted forest, and it ignored them. As they prowled, they sought magic to destroy. Sarn fled, but they followed. I must go somewhere and do something. Inside him, a restless white fire rattled its cage in quiet rage. What do you want me to do? I must get away from those seekers. They'll kill me if they catch me. Sarn skidded to a halt as those orange-robed fanatics melted into a river of ichor. Black waves surged as he turned and fled. Through the trees flashing by, he caught glimpses of hikers. A boy turned, and his pale green eyes met Sarn's, freezing him in place. The viscous black fluid flowed around his ankles, screaming for his blood as it sunk claws into his flesh. But the boy held him hostage with a glance. I can't fix you. His words from last night replayed, and their horrible truth slammed into Sarn, knocking him down into the receding ichor. The earth groaned and rained dirt and corpses on him. Sarn rolled and scrabbled for a handhold as the ground sloped into a ravine, and the dead boy tumbled into it. His pale eyes begged for help. Darkness fountained out of that chasm in a frigid torrent. It clawed at the sky, scratching until it tore a hole in the shimmering fabric underlying all, unleashing a swarm of cockroaches. Every tree they bit darkened and turned on Sarn as he climbed out of the ravine. Branches sliced through the air, missing him by a hair's breadth as he twisted and tumbled. A million bees droned, AI-narrated, until he stuffed his fingers into his ears to block it out. Broken circles gleamed and hovered in the air, sketched by a different type of magic. They sought to trap him, but Sarn evaded them, and glowing gossamer threads followed him. More circles appeared. Some floated, and others extruded from the ground. Sarn veered around one set rising in his path, and skidded to a halt as the enchanted forest divided. She waited at the other end of a sylvan gauntlet, the queen of all trees. Her light extended silver hands to him in welcome. Come deeper into the magic's thrall, she seemed to say. No, I've gone too far already. Sarn woke with a start and scanned his immediate surroundings for threats. Two icons glowed, his son asleep in his arms and his brother moving about the cave. A third icon stained his map. It was so dark, he almost missed it when that feeling of impending doom crashed over him. Rand stirred, but Sarn held the little scamp still while he sussed out the threat. What did I sense? His son poked him, but Sarn didn't react. The third icon was small and moving. He almost had a lock on it. Rand giggled and poked a sore spot this time, making Sarn wince, and he lost the watcher. Rand froze, but Sarn's chest muffled his apology. I know you're awake. Murren threw something, a book maybe, onto the floor. Sarn glared at his brother. What's with the tantrum? Are you 4 or 14 today? Rand opened his mouth to add his observation, but Sarn covered it. I got this. You go wash up for breakfast, okay? His assurance earned him a nod, and a much too compliant child gained his feet. Sarn accompanied him, still searching for the third entity in their room. Could it be the ghost boy? His head map hadn't included that specter before. Why would it start now? I'm still waiting for an answer. Sarn scanned his cave. Nothing looked out of place. But something was watching them, and it raised his hackles. Are you mad at your schoolwork or me? Murren glared at Sarn as he passed within punching range. None swung at him. But Murren gripped the book tightly in his hands as he stoked his anger, building up to an explosion. But why? Do you want to go fishing? I'll get a Sunday off and we'll go, just the three of us. After yesterday they owe me, and I owe you. You do so much for me. And I do so little to repay you, damn the rangers. Sarn clenched his fists. Murren stood there with his mouth hanging open for a moment longer, before his entire manner changed. You mean it? But you hate fishing. Sarn suppressed a shudder at the thought of gutting and eating fish. But you enjoy it, so we'll go as soon as I can wrangle a day off. And swimming? Rand bounced up and down, smiling when Sarn nodded. Yes, we'll go swimming, and maybe my brother will teach you a new stroke. Murren nodded, pleased with the plan. Sure, I can show him the backstroke or the breaststroke. Murren's eyes narrowed as he ran through the list of swim strokes he knew. Anything to make him a strong swimmer. You decide. Sarn still hadn't found that elusive watcher, damn it, nor spotted the remains of last night's dinner, not even a single empty jar. Maybe I'm losing my mind. That would explain everything that had happened yesterday, the watcher, and the feeling of impending doom that was increasing every moment he stood there. Did you already have breakfast? Yeah, I ate the last of the stew and peaches. They weren't bad cold. Sorry, but there wasn't enough left to share. Murren shrugged. There might be a piece of flatbread left, but it tastes like sawdust. Murren had left Sarn with a dilemma: go back to his not-so-secret stash or trek upstairs for breakfast. Rand gave the white crumbs dotting the table a longing glance. Upstairs won, since stolen food required no preparation, and the walk might shake loose an overlooked fact or reveal their spy. But up there came with its own set of dangers. We'll be quick and careful. Sorry, Murren said as he limped to the door, rucksack and crutch in hand. Sarn waved off the apology. Not your fault there wasn't enough for us all. We'll get something upstairs. Then I'll get some answers. Murren nodded and headed out for class. Since his brother refrained from slamming the door, his mood must have improved. Now, I just need to wrangle a Sunday off to keep him happy. Nolo will just love that. Sarn rubbed the bridge of his nose where the beginnings of a headache prodded him. We get breakfast and go on an adventure now? Rand bobbed up and down because the boy already knew the answer was yes. Sarn regarded his son. Rand's clothes looked clean enough, but his clothes weren't. Later, when his son wasn't looking, he'd take care of that. Bad enough Rand could see the scar marring the left side of his face. Breakfast first, then we'll see. Sarn swirled his cloak around his shoulders and kept an eye out for the watcher. It would be easier to protect his son if they were on the move. Put your cloak and boots on. I'll tie them for you. Rand scampered off to find both articles while Sarn pulled his boots on and tied them. After picking up the books and papers discarded during Murren's tantrum, he stepped through a floating cold spot. His skin prickled and he shivered. Sarn set the pile on the table and scanned the cave for the source of that cold. Was it connected to the Watcher? Sarn's magic flared and his eyes blazed, eradicating the shadows. What the hell is watching us? Not something from the mundane side of things, which meant it most likely had something to do with the murders and the general insanity of yesterday. Rand paused as he stuffed his sock-covered foot into a boot. He threw a curious glance at Sarn, but Sarn just shook his head. In the last 36 hours he'd stumbled across multiple homicides, been kidnapped, stalked by a ghost, chased by trees and mud creatures, and witnessed too many odd happenings. And he still didn't understand why. It was time to change that. Sarn consulted his mental map, seeking the route freest of pedestrians, since his son's safety hinged on secrecy. If he kept a firm mental grip on his goal, his magic would bend his path to reach it, leaving him free to watch for spies and other dangers. His son's hand was so small, yet it extended a trust bigger than them both. Does the ghost trust me to investigate its death? That would explain why it kept appearing, but not its strange behavior. Sarn set the mystery aside for now and concentrated on his back trail. There, a barely perceptible icon followed them on his map. As they turned a corner, Sarn held a finger to his lips and signaled for silence. Rand's eyes widened, but he nodded. The tunnel was empty, just as his map had predicted. Sarn scooped up his son, rushed up the wall, and crouched on a shield-shaped rock formation. With his eyes squeezed closed and his cloak wrapped tight around them, they should be invisible. Below, the spy paused. Lift the hem of my cloak slowly and look down, but don't make a sound, Sarn whispered into his son's ear. Mystified, Ran nodded, dropped to his belly, and crawled until he could peer over the edge. Sarn gripped the back of his son's tunic, but stayed focused on their watcher. When it continued down the tunnel, he reeled his son in. What did you see? A rat, I think. But I'm not sure. It's dark down there. Ran's face screwed up in a grimace. Sarn nodded and cursed the weak light cast by the strip of Lumiere crystals 20 feet overhead, which barely lit anything. He rolled off the shield and landed in a crouch. When his son tried to copy him, Sarn shot to his feet and caught the boy. No tumbling for him, not here where there were lots of sharp rocks. Sarn set his son down. Best if he kept his hands free in case grappling became necessary. At least a mile ahead, a man-shaped icon flared up on his map, but it wasn't the usual amber of the non-magical kind. This man was a middling gray, and the rat headed straight for him. Interesting. Walk as quietly as you can. Sarn held out his hand to his son. Ran took it, eager for that adventure. Are we sneaking up on someone? Sarn nodded and motioned for silence. Maybe skulking around counted as a father-son outing. Sarn hoped so, as he followed the rat away from the warren comprising the heart of the lower quarters. Other rats scattered as they passed piles of refuse, but none of them rated a mention on his map. There was something off about the one they followed, something unnatural. The word bounced around Sarn's skull as he ducked behind a stalagmite. What do you see? He asked his son, wishing his damned eyes didn't glow, so he could look for himself. A gray cloak and rats all around it. They're sitting on here too. Ran tapped Sarn's shoulders. It's floating. What's floating? The cloak. Sarn took a moment to figure out what his son meant. A person stood with his back to Ran, leaving nothing but his cloak visible. Not helpful. What is he doing with the rats? Talking to them. Can you hear what he's saying? Ran shook his head and curled into him. They're coming. Sarn hugged his son tight, shielding him as a horde of rats climbed his body, and leapt off the top of his head onto the stalactite above. After they'd disappeared, Sarn pushed to his feet, still holding his son, and swept the tunnel with both his magic and his eyes. The rat man and his spies had also vanished. Damn. Moldering banners billowed like giant wings in the cool breeze as someone whispered that phrase again. AI-narrated. Why do I keep hearing that phrase? What does it mean? Sarn scanned the tunnel, seeking its source until a hammer struck a chunk of metal, startling him. Sarn jumped, and so did his son, but he shook his head when Ran opened his mouth to ask a question. Between the blacksmith below and the hammering of his heart, Sarn couldn't hear anything as he steered his son around a metal grate in the floor. Did you hear anything before the hammering started? Sarn asked when they'd put some distance between them and the underground smithies. Ran shook his head. I'm hungry. You promised breakfast, then an adventure. Yeah, I did. Let's find some stairs and get you fed. When Sarn turned to make good on that promise, he stared at a dead end. How many turns had they taken? Finding the rat man had distracted him. Steam puffed out of another grate, and Ran backed away to avoid being cooked. Where are we? He turned curious eyes on Sarn. Beyond the rising clouds of steam, a pile of rubble blocked part of an unfamiliar intersection. Where the hell are we? Sarn shook his head and called his map, but it resisted his summons. What was wrong with his map? Its betrayal rocked Sarn, and he fetched up against a wall, startling his son whose hand he still held. Are you okay? Sarn blinked at the question. Was he? I don't know. On his third try his map finally spawned, but it displayed only featureless darkness ahead. They'd followed the rat right off his mental map with no warning. A shudder cut through Sarn. How was that even possible? I've wandered all over the lower quarters over the last 6 years I've lived there. Except for this one spot, but how could he have missed it? A green arrow blinked as it appeared on his featureless map, demanding he head deeper into unknown territory. Where the hell is my map leading us? Curiosity warred with unease. Down here the unfamiliar could be deadly, but so could retreating. Sarn chewed the inside of his cheek. Rand tugged his hand and pointed. That's a bad thing. Sarn slashed a hand through the indicated spot, and cold bit his skin, numbing his fingers on contact. Was it unexpected? Yes, but dangerous? No. It's cold air. It won't harm you. Come on. Sarn tugged his son's hand, but Rand refused to budge. Unnatural, whispered his magic as Sarn's stomach heaved. He swallowed bile as the cold spot dissipated. Rand glanced around, brow creasing in confusion as the boy chopped his hands through the air. It's gone. Where did that cold thing go? I don't know, and I don't care. I just want to find a staircase and get off this level. The upper levels were grids, unlike this twisty warren. But they had their own dangers. Rand nodded, but he checked again before taking a single step. And Sarn did the same. His son was too precious to risk. Unexplored tunnels invited trouble, and he needed to avoid dangerous situations right now. Where are we going now? Rand formed a bright pinpoint in the darkness covering this section of the map. And his tiny flame wanted breakfast. Thoughts of his son made Sarn's magic flare around him in a blinding sphere. He struggled to suppress it, but too much magic surrounded him, and Sarn had too small a place to hide it away. So he was stuck with emerald ribbons circling them and nuzzling his son. Rand giggled at his magic's attention. What would I do without that sunny child? With such ominous thoughts in mind, Sarn grasped his map, desperate to make it respond to his commands. When he pulled back on the distance, his map zoomed out and confirmed they were still inside the mountain. Something tugged on his map, centering it on a Y intersection a mile back where they should have turned right instead of left. A quarter mile beyond it, a staircase corkscrewed through the mountain, and a long-tailed icon scampered up it. The Watcher. Sarn smiled. At last, something had gone right. His magic still had a tenuous fix on the spy. Hopefully, it would rendezvous with the Rat Man again. If we hurry, I could get a fix on the spymaster himself and find out why he's tailing us. A tug on his pants directed his attention to his son, whom he still owed breakfast. Is the middle kitchen okay with you? Sarn said, preempting his son's question. Rand nodded as he caught the boy's hand and hurried toward answers and food. Having a destination relieved Sarn, though the holes in his map still bothered him. They existed too close to his cave. He must explore them, especially if the Rat Man and his spies called them home. But not now. Sarn added them to the growing list of questions he needed to answer before time ran out. Fate only knew how long he had and which questions were relevant. Rand looked from the ladder masquerading as a staircase to Sarn. Does this go to food? His eyes pleaded for the answer to be no. Yeah, they all do, Sarn patted his son on the head. You can reach every level one know of from any stair, including this one. Of course, they'd make a brief stop on the next level for a chat with a flickering gray man-shaped icon. With luck, it was the Rat Man. On his map, the stairwells all looked corkscrewed into place by giant hands. But none of the stories Sarn had ever heard had mentioned the average height of the Lithirians who built this place. He wouldn't be surprised to find out they were giants in their day. Oh, okay, Rand shrugged and climbed toward the promise of breakfast. Will they have sausages? I like the red ones. You mean the ones with dried tomatoes in them? Yes, I like them. They might. If I see them, I'll grab some. Get two for me, Rand licked his lips in anticipation. I don't know. Two might be too much for you, Sarn said. Rand nodded and continued climbing. His enthusiasm for sausages propelled him until his foot broke through the rotting wood. No more. Rand clung to Sarn's legs. His son had been brave to make it this far. Here, climb on my back. I'll find us a better staircase. Sarn crouched down and his son climbed on without a word. Hold tight, okay? As Sarn finished speaking, his foot broke through the step, but it struck stone underneath. Magic shot up his calf, anchoring him in place. Sarn cursed and willed his magic to let go. After a brief struggle, he finally freed his boot. But Sarn overbalanced and banged his shoulder into the wall. Thank fate, the pain faded as he climbed. He'd take every reprieve life offered. Sarn stepped onto a reassuring stone platform at the top of the stairs and set his grateful son down. 5 feet onward, a portal led to a tunnel and the level above the lower quarters. He didn't sense anyone except a rat creeping around, but Sarn pulled his hood down to cover his face anyway, before peering into the narrow corridor beyond. Ran copied him, and his hooded head poked out around Sarn's leg to do his own people check. Sarn looked down at his son, who, as if cued, glanced up at him with a look of such concentration Sarn laughed. He patted his son on the head and Ran grinned, pleased with his performance. Before venturing into the realm of the non-indentured, Sarn bent to deliver his usual warning. If anyone comes. Ran rolled his eyes and nodded. I know. I hide until he goes away, or you tell me to come out. I'm not a baby. No, you're not. All right, let's go. On alert for trouble, they stepped out into a Lumiere crystal-lit tunnel and stayed low as they wound around stacks of crates. Since Sarn had never had a reason to visit this level until now, his magic sketched in the details as they skulked around, making his head itch. Sarn tried the doors they passed, but they were all locked. Any goods kept under lock and key must be valuable, and he always needed things to trade in the lower quarters' thriving black market. Sarn patted down his pockets but found nothing to pick or force those locks. He cursed his ill luck and starred this place on his map for later. Too bad Murren isn't here. He could have read the words stenciled on the boxes. Oh well, another time perhaps. Sarn pressed on, scanning the numeric sequences stamped on every parcel, and committed them to memory. They weren't random. There was a pattern to them. The mystery teased his imagination, but he had more pressing mysteries in need of solving. If only I had a crowbar. Before he came within eyeshot of the man shape on his map, Sarn crouched behind a short wall of rolled-up rugs. Ran tapped his shoulder. What are you doing? Checking something. But I'm hungry. Ran rubbed his belly, reminding Sarn of the purpose of their outing. I know. I'll make it quick. Stay here and be quiet. Ran's eyes widened, but he nodded and stayed put. As Sarn crept around the pile, he extended his hand and his magic toward that cloaked figure. His fingers closed on the gray fabric covering it, and he flung it aside. Who are you and why are you spying on me? She had no face, just a blank spot where her nose and mouth should be. But her eyes, oh fate, they were flat discs reflecting his glowing eyes and the slice of his scarred face visible beneath his hood. What the hell are you? Sarn dropped her cloak and backed away. She dissolved into a sea of scurrying rats. But her eyes remained. They laughed at him, then they too vanished. Ran screamed and startled Sarn into action. He spun and rushed to his son as hundreds of rats raced toward the terrified boy. But the rats just ran past him. As soon as he reached his son, Sarn pulled Ran into a tight hug and rubbed his back. I'm so sorry. I got carried away. We'll get breakfast now. No more rats. Ran clung to Sarn and balled his fists in his tunic. As Sarn nodded, his magic circled them, alert for long-tailed spies. Green tendrils curled around his son, hugging him too, and his son finally relaxed. I'll keep them away from you. So would his magic. Ran nodded and rubbed tears from his eyes. But Sarn didn't put him down. After giving the crates to his left one last glance, Sarn poked his gift. But his magical senses declined to penetrate the wood. His magic focused on protecting his son, and Ran needed its reassuring touch more than he needed to know what was inside those boxes. Stymied, Sarn let the mystery go for now, until the number 13 caught his eye and drew him to a box, 1 foot on a side. Ran lifted his head from where he'd nestled it in his shoulder. His little face was puffy from crying, but his eyes brightened with curiosity when Sarn set the boy down, so he could get a better look. The parcel was half hidden behind 2 stacks of odd-shaped bundles with a pair of wings inked on its side. As Sarn traced the image, a skull and crossbones symbol interrupted his vision. His magic recoiled, knocking Sarn away from the parcel, and he cursed. "What is it?" Rand touched his leg. "Drugs," Sarn said finally, his lips twisting in disgust. "It's aliel or angel's dust, judging by the design stenciled on its side, which made it Shade's hallucinogen of choice." Sarn kicked the offending box. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Rand dart behind a pile of crates. Sarn turned too late to see what had spooked his son. A man slammed Sarn into a wall, and an elbow the size of his knee jammed into his throat. "Why didn't my magic warn me?" His attacker was in his mid-30s with bad teeth, in a waistline rivaling the columns supporting the 30-foot ceiling. He squashed Sarn, pinning one arm behind his back and the other against the crate tower hiding Rand. But the stupid fool had left his lower half free. When he caught his son's eye, Sarn shook his head. He could fight this oaf without help. But his magic disagreed. It strained to touch the wall, and so did his hand because his magic had seized control of it. Sarn clenched his fist, but his cloak was caught between his hand and the stone wall calling to him, so there was no way he could touch it. "What the hell happened to Baku?" "I heard she's dead," the big man asked. "Who are you?" Sarn kneed the jerk in the groin. The big man crumpled, and Sarn stepped over the groaning heap. "Be glad I didn't headbutt you. At least you're still conscious." "You're a rank bastard, Sarn," the big man bit out. "How the hell does this creep know my name? Who is this guy, and why does he have a grudge against me? I had nothing to do with her disappearance. And the son of a whore, I know." Sarn turned in time to avoid a flying fist aimed at his head. He seized the newcomer's wrist, twisted it behind the man's back, and caught the wiry fellow in a joint lock. The same one Grigori had used on him. "You'll dislocate my arm if you keep pulling on it." "Thanks for the suggestion." Sarn increased the pressure, eliciting a high-pitched scream from his prisoner. "What the hell do you want?" Footsteps warned Sarn, and he mule-kicked whoever had snuck up behind him. His foot collided with flab, not muscle, and the odds of winning this fight ticked upward. His would-be attacker groaned as his body thudded to the ground. "I must have hit a sensitive spot." Sarn had a pretty good idea what, and he winced as he turned to check. Sarn kept the cowed man between him and the two approaching men. They all looked to be in their 40s and late 30s. As they glared at him, hatred darkened their eyes, and they clenched their fists. Why did they hate him? Sarn towered over his attackers, giving him reach. Add in a 1 to 2 decade age difference, and he had speed on his side too, but not mass. His attackers outweighed him by a lot. Thankfully, he had a captive, the guy he'd put in an arm lock, and he kept that man between him and the three approaching men. "What the hell do you want?" The trio exchanged glances as they chose a spokesman, a man with gray hairs streaking his beard and hair. Sarn tagged him as Gray on his mental map, which had become transparent for the fight, but he could still see the markings on it. Gray frowned as his brooding eyes fixed on Sarn, the object of his ire. "We heard about Baku's death." "Who are you?" Sarn stared at Gray. Why did she matter to them? She'd vanished back in early March. "We know you had something to do with it," said a hook-nosed lout with a cowlick as he too glared at Sarn. "And we're here to make sure you pay for it." Muscled arms wrapped around one of Sarn's ankles and twisted. Damn it. He'd forgotten about the guy he'd kicked in the nuts. Sarn shoved his prisoner at the hook-nosed pugilist, rushing toward him, but his now free captive stumbled over the crawler's body and crashed down, freeing his ankle. Sarn dodged a right cross from Gray and crashed into a crate. The wooden box didn't even slide when Sarn leaned back, turning his fall into a roll. He threw his feet over his head and planted them on the ground behind the crate. Being ridiculously tall and flexible had its advantages, and it bought Sarn a moment to come up with a plan. Unfortunately, nothing came to mind. He was outnumbered and probably outmatched. Sarn popped up, crate in hand, and bashed a man with bad teeth on the head as the guy rounded a pallet of boxes. Nails rained onto the floor as the man he'd hit folded. Well, that explained why that crate was so heavy. Sarn threw the rapidly emptying crate at another man while it still had some heft, and dodged a vicious kick aimed at his kidneys from another man half hidden by a pile of barrels. These men knew this area well, allowing them to come at Sarn from all angles. I need to put some distance between me and them, but how? Sarn collided with a waist-high pile of sacks and sat down hard on them, kicking up a cloud of potato flour. But it wasn't enough to obscure anyone's vision, just enough to make everyone sneeze as that cloud spread out. Sarn sneezed as he tried to get clear of that flour, so his eyes would stop burning and tearing and blurring good vision. Thank fate, his map pointed out the fist flying at him in time to throw himself out of the way. Eyes still tearing, Sarn hit the ground and rolled to his feet. He blinked to clear his eyes as he seized another crate and lifted it like an awkward shield. A large man, possibly the same man he'd hit in the groin, buried a fist in the crate, and the crunch of wood drowned out the snapping of bones. The man screamed and writhed as he tried to free his hand from Sarn's makeshift shield. Small metal balls rained onto the floor from a fist-sized hole in the crate and rolled around. Sarn backed away from those trip hazards and pushed a heavy barrel between himself and a man missing both of his front teeth. The fool kicked the barrel and screamed as it belched black powder in his face. The powder smelled like metal and sulfur, an odd combination. I wonder what that is. A metal ball whizzed over Sarn's shoulder, distracting him from that powder, and it ricocheted off Gray's collarbone. Where had that projectile come from? Sarn glanced around for the source, and his son darted out of cover to grab something, then disappeared behind a wall of crates. Sarn realized what his son was doing and cursed. His map took that as an order, and indicated his son's current position, less than 10 feet from him. Sarn dove behind a tower of boxes and caught the thieving boy. I need you to run away and stay out of sight. But I'm helping, and we're winning. Ran held up the slingshot. So that's how he'd hit Gray with that metal ball. Where are you, boy? The voice came from the opposite side of the crate tower. Sarn jumped in front of his son, and Ran ducked behind a wine cask. The metal ball in his son's hand glinted in the Lumiere light as Ran vanished into the shadows. At least the boy was following orders now. Sarn waited for another 10 count before toppling the tower of crates nearest the voice. A muffled groan signaled he'd hit his target. Maybe Ran's right. Maybe we are winning. More projectiles sailed past as Sarn knocked over several barrels, but they weren't aimed at him. The more obstacles he threw into his attacker's path, the better. Maybe they'd buy him enough time to escape with his son. A shape shimmered into existence, and Sarn stared at the ghost boy. What was he doing here? The ghost copied Ran and lobbed handfuls of metal balls at the men until he ran out, then he kicked the sacks, sending plumes of flour into the air. Sarn backed away from the flour and rubbed his eyes, but the specter remained. No one even reacted to it, except him. Am I hallucinating his help? The ghost tossed a door handle at a skinny man, and it struck the man's knee, stopping his charge. The fellow went down clutching his injured leg, and the sight proved the ghost was real and helping, even though that was impossible. A leather strap wrapped around Sarn's throat and choked him. He cursed his inattention as he struggled to free himself. He hadn't even noticed the man was sneaking up on him from behind. I got him. The speaker dragged Sarn into a cleared space. As the noose tightened, Sarn scrambled for a hold on the leather. But a hand fisted the strap right behind the buckle, digging it into the nape of his neck. Sarn tried to work his fingers under the belt, but they slipped off its smooth surface. He threw his stronger leg back and mule-kicked his attacker. A grunt and a curse indicated his blow had landed, but not where Sarn had hoped. He'd missed the guy's nuts and probably struck his stomach or thigh. Damn it. He wouldn't get another shot. The belt tightened again, choking off his air supply, and Sarn gasped, desperate for air. Were they trying to kill him or teach him a lesson? Sarn scoured their faces for answers, but they gave nothing away, not even their intentions. When a board slammed into the backs of his knees, they bent. But Sarn remained suspended by the strap alone until the arm holding it lowered. His knees hit the cold stone, followed by his belly and chin. Magic shot out to cushion his fall, but it slid off the belt. Something about it defeated even his magic's nimble fingers. That was another mystery, but he already had too many to solve. A weight settled on top of Sarn, flattening him, and that ended his speculations. Dinner plate-sized knees landed on either side of his lean hips. Great, the man he'd struck in the nuts now sat on his back. Without letting go of the strap, his attacker jerked Sarn's left arm behind his back. Someone else wrenched his right arm back and bound his wrists together. His magic poked at the bindings. Pick it apart, Sarn told it as he struggled, but hands seized his ankles and bound them too. Death's too good for you. Hot breath stirred the hair on the back of his neck. Sarn went white with horror and thrashed as he gasped for air. The noose contracted again, and his vision swam. Ease off, we don't want to kill him, just incapacitate him. Do you know how much they'll pay for someone like him? A hand flipped Sarn's cowl back and jerked his head up. Look at those eyes, like a pair of emeralds in the sun. Gray shook his head. They're more vivid than any on sale in the flesh market. Sarn blinked away an awful vision of them plucking out his glowing eyes and selling them on the black market. Is that where we're taking him? Asked one of Gray's friends. Gray let go of Sarn. Oh no, he's worth his weight in gold to the right buyer. Because of his funny eyes? No, because of his age. Most boys like him never reach adulthood. You're going to make us a fortune. It won't bring Baku back, but your suffering will ease her raging spirit. Gray patted the back of Sarn's head, and his magic locked on. Fix acquired, his magic chirped as Gray's icon changed to one Sarn could follow anywhere. The stupid fool had signed his death warrant. Now to get out of the whole being sold into slavery thing, again. Last time he was 12 and unprepared. This time he had magic and a son with nimble fingers. The belt contracted again, reminding Sarn he wasn't in control of the situation, yet. Free me. Sarn waited for his magic to comply, but it wasn't paying any attention to him anymore. I asked you a question. Answer it, and you might earn some leniency. Who knows how long you'll be our prisoner before we find a buyer for you? Gray fisted his hand in Sarn's hair again and jerked his head up. What question? Sarn choked out as the belt loosened enough for him to draw in more than a sip of air. How did she die? I don't know. It was the truth, but not the answer they wanted to hear. Leather creaked as the belt tightened again. Sarn's lungs sobbed for air. Black spots danced before his eyes, swelling with each passing second. Just a little more and there, his pants tore and both his bare knees pressed into the ground. He wished his magic had worked on the bindings instead, but he'd just have to work around them. A connection sparked between Sarn and the mountain, but Sarn ignored it as he sent his magic searching for his son and found a rat instead. Why was Rat Woman interested in this? Figure that out later. Find your son before you black out and leave him unprotected. Sarn sent his magic out again, seeking that one bright pinpoint in his dimming awareness. I must keep Rand safe. Nothing else mattered right now. Eventually, these fools would lock Sarn up somewhere, and he'd escape. But Rand must stay safe and out of sight until then, and that was a tall order given his son's inquisitiveness. Magic spread out in concentric rings, plunging his awareness deep into the mountain's roots instead of fanning out across the ground toward his son. No. Sarn fought it, but his magic refused to obey him. A cancerous tumor gnawed at Mount Eredron somewhere nearby, and his magic sped toward it. But Sarn was adrift in a world that was fast fading to gray. AI-narrated, whispered a voice in his head. Unclean shrieked his magic as it recoiled from the cancer and awakened something. Mount Eredron stirred, then it roared. Sarn clung to consciousness by a suffocating thread, and it frayed as the mountain juddered and the noose tightened. Gray's questions had become an insistent buzz in his ears, interrupted by the thunder of breaking rocks. Where were the rocks he distantly sensed falling? Please, not near my son. Sarn met the ghost boy's startled eyes as an invisible force tore at the ghost's garments. Rand shouted something. No, son, run away. Hide until it's safe to come out. Sarn wanted to search for his son, but he couldn't look away from the flickering ghost child. The ground heaved, and Sarn's world faded to black as an image of a 13-pointed star burned in his mind's eye. I've seen you somewhere before, haven't I? The question pursued Sarn into darkness. Time had finally run out for him. Stop it. Rand darted in front of Sarn and fired his slingshot, striking the man holding the belt right between his eyes. Let go of my papa. As the big man toppled, the belt loosened. Magic flooded Sarn, pulling him back from the edge of unconsciousness. His map tried to form, but Sarn banished it with a thought. He didn't need it right now. Thankfully, Mount Eredrin had calmed and stopped quaking. But his son stood unprotected between him and Grey. Then the boy disappeared. Before Sarn could wonder where he'd gone, a small knee dug into his side. Metal balls clinked in Rand's pockets as his nimble fingers slid the belt through the buckle, loosening the makeshift noose. Sarn dragged in a grateful lungful of air as the magic receded from his chest, and he flirted with unconsciousness again for a moment. Breathe, Papa. Rand patted the back of his head. Sarn attempted a nod, then gave up when white fire shook its cage somewhere inside him. It wanted to break out. Not again. Sarn had neither the wherewithal nor the inclination to deal with two types of magic right now. One had already plugged into the mountain. If Sarn lost control of the other, he didn't know what it would do. Bran? I'm here. Rand patted Sarn's shoulder, then walked around until he came into view. I'm okay. Are you okay? Sarn nodded. He rolled onto his side, breaking his connection to the mountain, and stopped the flow of information to his inner cartographer. He also shoved his map out of sight when it tried to manifest. Now really wasn't the time to view its progress mapping this area. Annoyed at the interruption to its map editing session, his magic poked brilliant green fingers at the bindings at his wrists and ankles. Finally, his magic had decided to do what he'd wanted it to do all along. Sarn suppressed his annoyance. He was just glad his bindings were made from natural fibers, so the knots fell apart with a little help from his son. Free but too damn tired to move, Sarn pillowed his head on his arm and just lay there catching his breath. Beneath him, he sensed Mount Eredrin settling back into its interrupted slumber. Sarn made sure no bare skin touched the stonework so the mountain stayed asleep. One brush against its mind was scary enough. Rand leaned into Sarn, and his magic spun a protective emerald bubble around them. Who is this boy, and why does he call you Papa? Asked one of his attackers. Because he's my papa. Rand squared his shoulders and turned to face the men. I'll admit you're the spitting image of him, but how could you be his son? You're too old. Grey bent as he considered the boy. Rand returned that scrutiny with interest. I'm not. He's my papa. Rand folded his arms over his chest and glared at Grey. All right, little mouse, how old are you? 4. Rand held up 4 fingers and wiggled them. And I'm not a mouse. All the men laughed at that. You look too old to be 4, the large man Sarn had kneed in a sensitive spot commented. The guy still had one hand cupped around his groin. Because I'll be 5 soon. I'll be 5 on March, Rand trailed off, unable to recall his birthday. He glanced at his father for the answer. 15th, Sarn supplied, remembering the day his world had changed forever. Look, kid, I don't know what he's told you, but you can't be his get. He's not old enough to be your father. He is my son. Sarn rose, but dizziness forced him to plant his rear and wait. Perhaps his son was right. Adventures should take place after breakfast, and fights too. Since all the men's attention had riveted on his pint-sized savior, and his magic had the boy well protected, Sarn could rest for another minute. Yes, he is. Papa's 20. Rand held up 10 fingers and then 10 again before continuing. Uncle Murren's 14. The boy flashed 10 fingers, then folded 6 of them out of sight. And I'm 4. Rand ended his demonstration by waggling his 4 remaining digits. You can't be 4. My son was your height when he was twice your age. Grey shook his head at Rand. Kid, it isn't bloody likely you're his son. No, Papa was 16 when I was born, Rand corrected. To further clarify his point, he held up 10, then 6 fingers. How did you know that? Sarn stared at his son in shock. Murn had promised to teach Rand to add and subtract, but those lessons had stalled at 1 + 1 = 2. People talk and I listen, Rand shrugged. Embarrassed, Sarn shook his head. His son soaked up everything around him, just like a sponge. He had to watch what he said from now on. However, the exchange set the men off again, and their laughter echoed off the walls. As he wiped tears of mirth from his eyes, Gray directed his next question to Sarn. Is the boy Baku's son? Yes, she's my mama. Rand's face crumpled, and he leaned into Sarn. But she went away and didn't come back. Do you know where she went? Rand glanced at the men with hope. His grief pinned all 5 men in place. Sarn shifted so he could hug his son. You still have your uncle and me. We'll always be there for you. Rand nodded and sniffed. I know. The boy transferred his hopeful gaze to his father. Can we go see Mama someday? Sarn kept the no building in his soul, caged behind his teeth. Rand was his son now. Baku had given up all rights to the boy when she disappeared. Anger tightened a noose around Sarn's neck, choking off any further words. Death would be too pat an end to the whole tawdry affair. No, Baku was out there somewhere, and he refused to search for her. Sarn held his son close to his heart and let the question hang between them, unanswered. Gray extended a hand to Sarn, but not a truce since the men had yet to claim their pound of flesh. Sarn ignored the hand and stood up on his own. Once he was vertical, his son looked up at him with a plea in his green eyes, and his thin arms rose for a pickup. Sarn scooped his son up and Rand curled into his chest. How did you know my name? I've never seen any of you before, Sarn asked, cutting right to the heart of his confusion. He backed up until a 5-foot wall of undamaged boxes separated him from the 5 men. But he could still see them over it. His heel struck 2 metal balls, sending them rolling. Sarn glanced at the floor to check for more trip hazards, until the question that had gnawed at him dragged his attention back to Gray. How did Baku die? Gray's accusatory eyes narrowed on Sarn. I told you already. I don't know. I wasn't there. Sarn rubbed slow circles on his son's back. Rand deserved a little coddling after the morning they'd had. Liar. Tree stumps for limbs pointed an accusing finger at Sarn. I can't lie. The thing lighting up my eyes won't let me. Sarn gestured with his free hand, and all eyes riveted on his fate's damned face, until Rand turned in his embrace to face them. Gray and his friend's stares bounced between Sarn and his son, taking in their uncanny resemblance. Rand smiled, loving their response. Tension thrummed through Sarn, stretching his spine rigid as a pole. He hated when people stared at him. But Rand kept pushing his hood back when Sarn tried to pull it down to cover his face. He finally succeeded when his son's attention drifted to the destruction they'd caused. Sarn relaxed when shadows veiled most of his scarred face. Tree stumps for limbs drew himself up to his full height, an impressive 5'11" to Sarn's 6.5 feet. Liar. She wouldn't leave the lower quarters without you. Yeah, well, on that day she did. Sarn struggled to cover his son's ears. They'd perked up at the mention of his mother. Ironically, he'd been planning to leave her and take Rand with him again. But she disappeared before he could say anything. Nor could he stop the jealousy from flaring up, even though Baku's whereabouts were no longer his concern. Neither was the identity of the person she had stepped out with on that fateful morning. She'd made her choice. Sarn shook his head. It wasn't me. I know, Rand said, speaking for the first time since the subject of his mother had come up. You were sleeping. I was too. Yeah, I was your mattress. Sarn poked his son in the belly, making the boy squirm. Then he refocused on Gray and company to see what effect Rand's statement had on them. Why did you think I had something to do with it? Gray folded his arms over his chest. 4 years ago, I stopped by to say hello and to check on the current crop of foundlings. I found the place all but abandoned. A few stragglers told me a shocking story about a picnic. Sarn recalled the June Sunday in question. Butterflies had flitted between flowers, and a 3-month-old Ran had batted tiny fists at them. Sarn marveled at how much his son had grown since then, and he wondered if his relationship with Ran's mother had been toxic then too. What does an outing 4 years ago have to do with this? Gray ignored his question. Imagine my surprise to find out Baku had gone to this picnic on the arm of her newest boy toy. Baku, the woman who hadn't gone outside in 2 decades. But she went outside with you. 2 decades. Sarn repeated, staggered by the implications. He'd known Baku was a shut-in, but how could she stay underground for so long without going crazy? A bunch of things tumbled together to form an ugly whole. Do you know what agoraphobia means? Sarn shook his head. Fear of wide open spaces. Gray paused and debated something. Agoraphobia, Ran repeated, breaking the word up into its composite syllables. Fear of wide open spaces. What are wide open spaces? The meadow is one. Sarn held his son tighter. Ran repeated the word. Mama had this agoraphobia. Yes. According to Gray, she did, and Sarn saw it now in hindsight. Ran's face clouded again, portending more questions. Am I sick with agoraphobia? No, you don't have any phobias. Sarn rubbed his son's back again. It is a sickness, Gray interrupted. It is? Sarn and his son asked in unison. Gray's comment wrapped an icy dread around Sarn, and its grip tightened with every word the man said. It's a disease of the mind, where the fear lives. It makes its den in awful memories, and it feeds off them until there's nothing left. Ran shivered at the vivid description, and his anxious eyes fixed on Sarn again. Did the phobia kill Mama? Ran uttered the word kill as if he knew what it meant. Oh, I think it did, Gray said before Sarn could answer. His gaze skimmed over Sarn's body, scanning him from head to toe. Sarn returned the glare with interest as his cloak drew together, blocking Gray's assessing stare. Ran wriggled until he could see out. His heel encountered a solid object, the wall. The fight had moved into a storeroom, and Gray and company blocked the only exit. Damn. Panic surged through Sarn until he hammered it down with logic. With a little ingenuity, anything was possible, especially if he added a dash of magic to it. Ran patted his pockets, causing the metal balls inside them to clink and the Y-shaped top of his slingshot to pop out. At least they had one weapon to hand. No wonder she liked you, she'd found someone as screwed up in here as she was. Gray pointed to his head and relaxed. He'd cracked a tough nut and exposed its meat, leaving Sarn vulnerable and hating it. What do you want? I want to know what happened. She was close to you, closer than she'd been with her previous lovers. You knew her better than anyone else, even though you were half her age. And I keep telling you, I don't know what happened to her. Sarn heard the chiming of bells, but he ignored them since he had until 20th bell to meet the Rangers, somewhere. They were the least of his concerns. Who are you people, and why do you care? You don't know who we are? Gray exchanged startled looks with his compatriots. No. Well, since we know your name and your boys, I suppose introductions are in order. Dirk was the one Sarn had tagged as Gray. His companions included Ragnus, VR, Chryso, and Gorfin. None of their names registered. How do you know Baku? She didn't mention us? VR looked put out as he threaded his belt through the loops on his pants. I'd remember if she had. Would he? Sarn suppressed his doubts. Now wasn't the time to entertain them. Interesting. Well, if you're the jealous type, I doubt she would have. Ragnus took pleasure in delivering such a low blow. Great, they were old lovers. Sarn ground his teeth. Should he expect more of Baku's old flames to show up and threaten him? His life offered enough complications without that. We grew up with her. We were all foundlings at one time, Dirk said, taking pity on Sarn. We're not old lovers. Though some of us might have wanted to be, you know why it wouldn't have been possible. The man's phrasing threw Sarn for a loop, and he rubbed his temples with his free hand. What the hell was Dirk implying? Dirk blew out an impatient breath. You're not real bright, are you? I don't know much about Biku's life before I met her, Sarn snapped. Of course he'd never asked because he hadn't wanted to field the reverse questions. Oh, Dirk's face softened in understanding. So, you didn't know some jerk raped her when she was young. Afterward she feared grown men, so she went after teenage boys. She told me about that. Rand shifted, so his head fit the hollow between his neck and shoulder. His breath warmed the fabric bumping over Sarn's collarbone. What's rape mean? I'll explain later. Sarn would too, even if the explanation dredged up memories of an incident he'd failed to prevent. The lower quarters teemed with users, abusers, and the indifferent, and some of them liked little boys. Rand needed to know what to do and how to get help. I'm hungry, Rand whispered in his ear. I know, and I'll get something for you as soon as we get out of here. And Sarn still had to deal with all the strangeness of yesterday and this morning, but later after food cleared away the mental cobwebs. I know. I didn't want you to forget. As if his son would let him forget, Sarn shook his head at his son's lack of faith in him, then stilled. Echoes bounced off the naked stone in the corridor outside the storeroom. 2 sets of footsteps approached, and so did the complaints of men who never ventured below ground. Voices he knew well. Their symbols ignited on the map his magic had constructed during the fight, and Sarn bit off a curse. Why did it have to be them? Chapter 21. Why the hell can't the Fletchers fetch their own arrowheads? Gillister asked. Where are these bloody arrows? We've been all over this level looking, and they still haven't appeared. Are you certain this fool even knows where to look? And why send us? Aren't there dozens of lads with nothing else to do who could trek around for hours down here? We've got important things to do. Where the hell is Sarn when I need him? He's at least quiet, Grigori said, aggrieved by his loquacious companion. Nothing could have induced Grigori to take Gillister on an errand, except a direct order from Gerlo. Where is he? He's indentured. Fetching and carrying are fine for him. He's got nothing better to do. Besides, he's much stronger than I am. Will you shut up? I can't hear the man, and he might have found them. Say again, Lanier, do you have a lead? Frustration kicked Grigori's voice up a notch, sending echoes of his question to bounce around the storeroom. Not a lead, but well, Lanier broke off, and footsteps resounded. Dirk? Dirk, where are you? Lanier raised his voice and repeated his call over Gillister's continued grumbling. Part of Sarn wanted to break out in hysterical laughter. Could rescue show up in a usable form next time? If either Grigori or Gillister saw Rand, they'd take his son away. Sweat beaded on Sarn's brow as fear looped molten bands around his chest and squeezed. Wizards, blizzards, and bloody damned gizzards, how could he prevent such a disaster? For starters, he could duck behind that wall of crates, so he wasn't visible anymore. Sarn draped his cloak over himself and his son, and hunkered down. Magic uncoiled inside him and stretched its wings over them, though who knew if it helped. Papa? Rand shifted in his grip, and his son's concerned eyes caught his. Are you okay? Rand touched his face and calmed his magic. The fire constricting Sarn's chest eased, and he could breathe again. Just in time too, because a door creaked, and muffled voices sounded in the tunnel outside the storeroom. Sarn shut his glowing eyes. What's happening? Rand whispered, half strangling Sarn. Sarn shushed the boy since he had no answer, and loosened Rand's grip on his neck. Sorry I hurt you. I'm scared. Don't be. Just be quiet and still. I'll get us out of here. Then we have breakfast? Yes, now hush. Rand nodded, and his forehead smacked into Sarn's jaw. His son had a hard head, just like his father. Sorry. Rand's fingers probed the new bruise. Did they hurt you? I'll be okay. Sarn felt a padlock click closed from across the room. His sixth sense walked its pitted surface seeking weaknesses but found none before he redirected it. No way would he exit that way, too many witnesses. "Excuse the mess, an accident happened inside there but we'll get it cleaned up," Dirk's muffled voice assured someone. Sarn's head snapped up as claws clicked on the stone floor, and a rat icon appeared on his map. What an interesting complication. Would Rat Woman show up next? Sarn rose from his crouch and peered over the boxes, hiding them. Where was the rat? He pulled up his map just as the rat icon shattered, sending a wave of tiny writhing icons scurrying away. One threat down, 5 to go. Keep talking, Jilister. The hairs on the back of Sarn's neck stirred. He pivoted. Air currents and escape routes went hand in hand under the mountain. What are we looking for? A way out. Rand nodded and narrowed his eyes in concentration as his head turned. A gray shape coalesced, dropping the temperature in its wake. Sarn's breath misted the air, and in his arms his son shivered. He rubbed Rand's back to warm him as a wrongness wrenched his stomach, doubling Sarn up. A spectral hand floated past, and Sarn retreated from its grasping fingers. Next, the ghost boy's head popped into view and drifted toward his disembodied arm. His leg followed with a part of a torso close behind it. What happened? Sarn stared as the ghost boy gathered his scattered parts and reconnected them. Why didn't they save you? Was there something wrong with you? Dull green eyes fixed on Sarn. They begged for help, and he nodded. Of course he'd help, but first he had to untangle the events of the last day and a half, if he could. What is it? Rand extended a curious finger toward the ghost boy. But the ghost shuddered and fell apart, scattering its limbs to the four corners of the storeroom before they winked out. Twice the specter had gone to pieces when his son was present. Rand was too young to use magic, wasn't he? The realization chilled Sarn as he searched his son's eyes for the glow of active magic, and found none. Relieved, he held his son tight. Let the magic leave the tyke alone for a while longer. Papa? What is he? Rand meant the ghost boy. He's something I need to deal with. Rand's face scrunched up, portending more questions, none of which Sarn had the answers for right now. We'll talk about this after I find a way out of here. When the walls all proved to be solid, Sarn scanned the ceiling out of sheer desperation. Air was entering from somewhere. What does a way out look like? Sarn pointed at what he'd seen as a voice intoned, "Immersive." A warning flashed on his map. How will we reach it? Rand asked, pointing to the trapdoor 40 feet overhead. Nausea punched Sarn in the stomach as he studied his options. One wall had brackets attached to it, but it was too far from the trapdoor, and the other wall was a solid granite block with no handholds. Sarn couldn't free climb that without magical help. Why was escape never easy? Stay close to me. Sarn set his son down. Short on time, Sarn ignored the sealed crates and rifled through the open ones instead for anything he could fashion into a weapon. A grappling hook would be awesome, but all he found was a box of belts. Sarn connected two together and tugged on them. Would they hold his weight and his son's? He doubted it. On to plan B then. Sarn shucked off his boots and tied the laces together. What's that? Rand pointed at something in between two rolled-up carpets. As the gray shape boiled up from the floor, flies covered its back. Ants flocked to its limbs, and cockroaches bunched together, forming its thorax and head. More insects piled on, fusing into a chitinous exoskeleton, complete with mandibles. Sarn swallowed bile at the sight. What vile magic held this abomination together? There were no mages anymore, not like in the old tales. That's trouble. Sarn ripped strips from his cloak and tied them together into a crude harness. While he attached his boots to it, threads extruded from both sides of the tear, reweaving a garment that had become more magic than cloth over the years. Moments later, his cloak was whole again. The creature turned intelligent compound eyes on Sarn. Green lightning snaked over his knuckles, but the elemental magic in his veins felt insignificant when compared to the black waves of power mashing an uncountable number of insects into the man-shaped piece of filth staggering toward him. Sarn doubled over and vomited stomach acid, and stayed down when his magic warned him about an incoming projectile. A second later, a metallic ball whizzed past his head and bounced off the creature's forehead. Rand shot the creature in the left eye, then took out the right one and cowered against Sarn's leg while he searched for more ammunition. Excellent shot, Sarn smiled despite their situation as he straightened up. He had a bold little boy with excellent aim. The enraged insect man hissed, then charged, giving Sarn enough time to yank his son out of the way. Insect man crashed into a heap of debris, sending a bolt of shimmering green fabric flying. As the insect man thrashed, the fabric tangled around him. He scratched at it with his claws, but that tough fabric refused to tear. Climb on my back and get your arms and legs under these. Sarn pointed to the makeshift harness crisscrossing his chest, and hold on tight. We're getting out of here. How? Magic. Not his preferred option, but Sarn dropped into a runner's crouch by his son. He'd used more magic in the last 2 days than in the last 3 years combined, and he didn't know what to think about that. Once Ran was in place, Sarn pushed up into a zigzagging run around the struggling creature. Insect Man had almost freed himself by the time Sarn hit the wall and rushed up it. Thanks to his magic, which liked rocks, his bare feet stuck to the stone, and so did his hands, allowing Sarn to defy gravity. Magic surged through Sarn, dumping fire into his veins as he crawled up the wall as if it were the floor. The green glow of his eyes intensified, but Sarn ignored that and concentrated on his goal, the trapdoor. Nothing else mattered except reaching it before the insect man transformed into something nastier. Sarn cursed when his hand slipped off the stone wall. He couldn't concentrate on climbing and consult his map, not while his magic focused on the abomination crashing into things below. But his magic had a solution for that. The wall undulated and extruded blobby arms to embrace him. Sarn slapped the granite hands gripping his shirt, but they kept flowing down the wall toward the ascending rat. Stop it. I don't need your help. I have a plan. But his damned magic paid no attention to his orders. It had a plan of its own, and to hell with what he wanted. Sarn gnashed his teeth to keep from vomiting. His stomach heaved each time he came within 10 feet of the climbing rat or insect man. Stop it. Why's it taking us down? Down is bad. Rand pointed to the stone arms holding onto them. I don't know. Sarn didn't know what to do about it. If his magic refused to help him, then he was trapped. It's okay. Papa will get us out of here. Rand patted the stone hand fisted in his tunic, and it quivered. A barrage of images shot through Sarn's head from the connection his feet maintained with the wall. It wasn't his magic fighting him. It was Mount Eredrin. Great. A command broke free from the tumult in his head: destroy it. How? Sarn asked the mountain, but he didn't get a response. Abomination, said his magic. Yes, it was, but what the hell could he do about it? Hold on tight, Sarn said to his son as the stone arms stilled. Why? Because I'm about to do something stupid. Nothing was ever fair when magic got involved, but Sarn didn't bother to complain about it. Why? Ran asked again. Because being a spectacle was his special skill in life, but Sarn refrained from pointing that out. Instead he said, on 3 I need you to hold as tight as you can to me. Okay. 1. A section of the wall pushed out, providing Sarn with a platform. 2. Magic rushed to his feet, encasing them in green fire. 3. The mountain let go. Sarn jumped, tucked, and tumbled. He slammed both feet into the abomination's head, and sent a bolt of green fire edged with silver into the creature. As the bonds holding Insect Man together broke, he shrieked and shook, sending billions of insects flying in all directions. Overcome by a sudden wave of dizziness, Sarn fell. Before his feet hit a floor free of insects, he bent his knees to absorb the impact. But his earth magic kicked in the instant before he landed, and the stone floor turned springy. Sarn sank into it and tipped forward toward a nearby crate. At the last minute, he twisted and missed a date with unconsciousness by mere inches. Sarn landed on his side so he didn't squash his son. Ran patted him down. "Are you hurt?" "No, just a little light-headed." Sarn sat up and almost blacked out. He blinked until the gray haze cleared, but Jolister had either stopped talking or fled the area. Sarn cursed and tried to rise, but Ran held tightly to him, and his son's scant weight overbalanced him. Sarn planted his rear and waited for the dizziness to fade. "What now?" Ran rested his head on Sarn's back. "We get out of here." But how they do that eluded Sarn as he glared at the trapdoor 40 feet overhead. Too dizzy to climb, Sarn crawled to the nearest wall and hoped he could impersonate a spider again. All he needed was skin contact and it should work. Before he tried, Sarn paused and rested his head on the wall. He'd play spider when he felt less light-headed. Magic, or maybe it was the mountain, decided for him. Green light leaked out of his eyes and inched up the wall and across the ceiling. A detailed image of the rope contraption balled up at the trapdoor's corner flashed across Sarn's mind, along with a silent query, "What now?" His magic had asked a good question. Sarn studied the bundle. "Please let that be a net." "Papa? What are you doing?" Ran squirmed out of the makeshift harness and stood next to him. "I'm trying to figure out how to unhook it." Sarn pointed at the trapdoor. Ran produced the slingshot from his pocket. After he lined up a shot, Ran fired. The first projectile missed by a handspan, but the second, third, and fourth struck the bundle, jiggling it and revealing the problem. The damn thing is caught in the door. As Sarn realized this, so did his magic, and it lifted the trapdoor so the net cascaded down. "Do we climb now?" Ran bounced in anticipation. "Yes." Sarn pulled his boots on and used the wall to help him rise. Thank fate, something had worked out in his favor. The bottom of the net dangled 10 feet from the ground, and he was 6'6". Escape was no longer a problem. "Climb as quickly and carefully as you can." Sarn held Ran above his head, and his grinning son grabbed hold of the net. Its square holes were wide enough to fit an adult's boot, but Ran scampered up the net, enjoying the climb. It was the first bright spot in the debacle this morning had turned into. As soon as Ran had climbed a few feet, Sarn jumped and seized a handful of the net. His body protested when he chinned himself up, but he ignored it. He felt a key apply itself to the lock on the storeroom door, and his sixth sense warned of the hasp's imminent release. Damn, he'd hoped for a longer head start. Sarn reached the top as the door handle jiggled. He swung himself up and gathered the net into a bundle. Ran reached out to help. They left the net bunched up on the floor. With luck, Dirk and company wouldn't figure out where they'd gone for a while. Ran tapped his shoulder. "Where are we?" "Where indeed?" Sarn closed his eyes, shuddering their glow, and reached for his map only to find it blank. Ran leaned into his leg, shivering in the sudden darkness, and he rested a hand on his son's head to reassure him. Had they escaped one danger only to climb into another? Sarn let his senses stray from his side, but they sent back no information. He gave up on invisibility and opened his eyes. But as their emerald glow increased, so did the chamber, not helpful. This cavern stood inside a mountain, so there were walls. Fate only knew where, though. Why me? Why today? With a shake of the head, Sarn shelved those non-productive thoughts for later. Why's it so dark? Ran gripped Sarn's pant leg and tugged on it. Because there are no Lumir crystals here. Sarn clamped a hand to his waist to prevent his trousers from falling. Why? Why indeed? The Lithirians had been obsessed with that luminous stone. Lumir crystals striped every level because the mountain had rich deposits of them everywhere except here. There must be a reason for the lack, but was it germane to their current circumstance? Probably not. I don't know. Sarn turned, searching for a door, a tunnel, somewhere to go. Every hour added more ill-fitting pieces to an already complicated puzzle. But he never gave up, so he picked a direction. Can we do it again? Ran asked. Do what? Sarn glanced at his son. Had the boy lost his mind? The climbing part, I liked it. A smile tugged at Rand's lips, but it slid away as the darkness pressed in around them, contracting the green nimbus cast by Sarn's eyes. Was it getting darker in here? Sarn turned to check, but it was hard to tell. The amount of light his eyes put out varied in intensity, depending on the magic's whims, not his. Another time maybe. You promise? Sarn sighed. Sure, someday we'll climb something. Though the next time there'd be sunshine too. His son deserved that. Food now? Yeah, as soon as I figure out where the hell we are. Sarn triggered his mental map, but the damn thing was busy sketching in what little information he had about this cavern. Sarn bit off a curse. What was the point in having magic if half the time it ignored him? Sarn took his son's hand and ran away from the trapdoor. Best if they put some distance between them and it. Dirk and his cronies were coming, but they were still some distance away. Come on, let's walk a bit and see where this ramp goes. Rand followed, but the darkness oppressed him. Can I have a light? I won't drop it. Sarn heard the quaver in his son's voice and removed his pendant. The crystal had been a gift, and it had lit many dark places before his eyes had glowed. As Sarn held the finger-long crystal up, it threw a radiant white sphere around his son, and Rand relaxed. Something nagged at Sarn as he stared at his pendant. It was one of the rarest types of Lumiere crystals. All other types of Lumiere crystals could be bought or stolen, but not the one dangling from his hand. It could only be given from one bearer to the next. Since nearly all the wood in Shayari had been enchanted to resist fire, Lumiere crystals were the light source of choice. Everyone carried around nuggets of it. Lumiere crystals were so ubiquitous, no one would bother to steal them. But he hadn't sensed any Lumiere crystals at either murder site yesterday. That lack bothered Sarn. It meant something. Rand reached for the pendant swinging above his head. So too did a disembodied hand, as the ghost boy tried to manifest again. His spectral parts popped into existence and drifted toward the ghost's torso. Each time a limb rejoined, a shadow scythed through the connection, breaking it. Sarn gaped at the ghost. It was at the heart of everything that had gone wrong in the last day and a half. How could he fix it? Rand stretched up on his toes and snatched the pendant. As its leather thong slid through Sarn's fingers, nausea walloped him, and he doubled over. Rand raised the crystal like a tiny sword, and its white glow flared, driving away the shadow, knifing the ghost to pieces. Rand backpedaled in shock and collided with Sarn's legs. The ghost boy fixed grateful eyes on them, then he also vanished. What was that? Rand pointed at where the ghost and the shadow had been. That's what I'm trying to figure out. After they got out of there, of course. Sarn took his son's hand and froze. 5 Lumiere crystals headed this way in the hands of the 5 men he'd fought before. Sarn bit off a curse and hurried in the opposite direction. At his side, Rand turned the pendant in his hands, fingering the grooves carved into its widest face. Sarn braced himself for a barrage of questions, but Rand stayed quiet, and his sudden quietude unnerved Sarn. His son was a talker, like his brother. No doubt their predicament preyed on the boy's mind, and that was his fault. Sarn ground his teeth in frustration. How could he help a ghost when he struggled to safeguard his own son? The question pursued Sarn as he sought a way out of this endless cavern. What is that? Why is it glowing? Rand pointed at a welcome sight, sunlight knifing through the dark. Relief made Sarn giddy, and laughter fizzed just under the surface. We finally found a wall, which makes that a door. With luck, it was their exit. Was it extending brilliant hands? Sarn rubbed his eyes, but the image refused to fade. We can go outside through there? Rand ventured, sounding hopeful. Sarn nodded, distracted by the luminous white filaments extending from his body. They drank in the sunlight while his gut cramped with hunger. For a moment, everything grayed out. Sarn leaned into the wall as the world rocked around him. What magic was this? It wasn't the rock-loving green one lighting up his eyes. What magic was white? Before everything blackened, the filaments receded, and Sarn stopped his floorward slide. Papa? Rand tugged on his pant leg until he received a response. I'm okay. Sarn ruffled his son's hair, distracting the boy for a heartbeat. Rand scowled as he finger-combed his locks back into place. Can we go out that door? Maybe. Sarn played the glow of his eyes over it but found no handle or hasp. He put his shoulder to the door and pushed, but it refused to budge. It's locked from the other side. We have to find another way out. Could he pick the lock from the reverse side with his magic? Sarn's head hurt just thinking about that. I know you're up here. There's no escape from this level. Come out and talk to me, Dirk shouted, ending Sarn's internal debate. We won't harm you or your son. I swear it. Only a fool would believe that. Give me the pendant. Sarn held out his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Rand handed it over. Sarn settled the pendant under his tunic again, and the light cut off, leaving them bathed in the green glow of his eyes until he closed them. Rand clung to him, scared of the dark as he led the boy to a stalagmite. They crouched behind it, and Sarn pulled his shivering son into a one-armed embrace. I'll get us out of here, Sarn whispered to his son, who nodded. Just be as silent as a sleeping stone. An image of 13 rock piles superimposed itself over the sullen green star poking at Sarn's closed eyes. Then the image faded. What had he just seen? A memory or a magic-born hallucination? And why did everything come in sets of 13? Come out and talk to me. Hell no, Sarn tightened his arm around his son. He still had a fix on Dirk and his men. The fools never should have let him touch them. He had maybe 5 minutes before they converged on this location. Update demanded his magic as it pushed against his clothes. Sarn yearned for the cool touch of stone and the deep well of information flowing through in it. No. If he gave in, he'd black out and leave his son vulnerable. Sarn held tight to his son until the urge to strip off his clothes and embrace the stalagmite hiding them abated. Rand stood on tiptoe and whispered into Sarn's good ear. What now? We find a way out of here. Preferably before Sarn lost control of his magic. Hunger eroded his concentration, making his mind malleable to the magic's manipulation. Sarn rubbed his aching head, then resumed studying his map. It didn't line up properly with the levels above since the mountain tapered, and he still wasn't sure about their exact location. Rand laid his head on Sarn's thigh, and he stroked the boy's greasy locks. Where had Dirk and his friends come from? If he could find where they'd entered, they could leave the same way. Distant chatter startled Sarn. Sarn lowered his hood, put his good ear to the wall, and concentrated. How could he hear the door wardens from here? They should be on the other side of the mountain, unless he was wrong about their location. Magic trickled out of his ear and crawled up the wall, dragging his consciousness with it until he jerked his head away and broke the connection. What's that? Rand asked. What is what? Sarn cracked his eyes open and played a thin beam of green light over his son's fingers. Under them, a square block sunk into the wall. What did you do? Rand shrugged and backed away as a section of the wall swung in. Sarn smiled as he opened his eyes all the way, and their emerald glow revealed a staircase twisting into the darkness, of course. The Lithurians were a race of paranoid misanthropes. They had hidden many rooms, traps, tunnels, and staircases all over the mountain. Sarn patted Rand on the back. Good job, you found an exit. No more stairs. Now I'll never eat. Rand kicked the bottom step, then squeaked as a rat darted past his foot. It was the spy from earlier. Was it heading toward its mistress? No more rats. Rand fixed scared eyes on Sarn and clutched his pants when he started up the stairs in pursuit. Those tiny hands stopped Sarn. Rand wasn't growing up on the streets like he had. I'm sorry, but we have to go up. Sarn waved to the stairs. The rats won't hurt us, but those men will. Dirk chose that moment to comment. Not true, we just want to talk to you. And sell him into slavery. No thank you, Sarn's hands tightened into fists. Indentured servitude was better. At least it offered the promise of freedom when he'd paid off his debts. A warning flashed on Sarn's map, and he turned in time to deflect a punch with his forearm. These guys were so predictable. Papa. Go. Run up the stairs. I'll be right behind you. A fist slammed into Sarn's side, sending him crashing into the stairwell. Magic softened his landing, saving Sarn from a concussion. He sprawled across 6 steps and willed his frozen son to move. His body only blocked half of the staircase, leaving plenty of room for Dirk to climb past him. Leave my son alone. Sarn seized Dirk's ankle and twisted it, bringing the man down. Get out of my way. I'll grab the little imp, shouted one of Dirk's men, the widest one VR. Sarn recognized the voice as he latched onto Dirk's waist and yanked the man down and away. Dirk strained to reach Ran, but the boy ducked around a bend in the stairway, and Dirk's hands closed on air. Sarn rolled and pulled Dirk under him. On top now, Sarn punched Dirk. You lied. Not about hurting the boy. For God's sake, he's Biku's son. And sincerity might have softened Dirk's eyes for a second before their situation registered. Dirk smiled and went for the jugular. But Sarn had expected that, so he fended off the chokehold with a well-placed elbow. An arm wrapped around Sarn's throat from behind and squeezed, reminding him there were 4 more combatants. Not again. This was the 3rd time this move had caught him unawares in the last 48 hours. With his luck, it was VR reprising his earlier role. Thank fate, none of the Rangers were here to see this, or Sarn would be the laughingstock of their order. Dirk punched Sarn, and he saw stars for a moment, long enough to lose his chokehold on the magic. Green light clawed at his eyes and his skin, seeking a way out. Instead of accepting its help, Sarn kicked Dirk and bones crunched. He couldn't see where his foot had landed because his vision had contracted to the hairy arm choking him. Ran screamed, and his terror paused the fight. I'm coming, son. Sarn got his feet under him and slammed the back of his head into the man choking him. Pain radiated out from the blow, and Sarn staggered when his dazed captor released him. He tripped over several legs and landed on the stairs beside Dirk, who gripped his broken arm. Where was his son? Ran screamed again, and his terror shredded Sarn, leaving no room for speech, only action. Before the strange détente ended, he crawled toward his son, dividing his attention between what was above and the men below. Magic leaked out of his hands and charged up the stairs like an army of glowing green ants. When they found his son, they wrapped a shield around the shuddering boy. But some of his magic continued past Ran, seeking the source of his son's fear. Information punched Sarn, and the world grayed out as he pulled his son into his arms. He lay there too dizzy to move while rats poured down the stairs and over his body. Each little foot was a caress. Ran screamed and cried into his chest, but Sarn was with the magic, flowing upwards through the channels the Lithurians had made heading toward. Papa? Sarn blinked, and his awareness receded until it stopped at his skin. I'm sorry. It's okay. We're okay. Look what the rats did. Ran pointed, but Sarn had to lever himself up to see. He laughed at the 5 men screaming and swatting at the rats climbing their bodies. You were right. Ran leaned into him. 13 rats broke off their attack and blurred as they converged on the threshold, revealing Ratwoman. Wiry hair framed a doughy, unfinished face. She looked like a clumsy child's attempt at doll-making, not a living being. Clad in a cloak stitched together from rat skins, she stood there staring with those mirrored eyes. But they weren't empty. A spark of personality fired and caught in their silver depths before she turned. Thank you. Ran waved to her. Why did you help us? Sarn struggled to his feet and swayed when the world took a step to the right without him. He leaned into the wall enclosing the stairwell. 13 rats had formed her. That could not be a coincidence. Somehow she was part of this. But the lipless woman remained silent as she touched the wall and the secret panel closed off the stairwell. Who are you? Sarn asked the blank wall separating them. She helped us. I know. I just wish I knew why she helped us and why she spied on us. And many other things too disturbing to mention to his son. Sarn pulled himself together, and he blinked as his map appeared. A yellow arrow pointed at a welcome spot, the middle kitchen. All he had to do was climb 120 steps. Thank fate for small miracles. When did she spy on us? Sarn waved the question away. When didn't matter, but why did? Was Ratwoman an ally? How did she fit into the general weirdness of the last day and a half? None of it made any sense, and he needed to fix that soon. I'm hungry. Ran rubbed his belly. I know. I still owe you breakfast. We'll get breakfast now? Yes, but you have to climb for it. Rand's shoulders slumped. I hate stairs. You and me both. Come on. Stairs are good for you. They'll give you muscular legs. Mama said that about milk. Sarn fought a smile. Yes, they both do. Unconvinced, Rand kicked the step again. Look, you wanted to climb some more? Sarn gestured to the stairs. No, I want to climb nets, not stairs. Nets are fun. Stairs are boring. Rand folded his arms over his chest and scowled. Stairs are all I've got. Come on. Resigned to his fate, Rand mounted the stairs and Sarn followed. Every step away from here unraveled the secrecy protecting his son, and that was unacceptable. Sarn's hands curled into fists at his sides. He refused to lose the boy who gave his life meaning. Dirk had better keep his mouth shut. Chapter 22. Food now. Rand pounded a fist on Sarn's bicep as the bells tolled 13 times. Damn, lunchtime had come and gone, and they still hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Rand had a legitimate gripe. Food might help Sarn figure out what to do about the ghost, the murders, the corrupted enchantments, the killer trees, the spying vermin, the strange symbols, Ratwoman. Had he left anything out? Sarn sighed. The mystery kept growing the longer it went unsolved. If things would stop chasing him, he could figure out an answer. After the bells finished dooming him, Sarn's stomach growled. He set his son down and teetered as the world grayed out. Instead of fading to black, the grayness took on human proportions and approached him. Sarn blinked at Shade, whose mask symbol flashed on the translucent map hanging in front of his face. To stay upright, Sarn pressed his shoulder into the nearest wall. Lithurians had carved heroes doing all sorts of heroic things in high relief right on this spot. Why couldn't one of them peel themselves off the wall and lend a hand? Instead, lots of protrusions poked his arm as Sarn let the mountain hold him up. His head felt like it might float away without the rest of him, not a good sign. Shade regarded Sarn with concerned eyes. Are you okay? Sarn nodded and pushed off the wall. Enough with the delays. It was time he fetched something to eat before another crisis dropped into his lap. Or had a new problem arrived wearing Shade's cloak and cowl? He eyed Shade. What did his friend want? No one sought Sarn out for company anymore, not since his best friend had discovered Angel's dust. Well, almost no one, Sarn amended, as Rand tugged on his pant leg again. Sarn grabbed the belt, cinching his too wide pants around his lean hips, and he made sure it did its job despite the 40 pounds of unhappy child yanking on it. I know you're hungry. I am too. I'm working on breakfast, Sarn told his son as he extricated his pants from Rand's grabby fingers. And lunch? Yes. Problems? Shade hazarded, speaking for once without rhyming or adopting a sing-song tone. We missed breakfast. And lunch. Rand glared up at Sarn, who held both hands up in defeat. And lunch. I'm about to get both. Want to join us? Shade gestured for Sarn to lead on, and he did, right to the middle kitchen's double doors. Sarn stopped on the far side of the 20-foot-wide corridor. Watch my son. I'll be right back. Shade gave him an incredulous look, but Sarn ignored it. He stole food from here twice a day. Since he'd missed one meal, he'd take both now and save himself a return trip. So nice of fate to provide an extra pair of hands to carry things because Sarn would need the help. He had to steal enough food to feed his family and the foundlings too, then he would help the ghost boy. Stay with Shade, Sarn told his son before crossing to the doorway to get a better glimpse of the goings-on. At this hour, the cook's helpers lined every available surface. Knives chopped, hands kneaded, and younger assistants ferried bowls of cut vegetables and chopped meat to the line of aproned cooks stirring pots. Red lumiere glowed in the wall-mounted banks of ovens, dyeing the bakers red with their light. Aproned youngsters seized bottles of herbs from a shelving unit and passed them down the line. A door opened in the wall opposite the ovens, and a blue glow spilled out. Inside, blue lumiere crystals pulled the heat out of the air to keep the perishables from rotting. Next to that cold room, a door led to the pantry, and it would satisfy all his alimentary needs if he could reach it unseen. Sarn made certain his hood hid his too remarkable face before he darted into the kitchen. But his magic turned his limbs into lead weights, causing him to stumble as one of the cook's helpers turned. Pink stained his apron from the beets he diced. Sarn ducked behind an island and shut his glowing eyes. Don't see me. I'm not here. Sarn repeated the command, willing the youth to keep walking. The 6 words stretched and twisted. Each took on circular shapes against the green glow imprisoned by his closed eyes. Sarn pushed up from his crouch. No one shouted at him, but he stayed close to the kitchen's periphery as he skulked to the next station in line from memory. Don't see me, I'm not here. Each word hooked the magic and yanked it out, changing its prerogative from stopping to helping him. Don't see me, I'm not here. When his sixth sense told him to drop, Sarn hit the tiled floor and slid behind a butcher's block-topped island. He nabbed a sticky bun and devoured it in 2 bites. The remaining 11 dropped into a sack he produced from his pocket. With his eyes tight shut, he squatted there and searched with all his senses for more portable food. Don't see me, I'm not here. Slower and slower the words repeated, consonant vowel, don't see me, I'm not here. 6 beats for 6 words and the magic danced to its tune. It wove between the word shapes, building a framework. The scent of freshly baked bread cooling somewhere nearby made him salivate for a taste. Sarn ducked behind 2 wine casks and slipped on spilled water as magic burst from him in a blaze of white light. He went down in a sprawl. Magic settled over him, merging his forest green cloak with the shadows behind the counter. What had he done? No one screamed as Sarn gathered himself to rise. Runners crisscrossed the kitchen, fetching and carrying. Had anyone even looked up from their assigned tasks? He'd have to open his eyes to check, but they'd see him if he did. Sarn rubbed his closed eyes to remove the afterimage of a twisted ellipse. Magic poured into that drunken circle, spinning it around on its tilted axis, but not a power he recognized. His magic always glowed green like his eyes, but not this, whatever the hell it was. The magical thing hung above his head, reminding him of something he'd seen within the last day or so. It had to be a spell, but what was its aim? And most important of all, how could he shut it down? Sarn ground his molars and fought the urge to punch the floor. Why did his magic pick now to interfere? Sarn stared at it, this accidental thing he'd conjured, remembering the circles chasing him in his dream. The skin on his arms prickled, and the temperature dropped from stifling to sub-zero, flash freezing the puddle at his feet. Something dark was coming, and its gaze had just fixed on him. Sarn shuddered and pushed up from his crouch. He had to fetch what he'd come for, and get the hell out of there fast. Ran crossed his arms over his chest and glared at Papa, creeping across the 20 statue-choked feet to a doorway. Hurry, Papa. I'm hungry. But Ran knew better than to voice his complaints aloud. Papa's attention had fixed on food finally. Why it had taken all morning to aim him in breakfast's direction mystified Ran. Mama had been more reliable about mealtimes, but Mama was gone. Only Papa was still here, and Papa operated on his own timetable. Most of the time it matched up with Ran's. Not today though, and the missed meal made him cross. Ran's stomach gurgled again. But Papa continued his statue impersonation as he studied the kitchen's interior. Go inside. What was taking Papa so long? Ran had smelt hunger's fruity scent on Papa's breath. Finally, Papa went inside. A light flared up inside Ran's head, marking Papa on the paper in his head, and he smiled. Papa might be out of sight, but not out of mind. Behind Ran, Shade shifted from foot to foot in nervous agitation. Ran moved out of range. Adults sometimes forgot he was there, not Papa, but Papa had magical reminders. Ran glanced over his shoulder to gauge the distance between himself and Shade's shifting appendages, and froze. Shade's clothes bulged in odd places as melons rolled around under the gray cloth. Ran moved sideways but stopped when his back bumped into a statue's braided base. Something was wrong with Shade. Ran doubled over and groaned as nausea crawled into his tummy and twisted it into knots. A translucent hand pointed toward a narrow aisle between the statue and Shade. Ran shook his head at the not boy thing. Frantic now, the hand semaphored his danger. Papa said, "I have to stay with Shade." Intense cold gripped Ran's wrist. Papa had made him promise to be quiet, so he clapped his free hand over his mouth to silence his whimpering. The cold crept up Ran's arm as the not boy thing's hand dragged him out of the alcove formed by two catty-cornered statues. Their Lumiere crystal eyes scowled at Ran for disobeying Papa. But a disembodied hand yanked Ran into the corridor and let go when they'd reached its middle. By then its touch had numbed Ran's entire right arm. Tears stung his eyes as feeling tingled back into his fingers. White light exploded from the kitchen, blinding Ran. Shade screamed and a breeze rustled Ran's clothes. Ran rubbed his eyes, then searched the corridor for Shade and the floating hand, but he saw only gathering shadows. They extruded whipping tendrils. Ran backpedaled. If he stayed here, a shadow monster would eat him. Scary things always fled from Papa and his magic. Ran darted through the door toward the beckoning afterimages left by the light show. He wound around giant slabs, slipped through a forest of legs, and tripped a rotund fellow by accident. As Ran scrambled, heart in mouth, he shivered from fear and cold. Where was Papa? Ran popped up beside Sarn, startling him. "Why's it so cold in here?" "I told you to stay with Shade." "I got scared. Then I saw a bright light." Sarn put an arm around his shaking son. "Shish, you must whisper." Sarn felt eyes boring into him from the corner as he pulled Ran behind a cart draped in white cloth. A broom leaned against the stone wall, and two beady eyes peered around its bristles. "Just a rat, thank fate." The sight slowed the rapid beating of his heart. "Did anyone see you?" Ran shook his head and bumped a sore rib. "What made the light?" "It hurt." "Where are you hurt?" Sarn checked his son, who looked at everything and everyone. The boy seemed fine, though Ran's right arm was chilled. Sarn rubbed his hands over the affected area and held onto his son until the boy stopped shivering. "What's the hanging thing for?" Ran pointed at a rod suspended from the ceiling with dangling hooks. A fly buzzed past them, turning tight circles around their reflection in a copper pot, until Sarn swatted it away. "It's where they hang pots and pans." The unnatural interest the fly and rat had taken in them discomfited Sarn. He still didn't know whose side Ratwoman was on. "And what's that?" Ran pointed to the luminous ellipse revolving over their heads. "A spell maybe, I don't know." A roach darted out from under a nearby counter. Sarn yanked his cloak aside before it could snag a ride and stomped his foot, missing the vile creature. "What's a spell?" "It's something mages do in the old tales." But not him. This was a fluke, and it was drawing too much attention. Sarn swiped the loaves of bread tempting him from a nearby counter. He bit into one and savored each bite as he darted behind an island. "What are those red boxy things?" Sarn pulled his distracted son into the shadows next to him. "They're ovens. We use red Lumiere to cook because all the wood in the forest is enchanted, so its wood refuses to burn." Sarn slipped behind a column as he scanned the bustle. He kept a hand on his son's shoulder, ensuring Ran moved when he did. A dark blur followed them. It was that damn rat. Its gaze never wavered as it staggered on two legs after them. Something about it raised Sarn's hackles. Was it one of Ratwoman's minions? Whose side was she on? There's no such thing as an evil overlord, Sarn muttered. No archmage watched them through the rat's eyes because the Seekers had killed them all. Rand coughed, interrupting his speculation. Staying low, Sarn carried his son to a line of sinks. Sarn snatched a cup from a stack and held it under the stream dripping off a U-bend. Beside him, a youngish man washed dishes without ever glancing away from the sudsy pan. Between sips, Rand coughed and probed the leaky pipe with curious fingers. What are those? And Rand slid off his lap and turned in a circle of questions and curiosity, pointing at everything in sight. His voice rose above the clamor until Sarn shushed him. At the other end of the kitchen, a shining white ellipse cast its spell, ignored by all. Was the spell dampening the sounds they made? Sarn glanced around and met the malevolent eyes of the rat. There was something unnatural about it. I'll explain later, he whispered in his son's ear. Stay with me and be quiet, okay? Rand nodded, but his eyes tracked a tray sailing their way. Saw sages, you said I could have two. No, I said you could have one. Come on. Sarn's stomach gurgled and propelled him on to the next patch of cover. Rand licked his lips for a taste of those sausages as he hurried at his side. A quick tug sent a dozen sausages sliding off the rack. Into his sack, Sarn dropped 10 sausages after handing his son one. Sarn ate the other sausage before nabbing more. Everyone loved sausages, and he spied no roasts left out to cool. The temperature dropped, and nausea cramped his stomach. Sarn glanced at the rat. Its eyes swelled into twin black marbles. When they hit the floor, they sprang open, releasing piles of roaches that marched toward them. Gerlo's order echoed in Sarn's head, stay out of sight, and it pushed him toward the door. But his bag was only a third full. A tray of hard-boiled eggs lay cooling in their shells on the next counter, and on another one, a basket stacked high with fruit had caught his son's attention. They'd have to take that too. I left the bread here to cool. Did someone send it out? I didn't. Ask Feynman if he saw it. Cursing his ill luck, Sarn zigzagged toward the exit and knocked every edible thing he passed into his sack. Shouts followed his progress, but he ignored them since no fingers pointed in his direction. The exit beckoned. Sarn gave the spell writhing in the kitchen's middle one last glance. It flickered as its revolving slowed. Would it cover their escape? Gerlo's orders wouldn't allow him to risk it. They weighed Sarn down, keeping him low and under cover while he scanned the corridor. When he sensed a gap in the passers-by, he shot through the exit towing his son. But Shade had disappeared. Sarn bit off a curse. He'd left his friend right next to that centaur statue, but there were only shadows there now. Shade left. Juice sprayed as Rand bit into a miniature all-fruit. I know, but I hoped he'd come back. Sarn turned away. Anger burned in his belly. His friend would pay for this. Behind them, the clamor of pots diminished as glass shards tinkled in their quiet that fell. White light exploded out of the kitchen and slammed into Sarn. He leaned into the marble centaur, gleaming eye to disapproving one, as his body reabsorbed a magic he shouldn't possess. Sarn struggled to stand upright. Power crackled in the air around him, making his hair and his son stand on end. Rand turned wide eyes on him and opened his mouth to ask if he was okay. Sarn nodded and bent to pick up the sack he'd dropped. Lightning crawled across his knuckles, mapping the back of his hand, and he bit off a curse as he swung their lunch over his shoulder. Unincorporated magic bounced around his muscles, making them twitch. At least there was no sign of the rat or whatever it was becoming, but the corridor wouldn't stay clear for long. Come on. We have to go. Sarn hurried his son down the corridor, taking the first turning he passed. Footsteps resounded as two men pelted toward the kitchen. Sarn stuffed his haul behind a statue of a winged creature and flattened himself against the wall. After a beat, he peered between the sculpture's legs and caught a flash of blue when two more guards ran past his hiding spot. Rand tried to peer around him. Are we in trouble? Not if we get out of here fast. Another set of guards flashed past the mouth of the tunnel. 6 guards were 4 too many. Something valuable must have gone missing, not by his hand. This was another mystery, but one he could consider later when he was not on the verge of being discovered red-handed. What are they looking for? Rand stood on tiptoe and peeked over the statue's base. Well, they're not looking for bread and sausages. That's for sure. Rand elbowed his thigh. You said I could have two. No, I didn't. Sarn hefted his sack and ushered his son toward the nearest staircase. Those 6 guards had a lot of ground to cover unless they called in reinforcements, would they? What the hell had gone missing? Sarn glanced at his son, but he sensed only the slingshot and the metal balls in Rand's bulging pockets. Besides, the countertops had been well out of his son's reach. The need to know what this was all about warred with the desire to slip away unseen. Too many odd things had happened in the last couple of days, more than was normal in his chaotic life. Was this a new mystery or an additional dimension to the ones he still needed to solve? The question pursued Sarn as he hooked a left at a T intersection, but no answer came as he led his son through a warren of rarely used tunnels. Footsteps echoed out of sync with his and his son's as they ducked down another ornate corridor. Someone was following them. Had the guards begun their search already? Dust choked this tunnel, and they sneezed as they wended around statues poised for flight. Sarn shook that errant thought away. The statues weren't extinct mythological creatures turned to stone by some magical calamity. Hunger was skewing his reasoning toward fantasy. Ahead, the dark void resolved into a staircase. As Sarn neared it, the glow of his eyes sparred with the shadows concealing it. Rand stopped at the first step. I can't carry you and the food too. Sarn hefted the sack a little higher on his shoulder so it could dig into a new spot. Nolo might be right about him being too lean. He had broad shoulders, but they could use a layer of padding. As Rand gave him a forlorn look, Sarn felt a hand touch his back and slide up it. Magic lashed out, shoving that hand away as revulsion pushed Sarn to take 2 steps forward. Don't touch me. As Sarn pivoted to face his attacker, he clamped a hand on his son's head and yanked Rand behind him. Shade held both hands up in surrender, revealing a livid burn on one of them. Papa doesn't want NY1 to touch him. Rand stepped between them, his gaze fixed on Shade as he patted his father's knee. Magic wove around Rand in a protective emerald circle, and it snarled at Shade. What the hell was going on? Sarn rubbed the bridge of his nose where a headache stabbed him in the face. His magic had never rejected anything but the healer's touch. Had it adopted his preferences? Shade held up both hands in surrender. No harm meant. Don't touch me. You know I don't like it. Anger tore through Sarn. But I can. And his magic welcomed the tiny hand touching his hairy leg through a tear in his pants. Yeah, but you're my son, so you don't count. And Sarn received no impressions or other troubling insights from his son's hand. Rand scowled at that intelligence until Sarn patted his son on the head and steered the boy behind him. Why did you abandon my son? Why had the magic interpreted Shade's hand as a threat? Sarn studied his friend while he waited for an answer. But Shade's head-to-toe gray regalia did a better job of hiding everything than Sarn's cloak did, and he felt a twinge of envy. Maybe he should swap his green cloak for the gray wool most of the indentured favored. Sarn touched its once fine cloth. But his cloak proved someone had once given a damn if he survived, and he couldn't part with it. Forget it. I don't care why you left. Just go away. I can't deal with you because Sarn might strangle his oldest friend. Also, those guards must be searching this level by now. They saw you fall, and they told all you walk tall with no scrape at all. Tail spread like a ball tossed through the sprawl. Now one and all say fly, not fall. Even gangs call you Angel All. But you stay hid, not do less bid. Enough. Sarn turned, cutting his friend off mid-babble. You told me all of this last night. Leave us alone. Sarn picked up the sack and got a good look at Shade's bloodshot eyes. His short friend squinted and struggled to achieve proper focus with his swollen pupils. Shade was as high as the Lumiere crystal mosaic overhead. Damn you. You promised you'd quit. But that promise had been a lie all along. Sarn slung the sack over his shoulder and descended the stairs. At least one question had an answer. His magic had rejected shade because it hated drugs, and it would keep them away from him. If only his friend had subscribed to the same idea. Angel flies and falls. Broken-winged he still calls. Go away. I don't want you around my son when you're like this. Sarn ignored the curious glances Rand sent him and hustled the boy down the twisting steps. Have to tell you all before the last call. Go away. 200 steps more and they'd reach the lower quarters. Shade spouted more nonsense, but Sarn ignored it as he stepped onto a landing and steered his son around the first turning, determined to lose Shade. He had enough on his mind without adding the rantings of an addict to the pile. Sarn slid down his door into a puddle of elbows and knees and regarded the overfull sack. He should divide it up and leave the lion's share for the foundlings next door. Before he could move, Rand's head and shoulders vanished inside the bag. Chilly air buffeted Sarn as the ghost boy coalesced, and this time he had all his parts. The ghost's pale green eyes pleaded with Sarn to get up and do something. What do you want? Other than finding out what happened to you, there's not much I can do. The ghost didn't speak. It just stared at Sarn from the other side of the mortal veil, beyond the reach of speech, and his magic too. Rand smiled as he backed out of the bag, holding a sausage up in triumph. He patted over, his attention riveted on the ghost now. Rand extended his hand, but the ghost backed away and faded out as a shadow rose from the floor. It passed through the spot the ghost had occupied and extruded tentacles as it dove at his frowning son. Sarn seized Rand and pulled the boy to him. The shadow hit the floor and vanished as his magic increased his eyes' glow. What was that dark thing? Rand pointed with the sausage half in his other hand. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Can I help? Rand finished his snack. Not right now. Thirst forced Sarn to get up and slake it with a tin cup he held under a dripping stalactite. After he had drunk his fill, he handed a full cup to his son and grimaced at the sticky state of his offspring. Sarn wet a section of his tunic and wiped Rand's face clean. He should supervise his son's snacking. Instead, Sarn staggered to the mattress and cast himself down on it. He had a lot to think about, but he was so damned tired. Every part of him cried out for rest. Surely the mystery could wait a few hours more. Bells chimed the hour, ringing 14 times as Rand joined him. His son smelled of dust, sausages, and fruit juice as the boy pillowed his head on Sarn's shoulder. He hugged Rand close. You're not okay. I'm tired. It's been an eventful day. And he had to report to Nolo soon. Sarn suppressed a groan. None of his heroes had to go to work while they were righting wrongs. But none of them were indentured, and Sarn was. Promises he'd made years ago chained Sarn to his word. No matter, he'd go to work and find some way to work on the ghost boy's problem while there. Because Sarn had no other options. Papa, what was that thing? What thing? He's not a real boy because I saw through him. What was he? Sarn looked around but saw no spooks. He's a ghost. What's a ghost? Indeed, what was a ghost? Was it a spark of personality, or was it something more? And how had the shadow moved independently of the light source throwing it? What about the insectoid abomination, and all the other weird things that had chased him? Sarn rubbed the bridge of his nose. I don't know. Why does it run away from me? I don't know. Sarn tightened his grip on his son. Rand had no magic. It must be something about the ghost boy, making it impossible for the two children to coexist in the same place. But was that germane to the specter's problem? I just don't know. Rand fingered his stuffed bear's ears. Bear and I saw it, the ghost I mean. When you were sleeping. Uncle Murrin didn't see it. It showed up and went away 2 times. Rand held up 2 fingers to make his point. Did it do anything? Sarn shifted his grip so he could see his son's pensive face. Let the answer be no. Rand shook his head. It looked at me. I asked it questions, but it won't talk to me. His son hugged his bear. What does it want? I thought I knew, but now I don't know. Did it do anything else? Rand held out his arm. It made me cold here. When? Sarn rubbed the affected spot, but it was warm now. When you left me with Shade. Rand reclaimed his arm and squeezed his bear. And I saw a shadow monster. You saw what? Sarn stared. This was Shayari. There were no monsters here until yesterday. How could the death of one child lead to all of this? It couldn't. There had to be more to this. And where was Shade when this happened? Rand shrugged. Sarn rubbed his son's back. I'm sorry you had such a scare. Silence blanketed them. Had the ghost dropped in to warn him? Was his murder only the beginning of something far worse? If only the specter could say what it knew, but death had gagged it. Sarn rubbed his eyes. Tears pricked them at the thought of some fiend killing his sweet son. Until he'd untangled this mess, he couldn't discount the possibility. In fact, he couldn't discount anything. Everything was bloody likely. If the ghost shows up again, you stay away from it, okay? What about Bear? Rand gripped his only toy. You both hide from it. Okay, but he's not right. What do you mean? Sarn regarded his son. Rand shrugged, unable to explain. But Sarn had felt it too. The ghost was incomplete. Other than a body, what could it be missing? He needed answers, but who could he ask for them? Rand squirmed free of his grip and returned holding a slim volume. What are you doing with Murren's book? Rand hugged the book to his chest. Bound in brown leather, it was wider than his son's torso and just as long. I want to see it. It might help. Doubtful, since neither he nor his son could read, but Sarn owed the boy sending pleading looks his way. All right, but you have to sit here by me and be careful. Don't tell my brother I let you look at it, okay? Rand flopped down where indicated, settled Bear so his toy could see, and opened the book. Be careful with the pages. If you tear or crease them, Murren will know, and we'll both be in trouble. Rand nodded as his fingers slid over the lines in the drawings, memorizing them. Sarn yawned and sleep beckoned. No, he told it. He crossed his arms behind his head. After he'd sorted out what he knew, he could figure out where to go from here. Beneath the mattress, the mountain slumbered, and he shivered, recalling the touch of its alien consciousness and the cancer eating at its roots. Something about that cancer niggled at him. It was like something else he'd run into. If only he weren't so tired, he might recall it. Bear's button eyes focused on him, and in their depths, intelligence flickered. Sarn blinked, and Bear was just a toy again. You figured it out? Rand gave him a hopeful look. No. The idea had fled before it had fully formed. Sarn rolled onto his side and tried to recapture it. Rand's fingers revealed a guardian's face in slow increments. He wasn't one Sarn recognized from the stories his brother had read to them. Something about the book teased his memory. The Rangers had one filled with signatures, dates, and notes about people's travel plans. No one sane would head into the hinterland without leaving some record behind. What if one or both murdered groups had departed from Mount Eredron? They'd all died within 4 miles of here. One of them might have left a note. Maybe it would tell him something about the boy or his traveling companions. Sarn sat up, drawing his son's gaze away from the illustration. You stay. It's not time to go. I know. I'm not leaving you. Satisfied with his answer, Rand resumed his interrupted tracing. Those killers had ignored the rules for a reason. It had to be the Shira Kai. The stupid law had legalized the killing of mages centuries ago. What else could motivate murder in a forest prejudiced against fools? Such law-abiding citizens would want to leave a record of what they'd done. Something to illuminate why the forest had allowed the boy's death in the first place and kicked off all this insanity. The harbormaster kept records too. If the seekers had stopped at Mount Eredron, they'd show up in his ledger. Will could look any time he wanted. It was a place to start, and with luck it would lead to answers. Next time, can we have a nice adventure? Yeah, I'll try. I'm sorry today was such a disaster. Sarn yawned, and guilt stuck hundreds of needles into his heart. I should make a safe place for you to play. Sarn turned the idea over as he stared at the crenellated wall. With nets to climb. Sarn nodded to his son's suggestion. What would it take to create such a haven? He fell asleep imagining a place for children echoing with laughter, fast turning to screams. Blood splashed the walls and children's corpses littered the floor. Rocks fell, blanketing them in rubble as an icy black curtain dropped, hiding 13 graves. A 13-pointed star ghosted out of the shadows, and a voice whispered, AI-narrated. A hand shook his shoulder, startling Sarn out of a nightmare. AI-narrated. The phrase persisted, growing more ominous with each repetition. A warning vibrated in his bones as Sarn blinked bleary eyes at his brother. What time do you have to go to work tonight? What time is it? 19th bell just rang. AI-narrated. Something bad was coming, something connected to the murders and the ghost boys somehow. Do you still have them? Sarn whispered into his son's ear. Rand had curled up in his arms without Murren's book. With luck, the clever child had put it back where he'd found it, and his brother would be none the wiser. Have what? The seeds. Rand pressed on his stuffed bear's belly until the edges of a pouch appeared. Soft white light shone from within. Keep them close. Sarn hugged his mystified son once and laid him down on the mattress. Stay safe, he thought, at the sleepy boy dwarfed by the giant mattress. What was that all about? Murren glared daggers at Sarn's back. Sleep still fogged his mind and hunger clamped his belly, but 19th bell had already rung. Sarn had 60 minutes to find his master. He yanked open the door and pulled his cowl down to shade his face. Sarn. Answer me. I can't, because I don't know. Sarn closed the door on his brother's reply and rushed toward the danger thrumming in his veins. Chapter 23. As Sarn hurried, the skin between his shoulder blades prickled. Warnings buzzed through his head in a wordless jumble. He turned, but there was only sculpted rock and stairs vanishing around bends in both directions. Something had tweaked his magical senses. If something were happening tonight, the commander would be hip-deep in it. Sarn closed his eyes and merged with the crowds navigating the statue-choked transept. Raised voices halted him by a statue of a rearing lion. Diagonally across from Sarn stood the open doors of the middle kitchen. He should move on. His dark green cloak and cowl were conspicuous against the white and gray stonework. But the voices, their timbre sent a warning skittering up his spine. Before Sarn could move closer, a silent summons turned him away from the kitchen. It tugged Sarn southward, and he slid through the crowd like a somnambulist deeper into a dream. The north-south transept ended at a W intersection, and he hooked a left into a maze. Time dilated as he wound through the labyrinthine gloom, negotiating its hidden traps and murder holes. As Sarn staggered past the door wardens, a hand clasped his shoulder and spun him around. Where do you think you're going? Grigori shook Sarn, breaking the enchantment. Sarn blinked at a sky dyed orange by the setting sun. The Queen of all trees stood halfway down Mount Sher's east face, calling to him. He must run the intervening miles to her. What the hell is wrong with you? Grigori shook him again. Sarn glared at the burly ranger blocking his path. You left me for dead. Or for the seekers to find, which was it? Sarn swallowed the question. Now wasn't the time. When he tried to brush past Grigori, the man pivoted, taking up the entire ledge. What are you looking at? Sarn demanded, hands fisted at his sides. Grigori shook his head and clapped an arm around his shoulders. It made his skin crawl as Sarn sought to evade the stronger ranger. "You're all right, kid. Didn't think you'd make it, but you did." Had he just heard an admission of guilt? Sarn studied Grigori, but the man was as smug as usual. "No thanks to you." "Don't be such a child." Sarn rolled his eyes. Ahead, the trail wended through a narrow rock cut. To fit, the broad-shouldered ranger would have to let go of him. "Why do you hate me?" Grigori gaped at him for a moment, then the big fool laughed. "I don't hate you, and you don't hate me." "Why did you do it? Why did you leave me out there?" Grigori looked away and caved into himself. The sight unsettled Sarn so much he stumbled on the damned gravel littering the trail. "You're a smart kid. I'm sure you can figure it out." Grigori shook his shoulders out and liberated himself from whatever emotion had gripped him. Had he seen some evidence of regret or guilt? Likely neither, given Grigori's temperament. The ranger's ego rooted out all such sentiments before they could take hold. "Why don't you tell me?" To Sarn's left, the ground dropped away from a precipice, one of his favorites due to its stunning views of the Nerthal River Valley. "Because I don't have to." No answers, no apologies, not even a congratulafracking for surviving yet another pointless test. And what had Grigori tested him on? His ability to dead reckon? Or had the man hoped he'd blunder into the Seekers? Something glinted in Grigori's eye. Maybe it was the setting sun. Maybe it was a spark of amusement or a warning to tread carefully. Sarn pulled free of the man's grasp and slipped past him when the trail widened. He left Grigori standing there, as incomprehensible as always. But Grigori refused to stay behind. The damned man caught up with Sarn and spun him around again. "I asked you a question, kid, and you haven't answered it. Where are you going?" To answer the Queen of All Trees' summons, but she disappeared into the deepening twilight. Night's purple veils blanketed the enchanted forest, hiding it and her. "Imamai orator." The phrase whispered on the wind, fouling the air with the stench of death. Each syllable was a warning, and they struck deep chords. "This isn't a trick question. I'll give you a hint, nowhere except at Gerlo's office. The commander's looking for you." "Why's he looking for me?" Anger tightened Sarn's hands into fists. But the 40-something bruiser stood there waiting, his eyes taunting him, but Sarn shook his fists out instead. "Why do you think? Are you okay, kid? You look a little green, aside from your funny eyes." Like Grigori cared what happened to him. Sarn spun on his heel and stalked off toward Gerlo's office, but the ranger stopped him a third time. "Aren't you forgetting something?" Grigori nodded to the rock wall next to a strip of runes outlining the mountain's main doors. They glowed in the dark, extending a shining invitation to all. Steal back the two solid Lumiere crystals that stood at least 40 feet tall and half as wide. They were another ornate mystery, unconnected to the others Sarn needed to solve. "Come on, kid, let's not make an issue out of this. Stand up against the wall, feet shoulder-width apart, hands on the stonework. You know the drill." "But Sarn gestured to the two rangers dwarfed by the doors they guarded. Neither spoke up on his behalf. And why would they? He was a freak and a thorn in all their sides. "No buts, assume the position. I must search you before you enter. You know the rules." Grigori pointed to the wall. Indeed he did, and when to break those rules. Sarn ran partway up the wall, tucked and tumbled over Grigori's head. Landing in a crouch, he sprang to his feet and sidestepped the warden who rushed him. His buddy threw out an arm, but Sarn dropped into a slide and bypassed the obstruction. Gravel abraded his pants, tearing it, but Sarn ignored the sensation as he rose and raced into the maze. Grigori shouted something, but the labyrinth swallowed the echoes of his words. Sarn pelted around another bend and jumped over a pit lined with sharpened staves. A sense of urgency nudged him to run faster. Grigori smiled as he replayed the kid's latest stunt. The incident proved his point. If you pushed the kid, magic happened. Screw Gerlo's edicts. Someone had to test the kid and find out what he could do. Grigori squeezed the file in his hands. Branches and other bits of foliage caught on his trousers. People took the novelty of plants growing under Lumiere light a little too far. Next time he'd bring a machete. After a few minutes of batting branches aside, he stepped up to a plain wood affair. Inside he heard raised voices and judged the occupants, a Mr. and Mrs. Fredanya, were at home. Grigori listened between knocks for footfalls. As he raised his fist to deliver another rap, the door opened, and an angry youth glared at him. 6'2", dark hair and eyes, Grigori checked off the details as his gaze skimmed what he could see of the youth. Square-jawed, clean-shaven and smelling of soap, this kid was ready to hit the taverns. And he was closing in on 21, same as the other missing kids, except this one wasn't missing. "What do you want?" Mr. Attitude asked. "You're Perfoy Fredanya? Are you a tax collector or a census taker?" Mr. Attitude folded his arms and narrowed his intense eyes, but a 2-inch height difference in Grigori's favor ruined the effect. "Neither, I'm a concerned citizen." "Yeah, well, I didn't do whatever you think I did." "You're a Scorpio, right?" Grigori's question knocked the attitude out of the kid. Surprise blanked Perfoy's face. "How did you guess?" A smile tugged at Grigori's lips. "You remind me of someone. A 6'6" nightly annoyance known as Sarn." Of course, the Scorpio thing only went so far in explaining the kid's attitude problem. Frustration at his situation and the abuse he'd suffered accounted for the rest. Still, that was no excuse. With some quality time, Grigori could eradicate the brat's attitude. Wasn't Nolo due some time off for good behavior? Yes, he should take some of Nolo's shifts and spend some quality time with the kid while he kept a psycho from finding him. "Would you fetch the lady of the house so I can conclude my business here?" "Fetch her yourself." Perfoy donned his attitude again and stepped outside. Maybe it was his shield, and under the gruff exterior, a gentle heart dwelt. It did in Sarn's case. Mr. Attitude slammed the door behind him and went for a shoulder check. But Grigori sidestepped the punk, and he stormed off in a swirl of well-worn brown fabric. Grigori raised his fist to try again, but the door cracked open, and a woman appeared in the gap. She blinked at him from a feminized version of Perfoy's face. Age, worry, or raising Mr. Attitude had creased the skin around her eyes. "I'm sorry for bothering you, but this'll only take a few minutes of your time." She stepped into the corridor and closed the door behind her. Despite the late hour, she wore a plain homespun dress and a stained apron. Some globules dotting it looked fresh. "Am I interrupting something?" She shook her head, and he noticed the rag draped over one shoulder. "No, I was just cleaning up." "What did you want to talk about?" "Your son. You reported him missing 5 days ago." Her face fell, and she rubbed her hands together. "Yes, he came back last night. I had intended to go to the guard captain to explain, but it's been a trying time. And I've had my hands full just keeping the peace. He and my husband don't see eye to eye. But no harm done. He's back safe and sound." "Did he say where he went?" "He went to Racine to look for work, but he didn't tell us in case it didn't pan out. You know how it is. Jobs are hard to find for regular folk. And he was so angry, the accountancy hired the bastard son of a minor noble, who had no experience. Nepotism's hard on the younger set, but that's the way of things here. Yes, the titled class has every advantage." Mrs. Fredanya folded thin arms over her chest. "Those without trundle through life doing the jobs rejected by the titled class. It isn't fair. An education only factors so far into the equation." Grigori shifted his weight from foot to foot, seeking a way out of the conversation. He hadn't come here to discuss Shayari's employment problems, but he'd given her an opening. Exactly. Without a title, breaking into the professional class is impossible without a sponsor. And Mr. Attitude had none, poor dear, but that wasn't Grigori's problem. I'll pass the word along that your son has turned up, but you should stop in to make it official. Have a good night, and thank you for speaking to me. Grigori had cut across her latest rant, bemoaning Shayari's economic system. And he made no apology for it, either. All his life he'd heard variations of the same diatribe, but not one word of complaint had ever changed anything. It was better to aim for jobs the nobles avoided. Tell your son there are no lines, no waiting for positions with the guards or the rangers, Grigori said because he couldn't help himself. Mrs. Fredonya's words tumbled to a stop, and she nodded, having just caught the dismissal in his voice. I will. Thank you. She wouldn't, but she was too polite to say so. Grigori wished her a good night once more and left. He walked away, wondering just what was going on. Killers and kidnappers didn't change their patterns. There was a 27th victim out there, either already taken or in the kidnapper's sights. And he'd let Sarn run off alone into a bloody maze. Cursing, Grigori crashed through the branches in his path as he passed a shadow on the stairs. Anger fueled his run. The rangers were hiding something from him about the murders. As Sarn took the hairpin turns at breakneck speed, his outrage coalesced into a boy's face. A dead child whose dull green eyes hadn't taken up their glow, and never would. The ghost reached out to Sarn from beyond a dark veil, until he blinked the image away. Sarn opened Gerlo's door without knocking, and dropped into a chair facing his diminutive master. Minutes crawled by, but Grigori didn't arrive. The ranger must have had someone else to bother. Something on your mind, kid? Gerlo finally asked. Yeah, those people who died. Gerlo sat with his hands tented in front of him. His dark eyes focused intently on Sarn. Good, he had the commander's full attention, now to pry out whatever the man was hiding. Not your concern, Gerlo said. Bullshit. Watch your language. You won't get another warning. Do you hear me? Sarn nodded, but he fixed his gaze on the blue dragon alighting on the tapestry behind Gerlo. What's bothering you? Don't tell me a bunch of strangers losing their lives has got you so worked up because I don't believe it. There was a boy who died, and he was like me. Like you how? Explain. In answer, Sarn pointed to his glowing eyes. I want to know why he died, and why I had to see it. Don't tell me there isn't a reason, because I don't believe it. Sarn pushed up from the chair. He needed to do something. But the feeling faded as his words reverberated in his skull. Shock stopped Sarn mid-step. Why I had to see it. Who had wanted him to find those dead bodies? Judging by Gerlo's disapproving glare, not the rangers. Why would a bunch of enchanted trees want him to witness the homicides, one of which they had committed? How had the forest even known the rangers would bring him along? Easy lad, calm down. I see where you're coming from. No, you don't. How could the commander understand? His green-eyed boy gave him a perspective no one else shared. Sarn fought down the urge to throw the chair he'd vacated at the nearest wall in frustration. His magic flooded the room with emerald radiance until cold water slapped Sarn in the face, snuffing out the fire in his eyes. His magic reared back, and Sarn had to take an involuntary step to the side to keep from falling. He rubbed his eyes as the water dried, and a familiar green glow ringed his sight again. An empty glass clattered as Gerlo set it down on his desk. Sit down and talk to me. Anger never solves anything. It only makes things worse. Nolo says something similar. And both men were right. Sarn wouldn't get any answers if he didn't calm down. I'm glad you listened to what I say, Nolo replied as the door swung in to admit him. His gaze took in the scene with a glance and a nod. What had Death's marksman seen? A screwed-up kid Lord Jorrent's retinue had pulled feverish and frozen out of a snowbank 7 years ago. No, he hadn't met Nolo until later when he'd tried to escape Hadroval. Thoughts of the psycho made Sarn's blood run cold and his bladder unclench. Thank fate he'd pissed it empty before rushing in here. Sarn still felt the net tangling around his feet as it caught him, and Murn's frightened questions still echoed in his ears. Sarn blinked away the memory and put his back to the nearest wall, keeping both his masters in view. He was just as caught now, ensnared by that fate-damned promise to do whatever they ordered. Even if they commanded him to drop this. 13 faceless corpses appeared, hands grasping for him. Their unnaturalness socked Sarn in the gut, crushing him against the wall. AI-narrated, whispered that damned voice again. The specters advanced as Sarn stumbled toward the sole exit to Gerlo's inner office. He shoved the door open as the ghosts faded into the marble dragons of Gerlo's menagerie. Sarn leaned into the doorframe, at a loss for what to do next. The ghost boy lingered, its translucent hands outstretched, then it too vanished. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Nolo glared at Sarn. Too shocked to speak, Sarn shook his head. The 13 ghosts didn't rattle anyone else, meaning only he could see them. "The kid claims there was a boy like him, you know, when we had that disturbance the other day." Gerlo slouched in his chair and stared at a dragon-shaped inkwell squatting between 2 towers of paperwork. The sight must have unhinged him. Nolo nodded. "And you want answers, but I don't have any since the forest destroyed all the evidence." "You must have a theory." Anything would be better than what Sarn had now, which was nothing. "Truthfully, I haven't given it much thought. One group killed the other, then the forest killed them. It's an open and shut case. I don't know why you're obsessing over it. You should think about the forest's strange behavior towards you. That worries me more than those deaths, and that should worry you too." Nolo softened his glare. "What was that?" Some half-assed attempt at deflection. Everything reacted to him. It was part of his everyday existence and not worth discussing. It's not open and shut. If it were, the forest wouldn't have freaked out. The entire thing is wrong, unnatural even. Sarn ran out of space and words. All he had were a bunch of ghostly appearances and bizarre occurrences, but nothing concrete to back up his gut feeling the murders were part of a larger problem. "I saw a shadow monster," Rand had said only hours before. Sarn still didn't believe it. "How many died?" "I didn't have time to count. The forest tossed the remains into a deep hole, remember?" Nolo folded his arms over his chest. His dark eyes bored into Sarn again. "There were 13 counting the boy," Sarn supplied. "Don't ask me how I know." The number bothered him. It was 1 digit off from 12, the original members of the Guardians. 13 was the number of their nemesis, but both groups were dead and dusted long ago. And neither of his masters cared. Sarn read the ambivalence in their eyes and fled to escape it. After he slipped into Gerlo's outer office, Sarn stalked into a short hallway, turned a corner, and ended up back in the north-south transept with even more questions than before. "Where are you going?" Nolo yelled from behind him. "To find answers." But where should he search? Sarn stopped. Anger had made him forget he was indentured. He had no rights, not even to the answers he so badly needed. Nolo stayed where he was. "Why did you walk out? Do you know how much trouble you're in? People died out there. Don't you want to find out why?" Sarn faced Nolo to see the man's reaction. "And they'll die out there tonight and tomorrow too. The enchanted forest is dangerous. You can't trust it or turn your back on it. Next you'll say there's nothing we can do about it, but you're wrong. You can't save him. He's already dead." Nolo's words hurt. A gray shape separated from the statue, throwing it, and slouched forward. Sarn met the blank eyes of the dead boy, who extended a hand in mute entreaty. Pale lips shaped a silent plea, "Help me." "How do I help you?" Sarn just managed to cage the question before it could escape. He squeezed his eyes closed, banishing the ghost from his sight, but not his senses. Bile crawled up the back of his throat the longer the ghost lingered. Nolo's hands grasped his upper arms and shook him. "Sarn, did you hear what I said?" Nolo shook him again and received a headshake in response. "I said you have to let go. He's dead, but you're not. You weren't there when it happened. You didn't even know him. Let it go. If only the ghost would let him go. Instead, it sunk him deeper into something he didn't understand. Sarn slipped out of Nolo's grasp and stalked a few paces away. We prevent the tragedies we can and mourn the ones we can't. Obsessing over what happened will drive you crazy, but it won't bring them back. Nothing you do will bring them back. Let them go. Nolo held both hands out to Sarn in entreaty. Or was it an offering, but of what? Absolution. Sarn turned away, his gaze falling on a frieze depicting one of his heroes, a guardian of Shayari. What would a guardian do? Did you check the book? Sarn asked without turning. What book? Oh, the log. No, why would I? Neither group crossed the border. They either stayed here or were on their way here. If it was the former, they might have written something in the book. And you want me to check it? Yes, we can go right now. We're supposed to be out there. Sarn pivoted, but there was no window, only sculpted stone. Out there, where the fallout of one boy's death had infected plants and turned them against their enchantments. Wizards, blizzards, and bloody damned gizzards, how had he forgotten about his run through the gauntlet of warring trees? Sarn had been outside less than an hour ago, and he hadn't spared the forest a single glance. Damn Grigori for interfering. Not we. The commander and I agree you should stay away from the forest for a while. What? Why? Sarn stared at Nolo. But Nolo regarded him as if he'd lost his mind. The forest kidnapped you, remember? Until we know why, you're not going anywhere near it. We discussed that. It wanted me to find those bodies. But there was no point in arguing. Nolo folded his arms over his chest and shook his head at every word he uttered. Sarn's shoulders slumped. Logic would do no good here. Neither would staying inside, but he was indentured and had to do as he was told. Will you check the entries from the day before and the day we found both the bodies, and tell me what it says? Maybe there was a clue in the log to the identity or motivations of those specters Sarn had just seen. Interest kindled in Nolo's eyes. All right, if you have to know, I'll check, but only on one condition. Nolo held up a finger to make his point, and his sleeve fell back, exposing a green glow. An indistinct murmur startled Sarn. Those damned stones on Nolo's bracelet were talking again. The central bead emitted a bright flash, leaving an afterimage behind, a star bounded by a circle. AI-narrated, said an echoing voice as the stone's muttering died away. Am I losing my mind? Sarn scrubbed away the image, banishing what was either a clue or a red herring. No matter what I find, whether it's something or nothing, will you abide by my decision? A dark eyebrow winged up, midnight against his master's dark skin. Well? I don't have all night. If you want me to look at the log, then you must agree to drop this thing if I tell you to. Do we have an accord? Nolo waited for a response. Sarn nodded. I'll drop it if you say so. His magic lay quiet, held down by his will where nothing he said could activate it. Sarn wouldn't let any promises bind him or impede his search for the truth. Good, now put these on. Nolo tossed 2 items at Sarn, gloves and a blindfold. Sarn donned both articles before his magic could protest. Instead, it oozed out of his skin and crawled around under his clothes, seeking contact with the outside world. Cloth barred his magic, and Sarn was glad it did until his magic concentrated on his remaining senses. It wreaked havoc on his inner ear and threw off his balance, staggering Sarn. This way. Nolo turned Sarn to the left and took his arm to lead him. Where are we going? Sarn asked. Toward answers or deeper into the conspiracy his superiors were weaving. Chapter 24. 30 minutes later, Nolo untied the blindfold. It fell away, revealing piles of bread, oats, nuts, smoked meat, and dried fruits. When are you going out with these? Sarn gestured to the piles of buckles. Now would be awesome, but Nolo's sour expression killed all hope of that. Soon, we haven't set a date yet. We're waiting for a fair weather report. The last augury called for storms and gale force winds. But you know how it goes. Nolo shrugged. Tomorrow, they might have a different prediction, so I need these made up. Sarn nodded and opened his mouth, but Nolo held up a hand, forestalling him. You said you'd abide by my decision. Nolo hardened his glare. Yes, but... No buts, let's see what the book says. If there's something in one of the other books, tell me please, I need to know. Nolo ran a hand through his braids, making the beads on their ends click together. All right, I'll tell you once we receive all the copies and update the master log. But you need to stop obsessing over this. It's not healthy, and it could take a while to collect all that information. In the meantime, you must drop it and move on with life. How could he move on when a ghost child haunted his steps and monsters threatened his son? Sarn rounded the table stacked with goods in silence, aware he had to say something to mollify his master. In the end, Sarn just nodded. You remember how to pack these? Nolo lifted a jumble of cloth and buckles from the pile. Sarn nodded again and rattled off the packing list. He'd done this so many times he could assemble the packs in his sleep, and Nolo knew it. If Nolo would go away until morning, Sarn could sneak outside and search for clues. Good, I'll leave you to it. Nolo walked out, then stuck his head back in. If you get hungry, there's some stew in back. It might still be warm, and my wife made biscuits to go with it. Make sure you eat something before I see you again. You're too thin. Damn, Nolo intended to check on him, and he'd better be here when the man showed up. Sarn squeezed a sack of oats in frustration at the implied threat. That left only one avenue to gather information, one he'd used too often already today: magic. Too much magicking led to blackouts. If Nolo happened by during one of those, Sarn would end the night with a visit to the damned infirmary. Did you hear me? Nolo asked. Yes, stew's in back, eat something, I heard you. Sarn pushed some items over to make space, but his eyes kept catching on the unkindled Lumiere crystals. Why had he sensed none at either murder site? What had those hikers used for light and heat? Sarn plucked a crystal from the pile. Holding it between his thumb and forefinger, he felt its cold roughness, and the shadow coiled in its belly. Impure, complained his magic, then it listed all its inclusions until Sarn dropped the rock. It bounced off its mates, causing the pile to slide towards the edge. Closing his eyes, Sarn ran his ungloved palm over the table and felt nothing until he touched those stones. Only then did his other senses break down their composition. Sarn recalled the icy darkness blanketing both murder sites. Could it extinguish Lumiere crystals? He seized a stone, but it lit on contact. Kindling Lumiere had become a reflex action over the years. Damn the Rangers. Cursing, Sarn grabbed another and damned his magic, slowing its flow to a trickle. He narrowed his awareness down to the stone in his hand, and the waiting cavity in its heart. The rock blazed as he withdrew his senses. Still too fast, Sarn cursed and picked up another. He drilled down, attenuating his magic, until it struck a filament. It would cast its light down through the ages, radiant, until its internal store of magic was depleted. He kindled another and another, each time watching the process. Nolo could keep him out of the forest, but not the mystery haunting it. After an hour, Sarn set a luminous pink rock aside and staggered to the stew pot to ease the hunger cramping his gut. He was onto something, but avoiding a blackout took precedence. While he shoveled stew into his mouth with a biscuit, Sarn turned over everything he knew about Lumiere crystals and their luminosity. Could the ignition process be reversed? What could strip a Lumiere crystal of its light and magic? Sarn sat on a pile of straw dummies and surveyed the cluttered cave for an answer. Unstrung bows of every length and construction hung from pegs on the wall. One called to Sarn, and his magic slid along his hands. He yearned to touch the bow staves. It had been months since they'd let him shoot. 3 bowlfuls and 4 biscuits later, he left his dishes to soak in a pan of soapy water before confronting the Lumiere crystals again. Sarn touched a lit stone and tried to withdraw the magic he'd given it. Nothing happened. His magic remained ensconced in the rock. Voices caught his attention. Sarn grabbed an unlit Lumir crystal and drifted out of the cave, fingering the stone in his hand. Magic flowed over its nooks and crannies as he listened hard. What was going on out there? Was the queen of all trees still waiting for him? Was she in danger? Sarn imagined her silver splendor surrounded by infected trees and rivers of oily black contagions, until a polite cough startled him. Sarn dropped his gaze 10 inches to the crown of Inari's head, then backpedaled out of the danger zone. There were women, and there was Inari. Beautiful failed to describe her, incandescent came closer to the mark. There was an extra dimension she alone possessed. And he was staring at her like a fool. He had to look away. She was Nolo's wife, for hell's sake. But his eyes refused to stray from her face. Red light burst out of the Lumir crystal in his hand. The stone's glow gave her café au lait features a rosy hue as his magic dampened its heat so it wouldn't burn him. I overheard my husband talking and figured I'd give you a hand. Inari shrugged a toned shoulder. A hand? Sarn repeated, unable to make sense of her explanation. Yes, with the packs. Inari stepped past Sarn into the chamber, leaving him flabbergasted and confused. Inari was older than him, as was every woman he'd ever crushed on. She had a decade on him, which put her around 30. Sarn trailed off as words abandoned him. He flailed around for something to say, but he found nothing and shut his mouth. What could he talk about with this angel? He was the dirt under her well-tailored boot heel, a whore's unwanted bastard. Worse still, he had a bastard of his own, but he adored that boy. Ran was the light of his life. Sarn glared at the stone in his hand, feeling dirty and empty. Thank fate, his propensity for cloaks and deep hoods hid his greasy hair and filthy clothes. But his eyes glowed, showering his unwashed, stubble-covered face in unflattering emerald light. He stank too, and he'd worn the same clothes for a few days. Funny how he hadn't noticed that until now. Soap, water, and a razor. He needed to make a date with all three the next time he had 5 minutes of peace. His face burned as Sarn turned away from her sparkling cleanliness. Inari had pulled her hair into a waist-length braid, and she smelled fresh as a summer flower. He was dirt, and she was a polished diamond, so bright and beautiful it hurt to look at her. I can make them up myself, Sarn said when the silence became unbearable. If she helped, Nolo would find him some other busy work to do far from the doors. At least here he could overhear something. Sarn placed the red Lumir stone into a lead-lined box. I have an ulterior motive for helping you. Sarn heard the smile in her voice and clamped down hard on the reaction her words produced. He was only 20, and it had been a while since. Sarn picked up a jumble of cloth and buckles and fumbled it into something resembling a pack. It had been a while since he'd slept with anyone, and that reason was a precocious child named Ran. Oh fates, how he missed the lovable little rascal. Sarn crammed a handful of oats into the pocket meant for them, and pinned his eyes to the table and its offerings. It was safer to regard the kit he was assembling than to look at Inari. She was everything he'd ever wanted, but she was married to one of his masters. What did you have in mind? Sarn asked, failing to mask his inner turmoil. Now would be a terrific time for a ghost to show up, or the fate's damned forest to have a tantrum. Anything to get out of this cave. Practice, specifically archery practice. Inari heaved a one-shouldered shrug, oblivious to his discomfort. I want to keep my skills sharp, and I prefer to shoot with a partner. I figured you could use the practice, and I wanted to make sure you're okay. You didn't look well when I last saw you. Well, archery practice explained the leathers clinging to her curves. Thank fate, his baggy clothes hid how much he liked them. Her dark eyes searched him. What was she looking for? Oh right, signs of illness since he'd passed out at her feet yesterday. I don't need a healer. Sarn spotted a darker stone amid the pile and reached for it. But a spark jumped from his finger to the stone, turning its glow on before he touched it. Sarn gritted his teeth at more evidence of his freakishness and shoved it into a pack. If his face got any redder, he'd make a tomato jealous. Time for a topic change. I didn't say you did. I know you don't like them, Inari said. Doesn't Nolo shoot with you? Inari shook her head as she threaded a strap through a buckle. He doesn't approve of my interest in such sports. Her casual response caught Sarn off guard, and he knocked over a stack of bandages. Damn it. He bent to collect them and his wits too. Shadows melted into the south wall as if some force drew them out of the mountain. They left behind a void, and the cave and the piles of gear scattered about lost one of its dimensions. When Inari bent to pick up a few stragglers, Sarn stopped her. Something strange was happening. Better if she stayed ignorant of it. I dropped them. I'll fetch them. It's only fair. All right, I'll keep the assembly line going. Sarn nodded, even though she couldn't see it from her side of the table. He touched the ground, and his magic crawled down the tunnel and out of the main doors. How's your brother doing? He's fine. Since he followed Murren's academic progress like a sport, Sarn rattled off his brother's test scores, paper grades, and the theses of his assignments without taking his mind off his magic. It was flowing across the meadow now. Could he send it past the menhirs into the forest? His magic washed over the spectral feet of the ghost boy and recoiled, snapping back so fast it gave Sarn whiplash. He landed on his butt, and pain punched him in the face. A purple afterimage of a 13-pointed star in a circle danced before his eyes. Blood dripped from his nose, and Sarn wiped it on his sleeve. AI-narrated, whispered a voice only he heard, and Sarn still had no fricking clue what it meant. You've done a superb job raising your brother, Inari said, oblivious to his painful spill. Cold air buffeted Sarn as he rose and came eye to eye with the ghost boy. Fear clouded the ghost's milky green eyes. What could frighten a ghost? Don't be embarrassed. You should be proud of him. You've earned the right. Inari squeezed his shoulder. She let go before drifting back to the table and those packs. Quite a pile had formed while he'd mucked about with headache-inducing magic. Sarn still had no answers, just a feeling that things were wrong and growing more so by the minute while he stood here assembling kit bags. Sarn nodded to Inari, thanking her without words for her support because it seemed the right thing to do. It also bought him time to regroup. With shaking fingers, he resumed stuffing whatever came to hand into the first pocket his fingers found. They must be almost done. Inari's slender fingers stilled when the warden's voices swelled. You can hear them? Sarn asked. Inari nodded, and her face softened as she noted his surprise. Sarn touched his bad ear, then let his hand fall back to the pile of ribbons he'd sorted. Each pack carried the same items but in different proportions depending on the campsite. They're talking about you. Her smile slipped and flipped into a frown of concentration. They. There was only one voice he kept hearing. Oh right, the wardens. Sarn had forgotten they were nearby. Echoes of stamping feet interrupted a mumbled monologue. Inari laid a warm hand over his. Before Sarn could stop it, his magic scanned her, throwing a barrage of information at him, none of it sensible. What are they saying? Inari's eyes answered his question, nothing good. Sarn nodded, and she squeezed his hand before letting go. Her warmth lingered on his skin, and it felt good, too good. His magic had welcomed her touch, and so had he. She was his master's wife for hell's sake. He should not like her, but fates damn him he did. I know what they're saying about me. Sarn needed to drive a wedge between them, to make her see him for what he was. I'm a freak, and you know what? They're right. Sarn slammed the last pack down, and its blue ribbon fluttered in the breeze. You're unique, but you're not a freak. You've lived a hard life, yes, but you've got a good heart, and it's always in the right place. Her words applied a soothing balm to the cuts her husband's remarks had made earlier. They're talking about what Grigori did, and they're angry he dragged you off somewhere and ditched you. Inari's dark eyes urged him to believe it. But dare he? Sarn shook his head. They don't like me. He found this reversal in attitudes hard to swallow. But her dark eyes, so earnest in their attention, tipped unbelief into belief, and knocked Sarn to a sit on the edge of the table as his world rocked around him. She linked her arm through his and tugged him toward the door. "Come on. We're finished here. It's Dreamer's Hour, and I fancy a bit of shooting and maybe a little competition before I retire. I've heard you're a natural." The ghost boy flashed to the cave's entrance and extended his arms to block their way. He shook his head in terror. As if cued, the bells of Mount Eredron tolled 24 times, marking the hour as midnight. They echoed in the preternatural silence of the maze. Sarn gave the ghost a reassuring look as he walked through the ghost's arm and stopped. A rat stared at him, the same one from the kitchen. The malevolence radiating off the creature made him wonder. Was someone watching him through the rat's eyes? Was this watcher rat woman or someone else? Cold spectral fingers dug into his thigh, numbing it as the ghost pulled and failed to budge him. Sarn closed his eyes and let Inari lead him to the stronghold's doors. If there was something bad enough to scare a ghost out there, then he had to warn Nolo, even if it meant endangering the man's wife. Inari wouldn't want it any other way. The rangers on guard stopped talking. For a moment, Sarn feared they'd seen the specter huddled against his leg, or the creepy rats scurrying after them. "Heard you knocked Grigori down flat," commented Cyril. "You can open your eyes, kid. There's no one around except us to see 'em, and we know what they look like." Sarn did his bid, and played the emerald glow of his eyes over the lanky Cyril. To his credit, the Mohawk sporting ranger ignored the light as he searched the man's face for anything amiss. "Well, he deserved it," Cyril continued when Sarn failed to comment. Maybe being the victim of Grigori's test had earned him a measure of respect by accident. Later he'd think on that. Sarn scanned the moonlit meadow below. Something was out there, but it waited beyond his line of sight. "The moon's a full one tonight," added Bishin from the opposite side of the giant doors, showering them in pale gold light. "It's a good night for a bit of shooting, if you're minded." Cyril flashed a smile at Inari. "We might have placed a small wager on our kid beating you 9 times out of 10. No disrespect meant, ma'am, but the kid's got talent." And now they were complimenting him in a backhanded manner. But still it was praise. His face heated up. Embarrassed, Sarn nodded to the 2 rangers, then hightailed it to the switchback trail leading down the mountain. His gaze locked onto the impenetrable darkness blotting out the enchanted forest. Not a single leaf glowed tonight. Something had snuffed out the forest's bioluminescence. Was it the same thing that had turned the forest against him yesterday? "Unnatural," said his magic. "I figured. Tell me something I don't know, like how to fix it." But his magic didn't. Instead, his magic increased his eyes' glow until a green nimbus encased him, turning Sarn into a walking target. Fan-fricking-tastic, Sarn gritted his teeth. He was a beacon calling to whatever wrongness had gripped this land. But his radiance highlighted trip hazards, making the descent less treacherous. Inari's grateful smile warmed Sarn all the way to his toes until the ghost boy's icy fingers recalled his attention. Now wasn't the time to revel in her company. At the bottom of the trail, they stepped onto the meadow. Nothing stirred the long grasses, not even the wind. Thickets of arrows stuck point first into the ground 100 yards from their respective targets. Inari unslung a leather tube and removed a recurve bow. She strung it and waited while Sarn did the same with a longbow someone had left for him. Someday he would teach his son to shoot, but he put the thought out of his mind so he could concentrate on calling out the wrongness. Holding the bow in his right hand, Sarn withdrew an arrow from the ground. "Show yourself. I dare you. You don't frighten me." But it should, and the thought gave Sarn pause. His gaze strayed to the shuddering ghost boy hiding its face in his pant leg. The specter peeked at Sarn, and its pale, terrified eyes pleaded with him to stop. "I can't," he whispered to the ghost. "I have to do this." Magic rolled over the flint arrowhead in his hand, turning it a radiant green. Connection established, Sarn knocked, sighted, and drew on the bow, feeling muscles in his upper back pull tight. He released the arrow, and it sped past the standing stones into the darkness beyond. His will flew with the shaft and its sensory payload. The string slapped his right forearm, but he ignored its sting. The arrow landed point first in the dirt, and a remnant of his magic dashed back to Sarn, sending flashes of roots, rocks, and leaves, all of them motionless. Why were they still? Their immobility raised his hackles. To keep up the ruse, Sarn fired 2 arrows at the target, hitting it dead center. He grabbed another arrow and shot it south toward the river. Nothing there either. Was he losing his mind? A blur jumped onto common rock and perched on its top. Its beady eyes glared at Sarn as its body tensed, ready for anything. It was too far away to attack him or Inari, and too small to do much harm. Aiming high, Sarn fired 2 more arrows and targeted other sections of the forest. Had something broken its enchantment? What the hell was he mixed up in? A magical nudge here or there kept the 2 projectiles defying gravity far longer than any arrow should, as Sarn curved their trajectories. He fired off 3 more at the straw target, planting them in a tight cluster to satisfy the rangers watching from the cliff, then resumed sending arrows into the forest hunting for information. His last arrow bounced off a tree, rousing it, proving its enchantment still held, thank fate. The arrow plummeted until something plucked it out of the air and snapped the shaft in half. After he dropped the broken arrow, a blurry man grounded under his boot. Moonlight fell on Hadrovel as the man stepped out of the forest. Those miserable eyes locked onto Sarn as the psycho lumbered toward him. No. It couldn't be. With shaking hands, Sarn snatched an arrow, knocked, sighted, and drew so fast he blurred. Thunk. The arrow passed through Hadrovel's chest, but the man kept coming. You're dead. I saw. Sarn seized another arrow and fitted it to the string. He's dead, kid. He can't hurt you anymore, Gerlo assured Sarn from the depths of his memory. But the commander had lied. Sarn shot 2 more arrows. Hadrovel swelled until the psycho loomed over him. Every arrow found its mark, decorating the psycho's chest with a death's head of fletching, grim smile included. But Hadrovel refused to die. He just kept coming. Sarn reached for an arrow, but his hand closed on empty air, and his back slammed into common rock. The damn thing was the size of a giant's boot. Gripping the longbow in both hands, Sarn swung it. Green lightning snaked along the bow, but it splintered when it struck Hadrovel's chest, raining green embers onto the ground. Sarn reversed his grip on the now sharpened stave and stabbed, but the psycho didn't even flinch when the magic-riddled wood punctured his chest. One good slap knocked the stave loose, leaving no blood or wound behind. As he recognized the glint in Hadrovel's eye, rage consumed Sarn. Not this time. The psycho wouldn't give him any more orders. Magic leaked out of every pore. Sarn ripped the rocks out of the earth and hurled them at Hadrovel before the beast could utter a single word. The projectiles piled up into a cairn, and the thing masquerading as Hadrovel flickered like a guttering flame. He wasn't Hadrovel. The realization knocked Sarn to his knees, so profound was his relief. Or perhaps exhaustion had sapped his strength. He had done far more magicking in the last few hours than he could remember ever doing before. Pain probed at the spot between his eyes, presaging a headache. What are you? Hadrovel's doppelganger grinned, baring yellow teeth, then he shattered, sending red sparks into the breeze. An invisible force spun those fragments into a 13-pointed star before it hit Sarn between the eyes. He collapsed in screaming pain as the star cut through his mind, raising memories in its wake. 6 years ago. Through a chink in the stone wall, Sarn caught the dark eyes of a slender figure swathed in a white cloak and cowl. The sacrifice stepped into a forest of candles and took Hadrovel's hand. The youth held his gaze as incantations in a guttural language assaulted his ears and scratched at his sanity. Pressure built, almost flattening Sarn as something ground against reality's thin veil. 13 cairns surrounded his narrow prison, and twitching fingers poked out of the nearest one. Oh fate, there was an orphan entombed in those cairns. The dying children's screams turned into hacking coughs as a sulphurous stink choked the air. You killed them. Sarn shouted at Hadrovel as the memory shattered. He rocked as pain stabbed his eyes. Inari's rose-scented arm wrapped around his shaking shoulders, and her breath tickled his ear. It's all right. I'm here. and Sarn wanted her to hold him forever. But this was wrong. She belonged to another, so he pushed her away. Once he was vertical, Sarn stumbled away from her, putting some distance between them. "Stay out of this or someone you love dies," said Hadrovel's doppelganger. Sarn pivoted, but the creature had disappeared. Only his warning remained, echoing with each heartbeat. "I saw a shadow monster," Ran had confessed, his little face screwed up in fear. Sarn's arms ached to hold his son and protect the boy from everything. Nolo's words from earlier replayed, "You have to let it go." How could he? Sarn met the frightened eyes of the ghost boy. No, he would see this through to the bitter end. He had no choice now. His son was in danger, and it was his fault. But he was more lost than before. Where could he turn for answers? "Look inside you," whispered his magic. Sarn reeled at the possibility. How could the answer be inside him? "What the hell are you doing?" Gerlo demanded as he rounded Common Rock. Inari started at the commander's sudden appearance, but Sarn just stared at the blood dripping down his throbbing arm. A crimson drop splashed onto the earthen lips opening to catch it. The ground shook, and something shot out of it. Sarn caught the object on reflex and stared at a bloodstone keyed to him. Inside the reddish rock, a spark of his magic waited for direction. What the hell? Sarn looked to Gerlo for an answer, but his master's brows drew down in consternation, presaging a lecture, not an explanation. "Let me clean this." Inari wiped at the blood and the dozens of raised welts along the inside of Sarn's right arm. Her silken touch made his loins itch for some amorous action. Fates damn him to hell, Sarn wanted her warm hands elsewhere on his anatomy. It had been too long, and the magic wanted another Ran. Its demand pounded with his heart, but Ran had to stay an only child. After applying a salve she produced from her pocket, Inari wrapped his sore arm in gauze, then stepped back. "Keep the wound clean so it heals all right." Sarn nodded. What the hell happened here? Gerlo glared at Sarn. How should he answer that question? Sarn looked at the grinning skull outlined in fletching and shivered. How many arrows had he shot? Too many, no wonder Gerlo looked ready to strangle him. His latest bout of insanity had destroyed a target and created a 6-foot cairn. Get inside now. Go to my office and sit there while I decide what to do with you. Gerlo pointed at the mountain. His command tugged on the compulsion, turning Sarn toward the doors, beckoning to him from the mountainside. Before Sarn could blink, he was halfway up the winding mountain trail. The air had a cold bite and a hint of putrefaction to it, one reminiscent of the 2 murder sites. But he couldn't stop to investigate. Gerlo's orders left no leeway this time. For uncounted miles in all directions, save south where the river flowed, the enchanted forest stood like ranks of spent candles. Their lack of brilliance grated on his nerves until she blazed in the distance on Mount Share. She raised her refulgent branches. As she extended them to Sarn, her summons reverberated in his bones. He must go to the Queen of all trees. Sarn stepped onto an inconvenient bluff and crossed it, only to crash into invisible chains. Promises pulled tight, tripping Sarn, and he went down on one knee as Gerlo's last words echoed in his skull. Go to my office and sit there. He had sworn to obey Gerlo, and his master had issued an order. Each word flayed Sarn, abrading his will the longer he knelt there. He must do what his master said. But she had called him. Sarn stared at the clumps of grass clinging to the precipice while 2 desires strove for mastery. White light caressed his face, igniting a memory of a white-robed youth surrounded by a blazing fire. The image sharpened until the candles separated into a circle winding around a star with 13 rays. Somehow the event in his past and the murders were connected. Thank you, he whispered, letting the breeze carry his words to the Queen of all trees. Her light winked out, breaking the enchantment, and his mind cleared enough for Gerlo's objective to gain the upper hand. Sarn rose, dazed but determined, and stumbled back onto the trail. The ghost boy appeared in front of him and silently urged Sarn to go back. Not you two. I can't go to her. She knows I have orders. But the specter shook his head and motioned for him to turn around. Curiosity spun Sarn on his heel, and he blinked at the dark vista spreading beyond the circle of menhirs. The queen of all trees had vanished into the enchanted forest, and its unnatural darkness had swallowed her. No hint of her radiance remained, not even an afterimage. Is she in trouble? The ghost pointed to where she'd stood, and its pale lips moved in silent speech. Is she? The ghost ignored his question. Sarn folded his arms over his chest. What are you afraid of? You're already dead. Far off, a voice whispered, AI-narrated. Sarn shuddered. The ghost raised one spectral finger to its wide eyes, then dissipated in a gust of wind, leaving Sarn alone with the night and too many questions without answers. He kicked a stone, sending it clattering down the mountain. Gerlo's icon on his head map moved, spurring Sarn into action. He pivoted and continued up the trail. But as the gravel path bent to climb between two rock formations, Sarn felt a malevolent presence. His head map added a marker for this new menace, then subtracted it a moment later as a rat darted across his path. It turned beady eyes on him, and the force of its hatred pushed Sarn back a step. Was it one of Rat Woman's attendants? For a long, tense moment, he and the entity looking out through the rat's eyes remained locked in a standoff. Something held its hatred in check. Was it Rat Woman or someone else? Had Hadroville distracted him from a larger problem? It was possible, and the possibility frightened Sarn. Rocks crumbled where he gripped an outcropping in frustration. The rat fled into the shadows lining the trail. Sarn shivered at the close call before plodding onward up the mountain's more scenic face. Around the next bend, Sarn found Cyril and Bishin still guarding the doors. The former whistled, and the latter clapped Sarn on the back, spinning him around. An apology wrote itself across Bishin's blocky features right before the ranger slammed Sarn into a rock wall and pinned him there. Sorry, kid, I have to search you. Don't make this any harder than it must be. Orders are orders. Before he'd even stopped speaking, Bishin kicked his feet apart. Maybe they'd heard about his earlier evasion. Rumors traveled at the speed of thought in the mountain stronghold, especially when they pertained to him. Sarn gnashed his teeth. From their vantage high on Mount Eredren's shoulder, Bishin had a perfect view of his loss of control. Fear made their sweat stink and their breath catch as they prodded Sarn, seeking concealed weapons. Cyril had joined in too, crowding Sarn. It made him laugh because the only weapon he possessed was magic, and he avoided wielding it when he could. Keep your hands off me. Sarn bit down hard on those words, swallowing them. But his magic reared up and lashed out with a whip of crackling green energy, knocking both men away from him. Sarn turned his back on their stricken faces and pulled his cowl down over his freakish eyes. He ran inside, but the fear in their eyes portended trouble to come. A green glow caught Nolo's eye and he turned, his gut clenching with dread. Sarn should be in the training room, still assembling packs. There had been enough to keep the kid busy and out of sight all night, unless someone had lent a hand. No. Nolo repeated the word between breaths as he charged across the meadow, but the wind swallowed his negation. The kid stood cloaked and hooded as always, but his eyes blazed, throwing green light for a half-mile in every direction. Magic flowed through the longbow in the kid's hands, lighting up the wood. An arrow pulled free of the ground and sailed toward the kid's open palm. Its flint head glowed green as the kid knocked, sighted, and drew so fast he blurred. As the arrow flew, emerald lightning crackled around it. A thicket of arrows outlined a grinning skull on the decimated target. Repeated pummeling had splintered one of its supports. Unperturbed, the kid held out his hand again, but no arrow rose to meet it. The kid swung his bow at the target, splintering it. Nolo slammed into an invisible wall and bounced off it. He punched the barrier, but the damn thing refused to yield. Sarn, he shouted, but the kid's magic charged the air so each lungful delivered a painful zap to his insides. Stop it, Sarn. Listen to me. Rage rattled the chains of Nolo's sanity. Who had caused this? Was it Ranispara? Had she disobeyed Gerlo's edict? No, she knew why the kid must never focus his attention, and by extension his magic, on any task. Had Grigori orchestrated this tragedy? Dear God, it was possible, after the stunt his friend had pulled yesterday. Nolo's hands curled into fists. If Grigori had anything to do with this, he'd. Stones lifted off the riverbank and hurtled toward Sarn. But the kid just rocked, lost in his delusions. At the last second, the stones swept upwards, describing a graceful arc. They remained suspended by will alone until gravity crashed them down, creating a cairn as tall as its creator. Helpless, Nolo watched months of work crumble. He screamed a negation along with the kid. It was happening again, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Or was there? A familiar weight settled on his back. He could just reach up, seize an arrow, and no. Nolo laced his fingers together over his abdomen, but death's arrows tempted him. You could mark him for a good end. Why let that capricious bitch fate decide how he dies? Wouldn't a peaceful death be better? Or do you want him to suffer? No, Nolo told the black quiver. He would not shoot at a child, for that's what Sarn was, a boy stuck in a man's body, one ill-equipped to handle life's harsh realities. Death's marksman does not mark children. Point taken, the black quiver of death quieted, but he still carried the burden. A lithe figure darted forward, distracting Nolo. She was a familiar woman-shaped silhouette against the magic's glow. Inari skidded on the grass and threw an arm around the kid's shoulders. Sarn was shouting now. You killed them. Someone was inside the green dome of the kid's magic. Squinting, Nolo recognized the huntress pattern dyed on the woman's back, and the waist-length braid of black silk bisecting it. Inari had caused this drama. He'd expected her to ask Ranaspara to shoot with her, since the two women had been best friends for nigh on a decade already. They did everything together, so why not archery? Of all the people Inari could have chosen, why had she picked Sarn? Nolo looked to the stars for answers. But those cold pinpricks hid behind clouds, and God kept his peace. Maybe Sarn vexed the Almighty too. Nolo gave that radiant barrier one last punch, and it shattered, freeing him. Nolo rushed forward, but Gerlo beat him to the kid. Whatever emotional storm had caused this must have ended, because rationality had returned. Sarn stared agog at what he'd wrought under the magic's influence. Inside now, Gerlo pointed at the mountain. Go to my office and sit there while I decide what to do with you, said the commander. Sarn left without saying a word. Nolo changed course to follow him. The kid always had a seizure after magical displays. Someone should be with him, because it promised to be a bad one. But when Nolo caught sight of his stricken wife, outrage detoured him to her side. How dare she stand there like she'd done nothing wrong? Anger hardened Nolo's voice into a truncheon, and he swung it at her. What were you thinking? We stopped giving him archery lessons because of this. Inari rounded on him, anger coloring her cheeks. Have you ever bothered to figure out why this happens? I didn't think so. He has magic. You can't hide it away or pretend it doesn't exist. He'll never learn to control it if you keep him away from everything that triggers it. Inari's eyes flashed, and her breasts heaved as she stabbed Nolo in the chest with a calloused finger. And before you accuse me of anything, this wasn't my intention. I didn't know this would happen. Nolo glanced at his boss, but the commander just watched the argument without comment. Inari seized her husband's chin and turned his head back to face her. All I know is you used to teach him archery, then those lessons stopped. When I suggested we shoot for a bit, he was happier than I've seen him in a while. I know what I'm doing. Nolo folded his arms over his chest. Inari quirked a brow, questioning his assertion. The only person he needed to justify his actions to was Gerlo. He was responsible for the kid's well-being, not her. Gerlo cleared his throat and pointed at the papers clutched in Nolo's offhand. What have you got there? Something the kid asked for. Nolo passed the unread pages to his boss, who perused them. I thought I told him to drop it. Gerlo shook his head and stuffed the pages into his pocket. Now I know what caused this. Care to share that rationale? Inari asked, reminding them of her continued presence. She watched both men with her hawk eyes. Nolo opened his mouth to give his standard reply of ranger's business, but Gerlo spoke first. A sad affair involving some travelers, which I told the kid to forget about since there's nothing we can do. We were a day late and a few lives short. Inari accepted Gerlo's explanation with a grim nod. People died all too often in the wild because of ill luck, disease, or unpreparedness. Gerlo patted his frizzy hair and sighed. What will we do with him? You can't pawn him and his problems off on busywork. It won't solve anything. And if you keep that up, you'll alienate him completely. Inari met both men's gazes with a steely one of her own, then she retrieved her bow and returned to the mountain. Gerlo whistled. She's some woman. Yes, she is. Nolo watched his wife until she vanished behind a rock formation. She was a lot more than he'd bargained for 10 years ago when he'd wed her. We should have Sarn clean up this mess, but he's been visible enough for one night. Gerlo kicked a stone, but his gaze rested on the target which had fallen on its side. We can't leave this mess until morning. I've got a meeting down here, and if anyone sees this, it'll raise too many questions. I'll take care of it. Burn it. Get those two, Gerlo waved in the general direction of the door wardens, to help you. Impress upon them the danger of speaking about this to anyone. Not even another ranger. This goes no further. Agreed. What about those pages? He'll ask if I checked the book. Nolo pulled out a Lumiere stone as a shadow fell over them. Gold light illuminated Gerlo, giving his boss a demonic aspect. You found nothing, so there's nothing to tell. You want me to lie to him? Lie to a kid who could speak only the truth. The idea made Nolo's heart clench with dread. But he'd lied to the kid before to protect him. I want him to drop this and move on with life. It's not healthy, this obsession he's nurturing. It stops tonight. No argument here. Do you want me to take care of this now or deal with him? I'll deal with him. You're on damage control. Gerlo turned to go, but he stopped. The 16th of July, are you planning to be around then? Lord Greshel's birthday celebration is still the 16th? Yes, but I expect it will change. Don't make any plans for the last 2 weeks of July. I'll need you here for, oh hell, you don't want to know. It's madness, this spectacle they're planning. Sheer madness. Gerlo stalked off, grumbling about mad nobles and their ill-timed entertainments. Whatever Lady Hera planned for her son, it would be a nightmare to secure. It could stay his boss's headache for a few more weeks while he tried to figure out what to do with Sarn. Inari's last words repeated like heartburn, you can't pawn him and his problems off on busywork. It won't solve anything. What other choice was there? Nolo looked from the ravaged target to the cairn to the sky. Not even the moon offered any wisdom as she cast her silver eye down on him from a break in the clouds. Would it help if he took the kid with him on his rounds? It would give him more time to prize words from the laconic youth, and it might build up some trust. The kid needed something to do. At this point, Nolo would try anything. But the forest and the queen of all trees, could he trust either of those entities to leave the kid alone? Chapter 25. Sarn woke when 2 fingers touched his carotid, and he swatted that hand away from him. Don't touch me. Easy, kid, I'm just making sure you're breathing. You were stiller than stone, and you look terrible. Don't you sleep during the day. Gerlo backed off and parked it on the arm of a chair opposite his. Embroidered dragons glared at Sarn. Yes, I do. But his body demanded more sleep than his son allowed. Bells chimed 4 times, announcing the shift change. Gerlo's brow winged up, inviting the obvious question. It's 4 in the morning. Can I go now? You're physically able to go anytime you wish, but you won't because I haven't dismissed you. And I won't until we clear up a few things. Gerlo folded his arms over his chest and inclined his head. What do you want to know? Sarn rubbed the bridge of his nose. His head felt odd, like someone had stuffed gauze into it after stirring the contents. 3 things, Gerlo ticked each point off on his finger. Why you disobeyed orders? I didn't. She helped me, and we finished packing them. Gerlo gave Sarn a look, silencing him. I want to examine the stone. Sarn pulled the bloodstone out of his pocket and tossed it to his master. He never wanted to see the damned thing again. Its creation was too creepy to contemplate. Gerlo caught it. What did you mean when you said he killed them? You know who. Sarn passed a hand over his face and shuddered. I wouldn't ask if I did. Sarn struggled to name the nightmare still haunting him, but the syllables twisted on his tongue, changing them from hadrovel to I don't know. Memories 5 years suppressed ripped open old psychic wounds. Hands seized Sarn, dropping him into darkness. Hadrovel's face appeared, framed in a hole in the wall. Hey kid, come back to the room. Whatever happened, happened already. Ruminating on it won't change anything. Gerlo's voice cut through the memory, dragging the commander's dragon-themed office back into view. Every reptilian eye fixed on Sarn, and he shifted in his chair. Sarn, look at me and get your mind out of the past. Gerlo's dark eyes bored into Sarn, yanking out memories of cloaked men. Hands gathered every fragment of that memory, then withdrew. When the gaze lock broke, Sarn blinked and slumped against the chair. What were they just discussing? Visits to Gerlo's office always had an underlying reason. What had it been this time? The bells of Mount Eredron struck 5, startling Sarn. Gerlo patted his shoulder. Go get something to eat and some rest. You've told me what I wanted to know. I'm sure your brother's missing you by now. Sarn rose. He was grateful to be vertical again, since his backside had gone numb. How long had he sat there? Too long, so he staggered out, pausing only when Gerlo called to him. Same time tomorrow. Come back here. Gerlo pointed to the floor, meaning his office. 20th bell. Sarn hazarded. His head felt stuffed with wool. What the hell had he been doing tonight? Yes, 20th bell's fine. Gerlo watched the lanky enigma stagger down a short hallway on unsteady legs. Feeling strange himself, Gerlo rubbed his temples. When he'd met the kid's glowing eyes, something weird had happened. Memories crawled around inside his sieve of a mind, but these new additions belonged to the kid he'd just dismissed. Could he slide the stolen memory into place and replay it? Something clicked and his perspective changed. Hadrovel's miserable eye looked through a chink in a stone wall at Sarn, since this was his memory, not Gerlo's. Gerlo was just witnessing this by some magical accident. I'll pull you out when they're gone. Be as silent as a sleeping stone. The psycho-orphan master shoved a hand through the hole, but the kid dodged it. And the sudden movement made him dizzy, so he slid down the wall into a puddle of elbows and knees. Bread, cheese, and a full wineskin landed nearby along with a wadded-up blanket. Drink it all. You need fluids. You need to replace, Hadrovel broke off, glanced over his shoulder and cursed. But he never explained what the kid had to replace. The psycho fitted a stone into the hole, sealing the kid in, and left him there. A child's hand shot out, broke the loaf in half, and Murren's piping voice offered it to his brother. Gerlo yelped and almost fell out of the memory. Well, Murren's presence explained how Hadrovel had lured Sarn into there. The stupid kid would do anything for his ingrate of a brother. Gerlo shook his head, and the sudden movement knocked him out of the kid's perspective. A teenage Sarn drew back, closer to his brother. The kid had the unfinished look of a teenager, making him 14 or 15 at most. Who are you? The kid clutched his head and struggled to stay upright. Nobody important. I'll regret asking this, but are you okay? Gerlo gestured to the bandage peeking out of the kid's sleeve. Sarn clammed up. Some things never changed. Why bleed a mage-gifted kid? What had Hadrovel gained by such a vile act? Why don't you stop them? Muffled voices passed through the inelegant stonework, walling them in. Maybe even some drumming accompanied the sounds. Since a kid with damaged hearing had recorded this scene, it was hard to tell. Because this already happened. Look, kid, I didn't find out you existed until you ran away. Don't look so glum. You don't remember this anymore. By some bizarre accident, I stole your memories of this entire event. Gerlo rubbed his temples as pain etched fresh lines into his brow. Now I'm stuck in your memory. You can't go back? I don't know what I did, so how can I reverse it? Chanting interrupted the contemplative silence punctuating his question. The kid flinched and their viewpoints merged, giving Gerlo an eyeful of the uneven ground. He dug his fingers into the inexpert masonry and pulled himself up to peer through a chink in the cell wall. Mage sight rendered the cavern in shades of gray. A white-clad figure lit up a forest of candles. Each wick blossomed with a tongue of orange magic. The veiled person finished with the candle-lighting portion of the show and made eye contact. A gulf of 20 feet separated them. Bored, Gerlo felt around inside his mind for a way to advance the timeline. While he fiddled with stolen memories, no one was supervising his people. Nor would any of the paperwork piling up on his desk complete itself. All the mucking around pried him loose from the kid's viewpoint again. Gerlo blinked. He stood outside the cylindrical cell in a chest-deep moat. A smart move since the kid's magic hated water, and Sarn had been too drained to knock down a wall. Free now, Gerlo strolled around the cavern and stopped at one of the 13 moaning cairns ringing the chamber. Twitching fingers poked out of one rock pile. An eye blinked at him from the heart of another. Everything outside of the kid's point of view blurred as expected. This was Sarn's memory, not a reenactment put on for his benefit. No matter how hard Gerlo squinted, he could not identify the object crowning each cairn. Likely it was a sigil since symbols played a key role here. Someone had arranged the candles to form a 13-pointed star inside a circle. The symbol was unfamiliar, but the posse of black-robed chanters approaching the flaming sigil greeted it with glad eyes. They ringed the candle forest as the white-clad sacrifice stepped into its center. When the chanting reached its crescendo, a wall of sound struck Gerlo. He fell back into Sarn's perspective, and the alien words made his stomach crawl up his backbone. Unnatural magic rushed into the working, and filth fountained out of it, as the sacrifice threw back their head and screamed. Pressure built as the working neared its conclusion, and waves of vile magic washed through the cell, pushing him down toward a waiting blackness. Gerlo resisted its undertow and tore free of the kid, but when he put his eye to the crack, he saw nothing, because the kid had stopped watching and curled into a ball of nauseated misery. Did you make him pay for this? Sarn hissed through clenched teeth as he held to consciousness by a fraying thread. You mean Hadrovel? Sarn nodded. He looked so vulnerable. If only the kid had fallen into his hands instead of Hadrovel's. He could have molded such a malleable youngster. Yes, the real you saw most of it, though I wish you hadn't. Gerlo shivered at the mention. The execution had gone profoundly wrong. None of Hadrovel's victims should have witnessed that travesty. How did they punish him? Gerlo caught the kid's green-on-green eyes, and everything spun around him. He came to in the doorway to his inner office with the words, "You don't want to know," still on his lips. What had he just witnessed? Gerlo blinked as the real Sarn turned a corner without a backward glance and disappeared into the mountain. Replaying the kid's memory had taken no time at all. Good day, kid. Stay out of trouble. Gerlo shut the door and crossed to a bookcase, intent on doing some research. But his gaze snagged on the pages his second had ripped out of the logbook. Sarn needed to forget the entire thing. Gerlo picked up a metal bowl and opened the door connecting his inner office to his sitting room. Setting the bowl down on the sill, he cracked open the window and tore up those damn pages. They fell from his fingers into a snowy pile. After pulling on thick gloves, Gerlo removed one of the red Lumiere stones from the hearth. In less than a minute, a tiny fire bobbed in the breeze. Its orange tongues lapped at the confetti, consigning those pages and their information to Oblivion's hands. Smoke curled out of the stained glass window while Gerlo rested his eyes on heaven's cloudy face. "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned." He bowed his head, and a glimmer in the west caught his eye. A silver glow rose as the Queen of all trees summited a mountain. From miles away, she shook her luminous branches at him in mute protest. The enchanted forest shifted, rippling with her frustration. "Sarn belongs to us, you overgrown weed. Find another mage for your schemes." Gerlo blew out the flames, shook the ashes into a westerly breeze, and shut the window. May the wind toss those ashes in the Queen of all trees' bark-covered face. Gerlo returned to his desk and slumped down on his padded chair. What the hell should he do with the kid? And what should he do about the bizarre power gaze locking the kid had unlocked within himself? Sarn ghosted down the north-south transept. Someone or something had opened his skull and stirred up the contents. Could it have been his magic? What had he been doing all night? Sarn rubbed the bridge of his nose where an ache stabbed him right between the eyes. Only long-standing habit gave him a destination, the middle kitchen, and a directive: fetch breakfast. Sarn could almost hear his son's request for sausages, and it became a thread of sanity he clung to as memories of the last 3 days drifted through his mind. Stars, icy black veils, ghosts, the earth ripping open a mass grave, enchanted trees chasing him, or was that a dream? A whiskered snout poked out of a shadow. Sarn stopped and searched for the rat spying on him, but it scurried between 2 statues and disappeared. He remembered Rat Woman and fighting an abomination in a storeroom. Sarn leaned into the wall as his stomach growled. Food might clear out the mental cobwebs. He shoved off the wall and staggered toward breakfast. Since no one else was stirring at this hour, Sarn kept his eyes open. The corridor passed in a blur of statuary and bas-relief carvings, until a section of the wall caught his eye. An ancient artisan had captured circles, whole, linked, and interrupted, on a mosaic 10 feet on a side. Since the Lithurians had used Lumir crystals, all the circles glowed like the ones chasing Sarn in his dreams. Someone had incised circles on the statues' bases, the floor tiles, and the buttresses too. None of them wrapped around any stars, though. They had to be a piece of the same strange puzzle. Stay out of this or someone you love dies. Stay away from what? What had he stumbled onto? Why had a creature appropriated Hadrovel's likeness to warn him off? Whatever this was, it went beyond the murder of the boy and those hikers. They were part of something worse, and he still didn't know what that worse was. Sarn brushed a hesitant finger over a glowing curve, then 2, and finally his whole hand. He traced the circles, imitating his son's study of the illustrations yesterday. But not a fate's damn thing happened. Disappointed, Sarn ran a hand through his greasy locks, dislodging his hood. He took a second to fix his cowl and let his luminous gaze play over the other carvings for inspiration. For all he knew, this could have been building since the Lithurians occupied this place. Doubtful, since there were no magical menaces left in Shayari, not like in the old tales, thanks to the Seekers. Their centuries-long mage killing spree had begun after the slaughter of his heroes, the guardians of Shayari, and continued down through the ages. Sarn let his fingers hover over their noble visages. In his heart, the guardians' lament echoed. On the Queen's Road, they met their end. In an ambush by the usurper's men. They fought for hours on Shayari's one road. Too far off for enchanted trees to roam. So the guardians had to hold their own. Outnumbered 10-1, they stained the snow. While on the border, an army knows. No one defends Shayari from their men. Leaving Shayari without a friend. Her borders lay open end to end. There's no one to raise a sword or defend. Sarn bowed his head. I'd serve you if you'd have me. If only they were alive now. The guardians would know how to untangle the mystery life had thrown at him. But they died, leaving him to unravel this knot on his own. Sarn let his hand fall back to his side. If the Seekers had killed all the mages, how could he have inherited magic? What was Rat Woman, and who had regarded him through the rat's eyes earlier? Could there be someone else as riddled with magic as he was wandering around out there? That would explain the insect man he'd dissolved yesterday. Sarn fetched up against a wall as a gut-wrenching wrongness gripped him. Unnatural, declared his magic as it rattled its cage. We could fix it. How? Sarn asked. As usual, his magic didn't answer. Her summons wrapped around Sarn and drove out all thoughts save one. He must go to her now. Everything blurred as he skidded around corners, dodged statues, and cut through an arcade, only to stop at a balustrade. There she towered, the queen of all trees. Her luminous silver crown cut through the retreating night as she approached. Enchanted trees stepped aside, making a hole so her refulgent presence could pass them. Twin circles of menhirs bounded the meadow, barring her way. But her branches arched over them, reaching out for him. Sarn extended both arms to her, and her bark caressed his cheek as the distance between them shrank. Images cascaded across his mind's eye, a veiled youth in white robes surrounded by a 13-pointed star made of candles. 13 cairns ringed the sacrifice, and in each one a young life expired. All those images shrank into a white pinpoint floating in Gerlo's black eyes. Sarn. Who had called his name? Sarn blinked to clear his vision. Sarn, get away from there. A woman wrapped her arms around his waist and yanked him backward. Sarn landed in an awkward sprawl on top of Ranispara. After he rolled off her, he sat with his back to a baluster and rubbed his temples. What had he almost done? His son waited for him, and the breakfast he still needed to fetch. Are you all right? Ranispara levered herself up and slung an arm over one knee. Sarn nodded, even though he wasn't okay. That memory had shaken him. He remembered everything now, thanks to the Queen of all trees, including his half-baked plan. I saw you take off like a spooked deer. When you didn't respond, I followed you. Ranispara cocked her head to one side, narrowing her eyes at him. Are you sure you're okay? Sarn scrubbed a hand over his face. Was he? No, but if he admitted it, she'd drag him to the nearest healer. I saw her, Ranispara said when he'd remained silent. Who? Startled, Sarn let his hand drop into his lap and kneed his thigh. She shot him a look. You know who I mean. Indeed, Sarn did. This was her doing, wasn't it? Ranispara mimed someone leaping off a balcony. Had he been about to jump when she'd stopped him? Sarn shrugged. Thought so. Ranispara rolled her shoulders, then nodded to the arcade fronting the balcony. Come on. Let's get you inside before she tries anything else. Gerlo already dismissed me, Sarn said, preempting her next question. I figured. Ranispara rose and extended a hand to him. Because Ranispara had offered, Sarn accepted her hand and let her pull him up. Thank you. She shrugged off his gratitude. No need, you're one of us and we look after our own. Did they? This us had never applied to him in the past. Could we keep this just between us? Sarn regarded her. He needed a yes, otherwise tomorrow would feature a visit to the infirmary. I don't see why not. You didn't harm anyone. Thank you. Sarn let out the breath he'd been holding and sprinted for the kitchen. He had less than a half hour to steal food and chase down his one remaining lead, if he was lucky. But luck wasn't on his side this morning. Sarn cursed the baker kneading dough as if his life depended on it. Why was nothing ever easy? When the man turned to grab a pan, Sarn withdrew a burlap sack from his pocket and darted into the kitchen. He filched day-old bread from one counter and sausages from another, before ducking behind a butcher block-topped island. The baker whistled while he worked, and the sound grated on Sarn's nerves. After another minute of punching the dough, the flour-covered man set it aside and approached the pantry. Sarn shadowed him, skulking from island to column to sheet-draped cart in the apron man's wake. Before the door closed, Sarn caught the handle and waited while the baker rummaged around in the pantry. Hurry up. I've got things to do. Sarn fought the urge to tap his foot until the baker finally emerged. Once the guy passed his hiding spot, Sarn darted inside and shoveled items into the sack. Ran would eat anything he brought so long as he filched at least one sausage. Thank fate, his son wasn't a picky eater. Sarn listened for the sound of the cold room door opening. That should be the baker's next stop. When he heard the lock click open, Sarn timed his exit and slid inside before the door closed. Blue Lumiere crystals lit the room and pumped out cold while he nabbed bottles of goat's milk, wheels of cheese, boiled eggs and produce. When his bag could hold no more, Sarn cracked open the door. He waited for the baker to turn his ample back, then slipped out and almost stepped on a rat. The vermin darted behind a counter. Its eyes reminded Sarn of Ratwoman's mirrored gaze. It must be one of her spies. He was too tired for games, so Sarn ignored the creature and disappeared into the transept. This time no alarm sounded, and no guards came running. At least one thing was going his way. Sarn stuffed the sack behind a bushy fern before racing along the transept to the north exit. Where was everyone? He slowed and took in a corridor full of statues but no pedestrians. Was today a holiday? Shaking his head at this bit of good fortune, he broke into an all-out run. The bells struck 6 as Sarn kicked the catch to operate the secret door. It louvered a section of wall aside, revealing a staircase, and he descended, taking the steps 3 at a time. 120 steps down, he touched the wall in the right place to trigger another door. Outside, the sun had already lifted its golden head, and Sarn flung himself down the mountain's north trail while Nolo's icon toiled up the southern one. Good, there'd be no run-ins with either master since Gerlo's icon remained in his office. Let the man stay there for another hour. Sarn searched the meadow with his magic for his friend, Will, and hurried to intercept him. I need to talk to you. As Will turned, his concerned eyes snapped to the bandage peeking out of Sarn's sleeve. Is something wrong? Sarn held his wounded arm behind his back. I'm fine. I need some information. Will digested his statement with a few incredulous blinks. You need something from me? Yeah, I need you to look at the Harbormaster's books. I need to know about 2 groups of people and whether they pass through the harbor. Can you check? Yes, sure, anything you need, but when should I look? I mean, what days or span of days? If you need me to go back more than a month, it might take me a while to dig that up. Pater, he's the Harbormaster, files away his books after a month and starts a new log. Sarn's mouth dropped open. How far back should Will search? A week? A month? 3? Maybe he'd gone about this all wrong, but using magic had netted him more questions, not answers. There was a boy with one group. He's older than my son, maybe 8 years old. He had eyes like my son's. They were pale but still green. You mean he was like you? Sarn scuffed his boots on the rocky shore. Yes. What happened to him? Trust Will to pick up on the obvious. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Words rose to Sarn's lips and threatened to spill everything that had happened, but so much of it had involved magic. Sarn swallowed the words, letting the sun dawn on the 3rd day of a problem that was his alone to solve. Will must have sensed his exclusion because he cast hurt eyes toward the river. You're afraid what happened to this boy will happen to your son. How did you know? Will shrugged. I know you, and I know how much you love your son. Hell, we all love him. None of us, the foundlings I mean, would ever let anyone harm him. You know that, right? Did he? Sarn shifted his weight from foot to foot. Yes, but thanks for confirming that. How the hell had the conversation slipped so far from its original topic? Am I that transparent? About most things, yes, but I like that about you. Will heaved another shrug. So, I'm looking for a group with an unusual child. How many were in his party? Sarn shrugged. I don't know. There were 2 parties, but I don't know how many were in each. I didn't get a good look at them. At Will's sharp look, Sarn raised both hands in defense. What? I can count. So can Ren. We can't get him to stop counting thanks to you. What's wrong with that? Nothing. When should I look for this group? From when to when? I don't know. Sarn massaged his forehead to soothe the ache increasing with each question. You want me to look for an unknown number of people with one child. It was one child, not two, right? Sarn shook his head. Was there another child? I don't know. Will gave him a skeptical look. Sarn regarded the sunlight spilling over the mountains. He should have questioned Nolo instead of arguing with him. I shouldn't have bothered you. I'm sorry. Sarn turned to go, but Will stopped him by grabbing a handful of his cloak. I'll look for you, as far back as I can, even though I don't know what I'm looking for. Thanks, but you don't have to. This was a fool's errand. I just didn't realize it until now. Nolo's words came back to haunt him. You must drop this. It's not healthy to obsess over it. Was his master right? No, giving up meant allowing the creature masquerading as Hadroval to win. I'll let you go, get on with your work. See you around, Sarn said. Wait, I need to ask you something. No, you don't. Sarn yanked his cloak out of Will's hand and stalked away without saying another word. Sarn retraced his steps and fetched the sack of food, then descended to the lower quarters and the only person who loved him as the bells struck 7. If the answer was inside him, as his magic had insisted earlier, then he wanted to hold his son while he searched for it. Fates knew he missed the boy's smiles. Chapter 26. No, Papa's coming. I want to stay here. Well, you can't. You're too young to stay by yourself. I'm not by myself. Papa's coming. Yeah, well, he's not here and I have to leave for class, so. No. Rand shouted as Sarn pushed open the door. Murren froze. You're back. A smiling Ran escaped his uncle's grasp and ran to him, arms extended for a hug. Yeah, and I brought breakfast. Sarn pulled out a small bag he'd stopped to pack and tossed it to his brother. He set the larger sack down and caught his son in a tight embrace. All his cares melted away in the warmth of his son's smile. I missed you, he whispered into his son's downy hair. Murren caught the peace offering, but his gaze riveted to the gauze wrapping Sarn's wrist. What happened to you? I forgot to don a bracer, so the bowstring flayed my arm. Sarn shrugged. It hurts a lot? Rand pointed to the bandage. No, a nice lady applied a salve and it took the sting out of it. Rand leaned into his father, enjoying the embrace. I know it was stupid. I don't know how I forgot such a thing. It just felt good to hold a bow again. I didn't realize how much I'd missed it. Did you hit the target? Or were you so rusty all your shots went wide of the mark? Murren set his bagged breakfast on the table and organized his books for school and his arguments too. A storm brewed in those dark eyes, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash itself. Even Rand sensed it, judging by how tightly the child clutched Sarn. Decision time. Did he want to send his son to the Foundlings for a few hours while he rested? Hell no, he wanted the boy's company, his smiles, and the soothing patter of his speech. You and I should do some shooting this Sunday. I'll sneak some bows out of the training room. I found where they keep them. If you want to, because Sarn didn't know when the Rangers would give him that day off. Likely not anytime soon, since to them, he was still that scrawny boy tangled in their net. Nolo and Grigori had taken turns dragging it without ever giving their quarry a single glance. Sarn blinked away the memory. Why hadn't they looked? Because they didn't want to get involved. They wanted to hand you over to Hadroval, so they didn't have to deal with you anymore. Sarn shoved the angry voice of that trapped kid away and refocused on breakfast. The instant he set Rand down, the boy disappeared into the bag. A moment later, Rand emerged with a fistful of bread, an immature all-fruit in his mouth, a triangle of cheese in his other hand, and a sausage poking out of his pocket. Sarn laughed at the amusing sight his son made. Even Murren's lips twitched, but his brother didn't smile. You'll divvy it up? Murren waved to the food. Sarn nodded. And I'll take the larger half to the foundlings. Good, I'll take him so you can rest. By him, Murren meant Ran. His brother wanted to take the boy to the foundlings, who would babysit him in exchange for food. Sarn opened his mouth to argue the point, then shut it when a shadow darted under the table. No whiskered snout met his hurried scan, and no ghosts either. Had he imagined it? What about this Sunday? Do you want to shoot if I can nab 2 bows? Let's discuss that later. You need to sleep, and I need to take Ran to his babysitters. You look like a rag wrung out too many times. They'll watch him, and he'll be fine. You can fetch him when you wake up. No, I stay here with Papa, and we have adventures. Ran folded his arms over his chest and pouted. It's only for a few hours. Concern shadowed Murren's eyes when he cast them on Sarn. Ran shook his head and shot Sarn a pleading look. You promise? Yeah, and we'll have a small outing when I wake up. His word change didn't mollify Murren, whose face had reddened at the word adventure. Murren slammed his books into his rucksack, and Ran jumped at the sudden noise. Nothing Sarn said now would soothe his brother's jealousy, so he swallowed an apology before it could escape. Sarn covered his face for a moment and shook his head. He'd lost this round. Whatever he said or did, he always alienated one of them. There was no middle ground anymore. As Murren headed for the door, he dragged his nephew along with him. Ran shot Sarn another pleading look, but the door closed behind them before that look could punch holes in his resolve. Murren fumed as he hobbled. One hand gripped his crutch, and the other towed a recalcitrant child digging his heels into the ground. If you make me late for school, your father will be mad. Ran ceased fighting him and walked under his own power. About time too, since 8th bell would ring any minute now. As soon as it did, Murren had to be on his way to school, not dealing with his quarrelsome nephew. When he reached the foundling's door, Murren recalled the conversation about Metron. If the jerk sniffed around the foundlings this morning, he'd see Ran. Murren stomped his good foot in frustration. Damn, he'd meant to come up with a brilliant plan to protect the brat. But a full day of school and a night spent writing essays had driven the problem from his mind. Murren glanced at his nephew, who kicked the door. He had to do something. Metron could walk off with Ran tucked under his arm, and the jerk would too if he ever laid eyes on his nephew. Metron hated Sarn, and the enmity was mutual. Look at me, I have to tell you something important, but you can't tell your father about it. His grave statement captured Ran's full attention. Why? I need you to hide from anyone you don't know, okay? Why? Ran tilted his head and regarded his uncle from a different angle. But the alternative view failed to further the lad's understanding. Maybe I should use smaller words to explain the situation. Do you remember what Will and I talked about the other night? Murren waited for the boy's perplexed nod before continuing. Well, he said a bad person visits the foundlings. If he comes, you hide, okay? You don't let anyone you don't know see you. Do you hear me? Ran scowled, but he nodded. He received the same instructions from his father about 3 times every day. You'll do what I say. Ran kicked the door again, then shrugged. Murren glanced down the hall, but Sarn remained in their cave. His brother was likely still dividing the food up and obsessing over the proportions. He should have done it and spared Sarn the grief. This is serious. The man Will mentioned is a rotten person. He doesn't like your father. Why doesn't he like Papa? Just promise me you'll hide if someone you don't know visits. Ran considered his request. You'll be helping your father if you do this. How can I help Papa? By not letting this person see you. Oh, and you can't tell your father. It's a secret. Okay, Uncle Murren, I'll hide from the bad man. Without uttering another word, Ran pushed the door open and slipped inside. Murren hefted his rucksack and hobbled to the nearest staircase and his first class. How many visits would it take to turn Metron from a stranger to an acquaintance? What if that had already happened? 8th bell rang. Murren cursed, but he kept plotting. Ran would have to be okay. And if he isn't, demanded Murren's conscience, then it's the foundling's problem, not mine. I promised Sarn I'd go to school, and that's where I'm going. Ran collected resentful looks for a few minutes, then he shrugged and reached for the door handle. Nobody wanted him here, and Uncle Murren would never know he'd left. So why stay here? Where do you think you're going? Asked Bevik as he entered, forcing Ran to backpedal or risk being stepped on. I'm going back to Papa now. Ran edged toward the door. Papa always wanted him around. You're supposed to stay with us. Why? Ran hid a smile. No one liked answering that question, especially Uncle Murren's friends. You just are. Bevik turned Ran, so he faced a group of children and gave him a push in their direction. Go play. Ran stopped when 2 boys scowled and shook their heads. Fine, he'd battle the new villains from yesterday's adventure by himself. Ran smiled as he patted his pocket where his trusty slingshot waited along with several metal balls. Putting out a monster's eyes was okay, but what about the boys excluding him from their game? They were jealous, yes, and big meanies, but not monsters. And I'm a good boy, Ran muttered as he rooted around in a pile of discarded clothes. The funky teenage boy smell made him wrinkle his nose in disgust as he zeroed in on several dirty socks. Some helpful soul had balled them up into the perfect ammunition, soft enough not to hurt, but stinky enough to make a point. Ran froze as Papa's presence surrounded him. Oh, Papa had sensed what he was up to. Ran scanned the cave's 13 inhabitants. How could he feel the warm touch of Papa's magic if Papa wasn't here? Perplexed, Ran turned, taking in every inch of the cave from the spring at its back to the scattered groups of orphans, still no Papa. A bare patch of granite sparkled. Ran dropped to his knees and accepted the invitation to touch it. An image sprouted in his mind. Ran gasped. That's my face. But it was Papa's too, and it was unscarred. Ran goggled. Young Papa stood his ground despite the terror shortening each breath. Brilliant squiggly lines bound young Papa so tightly he couldn't move or speak. Behind him, a much younger Uncle Murren cowered, clutching Papa's cloak. A shiver raced up his spine. What could bind Papa like that? Ran scooted forward to find out, but spectral legs blocked his path. When Ran looked up, the frantic ghost boy signaled him to stop. But I want to know what could scare Papa. And who tied him up with words? A shadow rose behind the ghost, and its sad eyes fixed on Ran right before it kicked the ghost boy aside. The ghost boy collapsed into a pile of transparent limbs. Why did you do that? Slingshot in hand, Ran pushed to his feet to confront the bad man congealing before him. The ghost boy gave him one more frightened look as his head rolled by. His lips shaped the word run, then the ghost boy and all his limbs vanished. Ignoring the ghost's advice, Ran slipped a metallic ball into the slingshot and fired, but the ball sailed right through the awful man. That shouldn't happen. Backpedaling, Ran tangled his feet in a discarded blanket and fell. Past and present commingled. For an instant he and young Papa occupied the same space until an invisible force shoved Ran hard. He grabbed hold of young Papa and screamed when his fingers touched the shiny words binding him. They flickered and loosened enough for young Papa to pivot and fall, shielding Uncle Murren with his body. Ran landed on his belly, holding tight to the picture in his head. Young Papa was in trouble. I didn't want to hurt him, said the evil man with the bushy mustache squatting in front of Ran. His miserable eyes unfocused. Anger vibrated through the stones under Ran right before pain lit him up. Blows rained down, breaking young Papa's bones. But he couldn't move to block or dodge them. Tears pricked Ran's eyes and his body throbbed with phantom pains. Why did you hurt Papa? The wicked man wrung his hands. I did what I had to do. A knife appeared in the wicked man's hand, and Papa's blood dripped off its wicked edge. Papa! Ran shouted through the tears, half blinding him. Help me! Will you shut up and play quietly? Bevik shouted from the other side of the cave. Chapter 27. Sarn deposited a reduced sack outside the foundling's door, rapped 3 times on the scarred wood, then fled back to his cave. When he closed his eyes, he fell into the endless dark of nightmares, the only place neither his eyes nor his magic could light. Out of the blackness, the dead boy's terrified face swam into view, and his pale green eyes pleaded for help. "I'm trying, but there's still so much I don't know. I need more time." The ghost boy shook his head. In his eyes 2 hourglasses ran down. "You're out of time, boy," Hadrovel said as the scene changed. Sarn froze as obedience rendered him immobile. He should never have promised to obey the orphan master. But it was too late for regrets. The tip of a knife nicked the corner of his left eye and sliced into his cheek. "I did what I had to do." Hadrovel sat back on his heels, licking the blood from the knife in his hand. "Papa!" Ran shouted from close by, and his terrified voice shattered the psycho into 1,000 black shards. Sarn shot off the mattress and out of his cave. Ran was in danger. Where was his son? In the foundling's cave, they'd agreed to babysit him. Sarn collided with their door, but its threshold resisted him. He didn't want to return to the place where he'd almost died either, but his son was in there. So he shoved harder against the invisible barrier that was only in his mind, until he stumbled inside. "Ran?" Sarn froze at the sight of his worst fear. Hadrovel loomed over his writhing son. "No, leave my son alone." Sarn crossed the intervening distance and scooped Ran up. "It's okay. I'm here now. I won't ever let anyone harm you." No blood, no bruising, thank fate for that small mercy. His son was okay, just frightened. Sarn cradled his son against his trip-hammering heart as Ran sobbed into his tunic. Hadrovel touched 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished without saying a word, leaving Sarn to gape at the space his former torturer had occupied. Then he sat down hard and rocked his son and himself. "You're okay. I'm so sorry." Sarn woke for the second time drenched in a cold sweat. Horrified by the dream, he shook for a long moment. The bells of Mount Eredron struck noon. Sarn pushed off the mattress and stumbled into a run toward the foundling's cave. Oh fate, let that have been just a terrible dream. Sarn skidded to a halt and flung open their door. Ran rushed out, his little face pale and frightened. "Are you okay?" Sarn dropped to his knees and tried to check his son over, but Ran hugged him hard. "I'm okay now. The scary man's gone." "The scary man," Sarn began, but his voice deserted him, and he tightened his grip on his son. So Hadrovel had been there. The psycho knew about his son. Terror consumed Sarn. The real Hadrovel was the one man he could not fight, not while he had to obey the psycho's every command. Why hadn't the Lord of the Mountain retracted that promise? "He's dead, kid. He can't hurt you anymore unless you let him." "Let it go," Gerlo said from the depths of memory. "If he's dead, then why do I keep seeing him?" Sarn stared into the commander's impenetrable black eyes, waiting for an answer. "Who are you talking to, Papa? Why are there words on your face?" A small finger brushed his chin, but Sarn barely felt it. Everything was draining into that unblinking gaze. But the commander was still in his office, or so the icon flashing on his map proclaimed right before it vanished. Nothing existed outside of those impenetrable eyes. "He's dead and dusted, kid. He can't hurt you anymore. You belong to us, the Rangers. Remember that. Believe it. Tell everyone who invokes the bastard's name." "Give this no further thought," Gerlo had said. No further thought. As those words echoed, they bore down on Sarn, and the commander's presence faded. Sarn blinked at a door he'd fashioned out of bits of discarded furniture. Voices called his son's name, and footsteps approached the door. So did a trio of icons he'd rather not deal with right now. Sarn picked up his son and rushed around the nearest bend. "It's all right. I've got him," Sarn called out so Ran's babysitters would know he'd come for the boy. "Thanks for watching him." Garbled echoes followed Sarn, and they sounded annoyed. Oh well, Ran was his son, and he could walk off with the boy whenever he chose. It was his right as a parent, and he'd already paid them in food for the privilege. After they turned another bend, Sarn stopped and looked at his son, who smothered his laughter with his hands. Waves of mirth radiated off the boy, and Sarn laughed too at the absurdity of what he'd just done. "Can we have an adventure now?" "I guess." Sarn needed answers, but he'd promised his son an outing, so he'd better produce one. But his head had that cottony feeling again, making it hard to think. Rand's face clouded as he set the boy down. "Why did he hurt you?" "Why did who hurt me?" But Sarn already knew who his son meant, Hadrovel. A vague memory of a nightmare ghosted up, but it dispersed before he caught more than a glimpse. "How do you know about him?" "You fell on Uncle Murren when the scary man hit you. You saved him." "I saw it." "How did you see it?" "That happened before you were born." The rocks membered. "When I touched them, they showed me in here." Rand pointed to his head. "Why did he hurt you?" "He kept saying he had to do it. But he didn't say why." "I don't know." Stunned, Sarn touched the scar on his cheek. It was the only visible reminder of that beating. "How much did you see?" "He hurt you bad, hit you and kicked you a lot. And that hurt, but then you were there, and he went away." "Did he hurt you?" "No, but he hurt you and that hurt me." "How did that hurt you?" Sarn rubbed his forehead again, perplexed at his son's report. How could a past event cause physical pain to someone who hadn't experienced it? That didn't make sense. Unable to explain, Rand shrugged. "It just did." "But not now?" "No. It went away when you came the first time." "The first time?" Sarn leaned against the wall, more confused than before. The last thing he recalled was leaving a sack of food outside the foundling's door, then nothing until he'd run off with his son a moment before. Clearly, he'd misplaced an important chunk of time. Nor was this the first time that had happened. Had too much magic use degraded his memory? "Did you count the bells today?" Sarn asked to change the subject. Rand brightened. "Yes, I counted 12 bells right before you came the second time." "Can we go on that adventure now?" Rand bobbed up on his toes, his eagerness evident. "Yes, let me just pick a destination." And gather his scattered wits into some semblance of sanity. How could Hadrovel haunt them both from beyond the grave? Had his son met the fiend's doppelganger? What the hell had he gotten himself and his son into? In need of a diversion and a destination, Sarn pulled up his map. The damn thing scrolled over to those blank spots he'd discovered yesterday, then zoomed out to display a giant arrow pointing at them. "Why do you want me to go there?" he asked his magic, but it remained mute. Maybe it shared his exhaustion. It was probably a bad idea to take his son to explore the unknown, or it was until a hazy icon appeared right in the middle of that inky nothingness. "What the hell is that?" When Sarn queried it, he slid down the wall gasping for breath. Not again. Through the ripped fabric of his trousers, his bare knees touched the stone floor, creating a connection. Mount Eredrin pushed something across their link, then everything blackened. "Papa!" Rand balled his little fists in Sarn's tunic and broke the memory's hold. The darkness receded, releasing Sarn. He dragged in a deep breath and shuddered at how close he'd come to death yesterday. Unbidden, his map rose, and that damned arrow blinked as it pointed to a gray blog. As he studied it, 13 bumps appeared on its circumference. Message received. Mount Eredrin wanted him to check that spot out. "I'm okay." Sarn patted his son's shoulder and rose. "I know where we're going." "Where?" "Exploring." "Come on." Sarn took his son's hand and headed east through the twisting tunnels. The corridor dog-legged before leaving them in a passage heading straight off his map. Water had carved this tunnel ages ago, before an earthquake had diverted the river. The rough ceiling rolled on bare of stalactites for miles in a straight shot. Granite made up everything, the ground, the walls, and the ceiling. There was nothing to look at, no inscriptions, pictograms, or sculptures. Stripes of brown Lumiere crystals provided some light. Thank fate, Sarn didn't need to depend on Lumiere crystals to see. Neither did his son, though Ran stayed inside the green nimbus of Sarn's magic. I'm hungry, Ran announced. Go back or press on. They'd already covered several miles and not found a single thing of note. Was the cancer he'd sensed part of the wrongness assailing his corner of Shayari? How could it? The ghost boy had died in the forest, not down here. Had Mount Eredrin sent him on an unrelated errand? Yeah, I could eat too. Sarn glared at a wall. I'm sorry today's adventure turned out to be so boring. What are those lines for? Ran pointed to something a half-foot up from the ground on a nearby wall. Sarn stared at the same symbol a root had scratched on the ground 2 days ago. As he brushed hesitant fingers over it, his magic lashed out, lighting up the linked circles as it climbed up the wall. No, oh crap. Sarn had forgotten to put on gloves. He had to get his bare hand away from the stone wall. But his magic locked his arm in place, freezing his joints. You said a bad word. Sorry. Sarn collapsed as his magic marched like a glowing emerald army across the walls, ceiling, and floor of the tunnel. Black spots danced in front of his eyes as his map updated at a rapid rate. The ground rose to meet him and cushioned his fall as it laid him out in the recovery position. Why are you hurting, Papa? Ran asked, the magic swirling around them as Sarn pulled the boy into his arms. Did it answer? Sarn tried to ask, but he was sliding away from his distraught son, pushed down by a parade of quartz molecules toward a lightless void. Sarn's head throbbed as if he'd taken a magical hammer blow to the back of his skull. Wincing, he probed the back of his head for a bruise but found none. Ran wriggled out of his grasp. Papa, are you okay? You said a bad word, then you fell. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. Sarn cupped his son's face in his hand, and Ran anchored him. His map dropped a black veil over everything, and a large yellow arrow pointed to a red circle surrounding a star with 13 rays. It was close, only a half-mile or so away. Sarn sat up so fast dizziness punched him in the face. When his sight steadied out, Ran's worried face came into focus. I'm sorry I scared you. Everything's okay now. Sarn rose, and the change in elevation cleared away the mental cobwebs. Can we go back? Ran pointed toward their cave. Not yet. Sarn captured his son's hand. But I'm hungry. We'll get lunch in a little while. You promise? Sarn nodded as he bent to inspect another glyph. It featured 3 interconnected circles, and beyond it someone had carved 2 circles, each with a different number of rays. The symbols were 12 paces apart, and they pointed the way to answers. As Sarn hurried eastward, his excitement grew at each symbol he passed. No 2 were the same. Papa? What are you doing? Following these, Sarn pointed to the symbols. They mean something important. Keep your eyes out for them. Why are they important? We'll find out. Are you sure that's a good idea? No, he wasn't. Guilt slowed Sarn's steps enough to let doubts creep in. What if they were walking into a trap? Fear for his son arrested Sarn, but there was just a ramp fading into the darkness ahead. Every other lead had led to danger. He should return Ran to the Foundlings where his son would be safe before continuing. Ran shook his head, guessing the direction of his thoughts. No, if you go, I go too. Ran squeezed his hand and headed for the next carved symbol. Okay, we'll be careful. More careful than we've been. No unnecessary risks this time. Sarn would just look at what Mount Eredrin wanted him to see. Ran shook his head. He'd go no further unless carried. Every line of his mute little body proclaimed it, and the boy's intense emerald eyes added their own entreaty to the arms he raised above his head. Sarn picked his son up, and Ran rested his head on his shoulder. A half-mile on, 3 narrow low-ceiling tunnels interrupted the ramp. None looked safe, and the crude cuts proved no Lithirian had chiseled them. Arrows proliferated on his updated map, pointing in every direction, but some looped around as if the damn thing couldn't decide where to send them. "Can we go back now?" Ran asked. "Not yet. There's something I need to see just beyond those tunnels." "Then we have lunch?" "Yes." Sarn minimized his map before it could give him a headache. He was on his own. Ran shifted into a more comfortable position, unhappy about the delay. It won't be long now. As Sarn confronted the 3 tunnels, he let his magic stray from his side. "Which way do I go?" His liberated magic didn't answer. Instead, it swept backward and scanned for trouble in case backtracking became necessary. Sarn relaxed when no people icons appeared, nor any of Ratwoman's minions. Maybe she'd quit spying on him for good. "Agoraphobia," Ran whispered. "You don't like tight spaces. Do you have a phobia?" The question reminded Sarn he needed to do something about Dirk before word of his son reached Jerlo, or worse, the Lord of the Mountain. If any of those worthies found out, they'd take his son away from him. Sarn tightened his grip on the boy. He could not let that happen. "I'm just cautious. Don't tell anyone." "Why?" "Because I don't want people to know." "Why?" Sarn fell silent. Ran was in one of his inquisitive moods. Anything he said would trigger another why, instead of moving the conversation forward. Better to save this topic for when his son might listen. His magic blew past Sarn in a cascade of green fire, then dove into each tunnel. As his magic explored all 3, Sarn slumped against the nearest wall, and the white magic still locked inside him rattled its cage. It wanted out, and it wasn't taking no for an answer. What did the white power do? It didn't make or maintain his head map or scan for threats. All the magic he routinely wielded was as green as his eyes. How did he end up with 2 types of magic? "I don't want to," Sarn said, or maybe he thought it. Everything was blurring together as he fought to restrain the blinding white star lodged in his soul. "Papa? What's the magic doing?" Ran's worried voice stabbed Sarn in the heart. "Which one?" Sarn slid down the wall into a puddle of elbows and knees. Ran ended up sitting on the mountain Sarn's legs made as the 3 trails of green fire converged in a chamber. His magic investigated it, sending back a 3-dimensional image of a curious object at its center. Sarn studied a wireframe image of a vertical shaft with handles and a rotating center. There was something written on it. He strained to make it out, but his body was so heavy. It anchored him to a cage of blood, breath, and bone that needed sleep and sustenance, but Sarn had no time for that. Something terrible waited just beyond his magic-enhanced sight, and its urgency pounded in his veins. The white magic inside him surged and blinded Sarn as he ripped at the constricting bonds of human weakness and tore free of them. White fire lifted him out of his body, and he flew, leaving behind a crumpled husk on the ground. A groan startled Ran. He raised his head from Papa's shoulder. White fire devoured Papa's eyes. "Papa? What's wrong with your?" A loud grinding sound drowned out the rest of his question. Dust rained on him, and Ran coughed as he wriggled. Behind him, a section of tunnel rotated on its axis, sliding 2 new tunnels into place, but they disappeared. The contraption paused when only 1 tunnel remained. Ran stared at a wall of green flames rushing at them. Before he could say anything, it collided with Papa in a blinding flash. "This is not a nice adventure." Ran blinked to clear his sight of the purple afterimages. Exploring was not fun. Ran fingered a white filament descending from the shimmering cloud floating over Papa's head. "What are these for? What's going on?" No answer. Ran sighed. "I should have brought Bear. He'd at least tell me what's going on." The glowing strings attached to Papa's limbs and yanked him to his feet. Papa wobbled until his magic stabilized him. "Put me down. I want to walk." Ran pointed to the ground. Walking seemed a lot safer than being carried by a mindless body. Instead of acquiescing to his request, 2 types of magic clashed, one green and one white, as Papa lurched forward. Both types of magic spun glowing bubbles. When they collided, they sent showers of sparks flying. But the two shields left him only half protected. Ran smoothed his staticky hair down. Stop that. You can both protect me. You just have to share. Ran glared until the bubbles quit fighting and merged into a glowing ball with green and silver glowing stripes. That's better. A rock formation full of enticing colors and textures sailed by as Papa's magic grew more adept at piloting his body. Squirming got Ran nowhere. Papa and his magic were doing their overprotective thing again. Put me down. I want to walk. No answer. Ran fumed as a purple crystal as thick as Papa's arm went by out of reach. He kicked Papa in the belly hard enough to make his point. No reaction, not even a flicker of acknowledgement from Papa's magic. Ran rested his hand on Papa's heart. If he gave the shining cord connecting them one good tug, Papa would come back to himself. Ran's tummy growled. Breakfast was a long time ago. He curled his fingers around the link. Light gathered into an approximation of an eye whose gaze trained itself on Ran. No malice emanated from it, but it was trying to figure him out. Good, let it try. I'll bring Papa back. I can do it. Ran tugged the link just enough to make his point, and Papa's body jerked to a stop. A dip of Papa's chin acknowledged Ran's threat. Papa's magic had heard and understood, but it shook Papa's head. Why? A look Ran couldn't read met his question. Hurt, Papa's magic said in a voice full of gravel. Don't you hurt my Papa. Papa's magic shook his head again, reassuring Ran. If not his magic, then who was hurting Papa? Papa's fiery eyes were a clash of color and magic now, as they tried to signal something. Ran stared uncomprehendingly at them. You, Papa's magic said. Me? Ran stabbed his chest with his thumb. How can I hurt Papa? Papa is big, strong, and magical. I'm small, cute, and a good boy. Don't. Papa's magic stopped after that one-word injunction. Ran waited for an explanation, but Papa's magic spoke no more. What was he supposed to do? Wait for Papa to come back on his own. Papa would, he always did, but he might take a while, and Ran's tummy growled a warning. It wanted food now. Don't call Papa. Ran suggested. Papa's magic shook his head, no. Adventure, his magic slurred the word when it had trouble working Papa's vocal cords. A nice adventure? Ran gave Papa's magic his sternest gaze, one with food. Papa's magic nodded again. It had better be very nice. Papa's face blanked, and he moved mechanically as his magic gave up all pretexts. Why fake human when no one was around to see it but one small boy? Chapter 28. Circular designs festooned the cylindrical apparatus Sarn studied, the same ones those enchanted roots had sketched. What did this device do, and why did it have the same symbols on it? Sarn circled the device as his magic investigated its parts. Rows of clay wheels clicked as they turned on their spindles. Each wheel bore circular markings, reminding him of a prayer wheel. But if it was, then the individual prayers were written in a language of circles. Why hide such an artifact down here? As Sarn spun a wheel at eye level, he thought of his hero's code. Generosity, virtue, patience, diligence, determination, and wisdom, all the things he strived to instill in his son and himself. Dust shook free as the mechanism turned something, a winch perhaps. Gears ground and stone groaned as the device rotated clockwise 3 times, revolving the entire chamber. A tunnel spun into view, replacing the blank wall across from Sarn, and all the arrows on his map merged into one arrow pointing at that tunnel. Every third step, someone had etched symbols like the ones on the device. The mystery tugged Sarn onwards. This could be the answer to everything, or a different mystery altogether. He raced up those steps and didn't stop until the tunnel widened and branches interrupted his path. What the hell is this place? A lumiere crystal mosaic depicting a sky scene shined down on an orchard. All sorts of leafy vegetables carpeted the gallery in a swath of edible green, and this was all under the mountain. So this is where all the food we eat comes from. Impressive. Sarn whistled at its sheer size. When Rand didn't ask how this could all fit inside Mount Eredrin, Sarn stopped in his tracks. Where was his son? He was just carrying the boy, wasn't he? Sarn looked down and through his boots. Was he turning into a ghost? He sensed his son coming toward him. Sarn turned and stared at the hooded wraith lumbering into the huge cavern. Rand's green eyes bored into him. But the thing holding his son drew his attention, and its burning white eyes dragged Sarn down a shimmering tunnel. When Sarn opened his eyes, he stood in the middle of a farm holding an upset Rand. He wiggled his toes and felt anchored back in flesh and blood again. What just happened? Had he been in two places at once? Such a thing was impossible. But the figure he'd seen had worn his boots, and he didn't own a spare pair. Had he just looked at himself? Was an extra tall wraith with burning eyes what people saw when they looked at him? No wonder they stared. Mirabilia, Sarn said as he stood there trembling from the revelation. Rand poked him. Are you back now? Sarn nodded. Good, put me down. I want to walk. Sarn complied since plants surrounded them, not people, and they'd never tell anyone about his secret son. The instant Rand's feet touched the ground, the boy shot into the greenery, trailing questions. What's this? Ooh, strawberries. I want one. Papa, I'm hungry. Don't touch anything. Something isn't right about this place. Under constant Lumiere light in a windless environment, shadows shouldn't move. But one had just darted after his son. Rand, come back here. Sarn hurtled over a leafy mound and reached for his son. But he missed, and so did the shadow because a thorny cane batted it aside. Thank fate, the foliage was on his side. Rand stuffed a ripe strawberry into his mouth before he ducked into a raspberry thicket. Sarn cursed and circled the 30-foot tangle, following a bobbing light on his head map. When his berry juice-stained son exited that tangle, he seized the boy. Sarn opened his mouth to scold Rand, but no words emerged as he sensed magic in the heart of this subterranean farm. It called to him, and Sarn staggered toward it, stepping on the radish and carrot plants in his path. Papa? Rand called as he padded after his father. Sarn heard his son's voice, but it was a whisper on the wind, and the magic's call drowned it out with promises. Columns as wide as a house supported the ceiling. They too bore those damned circular glyphs, but he ignored them as he headed toward a radiant crystalline structure. Shadows fled from Sarn and rippled across the plants, infecting them with their grim purpose. The same thing had happened in the forest the other day, but that wasn't important now. Only the magic beckoning to him was. He must go to it. Vines shot out and wrapped around Sarn's ankles, but he broke their grip and stumbled on. Rand followed in his wake, gripping the edge of his cloak, and called him back. But the light was so attractive, and his son's voice was fading away. Sarn touched the crystal's cold face, and it ignited, blinding him. The magic in me greets the magic in you, said a disembodied voice. Mayar. Light erupted, and Sarn tumbled into its purifying heart. Shapes formed, then twisted and broke apart. They remade themselves in the white fire surrounding him as magic crashed through Sarn, lighting him up from the inside. They revealed the thin bands of colored symbols covering his innards, but they faded before he could study them. What were they? A blue-green sphere revolved out of the light, and he plummeted through noctilucent clouds toward the enchanted forest. As the ground rushed up to meet him, it revealed a riot of symbols in complicated chains. They made up everything, including Mount Eredrin's bent cone, and its snow cap sparkled in the sunlight. Sarn blinked at a crystal 50 feet tall and a quarter as wide. His hand still pressed against its cold, unyielding face. Inside it, power churned and spat out shapes from its blinding depths. First, a ring appeared, and beside it stood a solid circle. Next to them, two halves appeared, one concave and the other convex, and they fused into one symbol. The fourth symbol, a circle with 8 curves radiating off it, landed beside the other 3. Sarn stared at the line of symbols and tumbled back to a time when he was younger than his son. 19 years ago. Sunlight spilled through a slit window, making the table she'd polished shine. Nearby, a rag and pot lay discarded on a ladder-back chair, and a woman hummed as she swayed. She held a small boy with vivid green eyes in the crook of one arm. As she stared into the middle distance, she traced 4 symbols in the wax: a ring, a solid circle, 2 crescents fused together but facing opposite directions, and a circle with 8 rays. Sarn. Over and over she traced those 4 symbols. After each repetition she said his name, Sarn. The memory twisted and turned itself inside out as the years piled on, and another memory wriggled free. It dragged Sarn to a balcony. 2 years ago. As the rising dawn bathed Sarn in gold light, he traced 3 symbols in the dust covering a coping, 2 crescents back to back facing away from each other, a solid circle, and a ring with 8 rays. He repeated the name his son had chosen, Ran, as he'd stared off into the distance like his mother had. Ran. The memories receded as pain drilled his skull. Something tickled his face, and Sarn tasted blood. He wiped his sleeve under his nose, and it came away bloody. But his gaze caught on the chains of luminous symbols covering his hand. A woman appeared inside the giant, glowing crystal. She was a black sketch against the white light, but her features had the same lines as his son's and his own. She pushed him, and he stumbled, breaking the connection. For one glorious moment, everything from the plants to the trees to the crystal ribs holding the ceiling aloft became symbols in a chain, and they formed a great pattern. No, not a pattern, he realized, a great chain of being. Someone had designed the natural world, and both he and his magic fit into it. His knees buckled, and Sarn fell poleaxed by the realization. Ran stood over him, his face anxious, as those 3 symbols flashed on the boy's brow, the 2 crescents facing away from each other, a solid circle, and a ring with 8 rays, his son's nickname in the language of circles. Ran opened his mouth to ask if he was okay. But a new question popped into Sarn's mind as he knelt there. If magic was light and color, what was its opposite? But the question slid away before he could answer it when Sarn blacked out. Something was wrong with Papa. He was breaking all the rules of adventuring. Papa, stop. Touching strange objects is bad. Ran wrapped his arms around one of Papa's legs and tugged. Light exploded from the crystal, blinding him, and the ground shook. Papa, stop. Touching glowing things is bad. Why had Papa touched the bright rock? Ran pulled harder on Papa's leg, but he couldn't budge it. A man arrived in flowing robes and locked his arms around Papa's waist. One good tug pried Papa away from the crystal spire, and he folded into a pile of dark green cloth and elbows and knees on the grass. Papa? Are you okay? Ran patted him but received no answer. Was Papa sleeping? Magic hugged Ran, the emerald one he often played with. It held him tight and relieved some of his fears. No one could hurt him while Papa's magic cupped him in its protective warmth and light. Through its fuzzy edge, he saw a woman wearing a softer version of Papa's face. She offered him a tense smile before vanishing. Ran blinked. Who was the woman? Papa had one annoying brother but no sisters. Crap, said the robed man, shaking his head. You said a bad word. Sorry, kid, I didn't know you were there. Milky eyes turned in Ran's direction as the man patted the air around Ran, but Papa's magic shoved his hands away. It was doing its protective thing again, and Ran appreciated it. What's wrong with your eyes? The man stopped examining his hands. No doubt, Papa magic had made them tingle. Oh, I'm blind, lad. That means I can't see. How did you know we're here? I felt it. The ground quaked and I heard something. Do you know what happened? Ran wanted to say no, but the truth bubbled up and wanted out. What would happen if the stranger found out Papa touched something bad? All hope of a pleasant adventure vanished. Ran wrapped his arms around his complaining belly. I'm hungry. Well, we've got plenty of food. Let me pick up your Papa, is it? Yes. The blind man felt around to confirm the location of Papa's head. With a grunt, he slung Papa over his shoulder. He's a big one, isn't he? Yes, Papa's very tall. Ran would be too. When he was big like Papa, he would avoid random crystals. Hopefully, Papa had learned his lesson. If not, Ran would make sure that lesson stuck. Ran followed the man carrying his ragdoll Papa toward the promise of food. The other magic had been right about one thing. This adventure would include food, though it had yet to qualify as nice. Maybe the nice part would come later when Papa woke up. Ran caught Papa's limp hand and held it as he walked in the stranger's wake. Chapter 29. Sarn woke to afterimages of those goddamn circles bouncing around. With tentative fingers, he probed his overstuffed head while Ran sat on his chest and drummed his heels against his side. Crumbs rained on Sarn as his son munched on something and hummed between bites. What the hell was the boy eating? Where did Ran even find food? Sarn shifted his son to his lap as he sat up to find out. His senses tried to reach past his skin, but someone had opened his skull and stirred the contents, leaving a headache behind. Ran glared, arms crossed in consternation. Sarn must have missed something. What? Why did you fall? Why did all the plants act weird when you went into the light? And why won't you let me eat? Ran pointed to a round table, and a platter piled high with slices of fruits, vegetables, cheeses, and loaves of bread. A Lumiere crystal chandelier dripped silver light on the spread. Where are we? The nice man brought us here after you fell. Ran narrowed his eyes. You touched a bad thing. What nice man? I told you not to talk to strangers. Sarn glared at his son. Ran shrugged and bit into a ripe strawberry. And you're not supposed to touch glowing things. Laughter bubbled up at the absurdity of a 4-year-old scolding him, but Sarn crushed it. He'd never get anywhere if he gave in to mirth now. Did he give you the food? Ran nodded and snatched a wedge of soft cheese. Someone had cut the rind off and replaced it with crackers, making it safer, though messier, for a child to eat. What did you mean when you said the plants acted weird? Sarn surveyed the platter, but saw only more evidence of a caring hand at work. Someone had removed stems, de-seeded, skinned, and cored the fruits and vegetables to safeguard a small child who would eat anything put in front of him. Maybe life had cut him a well-deserved break. Don't you remember? They tried to stop you. Ran finished the cheese and crackers in his hands, and most of it made it inside him. They shouldn't have been able to do that. But this wasn't the first time plants had gotten in Sarn's way. Why? Because there's a ring of standing stones encircling this mountain. Sarn waved to the ceiling. And there are no enchanted plants inside their cordon. Why? That's how the Lithirians set things up. They built this place. Sarn nodded, then started at the sound of approaching footsteps. The nice man comes, Ran announced as he polished off another cheese and cracker sandwich. Each footfall prodded Sarn to take his son and flee, but there was nowhere to go. This chamber had only one entrance, and a stranger approached it. As Sarn squeezed his eyes shut to hide their glow, he hung his head and pulled his cowl down until it almost touched the bridge of his nose. His heart pounded twice as fast as the newcomer's slow gait. Ran grasped his hood and pulled. Why do you hide? Because I have to. No, you don't. The approaching tap-scrape-scrape-tap rhythm struck Sarn as odd. Did the man walk with a cane? Why? He can't see. What do you mean? He's blind. Ran yanked hard and dislodged Sarn's hood. The implications of his son's statement staggered Sarn, and he opened his eyes. Could he sit here and take a bite of the orange wedge tempting him from the platter? It looked like a roasted potato if said spuds came with orange flesh. His stomach growled, reminding Sarn he'd missed lunch. He looked from the orange wedge to his son. What if someone other than the blind man was coming toward them? The tap-scrape-scrape-tap of approaching doom catapulted Sarn from the bench. He refused to risk his son on a what-if. Ran opened his mouth to protest, but Sarn covered it, silencing the boy as he backed away from the table. Book spines pressed into the backs of his shoulders as Sarn leaned into them, squeezing his eyes closed. Some of his fear must have leaked into his son, because the boy quit squirming until Ran saw who entered. "Did you leave any food for me? Boy, why are you so quiet? Is everything all right?" Tap, scrape, scrape, tap, thud, the sound repeated, then changed to creaking. "Child? I know you're there. I can hear you breathing. Has your father woken up yet?" "I think he has. I hear him too. Why don't you both join me?" The newcomer tapped his fingers on the table. Surprised at the invitation, Sarn slackened his grip on his son. "I told you he's blind." Ran kicked the air in frustration. "But you don't listen." "I'm sorry." Sarn set his son down. Since he distrusted the man's blindness, he kept his eyes closed as he felt for the back of the padded bench. Sarn found it and sat, Ran at his side. When the plate of colorful food came within reach, Ran resumed stuffing his face. Polite society had rules, but which ones applied to this situation? Flummoxed, Sarn sat there kneading a handful of his cloak. Ran must have sensed his unease because the boy paused in his feeding frenzy and bumped his head into a bruise left by one of Dirk's friends. Had the fight in the storeroom taken place only yesterday? It felt like a lifetime ago. "Why don't you eat?" Ran shoved something at Sarn. Cracker crumbs decorated his lap and cheese squished when it struck his chin. Sarn wiped it away with his sleeve and gave sight a try. Mealtime with his eyes closed had turned into a disaster. No one screamed when he opened his eyes. Thank fate. Sarn relaxed and met his son's surprised eyes for an instant. Ran glanced at his hand holding the remnant of the cheese and cracker sandwich and sniffed. "Sorry." Sarn shrugged. "Nothing for you to be sorry for." A tear squeezed out of Ran's left eye, but he blinked it away and mumbled, "Sorry," to his toes. Another tear fell before it clicked. "This would have upset your mother, right?" Ran nodded and turned his head, so his tears soaked into Sarn's tunic. Sarn gathered the boy in, not caring about the cheese smeared on his tunic. What was another stain? He couldn't remember when he'd changed his clothes last. He should rectify that soon. "It doesn't bother me. Your heart was in the right place." Ran nodded and mumbled, "Mama," as he cried quietly. Nothing Sarn could do would take away the hurt of her leaving. So he said nothing and just held his son. Biku's abandonment set his teeth on edge. She'd called him selfish, but he was the one who'd stayed. What kind of mother abandoned her child 2 weeks before his 4th birthday? She should have left before Ran could remember her. That would have been better for all. "The death of a loved one is hard on a child," said the blind man, reminding Sarn of his presence. Great, his spectacular parenting failure had an audience. Sarn gritted his teeth to keep the scathing reply trapped behind his teeth. Yes, he was a terrible parent. Yes, he was too young, too damaged, and too ignorant to take proper care of such a precocious child. But he was all Ran had, and he loved his son. "You don't talk much, do you?" "No, Papa thinks much and talks little," Ran said between sniffs. A smile broke through at the word little applied to his father. "You feel better now?" Sarn asked his son. Ran nodded and sat on Sarn's lap, using his abs as a backrest. The blind man gave Sarn an understanding smile, but his milky eyes peered past him. His gray beard and flowing robes made Sarn wonder if he'd stumbled onto a religious retreat. But no insignia adorned the man's sable robes. "You make a good father, son." The son part knocked the breath from Sarn. No one had called him son since his mother had died 11 years ago. But this man wasn't his father. His magic shook its head at the very idea. Likely, the word son stood in for his name since the man didn't know it. "I'm the son." Ran stabbed his thumb into his chest, then he pointed at Sarn. "He's my papa." A frown signaled a subject change. "Why don't you eat?" What Ran meant was, "Why do I have to remind you to eat?" His pointed look made his opinion on that matter clear. You sound like my brother. Ran made no reply because anything the child said would compliment his uncle, and their rivalry left no room for that. Sarn snatched an orange wedge from the platter and bit into it, satisfying his hunger and his son. Sweet potato. Thank fate there were more. Yes, eat before the child eats it all. You grow all the food for Mount Eredrin here, right? Sarn asked between bites. Yes. Are there more places like this? No, just this one. One's enough to manage. The blind man shook his head, and the movement caused his beard to shift, revealing an obsidian disc with interlocking circles engraved on it. Sarn dropped a piece of hard cheese and stared at the plaque behind the blind man's head. Someone had etched those goddamn circles into the plaques on the wall and inlaid them on the tiled floor. His shock must have shown on his face because Rand sat up and looked around too. How did you find this place? It's pretty well hidden. The blind man stroked his beard. What do the circles mean? Sarn asked in a voice scraped so thin it almost broke. There must be a logical explanation. Symbols didn't stalk people. What circles? The blind man shifted his cane. The intertwining ones. Sarn swallowed a lump of fear. Words jumped into his mouth. Chains within chains, he said as images of blood dripping from broken circles and black flames consuming everything tore at his sanity. Sarn rubbed his eyes, but the last image was seared into his memory. Those circles were somehow linked to the murders and everything else he'd dealt with over the last 2 days. Sarn just had to figure out how. Are you all right? No, he wasn't all right and hadn't been for a long time. Since there was no fix for that, Sarn asked the question driving him mad. What do they mean, circles whole and broken and the ones enclosing stars? The blind man opened his mouth, but a disembodied voice replied instead. Messages hidden in light. His tone compelled Sarn to repeat his words. They made no sense to him or the blind man, judging by the fellow's furrowed brow. Circles, you say? The blind man rubbed his temples. Yes, like the pendant you wear. What does it mean? Sarn pointed at it, then recalled the man couldn't see that, and let his hand fall into his occupied lap. He hugged his too quiet son. As the blind man traced the etching, his face cleared as something dawned on him. Life, it means life. Then the broken circles mean death, which should have been obvious from the damned vision. Sarn rubbed a hand over his face. Sometimes he was every bit the moron the Rangers thought him to be. Footsteps approached, and his sixth sense fired off a warning. Sarn winced and rubbed his aching head. Someone's coming. Who? Rand glanced around. I don't know. Sarn shook his head at the unfamiliar icons on his map. You must go, but not the way I entered. The blind man's chair scraped back. He fumbled with the books on a nearby shelf until the entire unit swung in on silent hinges. Tell no one you came here. Well, that settled the secret issue. Only if you keep quiet about my son. Sarn squeezed the boy. The blind man nodded. Your secret's safe with me. Go now. They can't find you here. Thank you for your hospitality. Sarn gave the chamber one last glance. Had he missed anything? Like the cancer, Mount Eredrin had sent him to find. His sixth sense radiated out, making one last check. No, this verdant place was an oasis of life. The cancer he'd sensed had been the utter opposite. Sarn pulled his sixth sense back in before it could kick off another headache, but stopped when a book felt wrong, sick somehow. Sarn skimmed its blank spine with his finger, and an image flashed across his mind's eye, a circle with a 13-pointed star bleeding inside it. Hadrovel's miserable eye peered through the bloody star. A voice whispered, Imamaya Raider, and pain shattered Sarn. Images ricocheted across his mind's eye, Hadrovel looming over a ring of moaning cairns, a white-clad sacrifice lighting candles arranged to form a 13-point star, and a dead boy opening green, unseeing eyes. All the fragments fell into the black pools of Gerlo's eyes. Sarn caught as many forgotten memories as he could, and held onto them as he fell through the mote in the commander's eye. Reality broadsided him, sending Sarn stumbling into a wall. His stomach twisted with sudden nausea. Bits and pieces of things floated in his mind, but Sarn could put those pieces together later. He had to get that book. The answer to everything lay within its pages. Sarn reached through the closing door toward that book, but it flew off the shelf before he could grab it. A shadowy creature dropped the thick volume into Ratwoman's hands before it vanished. Her mirrored eyes met his as Sarn pushed on the secret panel. But he couldn't stop it from closing. No. How do you open the door? Sarn felt along the wall seeking a trigger. Inside his head, his magic screamed at him to run. But the answer was in there, so he pounded on the wall. Magic coated his hand, making it glow as his magic pushed Sarn into the blind man. The fellow seized a handful of his tunic and shook it. You must come with me. They'll kill you if they find you here. What? Why? Don't ask me. Ask the Lord of the Mountain. It's his law. The blind man shrugged and swung his cane to check for obstacles. But there's a book in there I need to see. Rand tugged on his pant leg. Papa, I want to go home now. A familiar rat darted out of the shadows and trod on his boot. Sarn glared at it. What does your mistress want with that book? Which book? Rand asked. There were lots in there. Never mind. I'm sure I'll run into her again. Who? Ratwoman. She was here. Where? Rand glanced around, but there was nothing but tons of granite surrounding them. Rat who? Asked the blind man. Ratwoman's spy rose on two legs and chittered at Sarn as it brandished its paw. Sarn raised his fist. What do you want? Us to go away. Come on, Papa. It's time to go. Rand clasped his hand and started walking. He gave the blind man's leg a gentle shove to get their guide moving. Sarn let his son tug him away from the door as Ratwoman's icon vanished. She'd absconded with the book and all hope of answers, damn her. Maybe all wasn't lost. When he'd touched that book he'd seen things. Sarn sifted through the images swirling about his mind until a voice called him. It sang a song of power and purpose, and Sarn followed it around a bend. Everything glowed here. A web of crystals carried magic of all colors and types out of this chamber. Each hummed a different chord in a great symphony, and the magic in his blood danced to its beat. Sarn reached for a fat green crystal whose deep rumble invoked images of stone, shelter, and safety, the three things he craved. Its song strummed his veins, making them vibrate with need. One touch would tell him where the power in that crystal went, and what it did. Then he could explore its neighbors and discover what magic was: sky blue, crimson, and gold. No, Papa. Rand jumped into his path, arms outstretched. Touching glowing things is bad. No touching. Rand wrapped his arms around Sarn's legs as he shook his head. What glowing things? The blind man bumbled into Sarn's path as he patted nothing but air. Sarn bent and pried at his son's arms, but Rand fought him, and the magic's light made the tears spilling down his son's face glitter. The sight broke the enchantment, freeing Sarn. I'm sorry I scared you. You're right. I won't touch them. I don't know what I was thinking. The magic had hijacked his good sense again. Why did it tempt him so much? Because Sarn was as inquisitive as the boy he held close to his heart. He had enough magic running amok inside him. He didn't need any more. Rand nodded and wiped his tears on Sarn's tunic. Let on, Sarn said to the blind man. These glowing things you mentioned, do you think they're conduits for magic? That's my guess. They must have been created by the Lithirians. Lumir crystals provided all the light for the farm cavern, and Mount Eredrin had plenty of fresh water. So what did it need magic for? But the question, like so many others Sarn had stumbled upon over the last few days, might not be germane to the problem he needed to solve. Sarn cast it aside until a six-sided crystal came into view. Standing 12 feet on a side on a bejeweled pedestal, the giant stone blazed with raw power. Its pure white light wrapped around Sarn, drawing him close. Symbols flared, combined, and disintegrated in a shower of sparks in the crystal's center. They formed unfamiliar patterns faster than he could identify them. Sometimes they flashed by as individuals, and at others, in long chains flowing into the crystals branching off its crown and base. The subordinate crystals were conduits, and this was a magical hub. What was all this power fueling? "No, Papa, you promised." Rand smacked his father, hitting him square in the jaw. "No touching glowing things. Touching them is bad. We talked about this." Shock dropped his gaze to meet his son's. Before now, Rand had hit only inanimate objects like stairs, never people. Sarn opened his mouth to scold his son, but Rand just stared at his hand. A tear rolled down his son's cheek. Ratwoman's spy darted into the chamber a second before a warning flashed on Sarn's map. Someone was coming, and it wasn't the rat's mistress. "Come, we must go." The blind man tugged Sarn's arm, and he heard what had spooked his guide, footsteps. This chamber's secrets would have to wait for another day. For now, Sarn followed the blind man around another bend toward more crystalline structures, transporting magic to who knew where for who knew what purpose. The mystery begged him to solve it, but Rand might be in danger. "Take the left turnings, and you come to a staircase. From there, you can ascend to the upper levels. Go quickly now." "Who are you and who approaches?" After he shook his head, the blind man urged Sarn to go. His arthritic hands pushed Sarn's shoulder to turn him. "No time, go. Don't let the guards catch you. It's your death if they do. This place is forbidden." A rat chittered at Sarn and pointed its paws at the exit. It was one of Ratwoman's spies. "What is this place?" Sarn asked. "The heart of the mountain, now go." "Thank you for," the ground shook, cutting Sarn off. Damn it, he still hadn't found the cancer eating at Mount Eredron. Was the mountain about to deliver another ultimatum? The ground trembled, but the floor attracted Sarn's boots, allowing the rest of him to sway. He crashed into a stone wall, jarring his son. Magic leapt to his defense, too late to stop the rock from tearing his tunic and scratching his skin. Blood welled, and a drop splashed onto the stone under his feet. Mount Eredron let loose a deafening roar as its foundations vibrated, shaking its cone. Rocks fell, and Sarn broke into a run, aiming for a more stable section of the tunnel. Far above, the quake knocked over a chair, dumping Grigori onto a shag rug. Several corridors down, a cup shimmied off a low table, and its breaking jarred Nolo from sleep. A half-mile away on the same level, the quake shivered the stacks of paperwork on Gerlo's desk, tipping them over, in domino fashion. Papers swirled. A dragon-shaped inkwell and the ranger's seal toppled off the desk. Gerlo opened the door of his private quarters and peered at the mess. At least the inkwell had survived the fall. The opposite door opened, revealing Nolo still in his dressing gown. Grigori shoved in behind him. They met Gerlo's gaze, and he nodded. "Find the kid before the damned mountain shakes itself to pieces, and us with it." Gerlo shut his door. He left his second-in-command to figure out how to find a kid who did everything he could to avoid being found. Damn Sarn and his secretive ways. Nolo and Grigori exchanged glances. Grigori shrugged and clapped his friend on the back. "Guess we'd better look. I'll take the library." "No, you check the rest of this level." "I'll take the library." Nolo removed Grigori's hand from his shoulder. If he forgave his friend, Nolo would have to condone kidnapping, but Nolo couldn't do that. Classes would still be in session for another hour or so, and he could check up on his son. Sarn would do the same since his brother also had class right now. "You don't trust me?" Nolo spun on his heel and faced the man who had stood by him when he'd married Inari. "Don't make me order you to go, because I will. Gerlo might let your actions slide, but I won't." Hurt flashed in his friend's eyes, but it fled as the wise guy mask descended again. Grigori twitched his shoulders in a lazy shrug. "Fine, I'll get on that now, sir." Grigori backed out of the doorway and stalked off. Nolo tightened his sash and followed until he reached the end of a short corridor where he turned right. Chapter 30. Sarn put his back to a wall and listened. No footsteps and the earth had stopped shaking. Their situation had definitely improved. His sixth sense could tell Sarn more, but triggering it might give all the magic in that cave back there a hold over him. Maybe he should avoid using magic for a while. No more glowing things? Rand glanced around, scanning for trouble. His little body curled into Sarn. No, we left them behind. Sarn waved his free hand at the fallen rocks. They blocked part of the tunnel back to the farm, creating a waist-high obstacle. Where was Ratwoman's long-tailed minion? Sarn scanned his map, but the area they'd left was still sketchy, leaving plenty of dark spots for a rodent to hide in. Damn it, he still didn't have a fix on Ratwoman yet. What about those crystals? If he gazed deep enough into their light, might he find some answers there? Can we go home now? Rand rested his head on Sarn's shoulder. The poor boy had enough adventuring for one day. Sarn could find Ratwoman later and get his hands on that book. Murren wouldn't return from school for a few hours, and Sarn couldn't read that book without his brother's help. I know why you're so quiet. Rand tightened his grip on Sarn, reminding him of his son's presence. You want to go back there, but it's a bad place. It's different, but it's not dangerous. It's bad for you. You do bad things there. At his son's words, doubt mauled Sarn. Had those crystals offered the answers he sought, or was it the power of the place luring him back? It might be, and the thought chilled Sarn. He turned his back on the tunnel leading back to that place, and took the left turn the blind man had suggested. It was time he showed his magic, who made the decisions. Rand nodded at the change in direction. You know I'm right. Because you're never wrong? Sarn tried not to laugh. Rand considered that, then shook his head, rejecting the idea. Sarn searched for words to thank his son for anchoring him, then he just held Rand close to his heart. Actions spoke louder than words anyway, and Rand was content with the hug. Maybe his son already knew he was a gift. One Sarn appreciated always. What's happening? Rand's breath misted the air as the temperature dropped. I don't know. Nausea curdled his stomach as Sarn pivoted. But there were just endless miles of tunnel, interspersed with the occasional rock formation to break up the monotony. There weren't even any pictograms. A disembodied arm popped into view, and it pointed back to that magical hub. No, it's a bad place. We're not going back. Rand swatted the arm away, but he stopped when the ghost boy's head appeared and fixed pleading eyes on them. The answer is back there in a book, right? Sarn asked. The ghost boy shook his head. In frustration, Sarn kicked the nearest wall. There was a slight delay before his magic cushioned the blow, reminding him he'd done too much magicking today. Then a crash shattered the silence, sending Sarn running for cover. He knew that sound all too well. I'm sorry, he said over his shoulder to the ghost. Panic tried to master Sarn as one word repeated in his head like a metronome of doom, cave in. Which tunnel was collapsing? Was it this one? A boom shook the ground under Sarn's feet, and the mountain shook. Dust sifted onto their heads, rattling Sarn. Was the ceiling caving in? Was the floor buckling? Were they over the mines right now? Everything will be okay. Sarn willed his son to believe that as he tore around the bend. He had to get his son away from the mountain. Nothing else mattered. Screams and the sounds of a violent altercation echoed off the stone walls. Had the denizens of this underground hellhole started looting and rioting already? Rand trembled in his arms and cringed at every sound. I'll get us out of here. We'll be okay, Sarn murmured between shortening breaths. Echoes distorted sound, making it impossible to tell where the trouble originated. Sarn called up his sixth sense, his head map, anything to help him avoid danger. But his thoughts spun in a tight circle of fear. Memories of a past cave-in returned, raising the ghosts of countless child miners. They had died 7 years ago, but their shades floated after him, and their empty eyes asked why he had survived. Why had a stranger pulled him out and left them to die? One heart-shaped face stood out from the crowd, Jorik, his first friend, his first for a lot of things. But she was dead and gone like all the rest. Her gaze stabbed the deepest, and her whispered questions turned the knife. You liked me, so why didn't you save me? Let me see your eyes, boy. I know you aren't like the others. You're worth something, said the vagabond who'd pulled him blinking and coughing into the sunlight because of his magic, promising green eyes. Had the cave been better lit, his savior would have left his brown-eyed brother to die like all the rest. A cold tear slid down Sarn's cheek for all those who'd perished. But a life more precious than his own rested in his arms and trusted him to get them both out of this alive. You're all dead, and I'm sorry you're dead, but there's nothing I can do about it. Go away and leave me alone. As Sarn picked up the pace, he left the specters of his past behind. Sarn skidded to a halt before a shoulder-high pile of debris bisecting his path. In his blind panic, he'd run to his cave. A stupid move indeed, but it was too late for regret. Rumbling off in the distance made Sarn turn and fumble for his head map. It spawned, but the map shook. So did the ground, and the resulting double vision made his stomach heave. I want Bear, Rand said through tears. Okay, we'll get him. But they'd have to pass the foundlings' door. The foundlings, oh fate, he had to warn them. They had to evacuate right now. Sarn stepped onto a pile of broken stone left over from when a column had collapsed in a previous earthquake, and rushed across it. After Sarn had hurtled over the last obstacle, he turned a corner and halted at a closed door. Maybe they'd already gone. No, his head map exploded into view, showing 18 people icons before it shattered. 3 of them he recognized in that split-second view. Stay by my side. Sarn put his son down so he could hammer on the door. Who's out there? Asked a woman who could have been Morena. You have to get out now. There's a cave. The word cave-in twisted on his tongue and slithered around in his mouth. Each time Sarn tried to force the word past his lips, it changed from cave-in to earthquake as the word writhed on his tongue. Maybe the gesh binding him to the truth had trouble identifying what was going on. Sarn shook his head and spat out that troublesome word. You said we'd be safe here. Nowhere is completely safe. You have to. So you lied to us? I can't lie. Look, we're wasting time. You must leave right now. Will you get out here? No, you said we'd be safe here, and since you can't lie, we're perfectly safe, aren't we? She spewed more screwed-up logic, but Sarn ignored it. He could think of no counter for her argument, except to punch a door he refused to open in frustration. The foundlings' part of his life was over. He'd crossed their threshold for the last time the day he'd left them for good. You're paranoid. You weren't this bad when you lived here. You should move back in with us. Living on your own has put funny ideas in your head. She patted away from the door, ending the discussion. The cavern's walls were thick enough to mute any further protests, so Sarn saved his breath. He turned to apologize to his son, but he sensed the boy was 100 feet down and around a bend in the tunnel. Sarn hurried to his cave. The door was ajar, and a blanket-covered lump shivered on the mattress. He scooped up boy, bear, and blanket and fled as the ground shook again. Cave-ins happened fast, with everything collapsing in a matter of minutes. But this prolonged quaking meant something else was going on. Could there be many cave-ins, or a series of tremors? Or worse, was this part of the fallout from the ghost boy's death? The quickest route to the surface would take them close enough to the mines to answer his first 2 questions, so Sarn headed for it. 10 minutes later, dusty miners joined the throng hustling toward a glimmer of daylight ahead. After he closed his eyes, Sarn joined their ranks and held tight to his silent son. Just another half-mile and they'd be outside. 2,640 feet and dwindling separated then from clean air and sunshine. His magic reached out for it, wanting to be free, and Sarn lost his balance. The crowd jostled him as he bumped into a wall that wasn't crumbling. The ground had ceased quaking some time ago. Had he been wrong about a cave-in? Sarn pushed off the wall. Go back to your homes. There's nothing to see here, shouted a guard from somewhere ahead. Sarn glimpsed a fellow with a pointy helm standing on a rock above the crowd. Behind the lead guard, a line of blue uniformed men held spears at the ready. The mountain isn't falling on your heads. It was an earthquake, and it's over now, continued the head guard. Go back to your homes or places of work. The danger's past. Voices swelled as the crowd discussed this news. There's been too many these last 6 or 7 years. Weren't no quakes before, mark my words, said a woman who stank of chemicals, shuffling along in front of Sarn. A nearby man grunted in assent to the washerwoman's report. Fear iced Sarn's insides. 6 years ago, the Lord of the Mountain had found him half dead in a snowbank and brought him here. Could there be a connection? Had he somehow caused every quake in the last 6 years? Sarn stumbled and caught himself on a boulder. While he leaned against its comforting bulk, Sarn remembered the press of the mountain on his mind. He might have just endangered tens of thousands of people. Oh dear fate, it was possible. His magic knew how to use him, and over time he'd become its instrument. I want to go outside. Rand shivered. I know. I'm working on that. Sarn wore greens, the woodland shade worn only by the rangers. In theory, he could walk up to the guards and show them. They'd have to let him through. He belonged to Jerlo when the Lord of the Mountain was away, and the commander had the papers to prove it. Sarn chewed his lip as he considered that. If he walked up to the guards now, they'd see his son. He was the only indentured ranger, so word would reach Jerlo within the hour of his son's existence. Sarn hugged his son tighter and turned away. No, the rangers could never find out about Ran. If they ever did, they'd take his son away from him because, in their eyes, he was mentally deficient. Violence broke out ahead when some residents made an issue out of the guards' presence. Everyone else fled back to their squalid hovels. To escape the flow, Sarn slipped into a passage. There were other ways out of the lower quarters. After all, this place had as many tunnels as there were people. Sarn loped toward the underground castle and the staircase hidden in its tower. You said we're going outside. I saw the sun that way. Rand pointed over Sarn's shoulder. We are, but we need to go another way. The other way isn't safe right now. Sarn checked his map as he sprinted. Yes, he was still ahead of the crowd. Good, then he could take that next right and cut across the lower quarters via the most direct route. Oh, okay. One more turn dumped them into the expansive cavern where the castle crouched at its other end, holding up the cathedral ceiling. The old fort was still abandoned, but not for long. Sarn's map tracked 5 icons on an intercept course, likely for the same reason, the staircase to the surface hidden in the north tower. But he'd be gone before they arrived if he kept running. Ice sliced through Sarn, staggering him. He held tight to his son as he tripped and went down on both knees. His magic rushed to protect him and arrived a second too late. Since he'd forgotten to change his ripped trousers, rocks scraped his bare knees, drawing a bead of blood. No. Sarn rose, overbalanced, and sat down hard on some debris. A thin green film shimmered over the scratch on his knee, preventing any more blood from falling. Rand touched the wound. It's warm. Does it hurt? Sarn shook his head. Why did you trip, Papa? Rand glared at the ghost boy crouching in front of them. He'd pulled half his body back together, but the ghost's right arm and leg still floated nearby. Gray filaments strained to reconnect both appendages as the ghost raised stricken eyes to meet Sarn's and pointed back the way they'd come. No. We go out now. Papa said, and Bear agrees. Rand squirmed out of Sarn's grasp and held his stuffed toy up so its button eyes met the ghost's. The specter shattered, and every piece of him vanished. After shooting Sarn a guilty look, Rand lowered his bear. Why does that keep happening? I wish I knew. Sarn pushed to a stand. Those incoming icons had multiplied from 5 to 10, and they were 2 turnings away and closing. It was time to go. Come on, outside is at the top of that tower. Sarn picked his son up and headed for it, wondering what he'd find on the surface. Chapter 31. Sarn climbed through a vertical shaft of light into a golden afternoon. A westering sun hung 3-finger widths above the serrated horizon. He still had time before he had to meet the rangers, but not much. Rand choked his stuffed bear as he blinked at the sky from where he lay in Sarn's arms. "We're outside now. We're safe." Sarn turned in a full circle as he considered what to do now. So much had happened, but he felt lightheaded. Was hunger making him faint? Probably. A handful of sweet potato wedges made a good snack, not a meal. But repeated run-ins with unnatural creatures had curdled his stomach. A thought niggled at the back of his mind, but he couldn't grab hold of it. Sarn glanced at the forest beyond the menhirs. It stood like a dark and impenetrable wall under the westering sun. Not a single leaf moved. Tonight he'd have to go in there, but not while he had his son with him. Above, Mount Eredren's snow-capped peak sparkled in the sun. Angling his steps toward the north side of the mountain, Sarn struck out for the secret entrance. No one else climbed up the trail leading to it, and no one would if he ascended quickly. "We'll check on my brother," Sarn said to his son, who sucked his thumb. "Everything's all right. I'll find you both somewhere safe to wait while I work tonight." Somewhere close, so he could slip away and check on them. Rand nodded and clutched a handful of his tunic at the mention of work. As Sarn hiked up the trail, his legs ached from all the walking he'd done today. No time for the rest his body craved, not until after work. Shrubbery hid the trigger for the secret entrance, but his sixth sense directed his foot to an igneous lump, and a section of the rock wall slid aside on contact. "How'd you move it?" Rand pointed to the rock. "It's a secret." Sarn smiled at his son. The north stairwell had no helpful Lumiere crystals embedded in the wall enclosing it. So the entrance framed a slice of darkness until Sarn stepped over the threshold. Lots of narrow twisting stairs appeared as the glow of his eyes peeled back the shadows. "You'll tell me and Bear the secret?" Rand lifted his stuffed companion so Bear's button eyes could add their plea to his. "I don't know if I can." "Why not?" "You're not a ranger or a guard." Rand lowered Bear and fingered Sarn's sleeve. "Are you?" Well, he was the ranger's indentured servant, but Sarn wasn't supposed to know about that door. "I just work for them, but I'll be in trouble if they find out I know." "But you'll tell me." "Maybe someday." Sarn took the stairs 3 at a time to the 3rd floor. Before leaving the stairwell, he pulled up his head map and checked for people nearby. Grigori's icon flashed red as the man approached. No doubt the burly fool headed for the staircase they'd just left. Cursing his ill luck, Sarn ducked into an alcove seconds before Grigori turned the corner. He backed as far as he could into the shadows and closed his eyes. "Just walk on by, you great big jerk." Sarn hugged his son tight and hoped the inquisitive boy would stay quiet until Grigori had passed their hiding spot. What if that jerk has a Lumiere crystal? Sarn backpedaled until he bumped into something hard. What was behind him? He freed a hand and felt around behind him until his fingers closed on a handle, and it turned. The door swung in as a buzzing mass of squirming things looped around his chest and pulled. Sarn stumbled over the threshold into a dark room as he fought the urge to throw up. Between him and the door, a man-shaped thing made of an uncountable number of insects boiled up from the ground. An invisible field held the unnatural thing together as the creature blinked its large compound eyes at Sarn. "Don't let him see you." "Who, Grigori?" Sarn asked as that worthy's icon passed this storeroom and kept going. The creature shook its head, and nausea punched Sarn in the gut. Black energy crackled as the creature shoved him aside. This time his magic jumped between him and the ground and cushioned his fall. "He's coming," the creature said before diving into a palm-sized hole in the false floor. "Who's coming?" Rand asked as he wriggled out of Sarn's grasp. "I wish I knew. I'm so sick of these riddles." Sarn knelt and peered through the hole at the knights of Mount Eredren. The knights swatted at the receding horde of insects until they disappeared, leaving them free to resume their interrupted sparring. "Me too." Ran leaned into him. Fascinated by their deadly dance, Sarn stretched out full length on the ground, ignoring the dust. The events of the past couple of hours receded from his mind as a dozen knights squared off below. They wore leather jerkins to protect their organs while they dueled with wooden practice blades. Their real swords rested outside his view, but he felt their bejeweled scabbards and hilts. "I want to be one of them. A man, noble in heart and mind like the legendary guardians were." Sarn sighed and put his impossible dream away. Those sparring knights were as close to his ultimate heroes as one could get. Their code lived on in Shayari's chivalric orders. But those ranks were closed to a bastard son of a whore, even if Sarn worked off his indenture. One of who? Ran hugged his bear as he glanced from Sarn to the men below and back again. "What are we watching?" "The Knights of Shayari, they're training below." "Why aren't you one of them?" "I wanted to squire for them. I was old enough when Sarn stopped talking. He'd almost said when I traded my freedom for my brother's education. I mean, I was almost 16 and there were squires around the same age as me. I thought, but he gave me to the Rangers instead." The injustice of the Lord of the Mountain's decision still angered Sarn. He'd be too old to squire for a knight when Lord Joranth released him from his indenture. Squiring was the only way to learn sword fighting. "Before you were born, I used to come here and watch them for hours." Sarn didn't know why he was telling his son this. Talking about his crushed dreams just tore open those old wounds again. While Sarn stared at what he'd always dreamed of becoming, his son lay next to him and used his back for a pillow. Ran already had a blanket wrapped around him. He popped his grubby thumb into his mouth and curled up facing Sarn. "I wanted to be like them, so I used to watch them every chance I got. I thought I could learn something, but the angle's bad." Sarn ran out of words. He didn't feel like talking anymore. Instead he watched, and his imagination erased the plain stone of the training room and replaced the straw bales with monsters. Legendary battles played out inside his head, but they mutated into his encounters with mud and insect creatures, warring trees, Ratwoman and Hadroville. How would his heroes solve that riddle? Sarn considered that. But after a half hour, he was no closer to a solution. He was still missing something. "I need to go back to the beginning, to where the murders took place." But this time he would use his magic. Maybe it would reveal something he'd missed. To go there he'd need to elude his masters for an hour, but how? Bells rang, but Sarn ignored them until his sixth sense sent a warning. Murren had left the library and would, if not intercepted, head down to their cave. Damn. Sarn rose carefully and picked up his dozing son and Ran's stuffed bear. After one last longing glance at the practice session still in progress, he closed the door and hurried to catch his brother. Ran's fingers twitched as his son counted the ringing bells. When the task required 2 hands, his son removed his thumb from his mouth. In the silence after the bells finished tolling, Ran whispered, 16. He turned his face into Sarn's chest, unhappy about the hour it signified. The countdown had begun. Sarn had 4 hours until he had to meet his master. Statue-choked corridors flashed past as Sarn ran. At least he had a plan. It was a little light on details, but it was a place to start. Who knew what he would find in the forest? "Why did you lead me here?" Murren gestured to the storeroom. "Did something happen?" Sarn ignored the question since he had no good answer for it. Instead, he concentrated on finding a soft place to set his napping son down. Those bolts of cloth looked promising. He kicked one at random until it rolled off a pile and lay flat. Ran cracked an eye open to see what he was doing. "Rest, I'm not going anywhere yet." Sarn smoothed his son's hair away from his face and Ran closed his eyes. "Did you sleep at all?" "You look terrible." Murren stood next to the door. "Not much, I've got a lot on my mind." "When did you last eat something?" "You did eat something since you came home from work, right?" "No, you didn't." "I can always tell. You get weird about things when you starve yourself." Murren folded his arms over his chest. What are you talking about? Sarn stared at his brother. Though come to think of it, he felt lightheaded. Maybe he should fetch some food. But doing so required more energy than Sarn had, so he sat, and his makeshift chair crunched. Murren pulled something off a nearby shelf and handed it to Sarn. Relax, it's trail mix, dried fruits and nuts. I read the label. Thanks. Sarn untied the string holding the bag closed and dug a hand inside. A tug on his pant leg shifted his attention from stuffing his face to his son, who held out a hand for some. As Rand picked dried berries from his hand, Sarn remembered the strange dreams he'd had since the murder in the forest. Images from them tumbled together into an ugly whole. Sarn squeezed his son's shoulder, and Rand gave him a curious look. How had those dreams slipped his mind? Had all the magicking he'd done over the last couple days degraded his memory? Sarn closed the sack and set it aside. The Rangers were always pushing food on him. And right now, he needed the reassurance cradling his son offered. Rand sucked his thumb as he curled into him. The boy clung to his bear in much the same way Sarn clung to his son. What happened? You wouldn't have come here if everything was okay. Murren perched on a crate opposite Sarn. His hands rested on his crutch. Trust Murren to ask the most uncomfortable question first. There was an earthquake, and the aftershocks scared my son. So we came here. Sarn froze as a disembodied hand reached through the door and waved. Not again. Sarn glared at the specter. I just need a few hours to settle my family, then I can help you. But despite his mental reassurance, the arm kept manifesting. Maybe ghosts couldn't hear thoughts. What else happened? Murren tapped his crutch. I tried to get the foundlings to come with us, but Sarn shook his head. We argued. They refused. Then some folks decided to make an issue out of the guard's presence, but we made it outside. Are they all right? Murren shifted on his makeshift chair. Sarn shrugged. I think so. We didn't see any damage from the earthquake, just a lot of scared people. But their rejection still stung. For 6 years, the foundlings had been a dysfunctional family for Sarn and his brother. But now, they wanted the attention and affection he reserved for his son. He still owed them for not treating him like a freak, but his son had to come first. Where are we staying tonight? Murren looked around, but the ghost boy had retracted his hand. Not here, Sarn confirmed. Until he knew whose side Insect Man was on, this place wasn't safe. But where was? Things might still be unsettled downstairs, but I think it's our best bet. Or I can take him with me to the library and get some work done. No one will see us. I promise. Rand perked up at that news. Yes, can we go there? And to his uncle he said, You'll read me stories? Sure, there are lots of books in the library. There's bound to be one you'd like, if that's okay with your father. They both turned pleading eyes on Sarn, but he was staring at the spectral foot pushing through the closed door. What the hell did the ghost boy want now? He checked his map, but the corridor was empty except for the ghost. We should go back downstairs. And they should go before anything else manifested through that door. Sarn rose while still cradling his son as the bells of Mount Eredron chimed the hour. Rand counted the peels on his fingers. 17, the boy said, then buried his face in Sarn's chest. Sarn rubbed his son's back. You still have me for 2 more hours. Then he had to report to Jerlo. Or was it Nolo? Damn, he had to pay closer attention to such details from now on. Murren's face fell as reality set in. We should check on the foundlings. Yeah, there's just enough time if we leave now. Sarn headed for the door but stopped when their location registered. Are any of those items edible with minimal cooking? Sarn nodded to the overstuffed shelves. Some packages looked familiar. Were those rolled oats over there? Murren smiled and pulled a head-sized jar down. A red jelly quivered in its belly. You won't believe this. What won't I believe? But even as Sarn asked, he was already smiling. Get your sack out. We hit the motherlode. Murren tapped the jar. This is strawberry preserve. I like strawberries. Rand smiled and reached for the jar. Then you'll have strawberry preserve tonight. Sarn set his son down so he could fish a burlap sack out of his pocket. He kept a small supply of them on his person in case fate provided, and this time it had. Here, catch, Murren tossed another jar. Sarn slipped it inside and closed the bag. It won't hold anymore. Good, let's get out of here. It's really cold. Murren shivered. Sarn glanced at the door. No spectral body parts poked through it, but the temperature was dropping. Was nausea next? Can we go now? Murren glared at Sarn. Rand tugged on his pant leg. Bear wants to see where we're going. Of course Bear did. How had he forgotten? Sarn rearranged the smaller sack until Bear's head poked out of the bag. After the day's frights, Rand had earned some concessions. How does the bag feel? Is it too heavy? Can Bear see? Rand twisted his head around and smiled when Bear's button eyes met his. Yes, are you sure it's not too heavy? Sarn supported the bag with one hand, afraid his son would topple if he let go. Rand looked so small and fragile with such a large jar weighing him down. But once Rand took possession of something, he didn't let go. The sight roused Sarn's magic, and it wrapped around the sack, taking some of the weight. Sarn let go, and Rand stayed on his feet. It's okay. I can carry it. Rand settled the magically lightened bag higher on his shoulder. All right, but if it gets too heavy, you tell me, and I'll add it to mine. Can we go now? Murren asked again. Nausea made his bile rise as Sarn resisted the urge to snarl something mean at his brother. Something unnatural was nearby. Maybe he should throw Murren at it. Since the brat had returned from school, Sarn had received nothing but attitude. Had he been that bad at 14? You were worse. The reminder downgraded Sarn's ire to mere annoyance. We go down now? Rand looked up at Sarn, but there was no fear in his son's eyes, just eagerness to eat those preserves. Maybe Rand had forgotten all about the whole earth-shaking thing. Or more likely, thoughts of dinner had distracted Rand. In fact, a simple meal of boiled oats and jam sounded good. Sarn relaxed. One less meal to fret over, thank fate for small favors. Now Sarn had two plans queued up for execution. The night was looking up. He just needed to get his family away from here before something happened. Yes, are you okay with going back down there? He's fine with it. Let's get this over with. I have a report to write. Murren hobbled past Sarn and pushed open the door before he could stop the angry teen. Wait, Murren. Damn it. Sarn engaged his head map and scanned for danger. No one traversed the hallway or the nearest staircase. And the rangers, Sarn sorted through the icons on his head map for them until Rand tugged on his pant leg. What's wrong? Rand pointed at the insects crawling out of the hole in the floor. They merged into a mouth. Go now. Don't let him find you, said a voice like 1,000 bees buzzing in concert. Who's coming? Go. The lips dissolved into a pile of insects fast fleeing this place. Come on, Sarn swung a much larger sack over his shoulder and shepherded his son into the corridor. No one had ever replaced the broken hasp, so he left the door unlocked. A quick map check verified the closest staircase was still free of pedestrians, except for Murren, of course. His map revealed nothing else. But the nauseous feeling remained coiled tight in his belly as they departed, and it set his teeth on edge. Rand grimaced at yet another narrow spiral stairwell, curving into darkness, but he squared his little shoulders and descended, keeping a hand on the enclosing wall. Sarn followed, aware he'd used this staircase too often in the last 3 days. Rand's safety hinged on secrecy and unpredictability, two things he'd let slide since meeting the ghost boy. When he reached the lower quarters, he'd have to vary their route. People icons popped up on his map, freezing Sarn mid-step. Where had they come from? He watched their icons move away from here before continuing. Murren silently took those 240 steps at a fast hobble, which was fine. Murren could take care of himself. Only Ran required protection, so Sarn hunted for the safest route. A burst of intense cold punched Sarn in the back, and he slammed a shoulder into the wall to stay upright. Magic cushioned the impact, but he still collapsed, limbs spasming, as the ghost boy tore out of his chest. The ghost clutched a handful of silver filaments, but they faded away. Warning sounded in Sarn's mind as Ran screamed and tipped forward. He must have kneed the poor child in the back when the ghost boy had hit him. No! Sarn shouted as his son fell toward the stairs, spiraling into the bowels of the earth. As Sarn flung his magic at his son, he willed it to catch the boy. A bright emerald bubble wrapped around Ran, and he stopped falling. But his sack hit the stairs, and Bear cartwheeled around a bend. His button eyes widened in surprise. Bear! Ran shrieked as he bounced off the radiant bubble's floor. His tiny hands reached for his falling friend. Sarn slung a cloud of green motes at Ran's stuffed friend, and they gathered into a bright net that sailed around the bend. When his magic returned, it cradled Bear. Are you okay? Sarn asked as his magic floated his son into his arms. He hugged the child tightly. Ran extended his arms. Bear. Bear's okay, but are you? Ran nodded as the green magic carried his furry friend into his arms. While he squeezed Bear, Ran turned his tear-streaked face into his chest. Sarn held his son against his racing heart. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ran's eyes said no more stairs. And Sarn agreed, but the change in plan left him with a problem, but his magic rectified it. Luminous green hands lifted the bag from the step he dropped it on. With luck, nothing had broken. His magic sent another shimmering cloud to seize the bag his son had been carrying from where it had fallen. More magic removed the jar of preserves and turned it for inspection. By some miracle, it had remained intact despite its tumble. Wow! Ran stared at the show. Sarn nodded, unable to stop or speak. New muscles stretched as they worked. How am I doing this? After it had displayed the unbroken jar, his magic added it to his load. Sarn rubbed his shoulder. It ached from bearing the weight of their dinner, but his magic had relieved him of that burden. The heavy sack swung around a bend in the stairwell. Pain cut through Sarn, and his sight dimmed as a spectral hand darted into the flow of his magic, momentarily interrupting it. For a heartbeat, the ghost boy gained solidity. He looked at Sarn with frightened eyes, then turned its hand, diverting an emerald beam into the gathering shadows. They vanished the instant his magic touched them. Why did you do that? Sarn asked. The ghost pointed to its eyes, then to where the shadows had been. Are you saying the shadows have eyes? The ghost boy nodded. How can that be? The specter shrugged his thin shoulders, then winked out when Ran copied him and stuck his hand into the magic stream. As Sarn slumped against the wall, he compacted the magic into a shining bubble around them. If there was something in the shadows, it would see nothing but green light now. Are you okay? I am now, Ran said, but he still clung to Sarn. After the scares today, the boy deserved some coddling, so Sarn held his son tight. Yeah, because the magic saved you. Magic could protect his son far better than he could. Sarn rubbed the bridge of his nose. Why hadn't he slept when he'd had the chance? No, you saved me. Your magic does what you tell it to do. Ran poked Sarn in the belly, eliciting a grunt. Yeah, but I don't know what I'm doing with it. It's all guesswork and good luck, and I'm sick of it. And whose fault was that? His, of course, it was his magic. Sarn rubbed his eyes. As soon as everyone ceased chasing him, he needed to figure out what he could do with his magic. That's because you don't play with it. Ran gave him a pointed glare. My magic? Sarn leaned his head against the wall. We should do that tomorrow. Ran nodded, liking the idea a lot more than Sarn did. We'll see. Sarn gained his feet, still holding his son, who was ignoring him. He sighed. Ran had a one-track mind at times. That'll be our adventure. Ran nodded, satisfied with his plan until he noticed the change in elevation. No more stairs. I don't like them. Neither do I. Sarn gave the spiral affair a baleful glare, then hurried to the lower quarters to collect their dinner. They're okay. Murren dumped his books on the table and gave the bubbling pot a suspicious glance. What are you cooking? I'm only asking because your cooking skills are limited to reheating things. Sarn nodded and sat back on his heels to let the oats cook. If they needed stirring, he'd be in trouble. I thought we could use the preserves to flavor the oats. Sounds good. Murren sank onto the stool, rubbing his knee. Are you okay? This place is so damp. What's wrong with him? Is he tired? Murren indicated Ran with a wave. Ran clutched his bear and curled in close to Sarn. Yeah, he's okay. Sarn stroked his son's greasy hair and grimaced when his fingers tangled in it. Tomorrow, he'd make bathing a priority for them both. Murren's expression soured as he opened his mouth to ask the question they all dreaded, but Sarn preempted him. I'll go when 19th bell rings. They said nothing more as Sarn divided up the oats and dribbled strawberry preserves on them without a spoon. He added silverware to the list of items he needed to procure. Ran dug his fingers into their shared portion with gusto. No scare was bad enough to depress his appetite. But Sarn left his untouched. Something about his cave felt off. Piles of dirty clothes competed for floor space with books and papers, but nothing looked out of the ordinary. Sarn ended his search. Only the foundlings knew where he lived, but that cast of shady characters changed more often than his clothes. Still, something niggled at him, so he consulted his map to check which foundlings were in residence tonight. A bell rang 19 times, startling Sarn. He started to rise but stopped when Ran clutched his leg. I have to go now, but I'll be back. Sarn pried Ran's sticky fingers from his pants, leaving pink smears behind. Don't go. Ran fixed desperate eyes on Sarn. I have to go. All the shocks of the day rebounded, and Ran dissolved into tears. Sarn hugged him tightly. I'll be back soon. You know I will. I can only speak the truth. When his magic allowed those words to pass unchanged, a weight slid off his shoulders, and Sarn felt lightheaded for a moment. I will be back. But Ran's fears remained unchanged, thanks to his mother's abandonment. Meeting his son's eyes, Sarn spoke to that fear. Maybe his words could soothe it away. I'll never leave you. You promise? Ran sniffed and rubbed at his bloodshot eyes. Sly child. Sarn tweaked his son's nose. You know what I mean. If I go, I'll always come back. The implications of what he'd said staggered Sarn. Could it mean what he thought it did? But how could it, unless he and his son died together someday? Logic screamed a denial at Sarn. He was 16 years older than his son. But his magic wouldn't allow him to lie, thus confirming he and his son would die together someday. Or he would outlive his son, in defiance of the natural order. Murren said something, but his complaint hit Sarn's ears as a burst of static as his world shattered around him. The word no kept ringing in his ears. Screw fate, he wouldn't fail his son, not ever. Judging by his furrowed brow, even Ran sensed something significant had happened. Fear no longer clouded his eyes. Worse, curiosity lit them, portending complicated questions. Maybe he should go to work and avoid them. I have to go now, Sarn groped for words. His mouth was dry, and each syllable he uttered rubbed sandpaper across his throat. Will you be okay until I return? Ran nodded, but he didn't let go. Sarn gave him one last hug as the ghost boy poked his head through the door. The specter touched a book Murren had dropped on the way in. Before Sarn could glance away, images flashed across his mind's eye: Hadrovel, a bleeding 13-pointed star, and a shadow looming over his son. Sarn squeezed his eyes closed, breaking the connection. A book thudded on the ground, and the low-level nausea he'd been feeling since leaving the storeroom vanished with the ghost. Do you still have those seeds? Sarn said into his son's greasy hair. The ones from the queen tree? Yes, keep them close tonight. Okay. Mystified, Ran rushed to fetch them and returned with his bear. A silver glow shined from Bear's belly flap, spreading the Queen of all Trees' soothing presence throughout their cave. Her light eased Sarn's fears. Had one of Bear's button eyes winked at him? Sarn rubbed his tired eyes. There was nothing else he could do to protect his son except trust in the Queen of all Trees' power. As long as her light shined, Ran would be okay. Since he was out of time, Sarn pushed to his feet and ignored his torn and filthy clothes. No one would see him anyway, so it didn't matter if he went one more night without changing them. Lock this door and keep it locked until you wake up. Sarn paused on the threshold, still unable to go. There was still something wrong, but he'd failed to turn up anything. The first stabs of the promises he'd made to the Lord of the Mountain compelled him to pull the door shut and go. But Sarn hung back until he heard the lock click, then he raced against time. But not even he could outpace what waited for him. Chapter 32. Sarn. Stop. Nolo shouted, and his command slammed Sarn to a halt. Nolo trotted over, and Sarn pointed to the ceiling where metal tubes piped the bells chiming into every level. I'm not late. No, you're not, Nolo studied him. Are you all right? Why wouldn't I be? Sarn felt his brow pucker in confusion. Was his unsettled mental state visible? He was as far from all right as he could get and still be alive. But if he admitted that, he'd spend the night fending off flesh menders. No thank you, I have answers to find. The mountain shook, and we thought. It had something to do with me. Perhaps it had. Tonight was full of unpleasant revelations. Sarn gestured to himself. Well, I'm standing here, aren't I? It's the second time in 2 days, and you're telling me it had nothing to do with you. Nolo stared at him. Sarn did his best to cover his shock. When was the second quake? Oh right, during the scuffle in the storeroom, Sarn had forgotten about that. Not good, since Dirk was unlikely to return the favor. Was anyone hurt? Nolo shook his head. No, both quakes were minor from what I can tell. Are you certain you're all right? You look wrung out. Because Sarn was, and he'd continue to be, until he resolved whatever the ghost boy's death had set into motion. Sarn glanced at his numb arm. The ghost boy let go but stayed close even though Sarn couldn't help him right now. Why did Nolo care anyway? Where was this concern when the Rangers had captured him and handed him over to his personal torturer? Unable to bear his master's scrutiny any longer, Sarn turned his back on Nolo. He knew what selfishness lurked in the Ranger's heart. I'm not late and I never skip work. So why were you looking for me? I know, I called out because there's something I need you to do. One of his masters needed him to do something. Stunned, Sarn stared at Nolo until he handed him a blindfold. And put this on before someone sees you. Sarn wound the blindfold around his eyes, trapping his hood underneath it in his haste to find out what Nolo needed from him. Where are we going? Nolo turned Sarn toward a residential corridor. To get you cleaned up. You're a mess, and I need you presentable. For what? Since when did the Rangers ever let anyone see him? The question slipped out before Sarn realized who wanted to see him, his owner. So the Lord of the Mountain had requested an audience. He's here. Yes, and he wants to see you. Tonight? Why? I don't know. But Nolo disapproved of the visit. His sharp tone made that clear as he listed what not to do. No cursing, no attitude, in fact it's better if you don't speak at all. Just stand there and let him see you. He just wants to make sure you're still breathing. Why did Lord Nalshira pick tonight for his yearly inspection? Sarn wanted to punch something. He had too many things he needed to do. A door opened on quiet hinges a half hour later. They were in Freeman's territory, another blank spot on his map. But not one Sarn could fill in anytime soon since the indentured weren't allowed in these tunnels. You can take off the blindfold now. Sarn picked at the knot until it fell out, then let the black strip flutter to the tiled floor. As he spoke, Nolo touched each item. Towels are here. Clean clothes are over there. In half an hour, you and your clothes had better be clean. Consider that a damned order. Nolo shot Sarn a glare before slamming the door. Sarn regarded the stone basin full of water and the cake of soap lying on its rim. Removing the layers of dirt and grime covering him would rob him of an essential part of his disguise. What if he skipped the whole bath routine and met his noble master as he was? Dust clung to his clothes, and it had worked itself into his greasy hair too. Food stains, courtesy of his son, decorated his tunic and trousers, and his trousers were torn at the knee, exposing a generous amount of his hairy legs. Yeah, he was a frightful mess, but he owed Lord Jorinth nothing but contempt. The bastard had handed him over to Hadrovel, the psychopath orphan master. Then he'd been 14 and sickly, thanks to exposure. Sarn sat on the tub's wide rim. Part of him wished Jorinth's men had not spotted his damned luminous eyes and pulled him out of that snowbank 6 years ago. What would it have taken? Another couple of hours, and he might have slipped into sleep, cocooned in the snow, never to reawaken. But Murren would have died too, and his son would never have been born. For that alone, Sarn owed Lord Nalshira. The water was warmed by the red Lumir stones, heating the water. Sarn pulled off his boots but left his clothes on as he climbed into the tub. His magic retreated as he lathered his tunic and the scarred skin underneath. A translucent head popped up over the rim of the tub, and the specter plunged his hand into the water, chilling it. A shadow separated from the ghost as Sarn doubled over and clutched his stomach. Black tentacles shot out of the blobby shadow, and they seized the ghost boy. He struggled to break free, and Sarn sought some way to help, but his magic ignored his summons. Sarn was neck-deep in water, and it drove his magic deep into the core of his being, and it refused to come out. Watery hands seized Sarn as he flailed about. Both the ghost and the shadow vanished as a wave of water washed over them, a wave wearing Hadrovel's face. "I told you to stay out of this," Hadrovel said. An invisible force whipped the bathwater into a whirlpool as it flipped the tub. Sarn hit the floor shoulder first, but he kept his right arm between his head and the wet tiles to protect it. Magic sparked on his skin, but it recoiled from his sodden clothing. "If you persist in this, he'll see you. And everything I've done will come to nothing." A Hadrovel-shaped geyser lifted the tub and threw it. As Sarn rolled under the projectile, white magic pushed down the water-hating green one and sent a bolt of lightning at Hadrovel. "No, it's too soon. You shouldn't be able to do that, not yet. No good will come of this. Mark my words." The waterborne creature borrowing Hadrovel's likeness collapsed into a puddle. There were so many questions he should have asked instead of throwing an unknown power at his attacker. But he hadn't, so Sarn sat there staring at the white flames dancing across his knuckles. It was the same power that had reached for him in the river 2 days ago. "What are you talking about?" His question echoed in the flooded chamber, reinforcing how lost and alone he was. Even the white magic abandoned Sarn. It receded to wherever it went when not in use, vanishing from his perceptions. Sarn punched the nearest puddle, sending water flying, and pain shot across his knuckles when no magic softened the blow. A warning sounded in his head, alerting Sarn to an incoming visitor. His map fizzled out because his earth-loving green magic refused to come out until he dried off. All at once everything flooded back, Nolo's orders, the impending visit with Lord Jorinth, and the mess surrounding him. Oh crap. Rising took some effort since Sarn was wearing 5 pounds of sodden cloth thanks to his cloak. It would take hours to dry, but there was nothing he could do except wring the thing out with extreme prejudice. Cold air kissed his wet skin when he traded soaked garments for damp ones, and Sarn shuddered. His magic uncurled in response, and his head map reappeared. But it stayed minimized at the edge of his vision, so he could monitor his approaching visitor. A quick check of his face confirmed he could forego shaving for another fortnight at least. Thankfully, his hair grew an inch every 2 to 3 years. A good thing too, since Sarn didn't see a razor anywhere. The rangers still didn't trust him with sharp objects. But he found his saturated boots, and he stuffed his feet into them. Inari's Sun and Glory image replaced the generic person icon on his map, and Sarn shot to his feet. Fan-fricking-tastic, she would show up after he'd made a frigging mess. Sarn dove for a towel to sop up the water, but it was no use. Hadrovel's tantrum had soaked everything, including the clothes on his body. For a solid minute, Inari's golden woman-shaped avatar stood there listening, hand upraised to knock before she finally did. "I came to see if you needed anything." What could have made the unflappable Inari nervous? Was she okay? His head map had no information about her state of being, since his magic still objected to his damp clothes. Sarn confined all the wet things to a pile in the farthest corner, then pulled open the door. For one glorious moment, he forgot she was the wife of one of his masters. Inari was beautiful, and the sight of her standing there in a shaft of Lumiere light took his breath away. Her eyes were soft and as warm as a blanket, and Sarn wanted to fall into them and never climb out. But she saw what the Rangers saw, a screwed-up 15-year-old in a body cast. Never mind, he'd healed and grown up a lot in the 5 years since then. Pity flowered in her eyes, and that ignited his anger. Sarn shoved his hands into his pockets. "I thought you might need a comb." Inari held one up, and it took a moment for her words to register. Sarn ran a hand through his wet hair and snagged it in half a dozen places. Maybe she had a point. He yanked his hand free, tearing out a handful of strands in his haste. "Here, let me." And before Sarn could say anything, she reached up and applied the comb to the tangled mess crowning his head. It only took a moment for her to tidy his hair, then she stepped back, and her smile rivaled the sun. He wanted to grab her and kiss her, but Sarn turned away and put some distance between them instead. "She's Nolo's wife," reminded his conscience. He had to stop liking her. Sarn wrestled with his attraction, but it twisted out of his grasp. Something about her drew him. He was a moth, and she was the flame captivating him. "Thank you." "You're welcome. I'll let them know you're ready, unless you need something else." Sarn shook his head, not daring to speak. Water and soap had stripped him of more than dirt and grime. They'd removed his mask, leaving him vulnerable in his clean skin. Thank fate he didn't sparkle. Relief warred with longing as she left. Sarn leaned against the wall, and a lock of damp hair flopped into his eyes as his magic flowed out of him. Since his hood was down, his magic sped along the wall, following in Inari's wake. Information flooded back, but Sarn shunted it to his map without examining it. Only one detail mattered: Inari's safety. "Stop this," urged his conscience. "I can't. There are too many weird things happening." But Sarn stopped the instant she crossed her threshold. He let his magic crawl across the door, checking its soundness before withdrawing it. Fates damn him, he'd wanted to know where she lived and now he knew. "Well, you're looking good. You shined up like a new coin. I'll be your escort tonight." Ranaspara rounded a bend and waved for him to follow. "Where's Nolo?" Ranaspara frowned. "Dealing with the branchers." A delegation showed up, but Gerlo's in a meeting. Since Nolo was the commander's second, that made sense. But what did the bunch of tree-loving branchers want? Why did they come here? For Conclave, they're interested in holding it here in the fall. They have high hopes his lordship will take their petition to the ruling council. At least I think Conclave is their motivation. With them, who knows? Ranaspara shrugged. True, the branchers were an insular bunch. But they also built houses in the enchanted forest. Still, Sarn wished them much luck with their endeavor. They'd have better luck getting face time with Lord Joranth in Jakora, where his lordship spent most of his time. But no one had asked him. "You remember the rules, right?" Sarn rolled his eyes. "Yes." "Repeat them so when Nolo asks if I reminded you, I can say yes with a clear conscience." "Look at the floor. Don't speak unless spoken to. Kneel." Sarn broke off and thought back to Nolo's earlier recitation. Had he missed anything? "You forgot one." Sarn glanced at Ranaspara and noted her amusement. What did I miss? Doing her best Gerlo impersonation, Ranispara said, and say good things about the Rangers. She laughed and wiped tears of mirth from her eyes. As if you'd speak ill of us. Sometimes the commander's paranoia shows. I guess I can do that. Ranispara elbowed him. You don't want to get us in trouble, do you? Look, I know my husband's a pain, but his heart's usually in the right place. I say usually, because the jury's still out over that last stunt. So much had happened in the last 2 days. Sarn had forgotten about Grigori's test. But his anger came roaring back, and it targeted her husband. He'd make that man pay somehow someday. Ranispara shot him a knowing look. No doubt she'd guessed the drift of his thoughts. Just remember we're the good guys. Come on, we'd best get a move on. His lordship's waiting. His vision doubled, and fire punched Sarn in the face. Emerald light exploded from his eyes, then dimmed to a less blinding level. You okay? Ranispara steadied him. Sarn nodded and straightened. Already the double vision and pain were subsiding, but his eyes felt scorched thanks to his magic. It's this way. She gestured to the left. No blindfold? Ranispara shook her head. Where we're going, I don't think that'll be necessary. What was Lord Jorinth holding over her head? Something she didn't want to lose, judging by the nervous tension riding her. Let on. She did, deep into the most ornate part of the stronghold where only the nobles ever went. Shadows extended from every crevice they passed, or had Sarn imagined that? Chapter 33. Sarn steeled himself. Without a backward glance, he entered a Spartan antechamber, leaving Ranispara in the corridor. Every muscle in his body locked up the instant he crossed the threshold and ceded control. Behind him, Ranispara's footsteps faded away, leaving him alone with a man he despised. With nothing else to do but wait, Sarn glared at the floor, and the damn thing wriggled. What the hell? He blinked several times, and the massive snakes froze. Sarn recoiled from them until he realized they weren't real. Only a Lithirian would carve a bunch of writhing snakes in the ground. That sinuous design was wrong somehow. But a voice sliced through his thoughts, silencing them. Each step the Lord of the Mountain took sent a command ricocheting through Sarn's skull. Obey. 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 He must do what the Lord of the Mountain commanded. Obey, obey, obey. The word cut Sarn's legs out from under him. He knelt on those carved snakes, and they moved under him. He felt it through the thin material of his trousers. They're not real. They're just a lifelike carving. Memories ground against his will, but Sarn refused to bend or break. An image sparked in his mind, a silver flame standing against the darkness. Yes, he was like her, the queen of all trees. The past couldn't harm him anymore, but the promises he'd sworn still could. I want custody of my brother, and I want him to go to school, said an echo of his 15-year-old self. You will obey whoever I designate as your master in my stead, as if he were me. And you will do so without question. Swear it, Lord Jorinth had said. I swear. An invisible force shoved Sarn's head down until his forehead touched the cold, writhing snakes. Stop it, they're not real. Exhaustion made him hallucinate them. There were no snakes here, just carvings of them. Lord Jorinth Nalshira watched him through the cross-shaped cutouts of a floor-to-ceiling partition, but Sarn couldn't return the glare because his lordship sat in deep shadow. He was a direct descendant of the man who'd betrayed and murdered the guardians of Sheiari. And I'm indentured to him. If Sarn's heroes could see this, they'd laugh at the cruel irony. He ground his teeth. Come into the light so I can see you and take off that cloak. I want to see your face. Lord Jorinth motioned to him. The oaths he'd sworn made Sarn rise with shaking fingers. He undid the oak leaf catch, and his cloak pooled around his boots. He felt naked without it, even though he was fully clothed. Behind the partition, Lord Jorinth shifted on a high-backed chair. You look ill. Are you all right? I don't sleep much, Sarn said before the question extracted the truth. Sarn silently begged the spirits of his dead heroes to stop Lord Jorinth from asking anything else on this topic. He didn't want the man to know about his son. A chair creaked, but Lord Jorinth hadn't moved. Rumors claimed he was a tall man, as broad as an ox and crafty enough to survive 3 decades of political intrigue. Sit, there's a chair behind you. Sarn tripped over his cloak in his haste to comply. As he sat, the compulsion eased, and he could breathe again. Lord Jorinth sighed. I know this is uncomfortable for you, and I'm sorry. I went too far with the oaths I had you swear. But it is what it is. We'll just have to make the best of it. Sarn blinked at his shadowed owner. An apology was the last thing he'd expected. Why tender one now? Jorinth had never regretted it before. What made tonight different? Dread coiled in Sarn's stomach. What did his lordship want? A door opened behind Sarn, and his sixth sense bounced off the newcomer, but it sent back no information because of those damned oaths he'd sworn 5 years ago. Sarn couldn't do anything unless ordered to while in Lord Jorinth's presence. Since the oath only included 2 people, the newcomer had to be Lord Jorinth's seneschal, Olav. Indeed, Olav appeared carrying a ceramic basin. But Sarn's eyes fastened on the silver goblet and the ceremonial knife. Lord Jorinth gestured to the desk. I've written a letter to the Dean of the University of Shayari at Jakora. You still desire your brother to attend, yes? Sarn nodded, and his stomach sank. He knew where this was headed, another Faustian bargain. What would it cost him this time? I'll sign it, but I require something from you in exchange. Listen carefully, because I'll only make this offer once. Something clicked on the far side of the screen. Before we discuss the details, you must swear to never tell anyone about this. You may speak freely. The compulsion looped around Sarn's throat disappeared, taking its enforced silence with it. But the rest of his body was under Lord Jorinth's control now. Do you so swear? Sarn relaxed a hair when the question hung there, and nothing compelled him to answer it. Could he say no if he chose? Though why would he? Lord Jorinth offered the one thing he'd wanted for his brother. Without a college degree, Murren would fall back into poverty. Money was a wheel, cycling through prosperity and loss. Only education could break the cycle and guarantee stability. Of course, Murren would also be away for months at a time. Maybe the separation would help his brother to work through his anger. Several months without a cranky teenager on his case sounded like paradise, but Sarn squashed such selfish thoughts. Yes, Murren was a pain in the ass sometimes, but he was family. If I swear not to tell anyone, can I still decline? Sarn wanted to massage away the ache behind his eyes. Even his son was a better bargainer than he was. Yes, you can. We won't force you to do anything, Olav said from somewhere behind Sarn. Yeah, right, but let the man think so if such lies kept his conscience clear. No way was Sarn getting out of here without doing something he detested. Fine, I swear I'll tell no one about this. Screw civility, they had dangled the thing he wanted most, so they'd earned a little attitude. Sarn had an agreement with them, and he'd lived up to every damned letter of it for 5 years. They owed him some respect for that. His attitude rolled off Jorinth like water off a tarpaulin. Calm down. My cousin's right. This is a negotiation, not an ultimatum. We both want something, but neither of us can have what we want unless we come to an accord. Do you understand? Sarn nodded because the compulsion forced a physical response when he gave no verbal one. All right, let's move on. I'll sign the letter and hand-deliver it to the dean. I have a meeting with him next month. In return, Lord Jorinth started to say. I know what you want. Sarn regarded the goblet out of the corner of one eye. Why do you want it? The oaths you swore constrain you because you're powerful and you chafe at that control. I can order you to do this, but we both know that won't work. You must give it of your own free will. Otherwise, it won't do what I need it to do. Magic is fickle like that. Lord Jorinth shifted on his chair. What do you need it to do? It won't give you access to magic. No, it won't. Jorinth sighed in frustration. Let's say a friend of a friend contracted the fade. Rumors claimed magic-infused blood cured the disease if it was harvested a certain way. Sarn had never seen any proof. Neither had he ever met anyone suffering from the fade. But plenty of people had forced him into such bargains in the past. Though this time he could refuse and walk away with his life. This person is highly placed in the government, and his loss would be catastrophic. You could buy him some time if this works. And if it doesn't work? Sarn had never heard of this working. His magic shook mountains and drove him crazy every day. If any magic could help, it would be the healing kind, not his screwed-up brand. But there aren't any true healers anymore, reminded his conscience. Because the Seekers had killed them too. A deal is a deal, and the terms are these. For a goblet of magic, I will sign and deliver the letter. It recommends one Murren, no last name, to the head of the university at Jacora. But it must be potent. Lord Jorinth leaned forward. Sarn felt his gaze on him even though shadows hid the man's eyes. Lord Jorinth tapped the arm of his chair. You have to will the magic to flow, you have to want it. Take your time to decide. The Rangers aren't expecting you back for some time yet. Silence fell, and Sarn sat there with his back rail straight and hurting as laughter bubbled up. What choice did he have? He needed that letter. It was Murren's sole shot at a university education. What about tuition for the university? Are you offering a scholarship as part of the deal? If so, Sarn might gain his freedom before he was an old man. Maybe even before Rand needed to start school. What interesting possibilities that eventuality raised. What are you offering? Jorinth countered. What was he offering? Regular transfusions? No, he needed to keep something of himself for his son. I don't know, Sarn admitted. Let's table the issue for now. Your brother won't start university for over a year yet, and much could change in a year. Let's stay focused on the issue at hand, one goblet for one letter. What say you? In his mind's eye, Sarn saw his son shake his head. Rand's eyes were anxious, and they willed him not to do this thing. It was unnatural, and the request made Sarn's skin crawl and his magic revolt. Read me the letter. In a clear voice, Olav recited the words which would save Murren from poverty. I, Jorinth of the House of Nalshira, Lord of Mount Eredron, representative to the Council of 12, recommend my vassal, a Murren, no last name, to the University of Shayari. The letter highlighted his brother's academic achievements and guaranteed his tuition. Somewhere inside Sarn, the 15-year-old boy who had forged this deal rested easily. His mission was completed, but it was a hollow victory, one Sarn might regret. When Olav finished reading the letter aloud, Sarn opened his eyes again. I'll do it, but you have to sign and seal it first. Done and done, Olav, show him. Since he'd spent a lot of time in Gerlo's office over the years, Sarn had a fair idea of what the letter should look like. The commander received stacks of missives every day, and he'd always made a point of glancing at them. When Olav presented the letter, Sarn scrutinized it. 5 years ago, before Sarn had made the original bargain, he'd asked Inari to write out his name, and Murren's too. He'd traced those 7 letters until their shapes had imprinted themselves on his mind, and now he pictured them. As he scanned the letter, Sarn picked out Murren's name, and a word or two containing the 7 letters he could read. The numbers and today's date confirmed the letter was current. But he had more than hope to rely on, he had magic too. While Olav had read the letter, he'd repeated the contents word for word under his breath. Every word had passed his lips without a struggle, confirming the deal was genuine. But Sarn gave the missive one more glance. He remembered the formal letters the commander received, and compared them. This letter had all the right components, including a red wax seal bearing the Howling Wolf emblem of the Nalshira clan, which made it official. Sarn stared at the mark of the usurper. Why was he associating with a descendant of his hero's murderer? Because he had no money and no choice, and he needed that letter. Thank you. Sarn nodded to the letter, and Olav removed it. You can move freely now. Lord Joranth sipped from a flask he produced. At his command, the invisible bonds holding Sarn still vanished. He rubbed his temples, his eyes, and the bridge of his nose. But nothing soothed the ache pounding in his skull. What they'd asked of him was wrong, and they all knew it. Sarn gazed at the floor with unseeing eyes. If he did this thing, he'd throw away the 5 years he'd spent defining who he was outside of the magic. He'd be that kid again, with a power everyone except him coveted. Worse still, he'd disappoint his son by breaking the promise he made to the boy every day. A better man would say no and find another way, but Sarn was like everyone else, grasping after the easy answer. Or in this case, the knife reflecting the glow of his eyes. But Murren must go to the university, so Sarn rolled up his sleeve, exposing thick scar tissue. At Hadrovel's execution, Sarn had believed he'd put all this behind him. That hope died as he gripped the knife. Someone would always want what was inside him. Sarn closed his eyes and flashed back to the moment when his magic had caught his falling son and returned the scared boy to him. "Don't do this," whispered his magic. Or maybe Sarn had hallucinated it talking to him. For the first time in his life, he wanted to keep the magic in his veins. But they only wanted a cupful. Besides, you always return. This time, Sarn wanted it to come roaring back twice as strong. He dug the knife into his arm, ending his internal debate. Because the scar tissue had no pain receptors left, the knife felt cold until it warmed. Blood welled up, red and dull, as his magic contracted into his chest, burning his insides. When Sarn called it, it didn't come because it too had to obey. "You can move freely," his lordship had said, but the bastard hadn't relinquished control of his magic. 5 years ago, Hadrovel had tried this, and it had nearly killed Sarn. He stared into the shadows veiling his master, and words failed him. "Don't move," Joranth said. His voice was a thunderclap, and it sprang invisible bonds trapping Sarn. A bell rang as Olav took the knife and cut lengthwise along an artery, parting the skin from wrist to elbow. Blood flowed into the basin too fast and too red without even a glimmer of magic, as the bells ceased tolling the 22nd hour. A door opened, followed by the whisper of soft-soled shoes. Who had entered now? Sarn struggled to focus, but everything was blurring. His head map flickered at the edge of his awareness because the oaths he'd sworn didn't cover whoever had entered. Was it Gerlo? No, this presence was odd, and the more Sarn focused on it, the more unnatural it felt. Nausea socked him hard in the stomach. None of the rangers ever registered as unnatural. Who had entered, and why did that person feel both foul and familiar? A second shadow appeared behind the ornamental screen, and a voice from Sarn's darkest nightmares hissed through a mouthful of gravel. "Why is he awake? He'll fight you if you don't knock him out." But Hadrovel was 5 years dead, so this was another imposter. Why was Hadrovel's doppelganger here, and how did it know Lord Joranth? Were they in league with each other? "He can't do anything but sit there and bleed. He can't move unless I give him leave to, and I won't." No, his lordship would give no such command until Sarn's magic flowed. But his magic had no intention of doing that unless forced. Instead, it coiled around his organs, cocooning them. Warmth blossomed behind his eyes, and it made Sarn sleepy. He struggled to stay conscious. He'd promised his son he'd return, and he intended to keep that promise. "Then I'll do it," hissed an unfamiliar voice, this one female. Stomach acid burned the back of Sarn's throat, making him wish he'd eaten more of those oats as something snaked into view. "What the?" Olav let go of his arm and backed away from the woman-shaped mass of writhing snakes. She regarded Sarn with pitiless reptilian eyes as she lowered her claws to his throat. Olav shoved between them, brandishing a bloody knife. "Get away from him, demon." Snake Woman extended her forked tongue and licked the blade clean. "And the mage blood is so much sweeter than human blood." "Back off, bitch." Olav brandished the knife at her. Then to Hadrovel's doppelganger, he said, "Call off your creature." "No," shouted someone who wasn't Hadrovel or his evil magical twin. A body collided with the partition, shaking it. Gray-gloved fingers pushed through the cross-shaped holes, and in the shadows, two sorrowful eyes stared at Sarn. A gaze lock pulled at him until the shadowed figure stepped back. "Don't hurt him." The newcomer's husky voice was full of pain and so damned familiar, but Sarn couldn't place it. Sleep was calling, and he was losing the fight. "Very well," said Hadrovel's doppelganger, and Snake Woman slithered aside, but she remained on the periphery. "Banish her," Lord Jorinth demanded, "or our deal's off." "Fine." Snake Woman grayed as she melted, releasing a tangle of snakes. They writhed back into the carving she'd drawn them from. So their earlier writhing was real and not a hallucination. Relief swept through Sarn, waking him up. What the hell had he gotten himself into? "Sorry, kid," Olav said as he covered Sarn's nose and mouth with a cloth. Its sweet scent drop-kicked Sarn into a gray haze, but somehow he held onto a shred of consciousness. Maybe it was his magic. Or maybe it was the small spectral hand, freezing his arm. Sarn met the ghost boy's scared eyes. A chain of shadows leashed the dead child to someone behind the screen. Interesting, because Sarn sensed only one being back there who wasn't covered by his oath of obedience, but two voices had issued from there. What did that mean? The ghost struggled, and the black substance weeping off the chains binding him made Sarn's stomach revolt. "Unnatural," screamed his magic as it prepared to destroy the wrongness. But it slammed into an invisible wall when it tried. The room spun around Sarn. Only the ghost boy stayed still. Ice slid up his bleeding arm as Sarn struggled to breathe. "If you want it to be potent, you have to bleed him out. Only then will the magic run like maple sap in February," said the thing that wasn't Hadrovel. Unless Hadrovel had somehow morphed into something else after death. Would his former tormentor register as unnatural then? The ghost boy did. But Sarn's thoughts were fragmenting and merging with disjointed memories. He blinked, but they refused to go away. The last 5 years vanished in a snap, leaving Sarn blinking hard at the noonday sun as he elbowed his way through the crowd. He leaned on a pair of crutches and dragged his broken leg behind him because the thigh-high cast refused to bend. A whip crack struck a broad back as those miserable eyes targeted him and blinked out an apology. The steak knife in his pocket beat a cold tattoo on his good leg. Gerlo's midnight eyes had fixed on him, and the commander had said, "Executions are no place for children." "I'm not a child," Sarn had started to say, but everything had faded into the commander's black eyes. Their rapacious hunger had sucked everything in, leaving nothing but unconsciousness behind. The memory grayed out and blew away like so much ash. Sarn blinked, but the vision was becoming fuzzy around the edges. Even the ghost's icy hand could not stop his slide towards oblivion. The blessed dark of unconsciousness was calling, and its siren song was so hard to ignore. If only he had permission to move even a fraction of an inch, then Sarn could hold on for a little longer. "Won't losing so much blood kill him?" Olav asked. A smooth hand touched Sarn's forehead, then disappeared. "He's gone cold." The bargain, yes, Sarn was still in that chamber with Lord Jorinth and his cohorts. "I'm no one's victim, not anymore." Anger started a slow burn in Sarn's belly, and for a moment, it pushed back the gray between life and death. "He's not like you or I bleed him, and he doesn't die. His magic won't allow its host to perish when it can replace the loss," rasped a familiar voice as it drew closer. Its owner stayed out of sight, but not out of smelling range. This newcomer stank of urine, dust, body odor, and the sweet reek of aliel. "Why isn't it flowing, the magic I mean? If you cut a mage they bleed magic, so why isn't he bleeding magic?" Lord Jorinth shifted on his chair, but he didn't rise or put a stop to this. Why should his owner worry? His lordship had made this infernal offer. A shadow crouched beside Sarn, but he couldn't see more than a blurry shape. One that was heartbreakingly familiar. Who the hell was this creep? "Why do you think?" Magic is an organism, and like any living thing, it wants to survive. Light glinted off a knife blade as it neared Sarn's eye in an eerie repeat of the past. 5 years ago, a last-minute intervention had saved his eye, as the scar on his face attested. But no one would come to his rescue this time. I need him undamaged. Lord Jorinth sipped from his flask again. I was just checking if he's still with us. The knife withdrew, but the hand remained. Gloved fingers traced the scar down the left side of Sarn's face. A symbol he'd seen before flashed across his mind's eye, a 13-pointed star inside a circle. Footsteps approached, then Olav seized the shadow and shook it. How would his magic know what we intended, unless he's done this before? Sarn tried to throw off the compulsion gagging him, but he was losing focus. Of course he has. How else would I know what to do? You need the magic to flow free and untainted. If you want a shot at a cure, said Hadrovel's imposter from behind the screen. That brute would know since he'd tricked me into this in the past. Sarn seethed at the injustice. How can you be certain? Lord Jorinth put the flask away. The answer was obvious, but breathing required all Sarn's concentration. His heart pounded as it pumped a dwindling blood supply into veins threatening to collapse. The ghost boy slipped a little closer to the creep standing over Sarn. His pale eyes begged for help. But Sarn also needed a rescue. Now release his magic. It will flow. It has no choice. He'll die if it doesn't. A hand touched Sarn's face, and in his mind's eye a red line appeared. As it curved, the line was intersected by 13 lines forming a star. A voice he'd heard too many times in the last 3 days shouted, "AI-narrated." Sarn stared into the empty eyes of the veiled killer. His magic rose to push the creep's hand away. The jerk leaned close and whispered, "I'm sorry for this," then slid a blade between Sarn's ribs, puncturing an organ made to store magic. A door closed, and for a moment, a familiar icon flickered in the hall before vanishing. But unconsciousness stole the identity of his newest tormentor. Sarn's heart stopped and his body seized. I give you back your magic. Save yourself, commanded his master. Both types of magic burst from their separate cages and scorched new pathways. Sarn sucked in a breath, and his heart pounded a runner's tattoo as it pumped magic to supply his body's demands. Liquid light poured out of the gash in his arm into the goblet, waiting to receive it, until a luminous clot plugged the wound. Magic screamed as it leapt out of the goblet and slammed into the lid, lowering just in time to trap it. Run, whispered the magic still inside Sarn, jolting him back to full consciousness. Go. Don't let them steal us. We are you, and you are us. We cannot be separated. What? Sarn reeled from his magic's pleas as the chair splintered. The stone floor pushed up at an angle, so Sarn landed on his feet, but he still couldn't move. His lordship hadn't given Sarn control of his body, just his magic. Sarn fell until a pair of stone arms caught him. Why was it so cold in here? Sarn shivered. Something bad had just happened, but each convulsion sent his thoughts skittering away. His cloak rose from the floor and enfolded him, but he was still shaking. Fire raced through his veins, warming Sarn as his magic pulled at the invisible bonds created by one stupid promise made 5 years ago. But his promises were binding. A bellow shook Mount Eredrin, and something shattered. A crimson wave rolled towards Sarn, and hundreds of reptilian heads pushed up from the plaster. They surrounded a spreading pool of his blood. Stop them, shouted his magic, and Sarn would have if he wasn't under a compulsion. I can't do anything until he releases me. Why don't you do something? No answer. Great, his magic was ignoring him, but maybe that was a good thing. Sarn wasn't clear-headed enough to direct his magic, and the stronghold might collapse if Mount Eredrin kept shaking. Stop. I'm okay, Sarn thought hard at the mountain, and it stilled. But the green lightning racing up and down his body added to the intense glow of his eyes, bathing the blood-drinking snakes in green light. Sarn glared at Lord Jorinth. His lordship still sat in the shadows behind the screen, waiting for someone else to deal with the problem. Sarn willed the man to free him. Movement in Sarn's peripheral vision made him wish he could turn his head. All he could do was shout, "Free me," inside his head and hope his glower convinced his lordship to release him. Do something. Stop this. Olav shouted, proving he was still here. I release you. At Jorunth's words, the compulsion shattered. Sarn staggered toward the engorged snakes until a whispered plea halted him. Magic called to him. It wanted to rejoin its brethren. Sarn stretched out a hand, and the goblet flew to him. Listen to me, Sarn. We had a deal, remember? 1 letter for 1 goblet. I did my part. Now it's time to do yours. I order you to stop and repeat after me. Paper rustled and the word deal reverberated in Sarn's head, but it failed to shake loose anything. Invisible bonds snapped into place, trapping him in a prison of flesh. Wrong, 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 harped a voice in Sarn's head as his remaining magic raged against his invisible shackles. Pressure built until his bones creaked. If Sarn could have, he would have thrown back his head and screamed. Release him. It must be of his own accord. You can't force this. Remember what he said. If you try to coerce him, his magic will tear him apart, and us with him. Olav took the goblet and set it aside. Easy, lad, I know you're confused. He warned us you might be. Take a minute to think. You can move and speak freely, but no magic. You cannot use magic in here. Lord Jorunth gestured to Sarn. A third of the bonds vanished, freeing Sarn. The goblet rested on the table next to the remains of the chair. Beyond it, bloody snakes flattened themselves so they could slither under the door. Should he stop them? Sarn staggered toward the desk, lightheaded and dizzy. Another snake escaped. Was it important? Sarn. The goblet called his name. Olav stepped into his path, holding both hands out in entreaty. The top of the seneschal's head was level with Sarn's eyes, and his features were too familiar. Who had worn a variation on them within the last day? Olav lifted a sheet of vellum covered in writing, but Sarn's gaze fixed on the usurper's seal, the broken sword. Legacy had shattered at the usurper's touch, and the tinkling of its shards had set the curse on the Nalshira line, and his master too. With his index finger, Sarn traced the imprint of a hilt and crossguard, the last guardian blade. The only one which could restore the order. The pendant under his tunic heated up until the crystal shard threatened to scorch his skin. Through his tunic, Sarn gripped the rough-cut jewel. As it cooled, his head cleared. You and Lord Jorunth came to an arrangement. Do you remember? Sarn blinked at Olav. The agreement, Lord Jorunth, his indenture. Yes, he had agreed for his brother's sake. This wasn't part of the deal. Sarn opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Mine, whispered his magic. Yes, cried a voice from the depths of his soul, one Sarn didn't recognize. But it startled him enough to break the circle of his thoughts. You two came to a separate arrangement. Here, let me read this to you. Let's see if it refreshes your memory. Olav read aloud from the letter in his hand. After the first sentence, it all came flooding back to Sarn. But they had taken something from him, and the magic urged him to take it back. Sarn resisted. The letter was worth any price. Turning his back on the goblet of his magic, he scrubbed both hands over his face. The conflict raged inside him. His magic cared about itself and his son, but not his brother. Sarn leaned into the nearest wall while his head pounded, and the magic ramped up its wordless objections. Get it away from me. It's yours. I give it freely. Do with it as you will. As his words fell into the silence, the storm inside Sarn quieted. Can I go now? Or did his lordship require something more from him? He had to get out of here to clear his head. But those snakes, where had they gone? Sarn lowered his hands. Bloody streaks marked their egress, but no snakes remained. Are you all right? Lord Jorunth asked. No, his magic was running riot in his system, sensitizing Sarn to every damn thing. Two forces pulled at him, and each one wanted something different. Damn the fates for giving him two types of magic. Let me go. I've done what you asked. Jorunth's silhouette waved. Go and say nothing of this to anyone. Sarn nodded and stalked away. Magic punched the door, opening it before his hand touched the handle. Pristine marble met his startled gaze. Not a single bloody smear remained to show where those snakes had gone. They were full of his blood. He should be able to track them, but when he checked his map, there were no snake icons. Then again, not much was registering except the need to get away from here fast. A sudden wave of dizziness sent Sarn crashing into a wall. Magic shielded his shoulder from harm. Beads of light marched up the back of his hand as he put away the map. Later, he'd do a more thorough check when his ears weren't ringing. Right now, just staying upright was a challenge. Sarn held his glowing hands in front of him, searching the blurs for obstacles as he tottered away. Chapter 34. Sarn squeezed between two statues of armored men clobbering each other. Damn those Lithurians and their quirky design ideas. Magic flowed undiluted through his veins, lighting them up. It powered every step and fueled every thought. What am I? A mage, said his magic. Sarn careened past more statues as the questions kept coming. How could he still be staggering around after what they'd done to him? Was he even human anymore? Yes, whispered his magic. Relief stopped Sarn in his tracks, and he pressed a hand to his aching head. I'm still human. Thank fate. Yes, human but enhanced, said his suddenly chatty magic. Enhanced how? Sarn kicked a statue in frustration when his magic didn't reply. Why did his magic always clam up after a few questions? I come bearing gifts, Ranispara said from around the next bend. Sarn almost jumped out of his skin. Instead, he took cover behind the statue of a centaur trampling someone. His meandering route had taken him where he didn't belong, into a residential area. Inari's icon shone like a beacon, calling to him, but he fought the urge to go to her. Inari laughed. Avoiding your husband still. Can I stop by to chat? Must I have a motive for my visit? All right, you caught me. My sister's place is a zoo with her expanding brood and all. Can I crash on your couch? I brought a sweet red wine. Wanna help me drink it? Ranispara's archer icon lifted her arm on his map. What else are you offering? Maybe a bit of news to sweeten the deal. It depends on the news. I might have a few juicy tidbits to share if you still have some of those cookies left. Come on in. I baked a fresh batch. Neril's already in bed, so keep your voice down. Inari's icon waved, and his heart leapt. Sarn slid between the dueling statues, then stopped when he realized she'd waved to her friend, not to him. Neither woman knew he was there. As their icons moved into a place not included on his head map, Sarn regarded a door now triple-starred in his memory. The scent of fresh-baked cookies made his mouth water and his stomach rumble, but he held back. Two statues flanked Inari's door. Both sat with their heads bowed, though one held an infant and the other a dying man. Gold circles fashioned out of Lumir crystals crowned all four statues' heads. So this was where Inari lived. Hearing footsteps, Sarn fled. He backtracked to an intersecting corridor, then staggered to a stop when dizziness overcame him. What had he done? Inari was a married woman. Just knowing her address was a betrayal, and it made his conscience squirm. He had to delete her home from his map, but how? Places added themselves to his map all the time, but none ever fell off it. There had to be an eraser somewhere inside his head. As he leaned against the wall, Sarn searched until a familiar icon appeared, Ratwoman's beady-eyed spy. He staggered toward it as the rat icon grew and took on female proportions. Maybe fate was about to provide some much-needed answers. Sarn skidded around 3 more bends before slowing his mad dash. Nausea slammed into him as he stumbled to a halt and doubled over. Ratwoman was there all right. Her mirrored eyes were sad when she saw him. Stay back, she hissed as she brandished that book. Shadows described a heart pierced by thorns on its plain cover, but that could be a trick of the lighting. Only if you'll tell me what's in that book. Why does it feel so foul? Sarn leaned against a wall and fought the urge to throw up. You know what it is, a book of black magic. Why do you want it? His other magic surfaced and didn't like what it found. Unnatural, it commented, as if the nausea stirring his empty belly wasn't enough of a clue. His veins glowed a green verging on white, making Sarn look even more freakish than usual. I don't want it. I'd destroy it if I could. But I am as beholden to it as you are to your master, Ratwoman said. And he wants it. She nodded. Sarn had a feeling he'd already met her master. It wasn't insect man or snake woman, since both had acted as if they were taking orders. What about Hadrovel's doppelganger? Or the masked person at the bloodletting? That fellow was also familiar and foul. Was he the one masterminding this? His heart broke at the question. What did that traitorous organ know that Sarn didn't? A translucent hand jutted out of the wall and seized Sarn's wrist, freezing it. The ghost boy dragged Sarn away from Ratwoman. Let go of me. Sarn struggled, and the fabric of his magic tore, leaving glowing filaments drifting in his wake. The ghost boy poked his head through the wall and shook it. His eyes were saucer-wide and terrified as he tugged harder on Sarn. Who's your master, and why does he want that book? Sarn yelled over his shoulder. He struggled to break the ghost's cold grip on his arm, but the bloodletting had weakened him. The floor undulated under his feet. Was it moving? Sarn tripped as a reptilian head erupted from the floor, followed by at least 100 others. He fell flat on his belly and almost missed Ratwoman's quiet reply. To finish what I began. Before Sarn could ask what she meant, the snakes merged into a strange amalgamation of reptile and woman. A peal of laughter issued from her parted lips, exposing inch-long fangs. Well, at least he knew where those blood-drinking snakes had gone. Bile crawled up Sarn's throat at the unnatural creature stalking toward the backpedaling Ratwoman. It took all his concentration to keep from throwing up. Give me the book. Snake Woman reached for it. Why? Ratwoman backed away. Because I'm tired of taking orders. Snake Woman lunged, but her target dropped to the ground, and a horde of rats scurried away from her cloak. You bitch. You think he'll reward you for this? Snake Woman raked the cloak with her claws until only gray ribbons remained. But the book had vanished. Somehow Ratwoman had spirited it away. Get up, damn it. Sarn tried, but his numb left arm refused to work. A familiar gray veil descended as a rat stopped inches from his face. Stay away from the forest tonight. Sarn thought Ratwoman said, then her emissary raced into the shadows. A gray haze swallowed the ghost as Snake Woman dissolved into a mass of wriggling snakes. Sarn fought to remain conscious, but his body had taken all the punishment it could without a respite. Fangs pierced his skin in multiple places, and his magic screamed. Or maybe he did. Oblivion took him as his body seized. Sarn came to lying on his back looking up at a face shrouded in gray cloth. Shade his son abandoned. His friend had some nerve to sit there, as if nothing had happened. I told you to stay away from me. Sarn rolled away from Shade toward a nice Lithurian carved monstrosity whose floral base offered plenty of handholds. With a firm grip on the warrior statue's ankle, Sarn rose and leaned against the nearest wall until the world stopped spinning. You're hurt. Shade's smoke-ravaged voice raised the hairs on the back of Sarn's neck. How did you know? Sarn stared at his friend. Oh no, not Shade, no. But he had to know. Sarn stepped closer to his seated friend and sniffed, receiving a lungful of sweat, urine, and the sweet reek of an aliel eater. Sarn backed away. You were there? Had that flickering symbol on Lord Jorunth's chamber been Shade's? Aralor's back. You remember her, right? Sarn shook his head. Who was Aralor? What are you talking about? I asked you a question. Were you there in the room with when I? But Sarn's voice trailed off and the words caught in his throat. I'd never hurt you. Shade wobbled to a stand. Sarn studied his friend, taking in all the details he usually ignored. Yes, it could have been Shade. But why? A sick feeling erupted in the pit of his stomach. It always came down to greed. He had something everyone wanted. But when Sarn met his friend's dark eyes and searched them, he found no avarice there. "Why are you looking at me like I'm the enemy?" Shade backed away. "What happened? I found you passed out on the floor. Are you hurt?" Yes, but Sarn refused to think about Lord Jorinth, the promise, and the entire bloodletting thing. Later he'd have to deal with it. Right now he had more important matters to attend to, like a missing ghost child. The specter had been there when he'd blacked out, but the ghost had disappeared. The terror in his young eyes tore at Sarn even in memory. How could he find a ghost? Well, his head map was an excellent place to start. Maybe it had a fix on the ghost boy. "Did you see anyone else when you arrived?" Sarn dimmed his map so he could see Shade through its overlay. "No, was someone else here when you?" Shade's voice trailed off. "Never mind." Sarn resumed studying his map, but he saw no icon for the ghost. "What are you doing in this part of the stronghold? This is Freeman's territory." Shade ignored the question and approached him with worried eyes. "Did he hurt you?" "How did you know he hurt me?" But Shade didn't need to answer. His friend's dark eyes confessed it all, and that sick feeling in the pit of Sarn's stomach blossomed into full-on horror. "You were there. How did you know what to do? Did you put him up to it?" Shade continued with the head shaking. "It wasn't me." But it was. The lie hung between them, exposed by the vial of alial powder in his friend's pocket. It was payment for helping Lord Jorinth. To Sarn's sixth sense, the white powder was an energy sinkhole. But there was even more damning evidence than the drugs in his friend's pocket. "Just like it wasn't you who abandoned my son earlier. Tell me another lie." Sarn scrubbed both hands over his face. Every time he made a friend, jealousy destroyed the relationship. "I owe a sadist a favor because of you. And you can't even admit you helped Lord Jorinth take something from me in exchange for drugs." "It wasn't me." "Yes, Shade, it was. You saw what Hadrovel did to me. Who better than my best friend to betray me?" Laughter bubbled up, but Sarn tamped it down. Shade made another feeble protest, but Sarn held up his hand. A vial flew out of Shade's pocket, and inside it, a green liquid glowed. "It was you." Sarn threw the bottle at his friend, and missed. The glass shattered when it struck a statue's stone cuirass, and his stolen magic dove into his upraised palm to rejoin its brethren. "Next time Zaduk threatens to kill you, don't knock on my door. Stay away from me and mine." Sarn stalked away. He'd said his piece for now. "But you don't mean that, Sarn?" Shade's voice broke on his name. So did Sarn's heart until he hardened it and half stumbled in his haste to escape. Repeated calls shoved the knife in deeper and twisted it. 6 years of friendship had just ended in betrayal and lies, and all for what? A vial of magic and drugs. How far would Shade go for that next fix? Would his ex-friend report his son to Lord Jorinth? What if his friend had already done so? Fear warred with anger until Sarn turned and punched a wall. Magic lit up his hand, shielding it from the blow. He had to safeguard his son from the person who had told him he had a son. It had all come full circle at last. Sarn paused at a wall by a four-way intersection as a troubling thought struck him. Could it all boil down to drugs? Sarn tapped on a statue of an idealized woodsman while he examined that hypothesis for flaws. The statue glowered at Sarn with glowing eyes, and he knew how alial powder had reached Mount Eredrin. Someone had hiked in with it. What better cover than to travel with a family? His new hypothesis cast the murders in a whole new light. Had the ghost child died because of a drug deal gone wrong? It was a place to start, but there had to be more to it than that. Ratwoman had mentioned black magic, and Sarn believed her. Too many freaky things had happened. Could there be more mages involved? Sarn had never met any, but he'd been in hiding since he was small. What could he do if a more powerful mage was behind this? The question chilled him. The ghost boy appeared, knocking Sarn from his thoughts. Black shackles bound the specter's skinny ankles. He pointed an accusatory finger at someone. Sarn turned and grimaced at his ex-best friend. "Tell me you're all right, and I'll get out of your sight." Shade's dark eyes implored Sarn. Damn, not only had Shade fallen back on rhyming everything, but the bastard had followed him. "I'll be okay, no thanks to you." "I just have to," Sarn trailed off as the promises he'd sworn pulled on him. Pain stabbed his head. Damn, his other masters were looking for him. "But you're hurt." Shade pointed to the caterpillar of emerald light crawling out from under Sarn's sleeve. Those 3 troublesome words almost made Sarn laugh. "I used to think life was pain, but my son taught me otherwise." Sarn rolled up his sleeve and displayed a gash spanning from wrist to elbow. "This will heal, but the rift between you and me won't. Betrayal is a forever kind of offense." Sarn ached to hug his son and spend 5 minutes in the presence of someone who thought he could do no wrong. But another sharp jab reminded him of his priorities. His masters were waiting. Sarn started as the ghost boy materialized between him and Shade and bared his little fists. What the hell was going on? Sarn rubbed his temples. Why did the ghost think Shade was a threat? Sarn could bench press Shade if so motivated. AI-narrated, whispered a disembodied voice. Was Shade involved in the murders? While he was at Lord Jorrent's mercy, Sarn had caught a flash of a 13-pointed star in a circle. But his friend was a user, not a dealer. Sarn took an involuntary step backward. What the hell are you involved in? Shade didn't answer. Shadows leapt over his friend onto the silently screaming ghost boy. Sarn's magic flared up around him, and its light knocked the shadows back, all except for one tentacle. It caught hold of the chain binding the ghost and pulled. Unnatural, shouted his magic. It pushed Sarn away from the specter and his mysterious captor. What had made those chains? Was he staring at Death's shadow? If so, then why did Death stand with his ex-best friend? What have you done, Shade? Answer me. But Shade had disappeared. Only shadows remained. Frost rimmed the nearby statues just like it had in the forest the night Sarn had found those bodies. The icy touch of that strange magic repelled Sarn, and he backed away. The ghost boy slipped a little more into the darkness, winching its chain. His scared eyes pleaded for help. Sarn tried to grab the terrified ghost, but his hands passed right through the boy. He kept trying and failing until both captor and captive dissolved into a wall. Sarn punched the carving of a mythic creature, battling a battalion of spear-toting men. It was in his way. Just hold on, okay? The pieces are falling into place. I just need a little more time. I'll find a way to help you, I promise. His vow bound him to that now. Sarn scanned the corridor for clues. Could Shade be involved? Not the Shade who'd tried to shield him from Hadrovel's cruelty. Not the Shade who'd bound his wounds and stolen food when he couldn't. But is that the Shade you're dealing with? Sarn didn't know. His map unfurled and pointed frantic arrows at Gerlo's icon. The commander was searching for him. He was out of time. Sarn had to slow as he hit the sculpture-choked north-south transept or risk an injury. He dodged marble weapons as he wove through the gauntlet until a statue caught the edge of his cloak. Sarn halted long enough to free the still damp thing. As he straightened, the entwined circles carved into the statue's base caught his eye. Each rounded glyph differed from its neighbor. Was he staring at a remnant of an ancient writing system? Maybe, but none of the runes he recalled seeing in Murren's textbooks looked anything like them. They had to be significant, or a bunch of enchanted trees wouldn't have paused their battle long enough to draw them. He'd seen them in the heart of that crystal yesterday too, and those had been trying to tell him something. Pain crashed into Sarn and sent him sprawling as Gerlo's voice boomed in his head. Come to me now. Crap, the commander had summoned him. There went all chance of finding answers tonight. Sarn rolled onto his stomach and pushed up to his knees. Something wet crawled down the inside of his injured arm. Splat. He stared at a luminous puddle creeping toward his braced hands. His magic could do a lot of things, most of them annoying, but healing was beyond its capabilities. With a sigh, Sarn ripped a strip from his cloak and bound the wound. His magic skill at clotting left something to be desired, but it had no problem repairing his cloak whenever he damaged it. Sarn fingered the healing tear. I wish I mended as easily. But he didn't, so he touched the green glowing puddle, and the luminous fluid drained into his index finger. Warmth pulsed up his arm as his magic redistributed itself throughout his body. Sarn gave those circular runes one last glance as the 4 symbols comprising his name wheeled past his mind's eye, presenting a key. He touched the nearest rune, an S, then skipped the next 2, then grazed an R over there on a spear-wielding ruffian. He spotted an A, and another S amid a cluster of unreadable characters. Sarn traced those unknown characters, wishing he could read them too. Maybe they held the one clue that eluded him, and maybe he was deluding himself. He still had no evidence that those circular runes related to the Ghost Boy's situation, except a gut feeling. Could someone tell him how everything connected? 3 times the Queen of all Trees had summoned him, but each time something had prevented him from reaching her. Sarn rose from his crouch. It was time he sought her out. She was the one being in Shayari who might know how to fix what was wrong. If only she'd call him now. Her summons could drown out Gerlos. A bell rang once and fell silent as Sarn staggered to his feet. Call me, he begged in that still small voice the magic used when it spoke to him. I need to speak to you. But she didn't call. A compulsion shoved Sarn onto an intercept course with Gerlo instead. Call me. I just want an end to all of this, and I think you know how to end it. Call me please. Sarn hoped she'd heard him. The Queen of all Trees' power shot around a bend, caroming off the statues. Silver rays wove around Sarn, muting Gerlo's summons and replacing it with hers. Come to me, child of magic. Yes, he must go to her, the Queen of all Trees. Sarn turned south toward the mountain's main exit, and the refulgent presence on his map. The north-south transept dumped Sarn into a dark labyrinth. Tunnels wandered off in all directions, but most led to dead ends or sudden drops. Only one disjointed path swerved toward the doors after skirting a series of murder holes. There was a quicker way, but it required agility and a touch of magic, 2 things Sarn had in abundance. Ignoring the safe route the rangers always took, Sarn chose the middle fork. The glow of his eyes lit the maze and pierced the darkness designed to hide its dangers. The Lithurians had gone to impressive lengths to keep people out, not mages. As Sarn ran, the elevation rose, but his magic-infused muscles took the ascent in stride. Old bones mixed with spikes marked where unlucky travelers had met their end in the various pits he passed. When he reached the pinnacle of the path, Sarn leapt over a giant pit and skidded on loose stones. Claustrophobia tackled Sarn as the tunnel narrowed and its ceiling dropped, forcing him to drop to all fours. His breaths came fast and shallow as the back of his shoulders grazed the stone ceiling. Come to me, child of magic, said the Queen of all Trees. Her summons smashed through the fear, and Sarn crawled until his hand struck air instead of more tunnel. Relieved, he felt for a handhold, and his fingers turned sticky. They gripped the rocks as he eased himself out until his feet dangled over the edge. Sarn cursed as he felt Mount Eredron stir. Where the hell were his gloves? No doubt Nolo would add the cost of them to his ever-increasing debt. Damn, he had to find them before Nolo found him. Later he could berate himself for their loss. Sarn must descend to the trail proper and take his hands and his magic off the mountain before it reacted to his touch. But it was too late. The rock wall Sarn clung to undulated until a section of it extruded far enough to provide a foothold. Her wordless call stopped the questions forming in his mind. As he glanced over his shoulder, Sarn spotted her, the Queen of all Trees. Her refulgent crown cut through the night as she moved away from Mount Eredron on a north-by-northeast heading. Her trajectory, if it remained unchanged, would intersect with the murder sites. Good, it was time he returned to where it had all begun and took another look. Maybe this time he'd find a clue. Sarn felt for the next foothold, but a wild urge to just jump for it seized him and he let go. For a moment the mountain held on, gripping his tunic and trousers with dozens of stone hands. When he resisted, it subsided, and each extrusion released him in turn. Sarn plummeted toward a ribbon of gravel zigzagging down the mountain's southeast face. Letting his magic take the brunt of his fall, he landed in a crouch and took off in a sprint. Ahead lay the precipice where he'd paused last night. This time, Sarn vaulted off it and hit the ground running. Grass crackled underfoot as he blew past Nolo. Death's marksman called out, but Sarn ignored him. Less than 2 minutes later, his boots struck gravel, and Sarn bolted through the twin rings of menhirs, feeling only a vague tingle as he cleared them. Thank fate they'd allowed him to pass. Where was the Queen of all trees? Sarn checked his head map for her silver tree icon, but it was absent. Where had she gone? Silver light blossomed around a beckoning branch. Sarn rushed to the spot, but she had already moved on. What game was she playing? One he had no choice but to play. An hour later, Sarn felt the trees focus on him, but they stayed out of his way as he wove between their massive trunks. Was that a good sign? His head map appeared and pointed out the spot where it had all begun. Sarn stood where he'd found the first group of bodies. Was that only 3 days ago? No sign of what had happened here remained, but that was okay since things hadn't gotten weird until he'd reached the second murder site. And that one was about a half-mile to his left, so after a cursory glance, he headed for it. Sarn! Nolo shouted. Damn it, Death's marksman was a half-mile behind and struggling to catch up. Sarn increased his pace. Better he saw what he needed to before Nolo arrived. Leafy crowns hid a sprinkling of stars, plunging the forest into a darkness not even his glowing eyes could eradicate. A black shroud lingered over the place where he'd found the dead boy, and it absorbed the light his eyes put out. Or maybe blood loss and exhaustion were making him see what he expected to see, instead of what was there. Sarn scrubbed both hands over his eyes. How could he tell the difference? He was functioning off less than 4 hours of sleep. Sarn circled an ankle-deep pile of leaves covering the resting place of the ghost boy. The ghost didn't appear, neither did the Queen of all trees. Either entity could have clued him in, but they stayed away. Sarn crouched to examine a gleaming leaf. It proved the Queen of all trees had been and gone. Had he missed his one chance to get the answers he so badly needed? Sarn cursed when her leaf shriveled up and lost its glow. Perhaps even her august presence had limits. If so, how could she mute Gerlo's summons? The compulsion to go to him sought a way around her shield as it whispered commands Sarn didn't want to follow. Shut up. He must find whatever she wanted him to find before she let go of him. As Sarn scanned the small clearing, dead leaves crunched under his boots. Most of the trees had frost striating their peeling bark, but this was a warm May evening. The frost is unnatural, said his magic. Sarn felt a soul-deep urge to fix it. Since there was no arguing with a gut reaction, he stepped up to the worst affected tree. It listed to one side. Ice had burrowed under long swaths of its bark, splitting it. If his magic had any ideas about how to help, it kept quiet about them. Sarn extended his hand. But before he could touch that tree, a branch swatted his hand aside. He stumbled but caught himself on a frost-rimmed rock. Invisible eyes watched him, and they made his skin crawl. Sarn spun, seeking the watcher, but it eluded even his sharp eyes. Who are you? Show yourself. An evil entity focused on Sarn, sending a black wave crashing down on him, but he pulled on the light inside him and shoved it back. Don't you dare look at me. Why not? Hissed a female voice right before her arm wrapped around his throat and pain pierced his shoulder. Her fangs broke through his skin as Sarn threw her at a tree. She groaned and backed off, clutching her bloody mouth. One of her fangs remained lodged in his shoulder until Sarn yanked it out. Green light wept from the puncture wound, but Sarn ignored it since his magic was already clotting it. You bastard. You broke my tooth. Snake Woman pressed a hand to her mouth, but no blood flowed from the wound. What do you want? AI-narrated, replied a hoarse voice Sarn hadn't heard in a while. That fell phrase silenced Snake Woman. Her body convulsed and shook loose the snakes that had formed her. They slithered away and vanished. Still feeling eyes on him, Sarn pivoted and scanned the clearing. There was something he was missing. What was it? Show me what's here. Sarn concentrated. The glow of his eyes increased as his magic spun up a shining green half-dome, and its light revealed gray man shapes. Were they ghosts too? Did everyone who died return as a transparent, shambling mute? Under their translucent feet, a dark shape boiled out of the ground and spun black chains from its heart. They manacled the 12 haunts circling the strange magical construct. One disconnected chain flailed about in search of the 13th specter. No doubt, it was meant for the ghost boy. 13 ghosts, 13 cairns, a disjointed memory flickered just out of reach. The two couldn't be related. A veil dropped in front of the figures and became opaque as the temperature dropped, hiding them. Sarn's teeth chattered as he made another circuit of the mysterious working. Who had done this and how? Could a drug lord have a mage on retainer? Or worse, enslaved to his will? Sarn shuddered, only partly from the cold. Zaduk would do such a thing. Hell, any of the gang lords in the lower quarters would. Which was why he'd avoided them until Shade had gotten into trouble. The central mound pulsated. Nausea punched Sarn in the gut, and he doubled over, vomiting stomach acid. Between one heave of his angry stomach and the next, the entire tableau contracted into a black pinpoint and winked out. A hand seized Sarn and spun him to face a livid Nolo. He wiped his mouth on his sleeve and waited for an overdue reprimand. Why did you run off? I could have you whipped. I had to see this place again. Sarn pulled free of Nolo's grasp and staggered around, searching for what he'd just seen. Nausea continued to unsettle his stomach, but the intense cold had departed. Had he imagined that whole thing? It had felt real, but so did every dream and hallucination he'd ever had. Not ready to give up yet, Sarn scanned the ground seeking proof. But what he'd seen had vanished, leaving nothing behind. He felt for the puncture wound on his shoulder, but his index finger slid over undamaged skin. Once before, Sarn had glimpsed something that had already happened. Both then and now, his magic had been riding high. Maybe that was what had just happened. But something still didn't feel right about this clearing. Sarn zeroed in on a shadow his luminous eyes couldn't banish. It was a black oval inscribed with broken circles, the symbol of death. He froze, his hand hovering over the thing as the urge to throw up overwhelmed him. Sarn turned and vomited away from the item. Don't touch it. Nolo batted Sarn away from the black cabochon. Another random piece tumbled into place as Sarn wiped his mouth on his sleeve. The blind man had worn the twin of that foul gem, but in his, the circles had been whole. A sinking feeling he'd asked all the wrong questions made Sarn punch the ground. The blind man from the subterranean farm was part of this, making it more than a drug deal gone wrong. Are you all right? Nolo shook his head, answering his question. No, you're not all right. You're pale and you just vomited. Sarn dodged the hand Nolo threw out to grab him. He refused to go to the infirmary. Do you know what this thing is? Sarn pointed at the black cabochon. It's the mark of the Seekers of Truth. The Seekers. Sarn shot to his feet and scrubbed both hands over his face. Too shocked to speak, he paced in a tight circle, then slammed his boot heel down on the cabochon. He ground it into the earth, burying his drug deal hypothesis. So those zealots had killed an innocent child, and everyone with him. He should have known. But how could the Seekers be involved? They hated magic. Their order existed to eradicate it, and Sarn had proof of magical involvement. Look out. Nolo shoved Sarn out of the way. The ground spat the Seeker's pendant out, and it ricocheted off a rock before rolling to a stop at their feet. Nolo wrapped the pendant in a handkerchief before placing it into his pocket for safekeeping. Gerlo needs to see this, and I need to get you back to the mountain. You can't be out here if there are Seekers around. They're not. Not what? Nolo turned, and his dark eyes bored into him. Sarn broke from Death's marksman's intense gaze and fidgeted. No one cared for him except his son and sometimes his brother. Sarn dragged the toe of his boot through the decaying leaves. He'd seen a spark of something in Nolo's eyes, concern perhaps. Sarn shoved the thought aside. He knew what he was, a walking, talking inconvenience. One the rangers, especially his superiors, wished was mute, mindless and mundane. Stop pacing and talk to me. This isn't the time for silence. Nolo's words cut across the mental chatter, dragging Sarn back to the conversation. What are they not? Around. I saw them a few days ago. Sarn kicked a rock. Its path curved away as if it had struck an invisible barrier. But when he felt around for it, his hand encountered nothing but cool air. Someone hid something here. Maybe it was what he'd seen, and maybe it was something else. You saw Seekers, and you lived to tell about it? Astounded, Nolo stared at Sarn. Sarn nodded. They didn't see me. Why didn't you say something? Nolo shook him. Sarn pried Nolo's hands off him and rubbed his shoulder. It still smarted from when he'd banged it earlier. Nolo's hawk eyes zeroed in on the bruise and tried to peel back the cloth covering it. You're hurt. Nolo reached out, but Sarn turned away. I don't need a foo, Sarn started to say, purposefully using crude language to get a rise out of Nolo. Don't push me. You're in enough trouble as it is. Don't make it worse by cursing. Sarn took a minute to rephrase his protest and clamped down on his anger. His skin felt 2 sizes too small for the magic pushing against it. Calm lay just out of reach, but not civility. That would have to do. I don't need a healer. Nolo gave him an assessing look. Sarn stood straight, shoulders squared, arms crossed under his cloak, and waited. Let Nolo see no outward mark of his inner issues. Let the man believe he was all right. Even though OK had eluded Sarn since magic had exploded out of his eyes and washed his world in green light. Let Death's marksman drop the entire matter. In the mood Sarn was in, he'd deck that benighted healer. Time dilated as the assessment continued. Finally Nolo nodded his head, and Sarn relaxed. There'd be no infirmary visit tonight, thank fate. Why didn't you say something about the Seekers? Nolo asked. I saw Grigori, and I forgot. He left me out in the middle of nowhere, remember? Tell me about the Seekers. Where did you see them? What were they doing? I saw them 20 miles from here on the north bank of the Nerthal near Racine. They had a boat, which they boarded and sailed away. They were near but not at Racine? Did you go to Racine? I don't know if they went there. I saw them maybe a mile east from there. And no, I avoided Racine. I'm not stupid. Nolo accepted his answer with a nod and narrowed eyes, giving nothing away. What was the man thinking? How many were there? Sarn shrugged. He should have counted them, but their numbers had seemed unimportant then. I don't know. A lot. Enough to carry a large crate and row their craft. Their boat, was it a trireme? Sarn shook his head. No, it was shaped like a fingernail with one large sail. Come on. Nolo waved toward their back trail. Where are we going? To Gerlo, he needs to know about this right now. Seekers are serious business. I don't like hearing they're on the move. Nolo stopped and turned to face Sarn. Concern wrote itself all over his dark face. They killed the boy and the people with him. Sarn dropped his gaze to the ground under his feet. It had become the final resting place of the boy, his companions, and his murderers. We don't know that for certain. I know it. Sarn tapped his fist on his chest and left it there over his heart. But a niggling doubt tempted him to retract his last statement. There were still pieces that refused to fit into a logical whole. Maybe his drug deal theory was still valid. We don't know that. But this, Nolo pulled out a wadded-up cloth. Might be something they give out to sympathizers. Nolo put the cabochon away. Sarn blinked as he absorbed that alternative explanation and slotted it into his theory. Damn, but it fit, especially if their sycophants moonlighted in the drug trade. If they had supporters who carried their mission forward, then anyone could be in league with the Seekers, even a ranger. Fear froze Sarn, sheathing him in an icy terror that stole his breath. He fetched up against a tree, and more pieces tumbled into place to form an even uglier whole. Had Grigori left him for the Seekers because the fool had been too much of a coward to kill him? What about his precious son? Dirk and his cronies had discovered Rand's existence yesterday. Were they sympathizers? Sarn ransacked his memory, but he couldn't recall what any of those 5 men had worn. The Seekers' helpers likely circulated about incognito to find fresh prey to eradicate. Earlier today at the farm, had those footsteps heralded a group of Seekers? Was the blind man part of a sympathetic order? No, the man had worn sable instead of the Seeker's orange, and the circles on his pendant had been whole, not broken. But there had been something off about the whole incident. Sarn had sensed it before, but only in passing as he'd run for his life. Still, the man knew about his son. Ran, oh fate, what if the Seekers had sycophants among the indentured? Too many people in the lower quarters knew about him because he was an idiot show-off when the magic was on him. If the Seekers trafficked drugs, then every addict could be an informant. Under the mountain, users and pushers were so ubiquitous, Sarn no longer saw them. Nor did he make any effort to avoid them, unless Ran accompanied him. Shade's garbled warning echoed in Sarn's ears. Had his friend come the other night to warn him about the other addicts? Shade was part of the drug culture. Had the Seekers seduced his androgynous ex-friend into informing on him? The question Sarn had wondered earlier repeated. What would Shade do for that next fix? The answer scared him. Sarn turned to run back to the son he refused to lose, but Nolo appeared right in front of him as if summoned. Sarn had forgotten Nolo was there, despite the icon on his map representing the man. Nolo grasped his upper arms and held on, forcing Sarn to pay attention. The Seekers won't find you. The Rangers, Nolo released him and stalked a few feet away, leaving a stunned Sarn behind. Unsaid words filled the space between them until Nolo broke it. I won't let them. He turned to face Sarn, and his black eyes blazed with righteousness. I won't let them take you away from us, the Rangers. Do you hear me? Too numb to speak, Sarn nodded. Nolo gestured for them to leave. Sarn followed as silence walled them in with their separate worries. Chapter 35. Questions piled up, weighing Sarn down as he trailed Nolo. He'd been too distracted to think much about the Seekers before, and now, he couldn't stop wondering about them. Why were they here? What was in that crate? Had Grigori left him for the Seekers? Her magic brushed hesitant fingers along his cheek. Sarn froze as her sparkling silver power wound around the trees towering over him. What was the Queen of all trees doing? Beneath her magic, darkness pulsed in the tree to his left. Immersive, whispered the wind, as a 13-pointed star enclosed in a bleeding circle appeared on the bark of that tree. It writhed when he touched it. Sarn snatched his hand away and backed into Nolo. Why did you stop? Nolo asked. We have to go now. Sarn shoved Nolo to get him moving. Could she hold back an entire forest? Run? He dragged Nolo along in his wake. What are we running from? No time to explain, just run. And Nolo did, though not fast enough. Sarn slowed his ground-devouring pace, so he didn't leave Nolo behind. Why give Gerlo something else to lecture him about? As they ran, the Queen of all trees' power frayed. His magic shouted a warning, but Sarn was already diving for cover and pulling Nolo down beside him. What the hell is going on? Nolo glared at him, but Sarn shook his head and concentrated on the map in his head. Not all the trees were infected. But the infected ones grayed out as they broke free from her power. If they ran fast on a path that zigzagged like so, they might make it. Follow me, I see a way through. Sarn rose without waiting for an answer. A way through what? A dark forest. What do you see that I don't? Later. Break left now. Sarn rolled right and hoped Nolo had gone left. 3 feet away, a branch stabbed a boulder, cracking it in half. What the hell? Nolo shook his head as he ran. Sarn dodged another branch and fought to keep his magic coiled tight inside him. Now wasn't the time for a brilliant display. No time. This way. Sarn caught Nolo's sleeve as he passed and directed his boss down and around a giant rock spur. More branches slashed at them, but they stayed low, and the uncoordinated branches became entangled, missing them altogether. Nolo crossed the gravel line dividing the outer circle of menhirs from the forest first. But Sarn didn't follow. He held his ground and waited. There was one thing he needed to confirm. A branch swung at him and missed. It dragged a furrow in the dirt as it nudged Sarn toward the menhirs and their protective circle. "You're not trying to hurt me?" Another branch shoved Sarn hard in the small of his back, proving his theory. He turned to fall into a forward roll, then lay flat between the two circles of standing stones. The air felt heavier there, or maybe it was exhaustion weighing him down because he really didn't want to move just yet. What the hell was that all about? Nolo rounded on Sarn, but he ignored his superior. Laughter bubbled up as Sarn lay there staring up at the stars. He'd forgotten the forest's damned rules. It could hurt folks but not harm them if they hadn't harmed someone first. What about the dead boy? What rule had he broken? Movement on his minimized map snapped Sarn out of his reverie. He zeroed in on the white star representing his sun. It burned brightly in his cave. Ran was safe. Though at this hour the boy should be fast asleep, not moving around. A nightmare must have woken him. Sarn pictured a wide-eyed Ran huddled under a blanket squeezing his stuffed bear, and the image hurt his heart. He should be there reassuring his son, not running around an enchanted forest. "I'm a terrible parent." He heard his son's voice in his head. "Papa. You come back now." "I can't." Sarn covered his face with his hands. "Why did they attack us? What did you do in there?" Nolo shook his shoulder. No respite for the weary. Damn, and he had no answers to give, double damn. Sarn levered himself up. "Sarn, answer me. This isn't a game. Pissing off the forest is a serious offense." "Relax, I didn't break any of the 3 rules." Nolo gave him a disbelieving look. "Then why did they attack? They wouldn't do that without a compelling reason." "They didn't attack us. They were hurting us." I jumped to conclusions. Sarn turned to avoid seeing Nolo's reaction. What was the forest hiding? Maybe the black thing he'd glimpsed in that clearing wasn't a hallucination. Would the forest protect such a vile thing? When the silence dragged on for too long, Sarn glanced over his shoulder. Nolo stood frozen in shock, and behind him, a shaft of white light cleaved through the darkness. She'd come at last to face him. Sarn rushed toward her until the Queen of All Trees held up a scarred branch and halted him within the bounds of the circle of menhirs. Her bark was peeling in places, and her silver luster had tarnished. She looked like she'd survived a war. "Who did this to you? How can I fix this?" Because he had to try. A soul-deep urge to right this wrong fired him up. Sarn held out a hand, but she withdrew into the forest. "Why won't you answer me?" "Because I can't. I am bound by rules same as you," the Queen of All Trees whispered in his head. Between one blink and the next she'd vanished, leaving a trail of shimmering silver leaves behind her. "What are you staring at now?" Nolo snapped his fingers in front of Sarn's face. Nothing he wanted to talk about, so Sarn shook his head. "Fine, you can explain all this to Gerlo. He's been expecting you. Let's go." Nolo glared at the forest, but it had stilled. The Queen of All Trees was keeping it calm. But by the looks of her, she couldn't hold it back forever. Nor would she have to. Sarn glanced at the sky. It couldn't be more than an hour or two until his shift ended, unless Gerlo was really pissed at him. "Hold on until then. I'll come back and do whatever it takes to fix this." Sarn vowed in the silence of his own heart. Then he jogged past Nolo, heading for a place he didn't want to go, and a master who was always annoyed at him for something. While Nolo talked, Sarn leaned against the wall next to a tapestry of two dragons eating each other's tails. Two dragons flanked them, and they strained to connect. The gap between their bent heads bothered Sarn so much he lost track of the conversation between his superiors. "Pay attention, boy. This is serious," Gerlo said from his bureaucratic throne, which was also dragon-shaped. "I already told you everything. I saw the Seekers. They didn't see me. They left and I came back here. There's nothing more to tell." Sarn hid his clenched fists under his cloak. Neither of them cared about the strange doings of the forest. Maybe that was a good thing. "I don't like your attitude or your assumptions." Gerlo gave Sarn the "would you stop being so difficult" look. Sarn rolled his eyes. The Seekers had left and taken their danger with them. This conversation had no point or purpose but to avoid the facts they should be considering. They killed those people. Sarn gripped his upper arms and pinched himself to keep from punching the nearest wall. "And they forfeited their lives to do it," Gerlo reminded him. "We don't know it was the Seekers," Nolo put in, and a long-suffering sigh escaped with his words. "Then you're saying the killing was related to something else?" Silence met Sarn's statement, confirming his supposition. Two factions ripped into each other in the enchanted forest for a reason. You wanted me to drop it so I'd stay away from the reason. "I don't like your tone." Gerlo bristled. "And I don't like mysteries or unanswered questions. They drive me crazy." Sarn whirled and slammed his palms down on the commander's desk. He glared at Gerlo but didn't make eye contact. It was time to trot out the drug deal scenario and see if it held together. "And your point is?" Gerlo raised a bushy brow, challenging Sarn. "Aliel, they call it angel's dust in the lower quarters. It's not grown around here, is it?" "And how do you know that?" Gerlo leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms over his narrow chest. "Your move," his eyes said. "Because they smuggle it in. I know about the searches of incoming vessels. My friend works for the harbormaster." Sarn glared at the commander. "The young one, what's his name?" Gerlo glared right back, unperturbed. "Will," Sarn supplied. "I've known him for years. And he'd listened to Will's complaints about those searches. Who knew those rants would come in handy?" "It figures." But what exactly figured into what Gerlo left unsaid? "Probably to infuriate me." As Sarn searched for words to make his point, he wished his brother was here. Murren had a gift for gab. How much of his theory should he admit? Nolo gripped Sarn's shoulder and pried him away from Gerlo's desk. "What are you saying?" "Hikers smuggle Aliel close to the mountain. I think a drug deal went wrong in the forest, but with a twist. The dealers were sympathetic to the Seekers' cause. So they turned and killed the boy because he had eyes like mine. I guess things deteriorated from there." Sarn folded his arms. Nolo looked stunned, but Gerlo whistled. The commander sat back in his chair. "Interesting theory. Where's your proof?" "It's right there." Sarn pointed to the item wrapped in Nolo's handkerchief. "This is not proof." Gerlo unwrapped the cabochon and laid it on his desk. "It's a clue." "And it points right back to my theory," Sarn insisted. "Who died and appointed you the lead investigator?" Gerlo tossed Sarn a warning look. He'd overstepped his bounds. "Well, someone has to investigate, and none of you are." Sarn gifted both of his superiors with a glare. As the black oval settled on the desk, Sarn's world contracted. Waves of blackness washed out of the foul stone. Sarn backpedaled as a voice intoned, "Imam Irator." An eye peered through the cabochon, and for one heart-stopping moment, all the circles carved into the stone connected. Then the eye winked out as a swarm of angry bees homed in on them, but Sarn was already moving. "I have to connect the circles, I have to make them whole." Images caromed inside Sarn's head. Roots had drawn circles in the dirt, and his mother had traced circles in the wax. But all those circles had connected, forming chains within chains encompassed by a greater circle. Everything connected, except for the ghosts. A violent death had severed their connection, leaving their ends dangling. There never was a mystery. Sarn had been too dense to understand what had been staring him in the face all along. The warp and weft of life's pattern had torn, and somehow he could fix it. A shutter banged open in the next room. The rhythmic droning grew louder as the door to Gerlo's living quarters swung open, revealing a man-shaped swarm of bees. It locked compound eyes on Sarn and its lips shaped one word: go. Then insects swooped down on the cabochon. After seizing their prize, they reversed course, heading for the open window in Gerlo's study. What in the name of God was that? Gerlo demanded. I don't know. And time didn't allow Sarn to guess either. He rushed for the opposite door, the one leading to the transept. Where do you think you're going? Nolo dove, but Sarn dodged a flying tackle. Sarn pulled his hood down and held it in place as he took the most direct route out of the mountain at a dead run. Shouts trailed behind him, but Sarn ignored them since they weren't phrased as orders. His sixth sense fired off a warning as man shapes popped up on his map. The transept wasn't deserted anymore. When he shut his eyes, his damned map unfolded in 3 dimensions, rendering as he ran. Sarn cursed his magic for complicating his escape. All he needed was a simple line drawing with enough symbols to keep him from crashing into anything. But no, his overactive magic had to get fancy. As he swerved around servants, breakfast carts, statues, and foliage, Sarn headed toward a balcony. Anyone would do. He must get outside. The shouts caught the attention of the few people Sarn passed. One enterprising woman and 3 men, all retired rangers of course, tried to block his path. At least their symbols did, but Sarn ran partway up a wall and somersaulted over them. Since there were no more people between him and his goal, Sarn opened his eyes. His wire-framed map shattered and reformed as its usual transparent overlay. But he didn't need it. Ahead, 2 columns framed the night sky. Sarn slowed as he approached a waist-high balustrade. He couldn't see the swarm of insects, but he sensed its unnaturalness to the northeast. There was only one place it might go, back to where the ghost boy had lost his life. Everything would come full circle there, if only he could reach it in time. Fat chance of that happening with Grigori tooling around on the level below. Damn it. Accompanying Grigori's man-bear symbol was a female archer. Double damn. Ranispara walked beside the big lug. She was the second fastest runner on the Rangers roster. Outrunning her would be tough. While Sarn searched his map for an alternative route, a posse of retired Rangers had joined Nolo and Gerlo to cut off his escape. Jumping is the only option, Sarn reflected. But Ranispara had taught him everything he knew about evasion. If he landed anywhere near her, she'd tackle him on sight. Sarn chewed his lip. He had one shot at this. Sarn ran across a bench onto the coping without breaking stride, and jumped. He aimed not for the next level, but the ground even farther below that, and tucked into a ball. Now it was up to his magic. Sarn shoved his magic at the mountain and pushed himself away from it. The earth sensed him coming and attracted his booted feet, which helped. It was eager to catch him. Magic wrapped him in bright emerald coils as it curved his trajectory. Unfortunately, each balcony overlapped the one below it by at least 10 feet to prevent what Sarn had planned. So despite his magic's aid, his arc was just a hair too shallow. He banged his shoulder on the lowest balcony and threw off his landing. Sarn cursed and stumbled into a limping run as pain shot up his ankle. A soothing heat chased that sharp ache and dialed it down a manageable level. But it did nothing for his throbbing arm. He wiggled the fingers of his right hand while he hobbled. Thank fate, neither his arm nor his ankle was broken. One was badly sprained and the other bruised, but both still functioned despite the teeth-clenching pain racking them. Would his ankle hold up for the 4-mile trek? It must, so Sarn put the question out of his mind. Though next time, he'd find a damned staircase and exit the stronghold like normal folk. Movement on his map made him curse. His superiors were en route to the north exit. Unless he squeezed a little more speed out of his aching body, they would catch him before he reached the murder site. How the hell could he prevent that? Sarn couldn't outrun even the worst runner right now. Nolo skidded to a halt. Where had the kid gone? Other than plants and statues, no one else occupied the balcony. How had Sarn eluded him? There was nowhere to run. This was a dead end. Dread pulled Nolo to the parapet. A green glow spread out from a silhouette limping across the meadow. Nolo cursed. He estimated the distance and shook his head. How had the kid survived the fall without breaking his foolish neck? Nolo met Grigori's startled gaze from the balcony below and read the same question in his eyes. They both stared at the 10 additional feet the balcony below stuck out, and the one below that stuck out by just as much. How the hell did he pull off such a stunt? Gerlo slapped the balustrade. Nolo bit back on his knee-jerk reply. But the unsaid word filled the stunned silence between them as Grigori threw his head back and laughed. Magic, Gerlo folded his arms. Nolo strode over to his boss. But the kid can't fly. Nothing is impossible when magic's involved. A giant stone eagle dwarfed the commander. Gerlo headed for the arcade. His parting words haunted Nolo. After one last glance at the kid racing across the meadow, Nolo followed. He knew where the stupid kid was headed, back to the site where a dozen or so people had lost their lives. I told him to drop it, Nolo muttered as his long strides brought him even with his boss. He had to turn sideways to pass between 2 statues and a cart full of linens. I know. The kid has selective hearing. When I catch him, he'll have to deal with the consequences of his actions. And Gerlo's tone made it clear those consequences would be unpleasant. You won't whip him. Nolo regarded his commander. Gerlo shook his head. I'm not a monster, and a whip is a poor teacher. No, I've thought of a better punishment. Updating your wall map? Nolo suggested, hoping that was it. Gerlo's lips twitched, and the man almost smiled at the mention of his pride and joy. The commander's map was the most accurate map of Shayari in existence. To prevent its theft, Gerlo kept it under lock and key. Nolo relaxed. Updating Gerlo's map would keep Sarn busy and out of trouble. It would also frustrate the hell out of the kid. How did the inspection go? Have you heard anything yet? No, but I don't expect to since the kid's still breathing. Nolo nodded, but doubt niggled at him. Why indenture a mage if his lordship intended to hide him away? The kid was languishing for want of occupation. Lord Jorinth must have plans for Sarn, but what did those plans entail? They walked in silence past white and gray liveried servants polishing the marble statues. Wielding mops-like weapons, they swabbed the miles of flooring, making them shine. The sharp odor of their cleansers made Nolo sneeze as he slipped on the wet tiles. With luck, the damn things would dry before the rest of the mountain's denizens awoke. Each Lumiere crystal eye seemed to target them, but it was only his imagination. Guilt played with his perceptions and made the statues appear to watch them. Ahead loomed the grand staircase. An army of teenagers swarmed that marble affair, which spiraled between floors. They attacked its 20-foot-wide steps with rags. Statues bearing silver staves guarded them while they cleaned, and those helmed heads turned in Nolo's peripheral vision. When he glanced back, the statues faced forward again. Nolo shook his head and fixed his eyes on the middle distance. He must find Sarn before worry chewed up his insides. Chapter 36. Sarn halted just outside the last circle of menhirs and stared at an impassable wall of trees. They stood trunk to trunk, leaving no gaps for an enterprising ranger to squeeze through. Undaunted, he confronted the nearest tree. Let me in. After a long moment, the oak tree crawled aside, and branches gestured for Sarn to enter. Would they allow the rangers to follow? Sarn glanced at the tree towering 500 feet overhead for an answer, but it gave none. Sarn leaned against the Shayaran oak and checked his pursuer's progress. Damn, they had already reached the north exit and were now hurrying down the trail to the meadow behind him. Sarn pushed off the tree and pain stabbed his ankle. No more running, he'd have to settle for a fast hobble. Perhaps taking a flying leap off a balcony had been a bad idea. A branch shoved Sarn and he stumbled forward, biting his lip to keep from crying out. Her power rolled by him in a sparkling silver mass, and he turned. A solid wall of trunks greeted him, thanks to the Queen of All Trees' intervention. She would slow his masters down long enough for him to fix things. "Thank you," Sarn said into a passing breeze. With luck, it would carry his gratitude to her. Sarn hopped forward on his good foot into darkness thick enough to cut. Since he'd used a lot of magic for his last stunt, it was at a low ebb now, reducing his eyes' green glow. Oh, they still put out more than enough lumens to light his path, but not much beyond it. Something or someone hid in the undergrowth. The skin between his shoulder blades itched as if someone had trained an arrow on his back, but Sarn didn't stop or turn. The feeling of unease seeped into his gut, nauseating him, and that narrowed down the list of potential spies to 3 beings. No rat icon appeared on his map, so that crossed Rat Woman off the list. More than likely, it was Snake Woman since he'd encountered her out here earlier. So he'd best be on his guard. Sarn pulled on the familiar green magic to extend his senses, but it was slow to respond. Meanwhile, the white magic flowed through his veins but did nothing to help him. Maybe the green magic would replenish while he limped along. No such luck. By a mile in, the level of green magic at his disposal hadn't changed. But the stabbing pain in his ankle had increased, forcing Sarn to stop. The sprain was worse than he'd thought. Damn it. Worse still, his lead had disappeared because of his slow hobbling. Gerlo and Nolo had just crossed the first circle of menhirs. How long could the Queen of All Trees keep them out? Not long, judging by how battered she'd looked earlier. If only he'd figured out what was happening sooner. A branch fell at his feet. Sarn picked it up. The branch was the perfect length for a crutch. Without any padding, it would chafe, but it would take his weight off his bad ankle and speed up the hike, so he was grateful for it. Green light flowed from the earth into the wood, lighting up the patterns in the bark. That magic sank into his hand as he limped onward, restoring the power he'd spent. Thank you. More than a crutch, they'd given Sarn a conduit and a much-needed recharge. Through the crutch, his sixth sense shot out in all directions, identifying every rock and root within 20 feet of him and the unnatural creature peeking over a boulder 15 feet away. So she was spying on him. What part did Snake Woman play in all this? His theory felt less solid as his luminous eyes lit the trees surrounding him, making their bark glow. Somehow they had escaped the infection sweeping through the forest. Under his scrutiny, they stood straight, as an honor guard should. Their leaves twinkled, forming rival constellations. How could one child's murder affect so much? Nausea curdled Sarn's stomach, and he fought the urge to vomit as he slipped between 2 listing trees. Their gray, flaking bark killed the naive hope that had sent him out here. A familiar mask symbol popped up on his map, and Sarn stared at it in confusion. What the hell was Shade doing in the enchanted forest? Sarn crashed into a wall of freezing air in search of his ex-friend. A cold fog veiled the clearing ahead. Where was Shade? Before he could recheck his map, a white noise turned it into a wavy mess, and he banished it. Sarn swallowed bile, and his senses screamed one word in a painful litany: unnatural. An icy hand seized him, and Sarn met the ghost boy's fearful eyes. He wrenched his gaze away from the question which had plagued him for years. Death muted all specters, but survivor's guilt gave it voice. Why me and not you? Because they haven't found me yet. But they would. It was only a matter of time. Sarn couldn't hide from the Seekers and their informants forever. A black chain clamped around the ghost boy's ankle and jerked the transparent child from his grasp. It dragged the silently screaming ghost toward a ripple in the air. No. Sarn hobbled after the ghost he'd come to save. The other side of the clearing shivered as the ghost plunged through it. Sarn followed a moment later, shattering the illusion. In front of him, a black heart the size of a bear pulsated. Each beat shortened the ghost boy's tether, until the scared specter fell in line with the 12 other ghosts shambling around that foul organ. What the hell is that? Not something Sarn could fix without help. But he had to try because no one else would. All his heroes were dead and dusted. As the syncopated beat of that foul organ crescendoed, Sarn reeled until his heart quit trying to match its arrhythmic tattoo. It's something I didn't want you to see. Between one slow blink and the next, Shade appeared, holding a fading black veil in their gloved hands. Someone had hidden the giant heart behind a simple illusion. A better mage would have noticed that. But Sarn let that bitter thought go, as he staggered over to a half-dead tree and leaned against it. He was doing the best he could. Some of his magic seeped into the tree to fight the darkness infecting it. In response, a thick root rose to provide a footrest. Shade, what are you doing here? Soft speech I crave, give me kind words. No more poetry, tell me who did this and how. Don't you want to know why? Shade's shapeless gray robes billowed in the breeze. Sarn leaned his head against the tree and closed his eyes as more pieces fell into place. Extra rangers had patrolled the forest on the night of the murders. Now he knew why. You tipped off the rangers about the drugs. Yes, so they'd keep you away. Shade turned the veil in their hands. Yeah, well, that didn't happen. Sarn felt like laughing, but he bottled that laughter up. When this was all over, he'd sit in the sun and hold his son. Sorrow seen can never be unseen. I'm sorry you saw that. Shade shifted from foot to foot, then turned to regard that vile heart. Sarn rubbed his arms. The cold stung his skin and numbed his muscles despite the magic rushing around to warm him. You met the smugglers and got the drugs. 7 men waited below the rock cut on the north side. You planned to throw the goods to them. Shade nodded. Brilliant you are, not just of eye but of mind too. Sarn willed his stomach to settle, but his gorge rose in time to the heart's pulsations. To distract himself from it, he cast his mind back to the night in question. If the scenario had played out correctly, the 7 men would have followed the river back to their den. Sarn had also run into Zaduk soon after encountering the first group of men. Had they been on hand to steal the drugs from the 7 men or to escort them? Zaduk, the name infuriated him, and Sarn hurled that anger at Shade. You're working for Zaduk? I made a deal with him to keep you alive. How could you? Sarn pushed off the tree, fists clenched and ready to punch his ex-friend. But his ankle buckled, and he landed on his knees. Shade rushed to his side but backed off when Sarn shoved his ex-friend's hands away. Not Zaduk, never him, I know what you sacrificed for me. At last his ex-friend had dropped the poetry. Then what did you do? Who are you working for? Sarn rubbed his throbbing ankle through his boot. Myself, Shade crossed one ankle behind the other and gave Sarn a courtly bow. What did you do? Sarn asked. Shade held out a gloved hand, and those dark eyes pleaded with him to accept help. Sarn relented and grasped the hand his ex-friend had offered, but his magic shocked Shade into letting go. Eyes wide, Shade backed away. Unnatural, shrieked his magic, but it didn't explain as usual. Sarn reached for his walking stick, and it flew to his hand. Leaning hard on the branch, he rose and swayed. The events of the night were finally catching up to him. Sarn staggered to a boulder and sat. You played both sides against each other. Sarn thought back to the conversation he'd had several nights ago with one of Zaduk's men. Whose territory had the man claimed it was? You pitted Zaduk against Raid. Shade nodded and peeked under their glove to check for damage. Your magic burned me. 13 ghosts, 1 child, 1 teen, 5 women and 6 men watched Sarn with blank eyes. He shuddered. The answers he'd sought had stared him in the face for 3 days, but he hadn't seen it because magic objected to drugs. They were mutually exclusive. So who had created that giant heart and why? As if he'd read Sarn's mind, the ghost boy pointed at Shade. But how had Shade done that? His ex-friend must have had magical help, but from who? Sarn rubbed his temples. He was still missing the most important piece of this puzzle. Does Zaduk or Raid employ a mage? Even as Sarn asked that question, he knew the answer was no. If either had a mage, he'd have heard about it. Rumors were the lifeblood of the indentured. Shade approached but stopped an arm's length away, head shaking in negation. Then how had this tragedy come to pass? Sarn glanced from the ghosts to the heart, then back to Shade in confusion. Someone had created that organ and the chains binding the ghost to it. None of that had occurred naturally. But you were there. Sarn let the statement hang suspended on an awful truth. What happened? I wanted to be beautiful, so you'd love me. What does love have to do with this? Sarn stared at his ex-friend, dumbfounded. It has everything to do with it. Since Shade had nothing left to lose, Shade doffed cowl and veil, revealing a face melted by fire and hardened by self-loathing. I wanted you to love me the way I love you. You love drugs and the high they give you. You don't love me. This isn't love. It's selfishness. Sarn gestured to the ghosts tethered by black chains. Anger eroded his control. Shade's lips twisted into a pained line. Everything I've done is for you. I found you when they took you away. I stayed with you when the pain was worst. I told you about your son. And when she treated you like trash, I convinced you to leave her. I did all this because I love you. I know what love is. Sarn shook his head, remembering the stiff way his ex-friend had held his son the other night. At no time had Shade ever talked to Ran or acknowledged the boy. How did I miss such an obvious sign? Because Shade often disappeared for months at a time. Shade gave Sarn a skeptical look. My son taught me how to love. What your actions show isn't love. Love doesn't abandon my son. Love doesn't take part in abuse, and it doesn't lie. I've never lied to you. You promised after I intervened with Zaduk you'd quit doing drugs, but you didn't. I offered to help you. I tried, but I needed the drugs too. Shade's face softened and flowed as it reformed into a demonic mask. Horns pushed up through Shade's scarred pate. AI-narrated, insisted a bodiless voice, and Sarn finally understood what that phrase meant. To keep me down. Shade's voice had dropped into the same register as thunder. Talons tore through Shade's gloved hands as the creature possessing his ex-friend ripped free. The creature dropped the meat puppet Shade had become and faced Sarn. It grinned a mouthful of jagged yellow teeth. As the thing locked gazes with Sarn, his magic uncoiled. Time slowed to a crawl, freezing Sarn as he stared into the black chasm of the creature's eyes. Magic flicked outwards in entwining green ribbons, tying them together. The air around Sarn thickened until it walled him in place. Memories blossomed in the pits of those hellish eyes, and they slammed into Sarn. 6 years ago. Somewhere under Mount Eredron. Someone had arranged the candles into a 13-pointed star, enclosed by a circle. 13 hooded figures, all in black, ringed Sarn, and they swayed as they chanted. A jewel shined in the light of 169 candles. The crystal crowned a dagger protruding from Shade's chest. This was Shade's memory, not his. Shade stood in the middle of those candles, and blood stained his ex-friend's white robe as a black claw tore through the fabric of reality. A demon fell through that tear onto Shade, and his ex-friend welcomed the creature in. The chant changed from syncopated nonsense to polyphonic wailing as the demon merged with Shade. They glared at the knife protruding from their chest, and Shade's passenger expelled it. They threw it at the chanting men and hit the leader in the heart, shattering the spell. Dark power without form or direction hung in the air, charging it. Sensing the danger, the creature wearing Shade's body kicked the candles and scattered them to break the pattern. But it was too late. Black clouds hugged the ceiling, ready to strike. My angel, we must save him, Shade thought. The creature paused its rampage. Its interest was piqued. Explain. I'll show you. Shade reached for control of their body and won. Shade slammed their body into a brick wall until it collapsed. Curious about what was behind that wall, the demon lent his strength to Shade, and they pulled a skinny, long-legged youth out. When Murren scrambled out afterward, Sarn knew whose unconscious body his ex-friend cradled, his. Oh fate, that's me. The trio fled the cave as magical lightning struck down one of the remaining chanters, leaving a pile of ash behind. Sarn broke the gaze lock and sat on the ground, exhausted by the revelation. But a gaze lock was a two-way conduit, functioning on a logic all its own. What had the thing those black-robed loons brought into this world seen in his eyes? The creature crouched in front of Sarn. "Don't make this difficult. I don't want to hurt you. I like you." As the creature studied Sarn, its features rearranged into a parody of his. The thing, for it was more beast than man, stared at him. If evil could incarnate, the thing in front of Sarn would be its servant. It lusted after the power in his veins. "You know what I want," the creature that had been Shade said. "Yeah, you want to trade up." The creature nodded and hooked a finger in Shade's direction. "My host is sterile, but you're not, and you already have a son." The creature's lips split in a predator's grin while its body melted into a man-shaped shadow. "Just think of what we could become together. You have so much power and no idea how to use it." An icy finger of foreboding dragged up Sarn's spine. Could this thing harm his son from a distance? Its eyes claimed it could. Shade had been in his cave the other night, and so had this vile thing. What if it had left a mark or spell on his cave, allowing its brethren to enter? Oh fates, no. His son was unprotected, and there was nothing Sarn could do about it. If he'd had blood running in his veins instead of magic, it would have run cold at the thought. Bran should be here. He's such a little darling, and this is a family event. I should fetch him. The creature laughed and flung out its arms. "Leave my son alone." Hand seized Sarn, and he went down struggling with a man made of insects. His attacker sprouted more arms until it had Sarn pinned to the ground. He freed his head from the squirming mass and searched for the horned devil. Had it gone after his son? A gray-clad figure stepped into his line of sight, holding an open book. It was Ratwoman, and she was conferring with the enemy. He should have known she was part of this. "Don't struggle. I don't want to hurt you," said a buzzing in Sarn's ears. "Why? Why do you think? The one who made us loved you and doesn't want you hurt." So Shade had made them with the creature's power. Sarn suppressed a shudder. "Why did Shade make you? Why does anyone make a rough draft?" Insect Man asked. "I wanted to be beautiful so you'd love me," Shade had said. What other depraved acts had his ex-friend committed in pursuit of that goal? Just thinking about it made Sarn sick. Insect Man loosened his hold so Sarn could roll onto his belly and throw up stomach acid. Between bouts, he caught glimpses of the author of all this unnaturalness. The demon had thrown back its horned head in manic glee and unleashed a flood of dark power into the giant heart, quickening it. Severed arteries belched man-sized, three-dimensional shadows bristling with spikes. They floated up out of the clearing and headed for Mount Eredron and his son. Fear clenched Sarn's heart and stopped the dry heaves, but his captor tightened his hold. The insects massed together into an approximation of a human head, and it leaned on the back of Sarn's shoulder. "Please don't fight me." "But my son's in danger." Sarn struggled to break free. Ratwoman had been backing away from the demon during its laughing fit. She turned now, and her silver eyes met Sarn's, then she melted. The book in her hands dropped to the ground and landed on her discarded cloak. Rats scurried across the clearing. One stopped to nuzzle Sarn's cheek before it dashed off. A gray snake struck down a rat. More reptilian heads burst from the leaf mold to attack the fleeing rats. "No," Sarn shouted, but a hand covered his mouth. It was more leathery than human flesh, and so was the body pinning him to the ground. "Don't distract Zale, the horned one. Don't remind it you're still here. I don't want to hurt you." But Ratwoman's horde needed help. The snakes had wounded or killed half her rats. But Sarn wasn't out of the game yet. His cheek pressed into the ground, and his magic had always been fond of Ran. Nor did his magic need any instructions when it came to protecting his son. The incident on the staircase earlier proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt. So his magic seeped into the dirt, dove under the dark magic surrounding this clearing, and raced toward the lower quarters. Sarn willed it to hurry. I will save you, son. Ran curled up under his blanket and hugged Bear. I wish Papa would come back. He stared at the door, wishing it would open. And they rode into the dawn that gilded their armor with their heads and swords held high. They'd done what was right and righted the wrongs. Uncle Murrin closed the book and sighed. What's wrong? I thought you liked the story of Sir Alec and the Silent Bell. Ran liked the story, but something was wrong, and he wanted Papa to come back and fix it. Shadows massed in the corners, whispering and gnashing their teeth. They were boiling up out of the mark Shade had scratched into the floor. Ran had forgotten to tell Papa about that, and now it was too late. What were those shadows planning? They crept closer with every breath. Ran squeezed Bear. Papa, come back. Make the shadows go away. What is it? What's wrong? Talk to me. Uncle Murrin ruffled Ran's hair. Ran shook his head and bit his lip. Uncle Murrin had no magic, and only magic's pretty light could defeat the monster growing in their cave. Ran turned his face into Bear's soft head, and his fur caught a stray tear. He sniffed and shivered. The monsters had come to take him away. Fear squeezed out more tears, and his thin shoulders shook until Uncle Murrin pulled him into a hug. You've heard this story before. Why did it upset you tonight? Because there were monsters in their cave, but Uncle Murrin couldn't see them or stop them. Ran cried into his uncle's shoulder, unable to explain. Murrin rolled himself up in his blanket and turned away from Ran, hurt by his silence. Your father will be home soon. You can tell him what's wrong since you won't talk to me. Stung by his uncle's rejection, Ran curled up in a tight ball of misery to wait for Papa. After a while, his uncle's breathing deepened and slowed. Ran peeked over his uncle's shoulder. Oh no, the shadow by the door had swelled up to man-sized. It flowed toward Ran on a tide of darkness. As Ran cowered on the mattress, he reached inside himself and grabbed the shining cord connecting him to Papa. I need you, Papa. Promises had woven that cord out of love. Ran gave those promises a good yank. Bear hugged Ran, and his button eyes promised Bear would keep him safe. How could Bear protect him? Light blossomed from Bear's belly and gathered into a shining green dome. Ran wiped his eyes on his sleeve. Papa's magic and his love shined out of Bear and enfolded Ran in a luminous bubble of protection. Ran stared at Bear, stunned by the display, then he smiled. Ran scanned the cave, searching for Papa. His eyes landed on a book-covered table, a stool, a chest, a dripping stalactite, and a bucket. Papa hadn't returned yet, but his magic was here. Bear's stitched lips quirked into a smile, and one of his button eyes winked. The shadow charged full speed into the shield, and it flared up, momentarily blinding Ran. More shadows slammed into the shield, but they also disappeared. When the last shadow monster disintegrated, it shrieked loud enough to wake his uncle. Uncle Murrin thrashed his way out of sleep, and his arm bounced off the shield. What the hell was all that noise and light? Ran shrugged and yawned. He'd tell Papa about the shadow monster and Bear's magic trick in the morning. Papa would explain everything. If the answers eluded Papa, then they'd just have to go on an adventure to find them. And the thought made Ran smile. He loved adventuring with Papa, and Papa had promised a nice adventure. After he whispered a thank you into Bear's soft fur, Ran pillowed his head on Bear's tummy. Bear must have stored up some of Papa's magic. That was the only explanation that made sense, since Papa always took his magic with him when he went to work. Ran gazed into the shield's glow, entranced by the soothing dance of shapes. Then he remembered the seeds Papa had given him the other day. Ran slipped his hand into Bear's belly pouch. As he touched their shiny filaments, they tickled his fingers, and he giggled. It felt good to laugh. Ran fell asleep wrapped in that shield while listening to his uncle grumble. Pain punched Sarn in the face, but he kept reaching for his son miles away until his magic brushed her power and she blocked him. Why would the queen of all trees prevent him from saving his son? Sarn opened his eyes to find a battered rat woman slumped against a tree. Gaping holes marred her limbs, but none bled because she was a collective being wearing a human face, not an actual human being. Her defeated eyes refused to meet his. The snakes ringing her collided together, and Snake Woman popped into being, wearing nothing but scales and a pair of protruding fangs. Snake Woman was every man's nightmare, but her shapely arms were empty. Without access to his head map, that would have to do as proof Ran was still safe in his cave. "Let me up." Sarn tried to rise, but his captor refused to budge. "Not yet," Insect Man said in his ear. "What are you waiting for?" Insect Man remained silent because the answer was obvious. "You want that thing Zale to succeed?" Sarn asked. Of course his captor did. Zale had made them. Therefore Insect Man owed the demon some loyalty. But Sarn didn't. He'd broken the bonds holding Insect Man together once before using his white magic. But that power was ignoring him. How could he get its attention? "What have we here?" Snake Woman's claws stopped an inch from Sarn's face. But the ground shook, knocking her back a step. "What did you do?" Insect Man's grip loosened. Sarn squirmed free but stayed on his knees as another series of tremors shook the ground. "It's not me. It's that thing." The giant heart had slowed its frenetic beating to an earth-shaking throb. Each contraction dragged its prisoners closer to it. At the end of his tether, the ghost boy huddled, and his frightened eyes begged Sarn for help. As the temperature dropped still lower, sheets of black ice rose. "Unnatural," screamed his magic. "I know. Tell me how to fix it, or shut the hell up." Sarn pushed to his feet and dove across the barrier before it walled off the clearing. A swarm of insects followed him. Need called the white power from its den, and it pushed out the familiar green one, startling Sarn. Ice pellets floated in the air, reflecting the silver light pouring out of his eyes. "Purge it," ordered the white magic. "How?" Sarn waited for an answer, then smiled when white light limned his bladed hands. "Use me to purge the evil," his magic said. "Gladly." Sarn slashed the coalescing man shape to his right, scattering the insects so they couldn't fuse together into Insect Man again. A familiar branch clattered to the ground as the swarm dispersed. "I would have helped you," the disembodied Insect Man said. "I can't risk it." Sarn picked up his crutch, and white light silvered it. His ankle was a fiery ball of pain, thanks to all the grappling. "Well done," Zale said as the creature clapped its hands. "But my minion will just reform and return. It isn't gone for good." "Oh, but you didn't know that, did you?" No, Sarn hadn't, but it made sense since he'd banished Insect Man once before. "Do you know what the worst thing is? Here you are trying to stop me, but you don't know what I'm doing." Zale shook his head. That was true, and it gave Sarn pause. "You won't tell me." "I might. You found the book I was looking for, and this." Zale tossed a black cabochon into the air and caught it. "Every spell needs a focal point, and obsidian will work just fine for this one. But it absorbs negative energies." "How could, that's what you want?" Sarn stared at the demon. "Exactly." The creature's lower half blurred and blended with the night as it flung itself at him. Sarn staggered aside, wincing as he put weight on his hurting ankle, and it gave way. But a nearby branch caught him under the arm before he collapsed. Magic wrapped around his injured ankle, bracing it. Sarn raised the crutch to meet the blade sailing toward him. Zale sliced the stick in half and left a shallow cut along his ribs, and white magic spilled out. It marched down his torso, demanding he purge the evil. Sarn looked up in time to see the giant heart suck in the last links in the chain. The horror-stricken ghost boy was next. Transparent hands and feet poked out of the heart from the other 12 ghosts it had devoured. What was that thing's purpose? In answer, the organ pumped out a wave of tar, submerging the struggling ghost boy. As Zale sped past, the demon slashed Sarn's left side and swept his feet out from under him. Sarn crashed down, bleeding light and magic into last year's leaves. When his attacker solidified, Zale grabbed a handful of his hair. "You never had a chance, kid. You inherited power but not the knowledge to use it." Cold metal touched Sarn's throat. Magic bled from a cut under his left eye and dripped onto Zale's foot. The creature screamed as white magic negated black. "What the hell are you?" Zale hopped on smoking feet out of striking range. "Your worst nightmare." Sarn gained his knees but had to stop there when the world spun. For the moment, he had the advantage. Magic was light, and this thing was the antithesis of both. There had to be a way to leverage that. Behind Zale, the heart expanded as it writhed into a doorway. Sarn stared at it in morbid fascination until the darkness in its center lightened to reveal a giant eye. Zale flashed Sarn a manic smile, then pivoted and tossed the kabocha into that doorway. Air rushed toward that gaping maw as it sucked loose stones and leaves into its void. Trees bent, and Sarn scrabbled for a handhold, but there were only layers upon layers of dead leaves. "Wrong, wrong, wrong," screamed Sarn's magic in response. Words bubbled up, forcing their way into his mouth and out of his lips. Just before the vacuum sucked Sarn into it, a root leapt out of the soil and wrapped around his wrist. Sarn jerked to a painful stop until something reared out of the doorway and seized his ankle. Not the sprained one, thank fate for that small mercy. Another root tapped Sarn's shoulder. He grabbed it and tried to tug his ankle free. A third root, this one silvered and losing its glow, traced a circle in the light weeping from his wounded side. Yes, circles contain things, and the doorway needed containment ASAP. A fourth root wrapped around Sarn's waist, and a fifth root stabbed at the thing, tugging on his ankle. More of the Queen of all Trees roots dove under the icy black wall and battled whatever was trying to go through that doorway. A creature howled in anguish and let go of his ankle, freeing Sarn up to try the Queen of all Trees plan. He dipped his fingers into the magic bleeding out of his abused body and drew 143 interconnected circles, all enclosed by one greater circle. Words bubbled up from his soul and fell out of his mouth. Each of them had a symbol. They bound the circles together and imbued them with one purpose: cleanse. The doorway shuddered and collapsed into a thrashing blob through which a pale hand strained to reach him. Without thinking, Sarn reached into that icy morass and grasped the ghost's hand. He pulled, and the ghost boy rose out of that roiling murk. The boy had clasped another ghost's arm, so Sarn pulled her out too. The killers and the slain became a chain, and his magic flowed through them. A scream deafened Sarn as he freed the last ghost. The foul working lost cohesion and exploded in a shower of black sparks. "I'll kill you for this, whelp." Zale charged him. Too spent to fight, Sarn scrambled out of the way as a searing heat burned his uninjured side. A white fire erupted from the burn, and a woman materialized wearing a worn gray dress and a feminized version of his features. She headbutted Zale, and black blood gushed from the creature's broken nose. Her lips moved. Death had stolen her voice, but a vague memory of a twin sister floated free, and his heart translated her words. "Leave my brother alone." Her hand felt like ice on his shoulder. He was the sheath, and his magic changed into a blade. She withdrew that shining sword and swung it like she knew what she was doing. She must, since she sliced Zale in half. Maybe Sarn hadn't been the only one who'd watched the knights practice. Zale screamed as the two halves of the demon's body extruded writhing worms and wove itself back together. With the blade of pure light in her hands, his sister parried the creature's next thrust. But whatever deal she'd struck expired after 3 strokes. Her soft brown eyes held an apology. She'd bought Sarn all the time she could. The blade in her hands liquefied as the power arced back into him. Sarn had forgotten her name and her existence until she'd appeared. Now he remembered she'd died when he was a few years older than his son. As Sarn met her gaze, he knew she'd forgiven him. She faded as Zale passed right through the spot where she'd stood. Before she vanished, her eyes urged Sarn to give himself completely over to the magic. 3 burly ghosts threw themselves into Zale's path, giving Sarn time to dodge the laughing demon shoving them aside. He searched the leaves crunching under his boots for a weapon until he tripped. Sarn landed on something hard and rolled aside just in time. A blade missed him by inches, but a foot caught him in the ribs. With the black heart gone, his head map functioned again, and it took over his sight to warn him. Gerlo and Nola would reach here in the next 10 minutes, unless delayed. Damn it. Sarn cursed their persistence as he knocked aside the blade, aiming for his chest with his forearm. He'd struck the flat part of the blade, and his arm throbbed. But Grigori would be proud he'd remembered the block. Damn, he had to vanquish this creep before the rangers arrived, but how? Maybe his dead sister could hammer magic into a weapon, but when Sarn tried, his magic ignored him. So did his body. Sarn had taken all the punishment he could handle. The only thing keeping him alive right now was the magic weeping from a half-dozen wounds. But he couldn't rest until he'd found a way to defeat that demon. Zale howled as a gleaming stake punctured its chest. A second one punched through the demon's right eye. Pissed now, Zale ripped the meat puppet formerly known as Shade off its back and flung Shade at a tree. But his ex-friend's final act of bravery gave Sarn an idea. He palmed the only edge he possessed, the crystal he always wore under his tunic. Sarn yanked the cord over his head and held the finger-long white crystal in his left hand like a tiny but very sharp dagger. The crystal was as hard as a diamond, and it shined as bright as the midday sun. Sarn closed his eyes and played dead. When Zale came to finish him off, he drove his pendant into the creature's neck, and the demon exploded in a shower of black sparks. The two halves of his walking stick fell to the ground when the demon had exploded, but they were too short to use as a crutch now. Sarn dropped the cord around his neck, and the pendant settled over his heart, where such a gift belonged. Exhaustion mauled Sarn, but he pushed up to his hands and knees and crawled to where Shade had fallen. Blood leaked from his androgynous friend's lips as Shade struggled to breathe. His ex-friend was dying. Sarn took Shade's hand in his, removed the glove, and squeezed. This time his magic allowed their skin to touch without complaint. "I just wanted you." Shade's dark eyes rolled back as his ex-friend fought to stay conscious. "You wanted me all to yourself. I know. So does everyone who sees me. It's the damned magic's doing, and I hate it. It wrecks everything." Shade glanced away, confirming his suspicion. "I love you. I wanted you to love me." Sarn squeezed his ex-friend's hand again. "I loved you, just not the way you wanted. Don't look so surprised. I don't make deals with gang lords for just anyone. And that deal would bite him in the ass one day soon. But Sarn would worry about it tomorrow. He refused to make me beautiful. He said beauty alone wouldn't win you over. Told me you'd need proof of my love." Shade coughed up blood, and it stained his ex-friend's gray robes. Dread leaned hard on Sarn. Something still felt undone. "What did you do?" But he already knew. The Kabochan with the Seeker's symbol incised on it flashed through his mind. Sarn glanced at the ghosts, and the ground dropped out from under him. "Shade. What did you do?" Sarn shook his one-time friend when no answer came. Shade's miserable eyes tracked him, and his ex-friend laid a bloody hand on his cheek. Sarn's magic lay quietly in his veins and allowed the touch since Shade's passenger had fled. "Shade, answer me please. I need to know what you did so I can undo it." Shade's scarred head turned away and then back. Tearing black eyes caught his green glowing ones, and their gazes locked. Magic washed over and through Sarn, firming the connection. Images blossomed in his mind. The black Kabochan hung on a cord around a fellow with a bull neck. He wore a skeptical expression on his bearded face as he listened to Shade's proposal. Behind the man, the river Nerthal sparkled in the midday sun. Shade's hand slid around to the back of Sarn's neck and exerted pressure on it. But Sarn was lost in the gaze lock and oblivious to everything except what it showed him. The scene cut to a group of people in a glade, all dressed in sturdy boots and hiking clothes. Some hikers sat on the grass snacking while a couple sunned themselves on a pair of boulders. Two women stood talking to Shade. As a hiker spread some white powder on a plate for Shade to test its potency, a child darted past. The boy played a game with an older boy, who must have been his brother. It was the ghost child, and seeing him alive in Shade's memory tore the veil of Sarn's sanity in two. Lips touched his, and Sarn tasted blood as he broke the gaze lock. Sarn shoved himself away from Shade and the enormity of what his ex-friend had done. "Why did you do it?" His voice shook from the shock crashing his world down around him. Shade was responsible for the deaths of 13 people. Sarn wiped Shade's blood from his lips. To give you what you want most in the world. Shade coughed and spat out more blood. How could 13 ghosts give him a family? Sarn sat there stunned. But I have what I want most, a family. My son gave that to me. No, you want to get rid of your magic, and it will. All you need to do is walk into it. The spell will do the rest. Shade waved at the spot where that giant heart had stood. No, it won't. It's gone, Shade. I destroyed it. Sarn clenched his fists. He wanted to punch someone, but he was too exhausted to move. But Shade didn't hear him. His ex-friend's eyes had glazed over. Death stilled his ex-friend's ungloved hand, and it lay between them, forever grasping after what Shade had lost. Tears scalded a path down Sarn's face. Why the hell was he crying? Shade deserved scorn, but he had no anger left, only sorrow. A cold hand touched his shaking shoulder. Sarn looked through tears at the ghost of a child who would never grow up. The other ghosts stayed a respectful distance away, allowing him space to grieve. I don't know what to do. The demon had disappeared, but treachery and murder still tainted this place. It made Sarn's skin crawl and his soul sick. The milling ghosts kept catching his eyes. They waited for something to happen. Where did the dead go when their lives had ended? How do I fix this? Sarn asked the enchanted trees clustered around him. Their bark bore scars under the unnatural frost covering their boles. Without the creature and its foul magic, the night's warmth was seeping back in. While the trees kept their counsel, random snatches of things floated back to Sarn. The blind man had said circles represented a great chain of being, and life itself. The Seeker's totem had broken rings to signify the death they meted out. But there was more to this. Everything Sarn had experienced in the last 3 days had fit into this mystery. What pieces did he have left? Just those circles. The breaking of the portal spell thing had wiped out the last set he'd drawn. Perhaps he needed more. Sarn met the hopeful eyes of the ghost boy, and he started drawing. Without lifting his finger, he curved the line from the border inward to form a chain of smaller circles. As he worked, Sarn realized what had been bugging him. There was a pattern in everything, and Shade's actions had disrupted it. Each time he bent the line to begin another circle, he fixed its pattern and reconnected it to the forest. Somehow Zale had severed this clearing from life's fabric. Sarn drew 144 circles without lifting his finger. The dead child looked on as he worked. When Sarn had finished, he slumped against a tree and touched the outer ring. White light poured into the design, making it shine brightly in the dark. The wind whispered a new phrase, "Immersive." Every muscle in Sarn's body pulled tight as his magic imbued those circles with purpose. Each one became a radiant brand, burning out the taint left by black magic. Enchanted trees straightened and stretched their limbs high into the beckoning sky. 2 words hung in the quiet, naming him, Immersive Curse Breaker. Sarn glanced at Shade's crumpled body. Not even magic could give life to the dead. A fresh set of tears welled up, but he blinked them away. He could break down later. Before the drugs, Shade had been a protector, a mentor, and a friend. At 14, Shade had been his entire world. Another tear tracked down his cheek, and Sarn let it fall. As 144 columns of light stabbed the sky, Sarn pulled his mind out of the past. Magic connected the earth to a blurry place beyond the stars. Sarn glanced away from it and focused on things he could understand, like that pine cone by his boot, and its mundanity anchored him. The living world was complicated enough. If there were other worlds, they should leave him in peace. He wanted no part of them. Trees moved aside, making a hole, and the queen of all trees regarded him. Her crown shined brightly again as she extended one of her gleaming branches. She touched the outer ring surrounding the circles he'd drawn, adding her refulgence to it, and her scars melted away. She was once again whole and glorious in her shining silver bark. 13 ghosts gravitated to her pure radiance. The murderers mixed with the murdered as they passed into the column of light spanning from earth to heaven, and floated toward whatever came after life. Only the ghost boy remained. You survive because you have to, he said, or maybe Sarn imagined the boy had said the words he'd needed to hear. After one last freezing hug, the ghost boy vanished into the light. A flash almost blinded Sarn, and the white magic receded into the shimmering pattern on the ground. The Queen of all trees dipped a gleaming root into that pattern and changed it. Images sprouted in Sarn's mind before he could see how she'd altered things. A mixed group of people walked. The dead child alive in this rendering looked up and up at the megalithic trees dwarfing him. A man jumped out and grabbed for a pack a woman carried. Her headscarf ripped free as she struggled to retain her property. Scared but wanting to help, the boy willed the rocks to rise and pummel the man. A hail of stones flew at the woman's attacker, but by now others had joined him. A rock struck the one man, cold cocking him, and the others dropped to the ground when another woman backhanded the boy, sending him flying. His head struck a tree. Sarn saw the moment recognition turned to murder. The bull-necked man wearing the Seeker's token picked up a rock and bashed the boy's head in. The boy's shocked green eyes dimmed as a branch swung down and stabbed his killer through the heart. The branch then flailed about to dislodge the dead man's body and send him tumbling toward his comrades. Sarn shut his eyes against the barrage of images. But they played on recounting the Seeker's retaliation, which had killed the boy's family. When the last body hit the ground, Sarn expected the images to leave him. But the Queen of all trees had one more revelation. Sarn buried his face in his hands as a gray-robed figure picked through the carnage. Shade kicked corpses aside until his ex-friend found a leather scrip. After Shade had withdrawn something from it, Shade opened a box, revealing the white powder inside. Shade inhaled some of the allial powder, then closed and pocketed the box before running toward Mount Eredron. Tears slid down Sarn's face. He'd been wrong about everything and right too. Those fools had killed the boy because of his eyes and because the child had killed their leader. What a tangled mess this all was. No wonder the ghosts had been trapped on this plane, upsetting the natural order. But had he just put things right or further screwed them up? Her light dimmed as the images receded, leaving Sarn hurt, drained and battered by the night's events. 14 lives had been wasted for nothing. He glanced at Shade's mangled body, and tears stung his eyes anew. 2 sets of running feet pounded the earth, and they belonged to the 2 rangers, closing in on his head map. As the Queen of all trees touched his shoulder, her light enfolded him, and his thoughts winged back to his cave. In his mind's eye, his son roused, rubbed his eyes with one arm, and strangled his stuffed bear with the other. Bran opened his mouth, but the image faded before the child got a single word out. No matter, his silent summons tugged at Sarn's heart. His darling boy wanted another adventure. Chapter 37. Nolo punched the tree blocking his path and kicked its neighbor. He wanted to throw his head back and howl his frustration to the setting moon. But he didn't because he felt death's marksman stir. Now wouldn't be a good time for that entity to appear. Sarn is fine, Nolo told himself. The kid was just being difficult. Nothing remarkable about that, except for the trees hemming him in. Why were they preventing him from continuing? What game were those enchanted monoliths playing? Let me pass, goddamn you. Nolo kicked another tree. But it stayed put, leaving no space between their massive trunks. Enough, you won't convince them to stand aside by hitting them. Gerlo refrained from violence as he considered their predicament with impassive eyes. We have to find a way through. Sarn is in there alone. And the kid's probably fine. We don't know if he is. Nolo turned and grimaced. More trees crowded around them the longer they stood there. Yes, we do. They wouldn't be standing around impersonating a fence if the kid was in any real danger. You said so yourself. The Queen of all trees has a vested interest in him. And this is her doing. Gerlo gestured to their leafy jailers. Nolo glared at his boss. What are you saying? Isn't it obvious? They want a little quality time with the brat. You mean they want the kid to do something? And the something likely involved magic since this was an enchanted forest. Nolo folded his arms. Gerlo gave him a pained nod. Good, the commander disliked the situation as much as he did. Nolo took another turn around their shrinking cell. As he paced, he trailed a hand along their bowls. But he failed to pick up any clues about their plans. Doesn't their interest concern you? Gerlo threw him an aggrieved look. Of course it does. I'm responsible for the kid. We have to do something. We can't just stand here. What choice do we have? None, and Nolo knew it, but he hated to admit it. The next move was theirs. He transferred his glare to the behemoths blocking his path. The wind whispered through their branches, and it carried a word or name, Emayarear. In his heart, Nolo knew the wind had called Sarn. His skin tingled as magic electrified the air. In the distance, white light shot skyward, connecting the earth and heaven. Hold on, Sarn. I'm coming as soon as these things get out of my way. When the light cut off, the trees parted. Nolo exchanged a worried look with his boss, then he broke into a run. Sarn roused as a warm hand explored the bruise on his shoulder. He must have dozed off. Or had the queen of all trees sent him to sleep? Her radiance had receded, but she remained close by, and her gaze was a soothing balm on his hurting heart. Sit still. I need to make sure you're all right. Nolo cursed as Sarn winced away from his ministrations. You need to see a healer about this and your ankle. Nolo gestured to the swollen ball lodged in Sarn's boot. Sarn shook his head. No healers. Exhaustion slurred his speech, forcing him to repeat his assertion. Nolo ignored his protest as he produced a roll of gauze from his pocket. Hold still. I need to immobilize that ankle. Sarn wanted to object, but avoiding a trip to the infirmary had to take priority. I don't like healers. The thought of a healer touching him made Sarn shudder. I know. You've made your opinion about them clear over the years, but you'll see one, and you'll do what he tells you. Nolo loosened the laces on Sarn's boot. I won't go. Sarn squeezed his eyes closed. He sounded like his son. Time for a subject change. He could continue this argument later. Or he could just disappear the instant they dismissed him. The boot came off, jarring his ankle, and he grimaced as pain stabbed the joint. You'll do whatever I tell you to do. Nolo explored the sprain with gentle fingers as he checked for broken bones. I'll brace it and wrap it, but you can't walk on that ankle until the swelling goes down. Sarn nodded. He'd have to plan an outing for tomorrow that involved little to no walking. Meaning, he'd have to find a safe way to entertain his son in the lower quarters. Bran wouldn't be happy about that. Sarn recalled his idea of creating a safe play area, and reviewed the materials he had on hand. Nope, not enough to make a start on that. Damn, there went Plan A. Hold this here, Nolo said, lining up the walking sticks 2 pieces on either side of Sarn's throbbing ankle. Can't you just strap it in place with the bandages? Sarn grabbed the 2 sticks Shade had stabbed the demon with and threw them across the clearing. A tear slid down his cheek. Damn you, Shade. The commander approached, holding a gray cloth in his hands. What happened here? Sarn recognized the cloth as part of Shade's headdress. A second tear joined the first, and he dashed it away with his hand. When Sarn scanned the clearing, he found only disturbed earth and leaves. There was no sign of Shade's body. For a moment his hopes rose. Shade, the drug addict, would have bolted the moment the Rangers had showed up. But not the old Shade who'd tried to protect him from Hadroville's cruelty. But that Shade had died 6 years ago when the creature known as Zale had moved in. Now Shade was dead and gone for good. There'd be no reconciliation this time. Shade tipped you off about the smugglers and the alial powder, Sarn said, needing that confirmed. You knew Shade. Not a question, just a statement of fact. Gerlo squatted in front of Sarn and studied him. What did the man see? Could the commander tell he was seconds from breaking apart? Shade was the first friend I made here. The drugs came later. Sarn swallowed, but grief had solidified into a hard lump in his throat. You told me to drop it because of an ongoing investigation. It was a joint operation with the guards, right? Nolo checked his work and tied off the bandage before answering. Yes, because it didn't concern you. The illegal drug trade is our problem, not yours. He nodded to Sarn's ankle. Did I wrap it too tightly, or do I need to tighten it? Tell me if it's cutting off blood flow. Sarn shook his head after he tested his ankle and pulled his boot back on. It's okay. Now it's your turn. Gerlo bit off the word kid, but it hung between them because that's how they'd always see him. How'd you get mixed up in this? What happened here? Gerlo's interest focused on the disturbed earth. A drug deal went sour, and 13 people died. Tell me something I don't know. Sarn wished he'd listened to his masters and dropped the whole thing. Only the Queen of all Trees knew what would have happened if Zale had completed that spell. Its true purpose wasn't at all what Shade had thought it was. Sarn winced as Nolo manhandled his arm into place and shoved the end of the gauze into his hand. Hold still. I need to bandage that arm. I don't think it's broken, but the bruise likely goes to bone. What are these? Gerlo pointed to the circles. He held a cube of white lumire, and it silvered the ground the same way the Queen of all Trees' presence had, but she'd used many more lumens. Gerlo dragged his foot through the circles, erasing them. No, Sarn tried to rise, but Nolo held him down with a hand on his non-bruised shoulder. Too tired to move, Sarn subsided and leaned against the tree, serving as a backrest. What are you doing? Sarn felt the residual magic in the pattern change. It darkened to his sight, and Gerlo's nod told him the commander had seen it too. Roots breached the earth and they shoved Gerlo back. As the roots rubbed out the pattern, they soaked up the residual magic. Sarn hadn't realized there was any left in that pattern after the Queen of all Trees had altered it. When the roots had receded, no trace remained of what had happened here. What did you do? Gerlo held up a hand to forestall Sarn. The truth, please, and let's skip all the evasions. You did something, and I need to know what and why. But Sarn ignored the commander and fixed anxious eyes on Nolo. He was a believer. What comes after death? Where do we go when we die? Sarn had to know because Shade wasn't coming back, not from death's grim company. The question startled Nolo, and he sat back on his haunches, blinking at the unexpected turn their discussion had taken. Never mind. Gerlo leaned forward and enunciated each word as if he spoke to a simpleton. What did you do? Give me the truth, or God help me, I'll take it out of your hide. I can only speak the truth. Sarn glanced at his other master, but Nolo remained shocked and silent. Gerlo waited, but the man could outweigh a glacier. His eyes bored into him as Sarn fretted a fallen leaf to pieces. My friend got involved with some bad people, and they brought something into this world. It might have been a demon or an evil spirit that thought it was a demon. I don't know which it was, but it was bad. And that entity caused the deaths. Sarn paused to consider how best to continue. Should he mention Snake Woman, Rat Woman, or Insect Man? All three had disappeared while he was fighting Zale. Were they gone for good? Sarn didn't know. Maybe he'd better leave them out since he still didn't know which side they were on. I had to draw circles. I don't know why. I just knew I had to do it, and that fixed things. Sarn looked from one perplexed master to the other. How could he explain what had happened when so much of it was inexplicable? And? Nolo prompted. There is no and. I told you what happened. Sarn closed his eyes, and the deaths of 14 people replayed. Leave me alone, he told them, but they refused to go. The images looped around again until a white flame devoured them. Thank you. The Queen of all Trees had taken away those images, leaving only soft-edged dreams behind full of his son's laughter. White light blossomed behind Nolo. He glanced over his shoulder, then shot to his feet. The Queen of all Trees processed toward him again. This time he held his ground and raised his hand to stop her. You can't have him. Get back. Gerlo tried to grab him. Nolo dodged him. No, she's come to. I don't think she has. How do you know that? Gerlo didn't answer, neither did the Queen of all trees make any move towards Sarn. No green glow from under his hood meant the kid had passed out again. Given his sorry state, rest was the best thing for him. The kid looked younger than his 20 winters, and vulnerable, all bandaged up like that. Nolo glanced at his boss, but Gerlo's vulpine features reflected only curiosity, not the worry chewing on Nolo's heart. Why did a mythic creature who wasn't supposed to interfere with mortals keep showing up? Had she made an exception in Sarn's case? If so, she should drop it and leave the kid alone. Sarn had enough problems without her interest in him added to the pile. You didn't come to take him away, did you? Asked Gerlo. The Queen of all trees shook her crown in a clear negation, raining silver coin-shaped leaves on them. Some of her leaves floated past Nolo and caressed his face, making it tingle from the touch of her magic. Why is she here? To help. Gerlo's assessing gaze drifted back to the kid. So did Nolo's. He only hoped his boss was correct. Chapter 37. Nolo punched the tree blocking his path and kicked its neighbor. He wanted to throw his head back and howl his frustration to the setting moon. But he didn't because he felt death's marksman stir. Now wouldn't be a good time for that entity to appear. Sarn is fine, Nolo told himself. The kid was just being difficult. Nothing remarkable about that, except for the trees hemming him in. Why were they preventing him from continuing? What game were those enchanted monoliths playing? Let me pass, goddamn you. Nolo kicked another tree. But it stayed put, leaving no space between their massive trunks. Enough, you won't convince them to stand aside by hitting them. Gerlo refrained from violence as he considered their predicament with impassive eyes. We have to find a way through. Sarn is in there alone. And the kid's probably fine. We don't know if he is. Nolo turned and grimaced. More trees crowded around them the longer they stood there. Yes, we do. They wouldn't be standing around impersonating a fence if the kid was in any real danger. You said so yourself. The Queen of all trees has a vested interest in him. And this is her doing. Gerlo gestured to their leafy jailers. Nolo glared at his boss. What are you saying? Isn't it obvious? They want a little quality time with the brat. You mean they want the kid to do something? And the something likely involved magic since this was an enchanted forest. Nolo folded his arms. Gerlo gave him a pained nod. Good, the commander disliked the situation as much as he did. Nolo took another turn around their shrinking cell. As he paced, he trailed a hand along their boles. But he failed to pick up any clues about their plans. Doesn't their interest concern you? Gerlo threw him an aggrieved look. Of course it does. I'm responsible for the kid. We have to do something. We can't just stand here. What choice do we have? None, and Nolo knew it, but he hated to admit it. The next move was theirs. He transferred his glare to the behemoths blocking his path. The wind whispered through their branches, and it carried a word or name, Immersive. In his heart, Nolo knew the wind had called Sarn. His skin tingled as magic electrified the air. In the distance, white light shot skyward, connecting the earth and heaven. Hold on, Sarn. I'm coming as soon as these things get out of my way. When the light cut off, the trees parted. Nolo exchanged a worried look with his boss, then he broke into a run. Sarn roused as a warm hand explored the bruise on his shoulder. He must have dozed off. Or had the Queen of all trees sent him to sleep? Her radiance had receded, but she remained close by, and her gaze was a soothing balm on his hurting heart. Sit still. I need to make sure you're all right. Nolo cursed as Sarn winced away from his ministrations. You need to see a healer about this and your ankle. Nolo gestured to the swollen ball lodged in Sarn's boot. Sarn shook his head. No healers. Exhaustion slurred his speech, forcing him to repeat his assertion. Nolo ignored his protest as he produced a roll of gauze from his pocket. Hold still. I need to immobilize that ankle. Sarn wanted to object, but avoiding a trip to the infirmary had to take priority. I don't like healers. The thought of a healer touching him made Sarn shudder. I know. You've made your opinion about them clear over the years, but you'll see one, and you'll do what he tells you. Nolo loosened the laces on Sarn's boot. I won't go. Sarn squeezed his eyes closed. He sounded like his son. Time for a subject change. He could continue this argument later. Or he could just disappear the instant they dismissed him. The boot came off, jarring his ankle, and he grimaced as pain stabbed the joint. You'll do whatever I tell you to do. Nolo explored the sprain with gentle fingers as he checked for broken bones. I'll brace it and wrap it, but you can't walk on that ankle until the swelling goes down. Sarn nodded. He'd have to plan an outing for tomorrow that involved little to no walking. Meaning, he'd have to find a safe way to entertain his son in the lower quarters. Bran wouldn't be happy about that. Sarn recalled his idea of creating a safe play area and reviewed the materials he had on hand. Nope, not enough to make a start on that. Damn, there went Plan A. Hold this here, Nolo said, lining up the walking sticks 2 pieces on either side of Sarn's throbbing ankle. Can't you just strap it in place with the bandages? Sarn grabbed the 2 sticks Shade had stabbed the demon with and threw them across the clearing. A tear slid down his cheek. Damn you, Shade. The commander approached, holding a gray cloth in his hands. What happened here? Sarn recognized the cloth as part of Shade's headdress. A second tear joined the first, and he dashed it away with his hand. When Sarn scanned the clearing, he found only disturbed earth and leaves. There was no sign of Shade's body. For a moment his hopes rose. Shade, the drug addict, would have bolted the moment the Rangers had showed up. But not the old Shade who'd tried to protect him from Hadroville's cruelty. But that Shade had died 6 years ago when the creature known as Zale had moved in. Now Shade was dead and gone for good. There'd be no reconciliation this time. Shade tipped you off about the smugglers and the alial powder, Sarn said, needing that confirmed. You knew Shade. Not a question, just a statement of fact. Gerlo squatted in front of Sarn and studied him. What did the man see? Could the commander tell he was seconds from breaking apart? Shade was the first friend I made here. The drugs came later. Sarn swallowed, but grief had solidified into a hard lump in his throat. You told me to drop it because of an ongoing investigation. It was a joint operation with the guards, right? Nolo checked his work and tied off the bandage before answering. Yes, because it didn't concern you. The illegal drug trade is our problem, not yours. He nodded to Sarn's ankle. Did I wrap it too tightly, or do I need to tighten it? Tell me if it's cutting off blood flow. Sarn shook his head after he tested his ankle and pulled his boot back on. It's okay. Now it's your turn. Gerlo bit off the word kid, but it hung between them because that's how they'd always see him. How'd you get mixed up in this? What happened here? Gerlo's interest focused on the disturbed earth. A drug deal went sour, and 13 people died. Tell me something I don't know. Sarn wished he'd listened to his masters and dropped the whole thing. Only the Queen of all Trees knew what would have happened if Zale had completed that spell. Its true purpose wasn't at all what Shade had thought it was. Sarn winced as Nolo manhandled his arm into place and shoved the end of the gauze into his hand. Hold still. I need to bandage that arm. I don't think it's broken, but the bruise likely goes to bone. What are these? Gerlo pointed to the circles. He held a cube of white lumir, and it silvered the ground the same way the Queen of all Trees' presence had, but she'd used many more lumens. Gerlo dragged his foot through the circles, erasing them. No, Sarn tried to rise, but Nolo held him down with a hand on his non-bruised shoulder. Too tired to move, Sarn subsided and leaned against the tree, serving as a backrest. What are you doing? Sarn felt the residual magic in the pattern change. It darkened to his sight, and Gerlo's nod told him the commander had seen it too. Roots breached the earth and they shoved Gerlo back. As the roots rubbed out the pattern, they soaked up the residual magic. Sarn hadn't realized there was any left in that pattern after the Queen of all Trees had altered it. When the roots had receded, no trace remained of what had happened here. "What did you do?" Gerlo held up a hand to forestall Sarn. "The truth, please, and let's skip all the evasions. You did something, and I need to know what and why." But Sarn ignored the commander and fixed anxious eyes on Nolo. He was a believer. What comes after death? Where do we go when we die? Sarn had to know because Shade wasn't coming back, not from death's grim company. The question startled Nolo, and he sat back on his haunches, blinking at the unexpected turn their discussion had taken. "Never mind." Gerlo leaned forward and enunciated each word as if he spoke to a simpleton. "What did you do? Give me the truth or God help me, I'll take it out of your hide." "I can only speak the truth." Sarn glanced at his other master, but Nolo remained shocked and silent. Gerlo waited, but the man could outwait a glacier. His eyes bored into him as Sarn fretted a fallen leaf to pieces. "My friend got involved with some bad people, and they brought something into this world. It might have been a demon or an evil spirit that thought it was a demon. I don't know which it was, but it was bad. And that entity caused the deaths." Sarn paused to consider how best to continue. Should he mention Snake Woman, Rat Woman, or Insect Man? All three had disappeared while he was fighting Zale. Were they gone for good? Sarn didn't know. Maybe he'd better leave them out since he still didn't know which side they were on. I had to draw circles. I don't know why. I just knew I had to do it, and that fixed things. Sarn looked from one perplexed master to the other. How could he explain what had happened when so much of it was inexplicable? "And?" Nolo prompted. "There is no and. I told you what happened." Sarn closed his eyes, and the deaths of 14 people replayed. "Leave me alone," he told them, but they refused to go. The images looped around again until a white flame devoured them. "Thank you." The Queen of all Trees had taken away those images, leaving only soft-edged dreams behind full of his son's laughter. White light blossomed behind Nolo. He glanced over his shoulder, then shot to his feet. The Queen of all Trees processed toward him again. This time he held his ground and raised his hand to stop her. "You can't have him." "Get back." Gerlo tried to grab him. Nolo dodged him. "No, she's come to." "I don't think she has." "How do you know that?" Gerlo didn't answer, neither did the Queen of all Trees make any move toward Sarn. No green glow from under his hood meant the kid had passed out again. Given his sorry state, rest was the best thing for him. The kid looked younger than his 20 winters, and vulnerable all bandaged up like that. Nolo glanced at his boss, but Gerlo's vulpine features reflected only curiosity, not the worry chewing on Nolo's heart. Why did a mythic creature who wasn't supposed to interfere with mortals keep showing up? Had she made an exception in Sarn's case? If so, she should drop it and leave the kid alone. Sarn had enough problems without her interest in him added to the pile. "You didn't come to take him away, did you?" asked Gerlo. The Queen of all Trees shook her crown in a clear negation, raining silver coin-shaped leaves on them. Some of her leaves floated past Nolo and caressed his face, making it tingle from the touch of her magic. "Why is she here?" "To help." Gerlo's assessing gaze drifted back to the kid. So did Nolo's. He only hoped his boss was correct. Chapter 38. "You come back now, Papa," Rand said, his voice tinged with need. The boy's demand echoed in his heart, lifting Sarn to his feet. When his weight fell on his sprained ankle, it gave out, and he teetered. A branch dripping silver light caught him around the waist, and he thanked the Queen of all Trees for catching him. Under his feet, the ground raced away. When the earth stilled, his head map appeared, warning him he'd traveled 4 miles closer to the sun who called to him. Sarn searched for words to thank her. She was a candle burning in the pre-dawn darkness shrouding her enchanted forest. Someone on one of Mount Eredren's many balconies spotted the Queen of all trees and broke into a polyphonic song of praise. The Queen of all trees, heaven's brightest star, fallen to earth long ago to guard light. Night has no hold o'er you, nor can it war while you stand watch, glorious and air bright. Queen of all trees, your radiance lights paths for lost travelers in your magic wood. Guide them to safe havens blessed, where all paths tend evermore in your enchanted woods. Queen of all trees, take special care of young ones in your midst. Look with a mother's eye at their faltering steps. Keep safe those young hearts as they search for you beneath the sky. Queen of all trees, come and bestow your grace on all those who run life's treacherous race. Quiet cursing punctuated the song as it faded out. Damn, she'd also transported Nolo and Gerlo. Why hadn't she ditched them? They would no doubt insist on a visit to the infirmary. Sarn shivered at the thought of the cold draining touch of the healer, and revulsion twisted his empty stomach. Visits to the infirmary never made him better, but his superiors believed the lies the healer told. The bandages swathing a third of his body were a potent argument, one Sarn needed powerful aid to counter. The Queen of all trees slashed at the ground with her roots until the earth fell away, revealing a hatch. She extended a root, coiled it around a handle, then swung the trapdoor open. Her light dove into the shaft, revealing a tunnel. As he knelt, Sarn triggered his head map and touched the ground. Green light sped out of his hand and cascaded into the hole. A counter added itself to the blind spot in his left eye, and it counted as his magic descended. "What are you doing?" Nolo asked. His hand landed on Sarn's shoulder and squeezed it, anchoring Sarn as information threatened to wash him away. Sarn shook his head. He'd never told them he could map the surrounding area by magic. Admitting he owned such an ability now seemed like a bad idea. "You know where this goes?" Gerlo crouched next to him. Sarn nodded. His awareness rode the magic washing over his son's sock-clad feet. For a moment, Rand's smiling face blocked everything else out. Then arms wrapped around the boy's waist, carrying him away from the magic's gaze. Murren set his nephew down and admonished Rand, likely about venturing out without permission. The door closed. But Sarn had confirmed his son was all right. No shadow-wrought monster had collected his bold little boy in his absence. Zale's threats had been empty ones. Sarn relaxed and his magic receded, returning his consciousness to his body. On the return trip, he noted where in the lower quarters the hole led out, nowhere near his cave. The Queen of all trees had accessed a tunnel near the subterranean farm, and nearby it, a 13-pointed star in a circle icon glowed red on his map. Unclean, his magic complained as it rushed to exit the hole. Sarn agreed with it. Things still had to come full circle. But he could put off visiting the farm until tomorrow, when his hurting heart could better handle what he'd uncover. Besides, the place was a mile from his cave. Since he'd dealt with the immediate threats, it could stay a mystery until he'd caught up on some sleep. "Yes, we'll cleanse it later." "We must," urged his magic, as Sarn lifted his hand away from the ground. To cover his shock, Sarn scrubbed both hands over his face. His magic was now talking to him, in full sentences? Was he losing his mind? Auditory hallucinations were a symptom of madness, weren't they? How long before he lost his mind to his magic's mutterings? "Where does that hole go?" Gerlo asked. "To the lower quarters." "Near where you live?" "Near enough, it touches down 1.11 miles from my door." The mileage popped out of Sarn's mouth on reflex. A little over a mile would be easier to limp than the 3 miles the usual way took. But it would leave him steps from a problem he didn't have the wherewithal to deal with right now. "You and I still need to talk." Gerlo's flat tone gave away nothing. When Sarn glanced at him, the commander had his card shark face on, and it had no tells. "I told you everything I can. There are things I still don't understand." Gerlo nodded. "You'll tell me about those things." "And see a healer," Nolo put in as he moved to stand beside his boss. I don't need a healer. Sarn glared at Nolo. His bruised ankle would heal up on its own or not. No need to hurry the process along. His body repaired itself. Now if only he could plug up the holes in his sanity. Sarn took another step toward the hole dividing him from the Rangers, and his ankle held this time. Maybe his proximity to the Queen of all trees had reinforced the joint. Or maybe Nolo's skill at bandaging had done the trick. Sarn gazed longingly into that hole and willed his masters to dismiss him for the night. Damn his promises, he couldn't leave until they did. But as he stood there, Sarn flashed back to the dead bodies falling into a hole in the forest, and he shuddered. Now another hole stood ready to swallow the living. The thought raised doubts about his decision. Was he making the right choice? As an inducement, the Queen of all trees let down her branches and wove them into a makeshift ladder. Except that hole led to a problem that likely required magical attention. The people who had summoned Zale remained at large, and so did its three creations. How many other people wandered around Mount Eredron with such wicked passengers? Unclean, commented his magic. Should he entrust his life to a hole in the ground and an entity that appeared benevolent? Or should he stick with the known? Sarn regarded Mount Eredron's bent cone. I want to go, he swallowed, unable to name a place he'd never had before. He begged them with his eyes to let him go, and that probably reduced him to the kid they all called him. So be it. He'd seen too much. Tomorrow, Sarn would find the people responsible for what had happened to Shade, and turn them over to the Rangers. Tomorrow night was soon enough to answer their questions. Gerlo's shrewd gaze took all this in, and he nodded. No doubt the commander wanted an end to this spectacle, before it drew a crowd. You'll let Sue look at you, and we'll talk. I'll keep it short. I have meetings to attend. Sue was the Ranger's medic. Silent and imposing, the big teddy bear of a man was the utter opposite of Grigori. He possessed no magic, healing, or otherwise to mend bodies, just a kind soul. What the hell is going on here? Grigori shouted from halfway across the meadow. The Queen of all trees vibrated in anger at his tone. Her roots clenched, crumbling the ground under her. For the love of God, shut up and watch. Nolo started for his inbound friend and subordinate, intent on intercepting him. Instead, he turned back to face Sarn and held out his hand. Come on, kid. You're not in trouble. Gerlo won't whip you. He's just angry. You frustrate the hell out of him sometimes. Too true, number two, too true, Gerlo said around a sigh. Nolo's gaze urged Sarn to take the hand offered to him and walk away from all this magical weirdness. You didn't answer my question. Where do we go after we die? To the gray between, where a ship waits to take you to a far green country. What comes after that is a matter of faith. Nolo's outstretched hand shook, but he didn't retract it. Thank you for telling me. Sarn grasped Nolo's hand and the normalcy he craved. He took Gerlo's hand too, wincing as that move put pressure on his bruised arm. One large step set his boot on the opposite side of the chasm, and his ankle chose that moment to scream at him. A radiant branch snaked around his waist, and her light surrounded Sarn as she soothed the pain away. Perhaps the Queen of all trees had known what he'd decide. When her light faded, she vanished, and only undisturbed grass remained. The hatch was buried under many feet of dirt again. Will someone please tell me what the hell is going on? Grigori glanced from Gerlo to Nolo for answers. Sarn sagged, relieved to be a non-entity again. Later, let's get inside before something else happens. Gerlo gestured to the lone mountain in the center of the meadow. Lumiere crystal globes glowed on its balconies, making it look like the fallen stars adorned them. Sarn probed his shoulder. It didn't hurt anymore, and his ankle didn't buckle when he put weight on it, though that could be because of Nolo's expert strapping. Sarn sent the Queen of all trees a wordless thank you for her gift. He felt Nolo's eyes on him again. Are you okay? Nolo asked. Fighting back waves of self-consciousness, Sarn displayed the yellowing bruise. He maintained his silence as he unraveled the gauze around his ankle. No one could fix what was wrong with him. But he knew better than to utter such things to Nolo. I didn't know she could heal. Nolo pocketed the wad of bandages Sarn handed him as they walked through the twin rings of menhirs, following Gerlo's lead. Questions buzzed around Sarn's head. Why him? Why did all this weird stuff happen to him? If the sky heard, it gave no reply. Neither did the grass crunching under 4 sets of boots, or the river Nerthal lapping at the shore. As they neared one of the mountain's many trails, Sarn closed his eyes. He kept his map minimized and ignored the information it sent, as the grass gave way to gravel and flat land to an incline. They were ascending the north face of Mount Eredron. No surprise there, since the closest entrance stood on one of its bluffs. His minders stopped on a precipice screened by bushes. Stone grated as a hidden door slid aside to reveal a stairway. Downwards led to his cave, his son, and unfinished business. Upwards led to Gerlo's office and all the questions Sarn wanted to avoid until he'd had a good long think about everything. Sarn opened his eyes as the first rays of the new day stretched over Mount Krail. They stabbed gold spears into the retreating night, and Sarn stared at the talons reaching out of those wine-dark shadows. I saw a shadow monster, Rand said in his memory, his eyes wide and fearful. No, Sarn stared, unable to do anything to stop the horrors climbing out of the river. Hands grasped his upper arms and shook him. What do you see? Gerlo asked. The commander stood on a rock, putting him eye level with Sarn. Tell me. Sarn shook his head. His eyes stayed glued to the multi-headed thing ambling up the rocky beach, as his son's claim echoed in his ears. Look at me. Not out there, at me. Command laced Gerlo's voice, weaving chains out of his words. They pulled Sarn's gaze to meet his master's. Everything outside of the commander's black eyes blurred, until the whole of his perception narrowed down to the mote in Gerlo's eye. It pulsed in an entrancing pattern, sucking his consciousness down into it. What did you see? Gerlo asked. The compulsion pulled tight. He must do as his master asks. Sarn's mouth opened, and the truth fell out. Monsters in the dark. They're coming for me. Gerlo risked a puzzled glance over his shoulder, freeing Sarn the moment he broke eye contact. The commander frowned. He hadn't seen any monsters. Was there something out there invisible to those without magic? Or had he hallucinated the entire thing? Sarn didn't know which to hope for. There's nothing there, Grigori reported. You're imagining things. Nolo looked at him with concern. Are you all right? It's dawn. Can I go now? Sarn looked to his superiors for confirmation, but his gaze settled on Gerlo, who was the most likely to give consent. First, tell us what happened out there. Give me a summary, then you can go. Gerlo crossed his arms over his chest and remained on the boulder, creeping Sarn out by looking him in the eye. As Sarn averted his gaze and leaned against the mountain, he told them about the friend he'd lost to drugs. I don't know who helped Shade pick up that passenger, or what the creature was, or how they summoned it. But Sarn would figure it out. The Queen of all Trees had shown him where to look, near the subterranean farm. Then he recalled the Book of Black Magic. Did you find a book when you found me? Gerlo and Nolo exchanged glances, then the commander shook his head. What book? I think the summoner used it. And Sarn had last seen it resting on Ratwoman's discarded cloak. After that, he'd been too busy to keep track of it. Likely, it was in the hands of one of Shade's creations. He'd have to do something about that tomorrow. His eyes felt sandblasted. Sleep would help, but Sarn needed a dismissal first. Go on, kid. There are a few things I need to check out. We'll talk some more tomorrow. Gerlo nodded to the stairs spiraling into darkness. Go rest now. Be at my office tomorrow at 20th bell, sharp. Sarn nodded, but he paused on the threshold as he recalled the storeroom and the crate containing Aliel powder. If he reported Dirk and his posse, he could get them arrested and maybe even jailed. Would doing so safeguard his son? Or would those fools report the boy to his masters? Sarn chewed the inside of his lip. Gerlo's eyes narrowed on him. What's on your mind? The commander stopped before he called Sarn a kid, but the unsaid word floated between them. He was still a kid in their eyes even after all this, and Sarn found that hilarious. But he was too tired to laugh. If you received a tip about where to find some contraband, would you pass it on to the guards or investigate it yourselves? It depends on where this contraband is located, Nolo said, answering for his boss. What are you saying? If you know something, you'd better tell me right now. Gerlo looked ready to bite someone. What if it's inside the mountain? Will you tell the guards? Of course, we have no jurisdiction inside Mount Eredron. Nolo gestured to the stairwell. Sarn relaxed as he heard the answer he'd been waiting for. Then I know where you can find some alial powder. I stumbled across it yesterday by accident. As he told them about the storeroom on the level above the lower quarters, a weight lifted off his shoulders. In a few hours, Dirk and his cronies would no longer be a threat to his son. Sarn had to repeat his story a couple more times before Gerlo and Nolo were satisfied. When he'd finished his final recitation, Nolo clasped his shoulder and met his green glowing eyes. For once Sarn didn't feel the pull of a gaze lock, and it was a relief to make eye contact and see nothing in his master's eyes except pride. You did well. Nolo stopped before saying kid. But Sarn knew his superiors would revert to type tomorrow night, and he'd be the kid again. Strangely enough, he looked forward to that because it was normal. Get some sleep. You look like hell. Gerlo nodded to the stairs. And remember, my office at 20th Bell tomorrow. Be there. Sarn nodded. He needed no further encouragement. He rushed out of sight with a much lighter heart. Nolo turned on his boss. What are we going to do with him tomorrow night? I don't know, but I'm sure you'll think of something. Gerlo climbed down from the boulder and patted it. I need to schedule a meeting with Nulthar to discuss what the kid just reported. This is the break he's been searching for. Are you sure it was wise to let him go without seeing someone? I still can't believe, Grigori shut up at a glance from Gerlo. The kid looked a little out of sorts, but who wouldn't be after what he went through? Gerlo nodded to where Sarn had vanished. Echoes faded as the mountains swallowed him. Nolo's gaze strayed to the night's starry retreat. Did we make the right decision to leave him out of this? Gerlo sighed. He'd wondered the same thing. Since magic objected to drugs, it had seemed wise to keep the kid as far from the alial trade as possible. We didn't know he had a personal connection to the case. Hell, we never actually had a case. Everyone died in the woods and the trees buried them, if you recall. Gerlo rubbed the bridge of his nose in an uncharacteristic show of fatigue. Fighting a war on narcotics required more manpower than he had at his disposal. He also had to uphold the Rangers' charter and safeguard hikers. Did the Council of 12 care? Of course not. They handed down their mandates and expected immediate execution. Even from the backside of the mountain, Gerlo could spot incoming vessels. Mount Eredron's tiny port did a brisk business with the capital, hence the crackdown. Nolo nodded in response to his statement as a shadow fell over Gerlo. His attention snapped to the man towering over him. Don't you have somewhere you're supposed to be right now? Yes. Gerlo stroked his goatee. I recall handing you an assignment. Have you finished it already? Grigori reddened and rushed through the portal, heading in the opposite direction from Sarn. Would this assignment be the punishment you promised to mete out? Nolo waited for an answer. Gerlo said nothing until the echoes of Grigori's much heavier tread had faded. His thoughts had turned to the assignment and proof of an uglier danger targeting the kid. What do you think? You won't tell me. And spoil the surprise? Never. Ask Grigori about it. In fact, I urge you to. A satisfied smile sprouted and died on Gerlo's lips. The fleeting expression was too alien to survive his temperament. And the kid? Why did you let him go? You think I made a mistake? Nolo shook his head. Gerlo allowed his tired eyes to wander over the land he protected, and the purpling ripple of the enchanted forest caught his gaze. A pale flame lit up the retreating darkness, but she hadn't revealed herself to challenge him for the kid. For a moment she posed cloaked in the morning's peace. Then her silver crown sailed away into the lightening morning. She was the personification of hope and everything magical and wonderful about Shayari. But she was also a gigantic pain in the ass. Nolo roused from his contemplation and picked up the thread of their discussion. No, you made the right decision. The kid was too frazzled. I'm curious about what changed your mind, but I think I can guess. I'll bet you can. Gerlo regarded Shayari's departing queen. She left a trail of silver light as her sister trees picked up her glow and passed her light on through the forest. But there were still dangers out there, waiting to descend on the mountain. They wore the eye-blinding orange robes of the Seekers, and they were coming. Every day that order of fanatics stayed away gave them one more day to prepare. Will it keep until tomorrow? There were some troubling elements in his tale. Nolo shifted his weight uncomfortably. Gerlo followed his subordinate's gaze. Yes, and those elements smacked of black magic. If there was a ring of such foolishness here, he'd deal with it, but not before he understood the problem better. The memories he'd stolen from Sarn crawled back to the fore of his mind. Gerlo brushed them aside. If he had to talk to that monster Hadrovel, he would. It must. A body and a book are unaccounted for. Send Ranispara out there to correct that. Are you certain this can wait? Gerlo nodded. If it couldn't, she wouldn't have offered the kid a way out. Let the kid stew for a little while. If he speaks of what happened, listen but don't lead the conversation. They both knew Sarn would maintain his silence without direct questioning. What did this buy us time for? Nolo turned to face him. To act, of course. Gerlo rubbed his hands together, eager to get started on his research project. Find out if anyone else has seen those orange-robed lunatics abroad. Put the word out. There's money for reliable intel on their movements. Oh, and find out if anyone unusual is missing. Gerlo's lips twisted at the euphemism. Put out feelers in all the settlements within 60 miles of here. If a seeker shat on a grass blade, I want to know when and where. Only 60. Why not further? Nolo asked in surprise. You can put out feelers further afield, but we may not have time to wait for their response. You think they know about the kid? It's best we assume they do and act accordingly. Consider it done. I'll track down Gelister to help. Good man. Don't forget to send Ranispara out. I want those loose ends tied up before this afternoon. Nolo nodded, but neither left the bluff. Their gazes caught on the luminous queen of all trees ascending Mount Lyrith in the distance. Back to spy on us, eh? Gerlo muttered under his breath. She paused and her sightless gaze targeted him. Then her crown bobbed. She approved their plan. Unnerved by her canniness, they bolted inside, with Gerlo a fraction of a second behind his subordinate. He triggered the door, and it slid back into place, removing her from sight. From her mountain perch, the queen of all trees surveyed her kingdom. Enchanted trees stretched on for miles uncounted. The demon's taint still infected parts of her forest, but that would have to wait. She had business elsewhere this morning. Chapter 39. Sarn vaulted over the last few stairs and hit the ground running. He skidded on loose rubble and almost plowed into Will, but he managed to stop in time. Unfortunately, that put him face to face with the younger man and the question he'd been avoiding for months now. Can we talk another time? I have to go. Sarn gestured to his cave and his waiting son. Will mashed his lips into a thin line while that fate-damned question loomed over Sarn. How much longer could he dodge it? Realization dawned, and Will struggled to absorb it. You're not coming back. Sarn folded his arms and shook his head. Maybe he should soften the blow. But the words rising to his lips recounted the night's events, not his reasons for leaving the foundlings. He should go before he alienated Will. But as Sarn edged around his troubled friend, grief overwhelmed him. Damn Will for reminding him he'd lost a friend this morning. Shade's dead. The words burst out before Sarn could stop them. The foundlings had never known what to make of the androgynous Shade, and their unease had often led to ridicule. But they deserved to know, even if the news failed to grieve them. I'm sorry. I know you two were close. We were once, but then Shade got into drugs and, Sarn let the sentence hang as he leaned against the wall opposite Will. Alial powder opened a whole new world for Shade, but his magic had barred Sarn from taking part in it. That night kept replaying, Jilister's invitation, his acceptance, wine and spirits making the rounds. Memories slipped and slid in and out of focus. They framed a packet of white powder, the doorway into Shade's world. Sarn shoved the memories away. Magic, objects to drugs. I know. You almost died. Baku was angry about it for months. Will studied him. Did you try it because of Shade? Yeah, I was losing my best friend to Alial, Angel's dust. I thought if I did it too, we'd be close again. Sarn glanced at the floor. He'd never told anyone this. Why was he admitting it now? Maybe he'd bottled up too many things for too long. Even silence must have an expiration date. But the magic rejected it. And its rejection had flayed Sarn from the inside. I remember. It was only 3 years ago. You scared the hell out of us, but Baku said you'd live, and she was right. Did she? Yeah, she was determined to make you well. I guess whatever she did worked because you're still here. But Shade was dead. It was the ultimate rejection. First drugs had taken his friend away, and now death. There would never be a reconciliation. All Sarn had was the 1.5 years they'd both lived under Hadrovel's tyranny. Not all friendships lasted. Maybe he'd clung to this one for too long. Yeah, well, I was screwed up for a while, but I'm better now. And Sarn was. With his first word, his son had opened the door to a whole new world, and Sarn had walked through it with his magic's blessing. To his son he turned now as he pushed off the wall. Thanks for listening. I know you and my brother are close, but would you keep this to yourself? He's never liked Shade. And Sarn had no intention of telling Murren any of this. Will nodded and kicked a loose stone. Of course. You know I'm closer in age to you than your brother, right? So anytime you want to talk, you know where to find me. Sarn knew, but more than age divided them. So he squeezed Will's shoulder as he passed. After taking his leave, the lower quarters seemed darker than usual. Were the Lumiere crystals dimmer today? Not his problem if they were. People icons popped up as Sarn veered around another bend. Instead of its usual gold, his map cast these folks in a putrid shade of brown. It was time Sarn stopped ignoring them. Shade had called him an angel. Maybe he could be their angel, their symbol of hope this morning. It seemed a fitting memorial to his friend, so Sarn steeled himself. As he entered another gallery, his luminous gaze played over rags and bone-thin limbs. Maybe he should go back. Who was he kidding? He was a freak, not a savior. Turning, Sarn gave the addicts his back, but a voice cut across his doubts. It recited Shade's words from yesterday, stopping Sarn in his tracks. Angel flies and falls. Broken-winged he still calls, she said, her voice growing stronger with each word. Send forth your angels, brighten their wide eyes. Let those the world forgot see your angels. Such an invitation deserved an answer. Sarn hoped he was doing the right thing as he crossed to the filthy woman. Through her stringy hair, she regarded him. You're the angel. She grinned, displaying her yellowed teeth to him as she elbowed the air next to her. I told you there were angels among us. Sarn could have asked her about Shade, but he let the moment pass. Shade was gone, and he respected his friend's privacy. After wishing her a good day, Sarn left without speaking to anyone else. He barreled on, weaving around the rubble columns and stalagmites in his path. The glow of his eyes scraped back the shadows, revealing a scarred and pitted door. Sarn flung it open and rushed inside. Sarn bolted the door, then slid down it while he waited for the nightmare to end, but it was his new reality. Shade was dead, and his friend had conspired with the Seeker's allies. Now he had proof men would kill because of the luminosity of his eyes and the magic in his blood. And there might be other people walking around with psychic passengers. What a mess his friend had left behind. Tentative footsteps approached Sarn, and he opened his eyes to find Rand standing there holding his stuffed bear. Rand poked him in the ribs. "Papa? Are you here?" "Yes, I'm back." Sarn held out both arms to his son. Rand dropped bear and walked into the hug he'd waited all night to receive. His son smiled into his shoulder and returned the squeeze. "Finish the story." "What story?" Rand pointed to two glowing spots of white on the floor. "The one about the seeds and the queen tree. I finished that story a few days ago." Rand plucked a glowing leaf out of Sarn's hair and smiled in triumph. "It's not finished yet." Sarn leaned his head against the reassuringly solid door. This story was unsuitable for a young child's ears. He wanted to tell it, but grief robbed him of words. "Why's it not finished?" Rand's eyes lit up. "Can we go on an adventure to finish it?" Sarn blinked at the conclusion his son had drawn. Never mind. He brushed the Queen of All Trees leaves from his hair and clothes. "I'm hungry. Can we have breakfast first?" Of course, breakfast sounds like a grand idea. Sarn's stomach growled in answer, and he stepped over a pile of shining leaves in search of food. But all he found was an empty sack and a bag of oats. Sarn held both items up. Rand grimaced. Uncle Murren's friends came over. He tossed silver leaves into the air, then ticked off their names on his fingers and smiled as he ended with, "And Savine. He and I played Knights and Dragons." From there Rand launched into a full report, but Sarn had already caught the most salient points. Murren's friends had eaten the rest of the food, leaving him with one option: the subterranean farm where the Queen of All Trees had tried to send him earlier. "Get your cloak and boots, but be quiet. Murren needs his sleep." "Why? You said we'd have breakfast first." "And we will, but we have to fetch breakfast before we can eat it." "Oh," Rand scampered off and rushed back, half tripping over his laces. Sarn dropped to one knee and tied them while his son fumbled his cloak into place. 2 quick knots later, and his son was ready to go, but Sarn wasn't. Murren slept on, unaware of his return or the events of the night. Sarn envied his ignorance, but not enough to ruin it. There would be time enough to talk everything over with his brother later. Sarn unlocked the door and walked out with his son at his side. His heart knew the way, and each step broke it. Sarn stopped at the waist-high pile of debris that had distressed his son yesterday and steeled himself for an argument. "We climb now?" Sarn nodded and waited for a tantrum, but Rand just started climbing. Perhaps his son had forgotten where this tunnel led. Well, he wouldn't remind him. Once on the other side, they followed another tunnel, but Rand still didn't recognize it. Sarn paused at a shoulder-high pillar festooned with rows of clay cylinders. He touched one and spun the wheel. As it revolved clockwise, his fingers skimmed its surface, and his magic read the raised circular runes. "What is it?" Rand stood on tiptoe. "They're prayer wheels. Each cylinder is a different prayer. This is how the old races, the magic kind, remembered the good things and prayed for them." Sarn swallowed the sob ripping up his windpipe. Shade had told him about the prayer wheels when he was too scared of Hadroval to sleep. Rand turned the wheels on the lower rows and giggled when they tickled his fingers despite a heroic effort to be serious. Sarn basked in the warmth of his son's smile. It was the perfect balm for his hurting heart. His son was such a gift, and so too was Murren in his own way. After they had spun all the wheels once, Sarn led his son onward. Crystals glowed on the ceiling as they branched off, heading toward a magical hub. But Sarn ignored them. They'd already given him what knowledge they possessed, and their light no longer attracted him. Ran recognized the route at last and frowned. "Where are we going, Papa?" Sarn sighed. "To where it all started before you were born. Come on." "I'll behave." Ran scowled up at him. "You don't touch glowing things." "Okay, I won't." Sarn tugged his son's hand. The tunnel curved past the farm toward the book-lined chamber where he and the blind man had spoken. Sarn was about to bypass it too, but the sounds of a scuffle convinced him otherwise. Where there was one book of black magic, there might be more. "Stay behind me." "Why?" "So I can protect you." "There are bad things in there," Rand stated as he tugged on Sarn's hand. "Don't go in there." "I must, but you stay out here." "I won't be long." Sarn had a fair idea who was inside, one or more of Shade's creations, judging by the nausea making his gut churn. No doubt they were searching for books on magic. It made sense since they were magical creations. Rand didn't like his reasoning, but Sarn was the parent, and the doorway wasn't wide enough for two. Sarn swung the door open, revealing chaos. Books littered the floor, and more fell to join the expanding pile. At least 50 rats chewed through the pages, consigning all that knowledge to their digestive tracts. An enraged reptilian creature swiped at the rats with her needle-sharp claws, Snake Woman. Her very existence offended his magic. White light flickered around his fist right before he drove it through Snake Woman's chest. Her torso dissolved as Sarn reclaimed the power holding her together. She melted into a steaming gray puddle at his feet, and Sarn felt better. A greenish orb rested on his palm, then it sank into his skin to rejoin its brethren, and his magic was whole again. "What's happening?" Rand tried to squirm past him, but magic leapt off Sarn's hand and curved around his son, distracting the boy. "Ooh, that's pretty," Rand said, meaning the magical shield, not the rats. "Everything's okay. I just took back something that was mine." Sarn patted his distracted son on the head and met the eyes of the man shaping himself out of spiders. Had Insect Man run out of ants and flies already? Insect Man held up both hands in surrender. "It's over." Shade's creation stared at his glowing fist. "Is it? It feels like this is just beginning." Sarn relaxed his hand, but the white magic clung to his fingers, unwilling to let go. "Will she return?" Insect Man turned compound eyes on the puddle in question. "I don't know. The rules of our existence are rather ill-defined." "Understandable, given the situation. Why are they eating the books? How else can we destroy them?" "Don't you need those books?" Sarn touched the wall, and his magic spread over every surface. On his head map, multiple 13-pointed star icons faded as the rats chewed. Insect Man shrugged. "Too risky, remember who made us. There are things in those books that could hurt you." Their warped loyalty was hard to bear, so Sarn ignored it. "What will you do now?" All the rats stopped chewing and fixed their beady eyes on Sarn. As the last summoner's symbol winked out, the rats scattered. They scrambled up the shelves and disappeared through the gaps in between the books. An army of spiders followed them. A second later, no trace of either construct remained. The white flames melted back into Sarn's hand since they were no longer needed. Rand tugged on his trouser leg. "Can we go now? You promised me breakfast." "Yeah," Sarn said, still shocked they'd interpreted his question as a threat. Had he meant it as one? Moaning interrupted his introspection. It hadn't come from his son. Rand was okay and scowling at the delay. Then who was hurt and in need of aid? Sarn followed the moaning to another cave and stopped on its threshold, repelled by the evil miasma assaulting him. It stank of blood and death. His sixth sense skittered away from that chamber and refused to enter. But he must go inside. Someone was hurt in there. Rand dug his heels in and shook his head. "This is a bad place. We have to go back." Rand glanced around with fearful eyes and shuddered. "I don't like it here." I know, and we will go, but I have to do something first. What do you have to do? Something bad happened to Shade here, and I have to fix this place so what happened to Shade can't happen to someone else. It's so wrong here. Sarn echoed his son's shudder. Unnatural, corrected his magic. This is where Shade got claws? Rand's question caught him off guard. Sarn swung around to face his bemused son. When did you see claws? Rand shrugged. When you were sleeping. Shade told a nice story. But it didn't end right. Sarn massaged his temples, but that did nothing for the ache stabbing him between the eyes. He'd forgotten about that night. His magic had tried to warn him then too, but he hadn't listened. From now on he would. It was a better judge of character than he was. Help me, said a male voice Sarn recognized. Sarn ignored his misgivings and entered. He found the blind man he'd talked to less than 24 hours ago by a cairn. Blood seeped from a dozen scratches crisscrossing his torso. They looked like Snake Woman's work, and Sarn was glad he'd slagged her. So it was you. I wasn't sure when you came the first time, said the blind man. I'd have told you more, but I didn't know it was you. I didn't think you were still alive. Mages, especially male ones, die young and childless. Why? Rand had perked up at the mention of children. I don't know. Remember, I'm basing my theory on myths and legends, so it might have a few flaws. Sarn set that aside for later consideration. If I'd asked the right questions, what would you have told me? What do you remember about the incident? Sarn rubbed the heel of his hand over his heart where the pain of Shade's betrayal still throbbed. What Shade had lived with for 6 years boggled his mind. Just bits and pieces, I wasn't well then. In deference to the boy, I'll keep my narrative factual. You don't need all the gory details. They've haunted me for 6 years. The blind man paused as he felt for his cane. His hand landed on a cairn and he grimaced. There was a group of us. Black magic is easier to access for the non-magically gifted because it's derived from pain, blood, theft. You get the idea. Since it comes from without, not within, it's usually a group effort. Rand retreated until he backed into Sarn's legs. Sarn laid a hand on his son's head to comfort him. The blind man found his cane and probed the surrounding area in search of them. But Sarn had stayed close to the door just in case this was a trap. So far, nothing had convinced him it wasn't. But we wanted more power than what the group of us could pull together, the blind man said. There are 13 of you. Yes, there were, but I'll get to them in a moment. One of us came up with the idea of harnessing demons. You know what a demon is? The blind man touched another cairn. No, but I can guess. Sarn counted 13 cairns arranged in a loose circle. Beyond them stood a crumbling enclosure. Sarn stepped over the blind man's swinging cane and rested his hand on the broken wall while Rand clung to his pants, hiding his face. Well, it's a nasty creature. The lowest order of them is naught but shadow and will. Where do they come from? Sarn circled the remnants of the cell and pushed his index finger through a chink in its masonry. This was where they'd kept him and Murren during the ritual. 10 feet away from it, Sarn squatted down and scratched at the wax puddles. Candles had stood here, 169 of them, or 13 squared. As he ran his hand over the hardened wax, Sarn shivered from the cold. Shade had stood here. A tear rolled down his cheek, tracing the scar Hadroval had left. It dripped onto the spot and froze. Fell magic, antithetic to his, lingered in the stones, breaking their pattern. Another plane of existence, a lower one than ours according to the lore. But no one knows for certain. Why did you summon one? The blind man picked at his robes. A thread had come loose. He twisted it around his index finger and pulled. The thread broke, and so did the blind man's voice. Since we couldn't use your magic, we used you as bait. We knew an innocent lad like you would be irresistible to such a creature. In case you weren't enough of an inducement, we had your brother too. You hurt Papa. Rand looked back and forth between them, then clenched his little fists. I didn't, but we needed blood for the ceremony. The blind man's voice trailed off, and his unfocused gaze turned sorrowful. I'm all right. I recovered. This happened years ago. Sarn patted his son's shoulder, but Ran remained tense. Go on. What happened next? One of your friends must have seen us grab you. This friend found out about our plan and switched places with the host we'd prepared. But we didn't find out until halfway through the ceremony, when all hell broke loose. Before I lost my sight in the backlash, I saw the demon break down the walls and carry you off. You were unconscious by then. We had to drain you pretty far to power the spell. What do you mean by backlash? Maybe Sarn sensed a fell echo of the spell's final act of destruction. There must be some type of balance. Otherwise, the magic tries to equalize itself with disastrous consequences. Balance. Sarn liked the word. So did his magic. Both types sat up and took notice. What happened to the others? Most died in the backlash. Your friend was supposed to die so the demon could inherit the body. And those who survived? The blind man shook his head. The experience broke their minds. I cared for them as best I could to atone, but they died of the fade. He tapped his cane but stopped when it struck a boulder. Why did you come here? Because I must cleanse this place. Sarn drew her calling card, using the tears streaming down his face as a shimmering ink. Glowing motes floated in his tears, lending their power to the summons. Sarn traced 143 circles inside a greater circle. When he'd finished, he had drawn 144 circles over the spot where the candles had stood, using one unbroken line. For she was life and the great chain of being. Sarn sat back on his heels as the ceiling parted, and her silver light filled the chamber. 13 cairns sighed as the 13 ghosts locked inside them rose into her brilliance. The queen of all trees let down her roots in a luminous cascade, and they slithered along the floor. With the tip of one she brushed a tear from his cheek. It's the queen tree. Ran chanted as he threw his arms around a root as thick as his torso. The one from your story, Papa. Yes, she is. What queen? He means the queen of all trees. She's here. Yes. Before Sarn could rise and guide the blind man to her, she found him. The blind man smiled beatifically and felt along her root. He followed it to the chamber's wall, where she curled a root into a stirrup. The blind man dropped his cane and stepped onto it. As she raised him, she allowed his hands to graze her refulgent bark. Wait, where are you going? Sarn pushed to his feet. To complete my atonement. The blind man tilted his head back as he basked in her light. It's time I moved on to the next world. What next world? Sarn wondered if he meant that gray place Nolo had mentioned. Death is a doorway I've longed to walk through. On its far side, even I can find absolution. This lovely psychopomp has come to lead me on. The blind man took hold of the branch she offered him, then climbed on it. I don't understand. Sarn shaded his eyes. The blind man was a silhouette against the queen of all trees' silver radiance. Someday you will. Time answers all questions. Her crown glowed brighter until she rivaled the sun. When her effulgence faded to a less eye-watering level, the blind man had vanished. Sarn blinked tearing eyes, then snatched ran away from the queen of all trees. But I want to climb her. You can't. You must stay with me. Sarn hugged his squirming son. Why? She won't hurt me. Because I can't lose you. Sarn would go mad if he did. Ran had no counter for that argument. The queen of all trees bowed to them, then her roots receded. Bye-bye, I'll see you soon, Ran waved to her retreating profile as the two halves of the ceiling rushed back together. A white flash erased the seam, leaving the ceiling whole again. Ran twisted around to look at his father. This was a nice adventure. But can we have breakfast now? Sarn laughed and set his son down. He should have seen that one coming. Turning, Sarn scanned the chamber. Had he fixed everything? The place felt cleansed, so maybe he had. Rand tugged on his pant leg. Breakfast, Papa, you promised. We had our adventure. Now we eat. Okay, let's go raid the farm. Rand's eyes lit up, and the boy charged out of the chamber. I remember where it is. Come on, Papa. I'll race you. Wait, you have to stay by my side. Sarn withdrew a sack from his pocket as he ran and checked his map for witnesses. When he jogged past the decimated library, he averted his gaze. He didn't see the hand reaching out of the silver blob, nor the fanged mouth forming in its center, or her lips parting in silent laughter. Rand ricocheted around the farm, picking all his favorites. With luck, all the back and forth would tire the boy out. When the sack could hold no more, Sarn signaled to his son to stop, and they headed for their cave. Something about it still felt off, and the feeling increased as Sarn pushed open the door. Murren was still sound asleep, and he felt a pang of guilt for keeping his brother in the dark about things. But the grief was still too fresh. Sarn needed a few days to grieve, then they'd talk. After removing a new collection of the Queen of All Trees leaves from his clothes and hair, Sarn scanned the cave, seeking anything Shade's passenger might have left behind. But everything looked as it always did. Sarn breakfasted with his son on fruit, leaving the rest of their haul for his brother. Afterward, he washed out the bowls and made a circuit of his domain. What the hell was different? Sarn glanced at his son and saw it, a circle enclosing a star with 13 rays. Shade had scratched it into the rock under a pile of Murren's clothes. Anger boiled in his gut. His son had been in danger. Sarn rose and stamped his heel on the symbol. Black splashed across his vision as that fell power touched him. Imamai Orator, whispered the voice, as if he needed further confirmation of its evil intent. Curse Maker. Unnatural, complained his magic, and Sarn told it to shut up. What are you doing? Rand sat by a pile of the Queen of All Trees leaves. I found something I need to fix. Finish the story. What story? Sarn glanced at his son, perplexed by the sudden turn their conversation had taken. The one about the Queen Tree. You saw the end back at the farm. You saw her before. I want to know where and why. Rand threw a handful of luminous leaves at him. It's a sad story. Sarn rubbed his burning eyes, and grief tightened his chest. No, not sad, you came back. Rand fetched his bear and blanket, in anticipation of story time. But other people didn't. The Queen of All Trees leaves formed a shining half-moon around Sarn thanks to his son flinging them about the cave. He fingered one of them, and an idea took shape. He knew how to cleanse his cave. Why? Rand asked when the silence went on for too long. Bad people hurt them. You hurt the bad people? No, the forest hurt the bad people. Rand tried to wrap his mind around that but failed, because no enchanted trees grew on or under the mountain. When did you see the Queen Tree? Before the farm, I mean. The glow of her leaves comforted Sarn. It felt like she was right there listening. Maybe the smallest part of her stayed connected to her august presence, despite the separation. Sarn hoped so as he pushed her leaves around until they formed a circle. He wanted her sigil on his cave to drive out whatever Shade had left behind, and to protect his loved ones. Rand joined him, and a delicate, lacy pattern emerged on top of the symbol Shade had made. When Sarn joined the 144th circle, his magic infused the design, making it glow. Rand's eyes shone with joy and excitement as Sarn held him away from the light shooting up from the leaves. A smile tugged his lips as her power flooded the room and burned out the taint left by the demon Zale. The Queen of All Trees' blessing settled on his home, replacing sorrow with joy. Rand tried to touch the bright columns uniting the floor and the ceiling, but Sarn maintained his grip. Why can't I touch it? Rand twisted around to glare at Sarn until the light entranced him again. Because you'll interrupt it, and I don't think you should. Why? Sarn sighed, not this again. He thought he'd exhausted his son's inquisitiveness earlier. It's not a bad thing. Rand renewed his squirming. No, it's a good thing. Then I can touch it. Great logic, but no, this spell needed to stay as it was. Her light rippled, then revealed the queen of all trees on a beach. Behind her a swath of green marched up a hill. Before her, an ocean blurred into a distant horizon, and a ship plied its waters. 25 ghosts plus the blind man waited on shore. The dead boy climbed down one of the queen of all trees' branches and rushed to stand with his family. Shade also perched on one of her branches. Still veiled in gray, his friend raised a hand in greeting, and their gazes met for one last time. Why didn't you tell me what was going on? I could have helped you. Sarn let go of his son to wipe away the tears sliding down his face. Death silenced any reply Shade might have made, but his former friend's eyes begged for forgiveness. Sarn nodded. Of course I forgive you, you stupid fool. You were my best friend. Ran hugged him, and Sarn returned the embrace until no more tears fell. Why does Shade get to climb on her? As Ran slid off his lap, his knee broke the circle and shut off the projection. Because Shade's gone. Sarn wiped his eyes on his sleeve. Knowing Shade was with the queen of all trees made him feel better. The hurt remained, but at least his friend was at peace now. A yawn caught Sarn off guard, reminding him it had been a long night. He gathered up his son and Ran's blanket and bear too, and stepped to the mattress. Surprise made him pause. There lay Murren, still asleep and ignorant of the deal he'd struck or its price. But that could all wait. When the time was right, he would tell his brother about the university thing. Ran fiddled with the catch at his throat, and Sarn's cloak fell off his shoulders. But he dragged it over them as he laid down holding his son. Uncle Murren won't utter, Ran whispered into Sarn's right ear. Understand? Yes, I mean no. He won't get it. So it's a secret. Ran smiled and added, our secret. Yes, it was like so many others involving the magic. Guilt gnawed on Sarn as he stretched out, and his son pillowed his head on his chest. He had to stop adding to his collection of secrets before they crushed him. As he lay there staring at the ceiling, Sarn realized he'd forgotten to ask the blind man how many demons they had summoned. Were there others walking around wearing human skins? Sarn recalled the vision he'd had before Gerlo dismissed him. He should make sure nothing untoward stirred for his son's sake. Sarn slid a hand off the mattress and lowered it until it touched the stone floor. His magic didn't need any instructions. It spread through the mountain in concentric green spheres, searching for anything amiss. His map changed to a three-dimensional wireframe as it plotted the icons of every person his magic scanned. Still, there was no sign of Shade's two remaining constructs. Both must have fled the mountain. Tomorrow, Sarn could figure out what to do about them. Magic flowed in two directions. One flowed out of his hand, enlarging and detailing his map while more magic welled up from the ground, replenishing what he spent. The net cost of his reconnoiter was a piercing pain between his eyes. But Sarn had received his answer. Only human icons littered his head map. The monster had been nothing more than a hallucination brought on by stress. Sarn reeled in his magic and rubbed his tingling hand. Papa? Ran's head popped into view. The boy had forgotten to ask his usual question. When you wake up, can we go on another adventure? Yes, but I have to sleep for a while first. Sarn froze as his magic confirmed he'd get more danger, more worry, more of everything that had driven him crazy for the last 3 days. Okay. Ran grinned, then snuggled down, hugging his bear and Sarn too. All was right in his son's little world. But not for Sarn, nor would it be for some time to come. Sleep finally gave him the Queen of All Trees' last gift, sweet dreams filled with her light and his son's laughter. Chapter 40. A longship plied the river Nerthal's waters, bearing the orange and gold sail of the Seekers. Aralor stood on its deck, quill in hand. Her rust-colored robes billowed in the freshening breeze. Above her veiled head, night collected its stars and furled its velvet darkness. An acolyte held the map steady as she drew an orange star over Mount Eredrin. She tapped the spot with her finger and smiled as she replayed the column of white magic shooting up into the stratosphere. The preceptor would commend her when he heard the news. A white mage was a rarity. When she severed the mage's head from his shoulders, she'd be one of a select few to take down such a powerhouse, and the thought thrilled her. Her sword hand tingled as she laid it over the hilt protruding from her belt. She nodded for acolytes to remove the map and writing implements. They whisked them away so she could rest her hand on a crate 3 feet on a side. Inside it pulsed the answer to Shayari's magical problem. A movement drew her eye to the east, but she saw no sun sparkle presaging dawn. No, her gaze snagged on the queen of all trees as that repulsive creature ascended a mountainside. Its eyeless gaze fixed on Aralor in disapproval. She fought the urge to break open the crate and give the bitch plant queen a taste of the cure for magic. Instead, she patted the box. Soon she'd depose magic's queen and lead the charge in the last war against magic. To piss off the symbol of all that was wrong with Shayari, Aralor belted out the Seeker's anthem. Magic lies, on truth we rely. In brotherhood we survive. For our sisters we thrive. For Shayari we fight. Seek truth with our might. Protect humanity. And destroy magery. In truth we're born. To death we're sworn. To seek the truth. Aralor laughed as the radiant tyrant shook her branches in protest. The Curse Breaker series continues with his angelic keeper. Meet Sarn's twin sister. Adventure with her as she fights to escape the gray between life and death, so she can save her brother. But her plan goes awry when 2 angels show up, intent on stopping her from interfering. Will she save Sarn? Or will she need someone to rescue her? Find out in His Angelic Keeper at melindakucsera.com/his-angelic-keeper. And Cursebreaker darkens. The memories Gerlo stole force him to confront his biggest mistake and the man Sarn fears, Hadroval, the former orphan master. But he's not the only one interested in that psycho. The other interested party has supernatural allies, and they're closing in on Sarn. Can the commander protect him? Find out in Cursebreaker Darkens at melindakucsera.com/darkens. Get the only character-run newsletter of its kind. Sign up today at www.mkucsera.com/welcome-characters. About the author. Melinda Kusira writes fantastic short stories, novels, and books when not being kidnapped by dragons or chased by armies of fictional creatures. We do, on occasion, rescue her. She leaves the running of her newsletter to a cast of lovable characters who hog her inbox. Enough about her, it's us you're interested in, her cast of characters. Join us every week for a new story at www.mkucsera.com/welcome-characters. Let us take over your inbox. We promise to behave. Read more from Melinda Kuchera at melindakucsera.com/the-curse-breaker-saga. Memoriam. This book is dedicated to my sister Carolyn, who died in 2014 at the age of 29. Before she died, she requested I publish Curse Breaker Enchanted and its sequels. I hope there are ebook readers in heaven, so she can see her last request fulfilled again. Curse Breaker Enchanted, the more epic version, published on June 17, 2019. Thank you for always being there even when you were mad at me. I will never forget you or my promise to you. I'll keep publishing stories until I have no more to tell. I got this. Sincerely, Melinda the Scribe.